Preparing live stream.
Oh my God, live on YouTube.
I quit, Deuce.
Oh, snap.
Oh my God.
I'm out.
You're out of here.
Don't put faces to these names. We can never go back.
Oh, snap.
Now they'll all
What's
know
the
that
page
we were
it's
the
on?
ones that ran the page.
Okay, I need to get back to. Oh my God, I've got 2 messages.
Oh, dear.
So
Where
many
you at,
messages.
Suze? Where's the stream?
Okay, we're officially live, guys.
Oh, dear. What's the page it's
Wow.
on?
Here we are.
1 second, let me go
Yep.
Okay, all right, cool. 4:30. It is.
change things.
All right, so we have Sam Robb.
Do talk show stuff, Josh.
I don't do talk show stuff.
You're the
Why
host. Yeah.
I'm
You
still
have to
getting
be.
texts on who to vote for.
I barely signed up for this.
Oh yeah, Joe's campaign just hit me up. I was like, "Yeah, I already voted for all those people,
Right,
Chief.
I got a Jorgensen text. I'm like, I already voted for you, also.
I'm a field coordinator."
Hey, oh, Ricky Dale Harrington. I'm the campaign manager. I'm driving down to our election party now. I'll ask Ricky as soon as we get there. Thank you.
Heck yeah.
Sweet, Ricky Dale.
All right. Okay. So starting at 2:30. All right. I need the Zoom login information for.
Yes, it's if you go to the admin page, group page.
Right.
Okay, it should all be up now. Here is the link.
Oh my God.
Oh, snap. I found the video.
Don't. I can't. Inception. Wait, where is it? Send it to me.
If you go to the top left corner of Zoom, it says on YouTube. If you click there, you can do view stream on YouTube.
Oh wow.
Okay. Sam.
Let's do it.
It's a little trippy.
Zoom.
I got 3 of me.
Yeah, there's a delay. I'm gonna turn it off.
There's a
gonna
15-second
kill me.
delay on YouTube.
Yeah, no, that's.
Well, I mean, we got the chat there as well, so I think one of us should at least keep it up.
Yeah.
I can keep it up unless you guys want it.
Up on mute, maybe.
I've got my YouTube muted, so I just see the chat. So
Smart thinking. I'll do the same.
I've done this a few times before.
I know. Yeah, like you're like the
I like doing my streaming. It's fun.
master of that, and
I wouldn't go that far.
compared to us,
Hey,
I
what's the guy's name from? Oh, I can't think of his name.
From where?
it's Bob.
No, it's Evans for Idaho. That's who he is.
Idaho. I was just there.
Yeah,
last
yeah.
night.
He follows her. He's pretty awesome.
All right. So, have we shared the video to the pages or what?
I'm getting ready to share it on We Are the Power.
I got you.
Thank you,
I
sir.
will sit down and shut up. Then.
Shut up.
No, entertain the 3 people watching.
There's
Don't
3
be an
people watching.
agitator.
Probably
It's
one of
us.
them's me.
I'm number 2. Who's the 3rd? Is that you,
Oh wait,
Josh?
yeah, I guess I'm one
Okay.
else's. So
We're
entertain
watching.
ourselves.
Let's just do this. We'll broadcast.
Joe's unofficial
Hold on 1 second.
Mayhem.
Watch ourselves on YouTube for days.
Live all day to watch the election. He's like you. If you'd like to join us, we're in June. Join us for 10 minutes. Campaign. Boom. Okay. Chill Libertarian's gonna join us. Woohoo!
Woot!
Do you know who that is on Twitter?
They're probably on my Twitter. That sounds familiar.
Yeah,
Chill,
he's
capitalized.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
Of CHs. He's gonna join us. He's awesome.
Who
He's
is
There's a
just-
lot of folks on Twitter.
yeah, he is such a good. He's another good, really advocate. Okay, I can close on my Google account tab.
Who's going to be joining us? I walked away for a second, so I missed it.
Tough.
That Andrew guy.
Damn it!
Okay.
Welcome.
schedule.
So what brought you into the Liberty movement, Andrew? Besides us? No,
Fine.
no. I'm just...
Wait, I'm being questioned? I didn't know about this.
Yeah.
I didn't sign up.
You weren't prepared for that, were you?
Damn it. I only had 2 hours to prepare for this.
It's when you think
Hey,
you
so
know the
did we.
answers. We changed the questions.
Let's see. I think I've always been a libertarian. In all honesty,
Right.
Oh,
I was
know
born a
yes.
libertarian. I came out and my first words were taxation is theft.
it's a good place to start.
Right.
So Libertarian's going to join us at 5:30 Eastern time.
Nice.
Sweet.
I will post this document up in a shared drive so you guys can see it at all times in case, like, 2:30 p.m. we've got Whiskey Region. 2:30.
Nice.
Oh,
Okay,
fuck! I gotta send them that.
I have it shared, and we are the power.
Oh, we got another one.
We
It says
got
we
another
we got Hillary.
Do you have an indicator turned on?
No, I've got
No,
it
you're
on
just
my
watching.
Zoom, and I just see the box appear.
Okay.
She's not having her video though. I think she's afraid or something.
Oh.
Is it Kim?
No, it's Hillary.
Oh,
Slow to start. Sorry, this computer hates me.
You
There we
had-
go.
You
Hi,
had 2
Hillary.
hours to be prepared for this. Come on.
Come on.
I've
Can't you drop
been in a
everything
line
and
for 2 hours.
can't you adapt?
Okay,
Oh.
go
We got
share
important things
this
going on.
Go
We're
share
all-
this with literally every group you're in.
I need to change my name.
Except I can't.
Oh
Thank
yeah,
you, Zuckerberg.
everyone.
Except Brad. Everybody else sharing.
Brad making us do all the hard work over here.
That is how I roll, my friend.
we have a 6 o'clock slot open.
7 Eastern's Ian Peak.
Well, I'm showing 2 viewing, so it's either me and someone else. Who is it?
It's me.
Okay.
I'm going to go spam this like crazy right now. There we go. Copy.
Okay.
So who all do we have coming on here?
all the people.
All the people.
all the awesome people. Everybody else doesn't matter.
We're getting that doc pulled up. We're gonna have the time block and the guests. I think was what maybe Josh was doing, or
Election. No, that's me. Mayhem.
or you.
Yeah, she's got the schedule.
My bad.
I have a
Yeah,
basic
man,
schedule. She has a much more up-to-date schedule because she's contacting people.
Okay. Schedule is saved. Now I need to share it from there. And actually,
So Susie, you're sharing it on the main group as well as you said you're going to do it from Joe's actual page. You said you could do it from.
I can share it from Joe's actual page. I have access. I have that kind of godlike power. It's pretty.
Yeah.
Thank you for your clout, Susie. We all.
Yeah. Elaine's in a pretty good mood, so I can probably just do whatever I want.
Good.
Well,
We
there
caught
you
her
go.
on an
Fire
company
me?
day.
Are they going to fire me? I'm working for free right now, so yeah.
It's the last
Okay.
thing. What are they going to do? Fire you?
Wait, you're being paid?
I found your terms reasonable.
Actually, I was being paid the lowest amount I have ever made in my life. But
Are you at least making minimum wage?
All right.
no, fuck no.
Pennies on the dollar.
I'm making
They got her
Tennessee
working out of a
minimum.
Tennessee sweatshop for libertarians.
Yep, I am working at Tennessee. Where?
A child in China gets paid more than you.
Right.
Yep, big time. Okay, share, send link, copy link, copy. All right, where do you guys get this link to the document? I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, put it in the Zoom chat. Yeah, so it doesn't get lost in the main.
Oh, the Zoom chat. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Hill.
Hello. So I'm trying to like bam groups right now and make sure everyone knows about us.
Sweet. Appreciate
That is also what I am doing.
Okay, that's the schedule.
it. Jewel.
Wait, we're not just doing this off the cuff?
Man, I've been DMing people all over the place. I've been using
What do you
Joe's
mean? Is
account.
something going on right now? Come on, man.
Some form of organization or something.
I don't even know what's going on right now.
Okay, where's back to the Zoom schedule. Copy, paste, boom. All right, he's got his. He's got his. Wow, we did it.
We did the thing with the thing.
And still nobody else is watching it.
We have
All
three.
of us.
Try. I guess I should tweet it out too, shouldn't I?
Well, just wait till we start name dropping.
Right.
Okay, so
Hey,
where,
Joshua, press no.
all right, where is the Mayhem right there? Okay, and is it broadcasting yet?
Boom, boom, boom. Where did you post that block there, Susie?
What block?
The time, the schedule.
It's in the Zoom chat.
Oh,
Okay,
too
I'm on the
many
debate.
wheels in motion.
Yes, I am on
Thank you.
Debate Mayhem page, and I can't
Okay.
find the live stream. Where the fuck is it? Oops,
Uh,
watch my mouth.
I put the Zoom link on the Debate Mayhem page group.
I thought we were only sending them to YouTube.
Well, I put it. Wait, we are.
No, this page right here.
You should be able to share the YouTube video and start a watch party in Debate Mayhem.
yes.
Exactly.
Probably what we do.
Facebook can initiate it under the
Right
group
here.
banner.
See, Josh?
Oh, I don't have access to the actual page. I only have. I was talking about the group. The Debate Mayhem admin.
Our group's not public, so people won't be able to see.
Yeah, I put the Zoom link on there so that we can access that and it's not lost in the chat.
Right, in our private admin group.
Yes.
But we need to now be able to broadcast to.
Yes, I think Lori has made that page. I don't have access to it.
Okay, can you holler at her?
Well,
I have admin access.
I'm
to it.
admin
Oh, wait,
access in Debate Mayhem as well. We should all.
Yeah, actually, we should all. But
I don't
what
know.
does that do? How do we create an event?
Events is, yeah,
Or do
it's
we-
events is how you, I believe, start a watch party.
Okay. Do you have that? You got it, Josh? You got the link?
Yes.
Okay. I'll stop sharing. It's not in your way. Okay, I've got people. All right, Evans for Idaho wants to know.
Just tell them there's a lot of growing pains.
I think you can only do a watch party for Facebook video or a Facebook Live, not a YouTube Live.
Oh, not doing it.
That's not
then.
true.
You can't share it to a Facebook page and then watch it.
Yes,
that
you
way?
can.
Can you?
Huh.
Well, I don't know how to do this.
Did you share the video to?
Is it in Debate Mayhem right now? Has it been posted there yet?
Let me see if I can do this. Add to post. Because I was doing all this research yesterday on figuring out how to do it, or whenever we decided we would do this. I think it was yesterday.
Was it? Boy, I missed that conversation.
That's what happens when you get zucked.
Yeah, right, I guess. Thank you, Mark Walbean.
Okay, so if you go to post Debate Mayhem, because I'm looking right now on my phone, and you go to post and you scroll down, it says start watch party.
Live. Create a live thing. Doesn't say what.
Yeah, either I can't do it from my laptop or I just can't figure it out. So
Oh, Kim, share your screen. Share your screen. Josh. Should be able to do it.
Hillary,
Okay.
you may be able to do this quicker. Can you make Josh an admin? If he wasn't already.
for
Yeah.
we are the
But
power.
Josh doesn't-
Where is it?
The power. I am not an admin in Debate Mayhem.
Okay, I'm gonna add you both as Debate Mayhem admins right now then.
No.
Thank you.
I'm unadmitting myself from everywhere.
You gotta
Too
stop
much.
tearing down everything, Susie.
It's like groups are yours. I'm out of here. No, we had a meeting about it.
Aren't gonna let you off that easy.
Last day, I'm done. We're done with this whole thing.
Right?
So where all do we have the video shared right now? Is it in Joe's page and the large group, Susie, yet?
No,
Because we
no,
got-
not until.
I put it in Joe Jorgensen 2020 and Joe Jorgensen Spike VP 2020.
Okay.
Because we got the whiskey region people coming on at 2:30. You said, right?
About 10 minutes. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Whiskey-
Josh, you are now an admin.
Okay, there it is. Accept.
Hillary, did you say you already shared it in the Big Joe group?
Yes, in both of them.
I didn't see it. when I
Okay.
looked.
Did it get approved yet? Because I have immediate.
yet.
I have immediate approval. So
I haven't seen it
post
approved,
goes-
so
Yeah.
Okay,
Nope.
no, they have not alerted me that it's been approved yet. Okay,
I'm
and
So
gonna
Susie,
step
now
out for a second before Whiskey Region comes. I'll be right back.
So Hillary, can you go back in and kill your attempt to try that? Because I'll be able to post it straight into the group. See what I'm saying?
I don't know if it will let me because
It
I
will.
can't see it. Where do I
Go
go to
s-
for that?
Pending. There should be a
Yeah,
pending.
pending.
Yep, right at the top you should have pending.
Is that's not accessible on mobile, I'm guessing, or
No, it is, but it's a little, you have to go into fuck.
that's fine. I'm pulling it up on my computer. I'm just more of a mobile person. I don't know why.
Silly.
Mobile's just always there with me. So okay, let me see if I can find. You want me to kill it in both of them or one of them?
Only in the big group, the Joe Jorgensen, Spike Cohen.
Okay, I'm going there now.
Anyone share it to the Libertarian candidates page?
I have not.
All right, let me do that.
No.
real quick.
I'm sure. Yeah. I like Ryan. We should have conversations with Ryan.
Oh, come on, basement.
Matt Kibbe's coming on. Fucking Matt Kibbe is coming on our show.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yes!
Oh hell yeah.
Oh my God.
I really love you now, Susie. Just putting that out there.
No, I have to ask Peter Ship. Oh God, if I asked Peter Ship and he accepted, I would just faint. Okay.
Susie, can I screen share real quick so you can help me kill it because I can't find it.
Can I do what? Turn screen share on?
If I turn mine on, can you tell me where I need to go to get rid of this?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I just shared it on Debate Mayhem. So that specific post can be shared elsewhere.
Okay, Hill. Go to actually. All right, you clicked on discussion. Scroll down a little bit.
It's not letting me post it to Libertarian candidates.
Or okay, scroll back up. Sorry. They fucking look at somebody flipped off. Who'd she flip?
Right. I
Can
think
you
she was
message
flipping
Ryan?
off the duopoly crap.
Okay. Hill, click on the ellipsis there next to the Zoom or the search button. That one.
Pending. Aha!
There we
Thank
go.
you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
All right.
Matt Kibbe. Fucking Matt Kibbe is coming.
Yeah, breathe. We all have to breathe. Let's not look like marks on our first.
How do I? All right, you said there's a way to delete it?
Yes, it'll say like cancel. Okay. Matt Kibbe. What time are we gonna put him on? We
How
can
does he want to?
on at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, that's the answer. Whatever time he wants.
Figure out when he's available. And
Right.
We'll slot him in.
We'll slot him in if we have time
Matt
around
Kibbe's
Josh.
Can we pencil him in for 8:30?
Wow.
Not like it's Matt Kibbe or anything.
So not only did I get
who
to
am I
vote,
who am I sending the email from?
but
Tennessee at Joe 20.
okay.
Send you an email.
Yeah, not only did we get to vote for Joe and Spike today, well, those of us that actually went and voted today, but now we got Matt Kibbe.
No, you wasted your vote.
Oh
Come on,
my
get it
God.
right.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I
You wasted your
I
3
wasted
votes
this
today.
stream. I'm sorry.
All 3
I-
votes wasted. How about that, Brad?
I can't focus. I'm simping. I have to tell my wife right now. I'll be right back.
Now I am like
Just
completely.
breathe.
Yeah, just breathe. Okay, add another account. I have so many Gmail accounts.
Okay, so I think I screwed up.
I'll be right back.
I keep
Why?
trying to hit 3 dots on that post and see if it gives me an option to delete, and it says no. Does anyone know who the admins or mods are? We could just tell, and I could just tell them to remove it.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, just forget it. It's
Just
not
forget
that
about
big.
it.
I'm sorry, guys. I got like all excited.
And we're back.
Oh, it's okay. I just I know we can get approval because I've made sure that I'm an
Because
asshole
I'm
and got
Susie
approval.
F and else. That's why.
Got two Z's in my name.
Two Z's.
Matt. What do we
Okay.
okay.
Susie, does Whiskey Region have the Zoom
Yep.
link? Okay,
Mayhem.
because they'll be coming on in about 5 minutes.
Appearance. Hi, Matt. Thanks so much for agreeing to be on our show tonight. Woohoo! Sell all the things.
Well, it's for the business.
Uh-huh. Where are you going? What side of the hill are you going on? Should you bring home dinner? Because I'm obviously not cooking tonight. I could do pizza again.
I could too.
Oh man, we have this really great little pizza place down there, and they make a cauliflower crust pizza. Fucking awesome.
I've had freezer variety before. Yeah, I know. Doesn't compare.
So Evans for Idaho wants to be on the 8 o'clock block, but Matt might do the 8 or 6 or 10.
I'm good. Whenever he wants to be on, I'll be here.
Right?
Smiling and simping the whole way.
Okay, so do we have this shared everywhere now? Because we got people coming on soon.
No.
No.
I wasn't able to share it to the Libertarian candidates page.
Do you have Ryan? Do you know him? The guy who runs it?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll take the link and I'll just I'll send it to him and see if he can post it.
There's like
Okay, email
100,000 people in
sent.
there, I think. Yeah, 105,000 people.
Yeah,
Only a
Couple.
few.
only a few.
Just a couple.
A smidge of people.
Matt Kibbe is on our fucking show. Oh my God.
Our last minute show.
Our last show of the election season. Our only show of the election season.
Right? Hey, this could start more for future,
could.
you know. More. All I could think of is that meme that I love so much that had like, you're the most unorganized group. It's like, no, so you've heard of us.
But you have heard of us.
Oh God. I remember that. Oh my God. Let's see. Okay. I'm not answering Evans for Idaho until Matt Kibbe lets me know. Matt has
Hope
preference.
you understand, Evans for Idaho.
Yeah, love you, but
Love you so much.
okay. Regular Facebook, do I need? Okay. Oh, I need to Project Debate Mayhem. Do we have the? is it facebook.com/debate. There it is. Oh, I gotta stop cussing now, huh? Because we're like talking to people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
we're
actually
on
cussed that
PC
time.
We
Oh,
have
culture now,
4
Susie.
people watching us now, all right? I don't know how many
Close
of
it
us there
down,
is.
Enter Susie. Close
Oh,
it down.
we had somebody subscribe too.
Oh no, that was already there.
Oh, dang it. Got all excited.
I don't know who the heck it is, but you know.
See, I know we're libertarians and we do like the First Amendment, but please watch your mouth.
Yeah,
Trying to avoid the Zuck tonight.
We're on YouTube. He can't zuck us.
exactly.
He can suck our posts.
Guys, I think we're gonna get demonetized. That's my.
See,
Wait,
jokes
we're getting paid?
jokes on Google.
guys are
I
getting paid?
already don't have monetization.
What's monetization? I don't know. Sounds like some commie bullshit.
Actually, I think it's the exact opposite.
I mean, if they want the couple stars I have on Facebook, they're welcome to. I'm not going to fight it.
Well, this is why we need Schiff on the show.
All right, fair enough.
So I can learn about economics. I sent that to Ryan, the head dude of the Libertarian Candidates page, to see if he'd share it. So hopefully he's responsive. I got a thumbs up, so that's a good sign.
Nice.
I need to see if they've.
Oh, no, we went down to 3 again. We lost whoever it was.
Nope.
I'm one of them, so.
I am one.
So am I.
Okay,
Oh,
sorry.
it was me exiting out. I'm sorry.
Okay, we
Thanks,
wanted to go
Hillary.
see
You're
if we
killing
did
our
that.
viewer count. Single-handedly took a fourth of our viewer base.
Okay, David Jones. Is that
Yes,
Wait,
Dave
guy?
Jones.
all
that's
right?
our guy. Okay, God, I've got to get this out. Ah.
Hello, sir. Welcome to the party.
Hey, hey.
Hey, guy.
Hey, guy. Oh, we got a sign waving event.
got Lady Liberty
Yes.
over there.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we're still
Oh my
working a
God.
bit on getting this shared out to everyone. We still got to get on the main page and Joe's page to share it, but
Did anyone post to We Are the Power?
yes,
Okay.
it's not getting much viewership or many views though. It seems.
It's got
Oh,
4, and
just
3
wait.
of the 4 are all admins. So.
Right. That's okay. That's how we started. That's how we'll finish. That's
I
Well,
still
and
can't
I-
believe how big the group was in the end.
right.
5,000 members. Holy
Not
crap.
too shabby for us riffraff.
Ugh.
Yeah, I love getting this perspective from Mr. Jones. Thank you for coming on our stream.
Yeah.
What's he doing? I can't. I'm trying to fill something else out.
He's on mute. He's just he's
Oh, okay.
he's showing people the sine wave. They're all decked out. There's like 7 Lady Liberties. They're just
Oh,
having
you're
a good
kidding.
time.
Too.
We-
They're
we
ones
gotta-
Oh
that
yeah,
said I
this
have-
girl's
Good
going
dancing
to town.
lady. She's
Right?
dancing on the side of the road.
Right?
I love it.
I want that much confidence in myself.
It's about having fun, right?
I was gonna go do that tonight, unrelated, but I have the gown and everything.
Let's see. Oh man.
David's on mute, but it's okay. I'll take the window. Hi.
Oh.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, David, where are you all at?
We are in right now in Winchester, Tennessee,
Okay.
in Franklin County, Tennessee. This is our 5th stop on our whiskey region whistle stop tour for Freedom and Waffles. So
Freedom and Waffles.
yeah, We've crossed across about a third of the state of Tennessee, going from one side of my region to the other.
Wow.
We still got 2 more stops to go.
Amazing.
Nice.
What are those 2 stops you have left?
The audio cut out.
David, what are the 2 stops you have left?
The 2 stops I have left is Manchester, Tennessee, and McMinnville, Tennessee.
Oh,
We've been
nice.
to Columbia, Tennessee, Fayetteville, Tennessee, Lynchburg, Tennessee, and Tullahoma, Tennessee so far.
You've already
That's
been
awesome.
to Lynchburg?
Yeah, we've already been through Lynchburg.
That's where Jack Daniels is.
Yeah,
Hey, there we go.
That's
Now
where
I
the
know where
party's
they're
at, right?
dancing in the streets.
The party's over there, right?
I saw that Hail Yes sign. I love that, by the way. Good
Oh,
luck to
yeah.
Michael Hale today.
Okay. Martha Bueno. God, I wish I could. Am I sharing this? Yes, I am. All right. Hey, y'all. The Debate Mayhem kids are holding an election night mayhem party all day. We are hosting all the people, Matt Kibbe, Rihanna.
Who's that?
Rihanna for Liberty. She is like, she is a super duper activist. She also did an interview about why she voted for Jorgensen. That was
The one that made the CPD video, or am I getting my personality?
I don't know. It was her first interview. I don't know. No, she wears a yellow shirt. She's Rihanna with 2 N's for Liberty. Is this live from the hotel? No.
Oh,
No,
we're at
this
5.
is live
We
from
got-
our living rooms.
I don't know, but okay.
We got 5 viewers, so
Yes.
Things are picking up.
right.
Welcome, whoever isn't us that's watching. It's just been us for the past half an hour, and we've been so lonely.
We need all the company that election day can provide.
Do we have some watching comments and whatnot so that way we can
I got comments up. I
That's
got,
pulled up. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I got it also.
y'all are just ahead of the game.
we
Heck
got
yeah.
this. We might not be so prepared, but we're prepared in some areas.
We're somewhat prepared. This is the preparedness we get after 2 hours.
Oh, we're
We
at
sure
6.
don't have a lack of banter to fill up 18 hours worth of content, though.
Hey, only
Whoa,
9.
whoa, whoa.
Only-
I didn't sign up
only
for
9.
18.
You didn't get that memo?
Half that.
Crap.
Whoops.
Yeah.
There goes my evening.
Right? There goes my Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh, over there.
So, for some real discussion, what realistically do we see Joe getting tonight as far as voting totals?
8%
Percentages.
for me.
7 to 8% is what I'm feeling. I hope that I'm wrong and it's much higher.
Same.
we all-
Realistically,
we all-
about
we all
8%.
hope that.
Optimistically, I saw one girl. She was saying 22%. I'm like, I love your optimism.
I wish I was that confident in myself.
Right. Can I have a glass?
Honestly, I'm feeling 12.
There you
There you
go.
go. I'd be down for 12.
I would.
I'm feeling 12.
I mean, anything above
I think
5
for
is a
sure
win.
we're getting that 5.
Yeah,
Oh
There-
yeah, I'm
Oh, yeah.
I'll be beyond shocked if we don't hit 5.
pretty confident in 5, but
I think so many people hold their actual voting preference to their chest because they know it's just them in the ballot.
mhm.
Yeah. Especially with everybody telling them that it's a wasted vote and crap.
Yeah.
Right. Sometimes that just helps people make up their mind even more.
Right?
Oh yeah, no, I actually had someone while I was standing in line to poll tag me in a poster like they're telling me I'm waiting. I'm like, okay, I'm on it. Let's talk. I mean, I think if we could have got her out more, because I had one night I was getting off work and was late getting picked up. So I was standing there talking to a couple employees, and they're like, well, who are you voting for? And they're like, we're not going to vote. I'm like, oh, Jorgensen. And within a 15-minute conversation, they flipped from not voting to Jorgensen. That
Nice.
Wow.
That's awesome.
So it was just need that reach.
Well, the problem is it's not that we didn't get out there. It's everything was telling us we couldn't get out there. So
Right.
and everybody's like, "Oh, she wasn't out." I've never heard of her. I'm like, well, if you look on all of our pages, I'm pretty sure we were doing our freaking best to get her out there.
Right.
I'm like, I couldn't share any more than I did.
Not for a lack of trying. That's for damn sure.
That's for you. Yeah.
Oh, David Jones will be back. All right.
Thank you, David.
Out of curiosity, okay?
Yeah.
Say we end up getting at least 5, okay?
Mhm.
Is there a way we can hold them to, all right, we're considered a major party now? How does this play out after today?
Well, that's literally the prerequisite for federal matching of funds. And is it not nationwide ballot access?
It's not. I don't think it's nationwide.
It is not nationwide.
I think
Okay.
a lot of states actually take that as they'll take it as a prerequisite for most part to put them on the ballot, but it's not a guaranteed across the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Each state will have its own rules for getting automatic ballot access. Because they
Fine,
get to
that's
handle
fair.
how they
That's
do
how it
elections.
should be.
But on the other side of the coin is because we're not spending that money on the ballots we would automatically gain, we can then spend that money on other ballots or getting the name
Advertising,
out there.
advertising.
It's
Yeah.
definitely going to be a huge help. And with getting the federal funding, we then also get the additional assistance there, even though I know that's a hot topic of we don't need it because we're libertarian. Yeah.
So I know Spike covered this the other evening, but what is the primary source of funding for that? For the federal funding that they
it's taxes. It's a donation.
is
through
it a
the
tax
I
or is
believe.
it the donation that
I-
appears like on
Isn't
your
that a
voting?
$3 donation or whatever it is that you can say you don't want to sign up for? I don't know though. I haven't looked thoroughly into it.
Is
Yeah.
that like when you're filing your income taxes and it goes, hey, you can dedicate this amount?
Basically,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
But everybody's like, oh, it could be considered a subsidy and all that. Oh, it's government helping it. So it's a hot topic for a lot of libertarians. So
Yeah. I know Spike. I saw him, a week and a half ago, in St. Louis area, and he said that they wouldn't want the money, and he said they wouldn't give it to them anyways. so, so that's fair enough. I mean, if we had to do it without the money, that's fine. But the ballot thing is
did it without
really
the money.
Well, we have been doing it without the money,
Exactly.
so we're used to that. So.
See, that's the trouble here is in Alabama, we have like, such restrictive ballot access. Like they hand us petitions to take with us to the polls day for 2022, just because unless you're a major party, you have to get a petition with 3% of registered voters' signatures. There's no other option. It's like insane here. I guess we could petition to change it. One way to go.
Yeah.
I know New Hampshire was stupid. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was quite high. New Hampshire doesn't have a high population to begin with. I think it's like 1.5 million people across the board, and you need like 50,000 people or something like that. I'm like, there's not a lot of people, and then you're trying to have us silenced and all that crap, so we can't get the name out there. So it was definitely an uphill battle for us.
So yeah, the bright side to 2024, I hope, is that there's no pandemic, right?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
We got a lot bigger issues if we're in a lockdown in 2024.
Yeah. I don't think we'll last that long lockdown, honestly.
No, you can't every 6 or 7 months throw away $10 trillion.
Oh, was it 10? I thought it was only 3.
I was rounding up because You know, that's what they do. When they look at your paycheck, they round up. It's like, oh, money?
3, that rounds up to 10.
I can has.
It rounds
For
up.
me?
Rounds
For
up
me?
to 10.
It rounds up to whatever they want.
Just add a 0, everything will be fine.
Right. Just wait
about
for this
how
to
it
all
feels.
boil over. Go to the Fed, wait for this to all boil over.
Why hasn't Shane Hazel been on? That is interesting. Okay, I think all of our visitors have the YouTube link and their personal link, so that's
Sweet.
Wonderful.
Matt Kibbe is going to do 8 o'clock. Yes.
Nice.
We
You heard it
Awesome.
here, folks. For the 3 people watching, Matt Kibbe will
I
be
saw
on
8.
this stream later this evening. So please tune in. You don't want to miss that. Tell your friends. Tell your enemies.
share the link everywhere.
Share it. Share.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. So I need to get him that link. Sure.
Okay, so it looks like the first polls close at 6 Eastern. So
Thought it was 7.
apparently
ours is close to
Indiana
7.
and Kentucky are 6 Eastern. So,
Interesting.
and then 7. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, part of the state closes at 6. How does that work?
Well, Indiana is in 2 different time zones.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
That's part of Rainwater
Probably
debate was talking about
It's probably the same with Kentucky then. Okay.
the daylight savings.
That
No,
makes sense.
Kentucky should all be in Eastern.
I don't know. I don't live in Kentucky, so I couldn't tell you.
I don't
but
know.
I'm just looking at the New York Times.
Susie, you're generally in that area.
What did
Tell
I
us
do?
everything.
Is Kentucky 1 time zone or 2?
I believe it's all Eastern.
I don't know.
I went there once by car from the Midwest, and the hour only changed 1 time. So it's.
No, Kentucky.
But I was in Bowling Green.
half and half.
Okay.
Is-
I didn't
yeah,
go far enough.
Tennessee is half and half, and yet you get to Ohio, and it kicks over, and Ohio's like, we're Eastern.
There's a Google for that.
There's
Yeah, I
a-
googled
know-
the time zone map to look.
I know
Hillary,
most
big
most
brain.
of Indiana is in Eastern time zone, except for Evansville, which is where I went to college. And it just decides it wants to be different and be Central Time
Oh,
as
look
compared
at
to the
me.
rest of the state.
So is up there by
Broke the
Gary
time
too.
space continuum.
Well, it could be like Arizona and just get rid of daylight savings time. So that would be a joy.
I wish, man.
Right?
I hope that someday happens.
One day. Maybe
Yeah.
that's the platform we need to run on.
Get rid of daylight savings time.
All right.
Oh, somebody
The Daylight
asked Joe that.
Caucus.
Somebody asked Joe that on Twitter. They're like, so if you become president, will you stop daylight savings time?
The issues that matter.
That is an issue that matters.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm surprised nobody asked her if she'd make the Super Bowl a holiday or anything like that.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Make Election Day a holiday.
It
That's
should be. I do
Should
agree
be.
with that.
Let's get to the heart of politics. So how about that Joe Bat bite?
She recovered.
that was a very good thing to happen for her campaign.
She may not have enjoyed it initially, but just saying, worse things could have happened.
That was some of our first major.
No, Bat Jorgensen.
Batman. It's
The
Batman.
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 Oh, it's Batwoman.
That-
No, Batman. M-A-A-M.
All right.
See, put up a poll
Huh?
for our 10 viewers. No.
We're up to 10?
We're at 10 right
Hey,
now.
more than
We
double
are.
of them are us. Hello,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you for your fine
Welcome to the
folks
party.
who
Todd's
have-
going to be here. Todd will be here at the top of the hour.
Nice.
Todd
Heck yeah.
representing
Hagopian.
the Okies. The Oklahoma.
It's Oklahoma Corporate Commissioner. I don't actually know what that does. Is that bad? I don't know what does a commissioner do?
How dare you not
That's a
know every
Google
single
question.
public office of every single state? These things
So
are
person
There we go.
Don't you love those when you get those answers that require more questions?
Here's an idea. We can
Right
ask
back.
Todd what it is he thinks he does, and then we'll look it up and tell him why he's wrong.
That's so libertarian of you.
Well, actually.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Y'all keep our viewers entertained. I need to go eat lunch because it's almost 3 o'clock now.
Hey, you guys like shadow puppets?
oh, I feel like we're just been out. It's the whole sink or swim thing. Go for it in front of America.
Oh,
No, I
Susie,
just
Susie
this is
ditched us as well. Oh crap.
right, like deuces. You got this.
I don't know if we were the right 3 people to leave in charge, though.
Oh, I have ambitions, so
Your campaign's
That
starting
doesn't
early.
right.
I just run out, just start, screen share gifts. Like I don't.
Let's
know what else
talk
to do.
about the bird drones, guys. If you elect me,
bird drone.
we'll only charge the batteries once every decade. None of this twice.
I haven't heard that one in a while.
That's because they were recharged with the lockdown.
They had time. You would have
Right.
never
Right.
known.
Guys, we're just kind of buying dead air here. If anyone in the chat wants to say hey or they can contribute something better than bird drones. Oh, we got Todd
wait,
coming
we
in.
got Todd. And Josh is asking if we're sharing the Big Joe group. I believe we are, right?
We should be.
I don't know if it's actually shared yet. I can follow
Hi,
it up.
Todd.
Hey,
I'm not hearing Todd. Can you guys hear
Oh!
Todd?
can you hear me? Susie back to the rescue.
What's the matter? Shane Hazel has just agreed to join us. Woohoo!
Yay!
So I don't see it in the big group at all. So
Are you getting audio there, Todd?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
You can.
absolutely. Wonderful.
How
Okay.
you doing, Todd?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. Oh, I
Right.
haven't put what my name is. Oh well.
you're in so many groups, it doesn't matter.
See, that's why I was stuck on mine. Should have just done great cold flat.
Really
So, Todd-
appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you for joining the stream.
Yes.
So can you remind us of your position in Oklahoma?
Sure. We are running for the Corporation Commission in Oklahoma.
Okay, and what exactly does the Corporation Commission in Oklahoma do?
Yeah, essentially, corporation commissions all over the country typically run businesses that are considered in the public good. Those things will include things like public utilities, sometimes transportation, and particularly oil and gas, which is why Oklahoma and the Texas Railroad Commission are so powerful.
Okay, wonderful. So, what are is it just mainly is that like a primary focus of your campaign in Oklahoma has to do with oil and gas?
Yeah, essentially, we've got 3 planks. First is to cut red tape, so remove regulations. The second is to stop letting government pick winners and losers. And that can be anywhere from putting a regulation in that helps certain companies over another or a certain subsegment of an industry over another, all the way to stopping bribes and whatnot. And the third thing, if you do those first 2 things right, is to put Oklahoma back to work. So 36% of Oklahomans were affected by COVID as far as income goes, either by being laid off or losing hours. And that is even though we didn't get hit that bad by COVID. But the oil and gas industry certainly got hit, and the threat of regulations during COVID certainly hit the small businesses in Oklahoma. And that essentially, that put 36% of people out of work. Even though there was no reason for it.
Oh wow, yeah. Didn't oil go down to 0?
Yeah,
one
basically,
point?
basically for about a day there,
That,
They were
yeah.
paying you to take it.
it was a little bit of a fake 0, but
Yeah, talk about things you never thought you'd see,
yeah,
and that's one of them out of 2020. So
yeah.
Hey Todd, how's the race go? We got a question YouTube for you.
Yeah, sure. It's going really well. So we raised over $10,000. We're on TV, we're on billboards, we were on streaming. So we got real advertising in. We ran a real race. We had a poll come out probably 2 weeks ago before the billboards and the TV, and that came in at 56-14 with 29% undecided. So obviously still a long way to go, but the incumbent is only at 56%. And he's been in Oklahoma politics for 27 years. So that certainly could have been a higher number. The record in Oklahoma is 25% for a third party. And so we're trying to boost that mark. And if we can beat the mark, every time you move the ball down the field, Liberty gets a little closer here in Oklahoma.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Well, good luck on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck. So yeah, what kind of feedback have you been getting? I mean, does your message seem to resound pretty well with Oklahomians versus the incumbent there?
Yeah, so I mean, Oklahoma is pretty conservative territory, right? So very Republican. But what they realize is that Oklahoma City, which is the capital, has been trending more towards the big government Republicans, just like we've seen nationwide. So there's the Oklahoma Corporation Commission has grown 50% faster than the GDP of Oklahoma. So they keep taking on more and more things that they're in charge of and control, and put in more and more regulations. And people are recognizing that that does hurt small businesses. And more importantly, people are realizing that the campaign contributions and the political influence that lobbyists have is allowing them to pick winners and losers. And that's that big focus. And what they're seeing is that small businesses are getting squeezed, more and more things that they're in charge of and control, and put in more and more regulations. Small businesses go out of business, tons of folks flood the marketplace, wages go down, and it becomes a bad news for Oklahoma. Lobbyists is allowing them to pick.
We've got some feedback going. Somebody needs to mute there. There we go.
Okay, we had Shannon join the call. So hi, Shannon.
Todd, you and Shannon know each other from Twitter, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
You should. I run Joe's Twitter account, so I watch all you guys talk.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, gosh. So, Todd, you have some of the best tweets.
Yes.
Shannon, but he does.
I appreciate that.
I mean, it's like every time I see one, I'm like, damn, I wish I'd thought of that first.
It's hard to, legislate and get people to understand things in 140 characters or 280 characters. But I think it's extremely important for us to get good at this and to be able to boil our message down into bite-sized pieces that everybody can understand. And what I found is that if you can make tweets that non-libertarians will like and share, that gets our message out. That's one of the most effective ways to start those conversations. And that's why a lot of times you won't see me using hashtags like taxation is theft and that kind of thing. You'll just see me hit the tweet out and see how many people I can get to share that thing in order to start those conversations, because I don't like to I've got libertarian in the profile name, right? So people already see it. If they decide not to tweet it, they can, but I don't like to kind of shove it in their face. I like to see how many people react to what I'm saying.
Yeah, we also got a shout out from Kevin Hobby. I hope I didn't butcher that here. I know he's part of your OK crew.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
he says,
Kevin was our,
he says you're killing it in Oklahoma. So
yeah, he was
keep
our
up the good job.
Oklahoma. He's recently moved on to a new state.
Yeah.
And I hope he does well over there. But Kevin and I also just started a podcast together.
Oh, wonderful.
So we're going to be on
Go
the
ahead
air.
and plug it if you got a name.
Chiefs Chat. Chiefs Chat. So you can find it on Twitter. It'll be, what the world needs is one more libertarian podcast. So we decided we'd jump in.
There you go.
Yeah, guys. And if you have a link or whatever, if you want to pass that along, we can post that in the YouTube chat as well.
Yeah. We actually just did our first one yesterday. It was Election Eve podcast where we talked about the 5 biggest races to watch for today. So I'll shoot that over to you guys.
So who's your pick for tonight, Todd? Who's gonna
Yeah,
take it?
for I called it for Biden 285 electoral votes, but at the end of the day, I think whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to get it. And so that might be a few days till we find out. And
Right.
I think it's going to be pretty close. So I would say whoever gets Pennsylvania is going to get it. But I think if I had to, I've already put money on it, and that was Biden. So
Nice.
Well, I don't know, with this fracking comment, it might hurt him big time.
I
in
know
Pennsylvania.
that one. Right before then, I was pretty darn sure. Now I've got it pretty close. So
Why is he only getting like 24 people at his events?
yeah,
Social
I think,
distancing or something. I don't know.
yeah, I think
I think that's his excuse.
The Biden circles.
Yeah.
What did I call? Oh, I had a really great name for him. I can't remember. Separation circles or something like that. I don't know. It was better than that. It was good.
Yeah, the images are kind of absurd.
Who do you
Well,
think's
but
gonna
they-
take Texas? We got a question in the chat from one of our.
Republicans are going to take Texas by 5 points. It's not going to be anywhere near as close as the polls say.
Even with the blue wave coming in from California.
And then I can't imagine. I think people say that about Oklahoma too, and this and that. When it comes down to it, people vote the way they've always voted. I think Texas will be 5 points to Trump for sure. I could be wrong. I live right above there, and I just haven't seen any kind of blue wave. So
Okay. All right. So
I'm looking at. Well, I live in Tennessee, so we're Trump country.
Yeah, North Carolina might flip, but I'm not really sure, what we're expecting here. So the turnout's been
Aren't out. How come you guys aren't out like at the polling places? And I'm just like, you guys have time to talk to us? That is bad.
thank you for that, by the way. We are not complaining by any means.
Yeah.
That
difference
is
between
awesome.
libertarians and other politicians is we all have jobs. So
Oh,
Right.
well, that's true. Thank you. So, I mean, you guys are rock stars. We really appreciate it.
It's easier to get people off social media, one by one, just kind of have a conversation with them. Because at the polls, people have really already kind of made up their mind, and they don't want some stranger walking up to them anyway. But, when someone asks you a question like on Twitter or something else, and then you have a group of, other like-minded libertarians to kind of offer additional support, I think our movement's really going to get much stronger with the libertarian Twitter. And I just see that blowing up like crazy. Yep. And, people are just really acceptive of the message, and they're polite. We get a couple jack knots every once in a while in there, but we have that in our party too. So,
way of life for us.
Yes. So, just watching how, and then some people, right, watching how they change their perspective as they listen to the ideas better. What if we start with your personal freedom, and then everybody's like, yes, 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 and it just kind of resonates out. So the biggest thing that we have, I don't think, is our platform. It's because it's hard to get past the duopoly in the media coverage. They got zero airtime from anyone. And then the other two spent $250 million, on their race.
I thought it was significantly higher than that. I thought it was like
yeah, it might be
3.7 billion, I think was the number.
The GDP of a small country. We get it.
Yeah. That's a crazy amount of money. So there I am with $400, spent on my campaign, which is just a website. And then other than that, it's been social media. So, and then dark money entered the race like on Friday.
What's dark money?
Yeah, so Friday morning I get a phone call from like the mailman, like at 8:50, and he's ripping me a new one. He's like, I got a stack of your mail sitting in my hands, and I can't deliver it because the address is too small. So I'm like, sorry about that, but if you let me know, I'll come get it, or I'll call the post office. I thought it was like my bills. He gave me a little expletive at the end, said he wasn't going to vote for me, and, put the phone down. But a few minutes later, someone else called and was, hey, I got your flyer. I didn't realize that Tom Tillis was voting for red flag laws. If you promise not to do that, you got my vote. And I'm like, well, A, I promise, but B, let's back up again. You got my what? So then I found out that they spent a large sum of money sending out a number of flyers all over North Carolina and put my name and phone number on it. So all of a sudden my phone starts blowing up. So for the last 72 hours, it's been crazy. But my wife's been fielding the phone calls because we're a campaign team of two, right? And she was a Republican, but listening to her answers and how genuine they are, we've converted her. So we have a new libertarian amongst our midst.
Nice.
We got another question in the chat if you guys want to, whoever wants to answer. We got do you feel that COVID-19 helped the LP promotion this year because most everything had to be done on social media? Thank you for the question, Amanda.
I do. I actually think the people who may have early voted actually sat down at their computer and actually looked up some of the candidates, because as some of those, as early voting started, I saw an uptick in activity. So my opinion is yes, but then again, they may have looked at stuff and then, chose to go with another candidate. So we really won't know, or I won't know until, if I break my only goal is to break the North Carolina Senate record.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, and welcome to our stream, Kara Schultz. Hope I didn't screw that up. Joined.
We got it.
All right.
Hello.
Glad to have you.
Hello.
Yeah, we're pardon our informal format. But yeah, we just have libertarians jumping in left and right. So just kind of take a point and go, I guess. If you want to introduce yourself and your position, if you have a campaign, whatever you do.
You're having spontaneous order?
Yes.
No.
We're herding cats live on stream.
Yes, we started planning it at 9 o'clock this morning.
We did. We're like, hey, let's do this. And now
our schedule is full, and Matt Kibbe's coming on, and a couple other people.
And that's really good. I like that. I like how libertarians are just like jumping in and getting these things arranged and providing media for all of us. Because we're not going to have our shows on TV this year, right? So this is our TV, and you guys are jumping in there and doing it and providing that for everyone. So I think that's really exciting. So I work for LP National, and I'm the candidate recruiter. And then I also assist with some candidate training and resources for candidates, that type of thing. So, and I'm also a candidate this year. So.
Oh, what's your position you're going for?
So I am running for re-election for Burnsville City Council. We are in the Twin Cities of Minnesota, and we're a town of 63,000 people, and it's an at-large race. And I am unopposed this year, which is absolutely unheard of in our town. Usually there's 6 to 8 candidates that you're up against.
Wow. What do you think is different this year?
One thing
the world falling apart.
Some people looked at it and they were like, ooh, this is a hard year to run a campaign in, which, yes,
we'll take it.
Absolutely.
Right. I think another done a pretty good job these past years. So there wasn't a lot of, real strong opposition on votes or anything like that, although there were some pretty controversial votes I took. And also, I had 2 opponents, but then they withdrew on the last hour of the last day that they could withdraw. So
that seems to have happened a lot this year.
Yeah.
In a lot of different races.
Libertarian on council with me. And then we have a candidate running for mayor who is the libertarian in my town. So we would be majority council.
That's amazing.
Wow. So cross your fingers, Hope.
We need more of that.
We need that everywhere. Yes.
We do. And one thing I do want to stress, when you get elected, right? what I really urge libertarians to do is to start learning what the other parties do in helping each other, right? Because someone will get elected in another party and they will extend a hand to help someone else from their party get elected. And they do that by introducing them to people in town, helping them with donors, letting them know the important issues that, you know, are being discussed. You know, a lot of it is just informational, right? But the other thing that elected libertarians know, and electeds in general know, is they know when someone early on, but hasn't yet announced yet, is not going to run for re-election. So they know where the open seats are. And just knowing that and getting that information out to other libertarians to say, this seat is going to be open, because an open seat's always easier to run for than try to knock off an incumbent. And
That's
then
true.
to look for a good person in their community to run for that seat. And I think we need to get organized and do that more. We need to extend the helping hand to each other more often. So
Yeah, I
that's
agree
my
with that
soapbox.
100%. Actually, here, with the majority of us, the We Are the Power group, that's one of the things that we're talking about is not dismantling our infrastructure that we built up for this campaign, not letting it go away and start over again in 4 years. And that's one of the initiatives that we've thrown around, is getting out there and finding out what open seats are available, because a lot of people, they just aren't aware, or they don't know the first step to take. So that's definitely one of the things that we're going to be focusing on in the future here, to try and, you know, keep the Liberty momentum going.
Yay!
Yeah, we have
Happy.
an open vacancy for Senate with Byrd dropping out in 2022. So I'm coming out all guns blazing for that one.
There you go.
Going to raise enough money to actually get on the debate stage, and because before I didn't know that they had limits, right? I signed up, they included me in all the discussions, and then shortly before the debate, they just disinvited me, saying, you know, poll numbers and money were thresholds that I hadn't crossed. So I'm pretty much, you know, starting tomorrow, it's time to start planning for 2022.
So we have another question in chat. Kara, how successful was phone banking this year with LP National? I know guys that follow JBH, he's already spoke some to that, but what, in your opinion, how integral was that this year?
So phone banking is always a mixed bag, because it depends on what you're phone banking for. Phone banking doesn't work very well for persuasion. Phone banking works well to get information out there that you know you are a candidate, to get volunteers, to get donations, and to get out the vote. That's what phone banking is really good for, and that's what text banking is good for as well. Although on text banking, the advantage is people will click a link and look at more information on you. So you can edge into persuasion with texting. And each election, we're getting better and more organized at that. And that's a really good thing. And it's a very necessary thing. There was phone banking. There was a little bit more emphasis on text banking, which I approve of. And I know some people are like, oh God, I'm getting so many texts all the time. I know. But these texts are read at over 90% rate. You cannot get that phone banking, traditional phone banking. You can't get that through mailers. You can't get that kind of rate through email. So as of now, I'm sure this will change next election. We'll see those numbers. It is an incredibly effective thing that candidates can do. And LP National is working towards efforts on that to get it, get the process more set. I know state affiliates are, campaigns are, everyone is moving in this same direction, which is great. Some people are using slightly different systems, which is also great because that lets us test out different systems and see which ones work better. But now it's just pooling that information back from different campaigns, state affiliates, and LP National, and looking at that and saying what worked really well, what systems worked really well. Should we do more of this, less of that, more money designated to that, more effort to that? So there'll be a big evaluation. And we did send out a survey to candidates and prospects, asking them what they did in their campaign, but also asking them if there was one thing you could have done differently, what would that have been? So that's pretty valuable information that helps us get better every election.
Awesome. Actually, Kara, I have a question for you. The more and more I talk to more grassroots supporters and get in touch with more libertarians with the election, I have seen more and more people say that they want to run as a candidate. And I know you said you work with recruiting. Where do you give advice for those people to start?
So if you are thinking about running for office, go to lp.org, scroll down to the bottom where it has all those little things at the bottom, and it will say run for office. Click that link, and it's going to fill out a form so that I have your information so I can get a hold of you, because I cannot psychically know when people are like, I think I will run for office. And then I'm like, oh, it came to my mind. But that's how it comes to our attention, right? You fill out that form. And then you're going to get about every 2 weeks. I don't spam people. I don't do a heavy amount of this, but you're going to get an email from me about every 2 weeks. And it's going to talk about different training opportunities, whether I'm doing them because I do them about every 2 weeks, or another group is doing them to help you be a better candidate. It will talk about resources available to you. It will get you into the password protected area for candidates on the LP website. So it's going to open up a lot of things to you. And it will also get you the candidate handbook, which if you've never run for office before, it's in a workbook format and it's in a fill in the blank format. So it'll walk you through how to set up and get your campaign started. So if you are thinking about running for office, that makes my heart beat faster. I love that. So go to lp.org and then click that you want to run for office. Get your information to me, and then yeah, we can definitely chat about that.
All right, thank you for that, Kara. And so another question that came in from the chat, we have one big question I've seen is if we get 5%, will the LP accept FEC money for campaigns? And again, if anything comes in that you'd rather dodge, just dodge it. I don't know how much you're allowed to say on that matter, but I know
that's
that
up to the presidential campaign. So
yeah,
if you're talking about
okay.
for the presidential campaign, that's up to that campaign. And I mean, we do not know who those people will be. I can tell you our view of it in general in Minnesota. Now, I'm not talking as LP National here.
Right.
I'm just talking about how we discuss it amongst ourselves in Minnesota. We're like, hell yeah, I'm taking that money because that's recovery of stolen goods.
Right. It's your money. You're just getting
Those
it back.
pirates stole that money from me. Yeah, if I can get like a little snick of it back, I'm taking it back. So yes, recovery of stolen goods. That's how we view it.
See, on the other end, I've heard is people would consider as a government handout, and that's something the libertarians are completely against. So that's why I feel like there's a lot of tension among this issue for a lot of people.
Yeah, and it'll have to be something for every candidate to decide.
Yeah.
Like in Minnesota, if we achieve major party status, we would get to have state funds. And, you know, part of the view of that is, yes, if we ever had the majority in the legislature, or we could convince the majority in the legislature, we would do away with those funds. But what we're not going to do is let the duopoly continue to have those funds and to take our money and give it to them and not take a portion of those stolen goods back. I mean, if someone stole, like went into your house and stole a bunch of crap, right? Cleaned you out and you're like, holy crap. And then you find out, oh, well, on Craigslist, there's a few of your items and they're offered on curbside and you can come and pick them up for free. Would you be like, nah, hell no, I'm picking them up. Do I
It's
still want
actually
that
really
person
good
to get
analogy.
caught? Yes, I do. Do I want theft to not happen? Absolutely. But yeah, I'm going to go there and pick up my crap that's on the side of the road. Yeah, I'm recovering it.
There you go.
The answer.
I like that. That's a unique perspective on it. That's one good way to think about it.
Yeah, I remember when they were first talking about having the bailout or the relief, the $1,200, and oh man, I had lefties and righties going, all right, you libertarians, are you going to take that money? It's like, hell yes. And I'm going to go buy a gun. I'm going to go buy a dog that has a gun for a brain.
Flamethrower.
There were many libertarians who took that money and then donated it to a candidate, their state affiliate, or donated it to LP National.
I heard that.
They made a
They're
meme
just
of
like,
that. They're like, no,
yeah.
not like that.
You weren't supposed to do that.
Right? You were supposed to do that.
I know.
My dog was a little bit more than what I got back from the government.
But yeah, when I saw those donations coming in, it made me kind of do the Nelson laugh. I was like,
Yep. Oh, gosh, we have all kinds of people who are signing up to be on tonight. We're really excited.
Good.
I just posted from Joe's page, so we're going to see what happens there. And I'm about to go post on Twitter. So
Good. That is exciting.
Thank you, Susie.
What?
That is very
Thank
exciting.
you.
And
We
I will
appreciate
be
you.
I'll be updating as we know the winners. I have the master spreadsheet of all the candidates that are running.
Wonderful.
And so we're going to be watching those races. It will be updated. So if you go to lp.org and then look at results, it'll have 2020 election results. That should be updating in real time. But I will also be getting that information out probably on my private feed because I'll be doing it on my phone most likely. But we'll be getting that information out as quickly as possible every time we hear of a winner. And we do have some candidates running up unopposed, so we already know we have a few winners tonight.
Awesome.
Nice.
So I have a question for all of our candidates here. I wonder just how you guys got into politics in general, how you found this mindset of realizing that liberty is the most important thing for our country, and that we are not living in that very much as we should. How did you guys get into that mindset and decide you needed to run to change it?
Donald Trump furloughed me for 3 months. I was working for the Department of Defense as a cybersecurity analyst, and as a contractor, I was one of the first ones that got cut. So it just so happens that at that same time, we had a congressman here in North Carolina who passed, and then they had a special election. So I was like, I've got time on my hands. And before that, I really hadn't plugged into the Libertarian Party yet. But then I met Tim Harris, who ran. We actually debated against each other. And I think our actions in the community really kind of helped build up the Libertarian Party. In that area, people listening to us. And then from there, I was just like, well, this was kind of fun. I'm going to go. I'm not a big fan of our senator options, so I'm going to step up for that. And this time around, it's been amazing with the support and stuff that I've gotten from new libertarians, people who've never voted before. And, they get excited. All I heard the other day when I was with Joe is, oh, Joe, you're the reason why I'm voting. Or, oh, Shannon, I've never voted before. And, that's the kind, I'm like, you just fill my bucket, right? So it's something that to me, even in a loss, as long as our numbers are going up, it's always a victory.
That's awesome. Yeah, this is my first time getting to vote for a presidential candidate. I wanted to go. I was able to vote in 2016, but they didn't send me my absentee ballot because I was in college up in Indiana and I live in Tennessee. So I was very excited to cast my very first ballot for a libertarian candidate. It was super cool experience.
Well, I have to hit it, guys. I'm excited to watch your program tonight. I'll be hitting other watch parties and that kind of stuff, but I'm excited to see your lineup. So
Nice.
thank you
Thank you
guys
so
for
much for
doing
your
this.
time.
I appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Yeah,
Kara.
thank you so much.
And Mr. Todd, same question.
Yep, sure. So I've actually been involved in politics for about 20 years. I ran for city council when I was 20 in Michigan as a Republican, back when I was a very strong conservative. Went to school for politics, was really interested in it. And kind of what happened was my business career outpaced my political ambition to the point where I could never take the pay cut necessary to go back into politics. So every time I thought about doing politics, I was making too much money to run for the position that probably was right for me. And so I gave it up after a little bit during the Obama years. I got pretty disillusioned and just kind of gave it up and stayed away from it and tried not to think about it and get all worked up. And when I came back to it towards the end of the Obama years, I started looking at everything. And that was when I really started tilting towards libertarian over that 6-year period, when I wasn't really as worried about partisanship, and looked more at the issue-based decisions. And when I came back to it, it still took me a while. But once I got to Oklahoma, I found a good home in the Oklahoma LP where I felt like I could actually make a difference doing certain things that were not running. This year I'm running, of course, but I took over the Tulsa Northeast region of the LP. So I was the chair for that. I was involved on the state executive committee with membership 400% over the last 4 years, 35% this year. Social media presence has exploded. We had such a small starting line to work with that it was easy to make gains. And I've really found a home doing things again in politics and feeling like I'm making a difference. And I don't need to win or run for a big position in order for that to happen. And this run was primarily at the beginning of ballot access run and turned into something bigger, but it was just nice to finally find a home where I'm actually feel like I'm making a difference and advancing the cause that I care a lot about.
Yeah, I have a not quite with my background, but for this election cycle, I wasn't anyone. I was just going to be a voter, and then the Let Her Speak convoys popped up, and I started. Well, I should probably tell the LPs out there because I'm someone that was never in an echo chamber, like at all. So I'm so used to being the lone libertarian in my social media presence. So this campaign's totally changed that. But I mean, I just put it out there, and the next thing I know, I'm running the convoy. Oh, and then I'm swept up. Oh, and I'm hosting a Joe rally. So yeah, I know that Liberty's definitely thirsty for people that can make an impact. Sometimes you just have to say one thing and you're noticed, and then your whole world changes politically. So yeah, I was very thankful to get that opportunity, and I got to meet Joe and Spike multiple times, and there's just been a whole lot of positivity in spite of everything that 2020's thrown our way. So I do feel like this is going to be the party that has the right answers for these types of government lockdowns, to be able to get people to wake up and say, there's another way to go about this. So I think people have been really receptive to that, and that's why I think that we're going to break 5% today. I think Joe has it in the bag.
At least 5.
100%. Yeah, it's most of these guys know, but like Shannon and Todd, you don't know. I've been a libertarian since I was 18. I was, lucky. I've been a libertarian for 37 years, and it is amazing to watch this year. It's amazing to watch all the libertarians coming out. It's amazing to see how many libertarians we have in office across the country. I think it's 231 right now, and then we're going to see what happens when after today, how many more we have in office. I think Texas is going to get some. I really do. I hope so. They have 41 people running or something. So it's oh great, Sam's here.
Yeah, we got Sam and David.
Welcome.
Putting
This
back
is
in house.
enthusiasm.
Well,
Hello.
let the luminaries talk. I'll be quiet.
Hey,
See all
folks.
the Lady Liberties again.
Hey, folks, this is Todd. Now that you brought in the big dogs, I'll let you guys go and get back to work. But
Hey,
thanks for having
Todd,
me.
thank you.
Thank you so
thanks,
much
Todd.
for your time
Appreciate
and
it.
sharing.
Hey,
No.
good luck.
Todd.
Good luck tonight.
Yeah, we'll talk to you
Good
later.
Thanks, Todd.
Thanks. Bye.
Hi, Sam.
Hi, Sam.
Go ahead and unmute yourself. Talk to us.
You're
No,
muted,
no
Sam.
audio. Muted.
I am
Oh,
still,
there we go.
yeah, I'm,
There we go. There we go.
it's,
Now we
it's
can
like,
hear you.
what now, 9 months now, and I'm still fumbling around with Zoom and trying to figure out how I, oh my
What
goodness.
Zoom? What are we on?
Yeah. Zoom live tweet talk something like that. It's all working out. How is everybody doing today?
Great.
Fantastic.
Thank you so
Doing
much
well.
for coming on. So yeah, we just kind of been segueing wherever we can because we're not professionals by any means. But if you could introduce yourself, what do you do? What are you running for? That type of shtick.
Oh, okay. I'm Sam Robb. I'm just some guy from Pittsburgh. I ran for the presidential nomination for a little bit. Got knocked out pretty quick, and in the course of that, I said basically whoever got the nomination, I would work for them and do what I can for them in Pennsylvania or wherever. So I've been helping coordinate the campaign in Pennsylvania, and I think Todd earlier I saw was talking about how it's looks like it's all coming down to Pennsylvania, and I think it's going to depend on. So I'm basically preparing for half of the country to hate me, no matter what happens. So,
As
trying
we
to do
all
some
are.
research. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking up what is mob etiquette. I mean, I know it's bring your own pitchfork. Do you need to supply the marshmallows for them, or I've just never hosted a mob before, so
What
see
shall
how
I
it
wear
works
to the
out.
Civil War?
Yes,
I've seen that one used a lot today.
but yeah, it's actually really it's really exciting seeing a lot of people on social media talking about Joe and talking about voting for her, and I guess Google Trends had her at like number 7 search
Yes.
term
Yeah.
last night.
Yes.
Which was really awesome.
That's
And Trump and Biden were at 19.
Oh my goodness.
yeah. So I posted that earlier, and I was like, if anyone's getting those right before they go to vote, uncertainty, don't don't ignore it this year. I mean, stick to your guns and
Yeah.
Right.
and cast the gold, because yeah, I really think this is the year.
On Twitter said that they were standing there for 12 minutes looking at their ballot and wanted to vote for Joe so badly, but they were like, oh.
They should have just done it.
I don't know if they pulled the trigger or not. That was earlier this morning.
I've been
So-
telling people in Texas that if you're a Democrat, you're wasting your vote, so you might as well vote Libertarian.
Same as Tennessee. Yep. Pennsylvania is going to be interesting, though, Sam. Boy, oof.
It really is. We've got a lot of blue collar Democrats, a lot of what you would call old school liberals, right? A lot more libertarian than the progressive left, and they have some belief in government as a safety net, but there's a lot of people. A lot of blue collar Democrats, they like unions, but they're not really in favor of police unions. They like pensions, but they're not really sure that Social Security is going to be there for them or their kids, and it's a strange mix. So,
Yeah, how much do you think our numbers have been impacted with, let's say, Bernie and all his supporters not having a place to go?
that's hard to say. There really is. There were a lot of Bernie supporters that were seemed very involved early on, before the national convention, and they tended to be firm and supreme supporters. I think when he got knocked out, we lost some. When Spike got picked up as VP, we got some more enthusiasm back. So it's kind of hard to say. my feeling is that we've picked up some Bernie supporters, and they're the ones that really were involved and interested in change. They see that there's something bad going on, and they're trying to figure out how to fix it. The ones who were more rah-rah, free healthcare, free everything, I think we lost them.
Yeah, I think there's a certain that we were never ever going to get because it's just too far. But the ones that did justify it, I was like, that's the thing that's been surprising about this and eye-opening for this year in this campaign is me coming from a Ron Paul base. That's what got me into the Liberty. Ron Paul supporters and Bernie supporters, which have a lot of parallels. I know people, no, there really are. I mean, Ron Paul got, he got GOP'd twice.
Yeah.
Bernie got DNC'd twice. But
yeah.
I never realized that things could shift so much politically in this country that I would one day be voting next to Bernie supporters. So I just thought that was really amazing.
And I mean, when it comes down to it, people want solutions. They see there's a problem, and
sometimes they don't care about the process. It's get it done. Yeah, that was really what a lot of them were saying, and I was like, yeah, because if the end goal is the same, do you really care how we get?
If we can give you what you want this way,
right?
We'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of people from my generation, from Gen Z, and some of the millennials as well, are coming to realize that it's less about party politics and more of it's the very specific person and what they stand for, and being less worried about strictly voting on a party line, and just instead voting for the person that the person that has the right values, the person that wants to make the right change that we need in the world, in our country. So,
and then we got
David
Jones is back. Hi, David. Welcome back.
Hey guys.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, y'all on your way to your next stop?
We are on our way. We just left Franklin County. We're headed towards Coffee County. Manchester, Tennessee will be stop number 6 of the day. So
you guys are all over.
Yeah, y'all are making good time.
Yeah, they are going spot to spot and doing sine waves and just having a good time. So
a lot of Lady Liberties over with you as well.
Yes, very many Lady Liberty gals.
Did I hear my name? I'm sorry. Hi.
Hi, Lady Liberty. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet y'all.
We got Manchester, and then we're going to go over to Warren County and hit McMinnville, and we're going to end the night at Waffle House.
That's the way to do it.
Of course.
That's the best place to end it at.
Yeah, the last Spike tour I went to, it was, we're done? We're going to Waffle House?
So Seth, or Sam, sorry. So you were saying you were working with some of the campaign stuff in Pennsylvania. What kind of stuff and people have you been working with?
Yeah. Well, man, we have been we're tremendously fortunate in Pennsylvania. We've got some absolutely amazing people, and inside and outside of the party as well. We've had a ton of people coming in from outside the party. A lot of Republicans, a lot of Democrats. Our county coordinator here in Allegheny County is a young lady. She was actually trained for who's the New York guy, Democrat who was running, Bloomberg. The Bloomberg campaign trained her on get out the vote efforts and voter outreach and whatnot. And when Bloomberg folded, she said, I'm not going for Biden. So she started looking around and found Joe. So we picked her up. We've got a bunch of wonderful folks in the LPTA, folks like Steve Sheets, Jen Moore, Joe Solosky. They're some of our leadership and some of our candidates out here. Absolutely loved out at the polls today talking up Jen Moore, because you've got all these people coming in and they're like, oh yeah, I'm voting for Biden, I'm voting for Trump. I'm like, well, who are you voting for state auditor? what? Hey, I've got a friend who's actually running. Would you like here? Take a look at this card. And so I mean, anything to get our slate card into their hands, and here's all the libertarians running, and a lot of them were really open to that. So whether however the presidential race goes, we're making a lot of inroads in Pennsylvania. We've gotten a lot of press from Joe and Spike being here early on for our ballot access issues when she came back for the visit to Philly. So I think overall we've done as good a job as we can getting her name out in Pennsylvania, trying to connect people with her. We're seeing a lot of responses that my real question is that my thinking is I'm hoping for whatever it is that 350,000, whatever gets us to 5% here, not for ballot access, but just to be able to say, this is how many people we're able to reach.
Yeah, definitely. What is the ballot access requirements for Pennsylvania?
Oh man, it's generally we don't worry about it. We need for presidential elections about 5,000 signatures. Absent COVID, it's generally not an issue. It'd be nice to reduce that, but it's not like we're in one of those ballot access states where they have to get, like Ohio, you got to get 3% or you're not. You're not even close.
It's so vital there.
Yeah, here in Tennessee, we didn't even get a libertarian status. We had to have her as an independent because we couldn't get enough signatures.
Yeah,
because it was just so.
And there's states where if you want to run as a libertarian, you need 20,000 signatures. If you want to run as an independent, you need 500. It's
that's
insane.
It's a no-brainer, right?
Yeah. So, the campaign's been focusing some of their efforts on those states. And I think that's great. That's what we need in order to build the party. Pennsylvania may be a key swing state for Biden and Trump, and I hope that we are getting a lot of disgruntled voters on either side, and showing them that there's a third opportunity, there's a third way to go, and building the party here. But places like New York, Ohio, where it's really critical that they have some campaign resources for so that their candidates have an easier time the next 4 years. I'm fantastic. I'm glad that the campaign's been spending their efforts there.
Yeah,
awesome.
how integral, just how important was it that Joe did that bus tour this campaign?
Oh man, I would say we would have, with Joe and Spike here doing their tours in the eastern and western sides of the states, we got to the point where we did not have to deal with legal challenge. We pulled in between the two of them enough additional ballot access petition signatures that pushed us to the point where the Democrats and the Republicans just said, yeah, whatever, they're on the ballot. We just have to deal with it.
Nice.
Without them, I think we would have ended up in the spot where they would have looked at it and said, you know what? We can make them spend $50,000 on defending this. We can make them spend all their time and all their man hours, all their volunteer hours on defending this instead of out there campaigning. And they would have done that, absolutely, no question about it. That's what they've done in the past. So Joe and Spike being here definitely made it pushed us over the top, but also freed up the resources that they would have had to spend to defend ballot access in Pennsylvania to use elsewhere, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I know it's glorious for North Carolina. It helped opening up for them, speaking, gave me better visibility. But with them coming in, a lot of people just came with libertarians, heard the messages. You can't hear one of those two speak without having an aha moment. So when they just get out and, they raise the mic, it was just absolutely beautiful. And, for the first time, it's really exciting to actually vote for somebody you believe in instead of just picking a random circle on a paper.
Right.
Yeah. And having, one of the things that I really loved about watching Joe, and I got to see it a couple of times while she was here, and again when she was here in Philadelphia, she gets up and she'll still talk, and she's got her speech, which is all really good. And then they get to the question and answers, and you immediately see her shift into, professor lecturer mode. She leans on the podium, and that's a great question. And oh my goodness, once that happens, you're like, okay, now things are going to get really exciting because people start interacting with her and asking questions, and she just comes alive. It's fantastic. Spike's the same way.
You know, when I was having lunch with her when she was here in Chattanooga, I ended up sitting next to her, and we were all talking, and I just said, you know, one of the things is that you have been so consistent in what you say. You never waver from your message. I mean, her message really never wavers. There's been a couple of times where we've had some comm problems, you know, like we've had some comm problems, but I'm not going to say what they were. But otherwise, it's just been fantastic. And she goes, yeah, she goes, it's pretty easy to, if you just always say the same thing instead of making up lies. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sam, what was I going to ask you? What have you seen the difference in social media? I mean, you're on Twitter a lot. So what you see a big difference between 2016 and now as far as interaction with her account, not her account, but with people tweeting at her?
You know what? It's really weird. I couldn't tell you. I was not on Twitter until this past year.
Oh, okay.
When I started my campaign, I was like, okay, I guess I need to dive into this cesspool, and I did. What I've seen interacting with her, I think has really been positive. I've been surprised. I was expecting a lot more hostility, a lot more pushback, but she seems, especially the way that she and Spike both have reached out to people on social media, and the oh my goodness, Joe answered me, or Spike answered me, or look at this, has just been I've seen that over and over and over again, and people have really enjoyed that. The fact that they have someone that they can talk to and interact with, and that social media makes that possible.
Absolutely. I think that I know I've seen very little bad, nothing really bad. I've seen people say, you're not going to win. They say, go away. Who are you? You're making it so that Biden can win. You're making it so Trump can win. Drop out, that kind of stuff. But
yeah,
I expected to see a lot more horrible things, and they haven't been there. And I don't think Twitter really. I mean, Twitter doesn't shut that. Twitter shuts down libertarians, and Twitter shuts down other messages, but they don't shut down, horrible stuff. So I've been surprised.
Yeah, I think part of it is, honestly, if you even listen to Joe or Spike for a little bit, they're just nice people. You can see yourself sitting down with them, and and like I said, sitting down for dinner or just talking, and you can tell, even if you don't agree with them, that at least they have best intents in their hearts.
Yes.
I think that goes a long way.
Absolutely.
Which is more than you can say for most presidential candidates these days.
Right.
Oh man,
they actually care.
Did you guys see that picture of like Donald Trump holding babies and Biden sniffing babies and then holding babies?
That's actually one of my. I need to get going, but I'll end with this. That was one of my favorite moments in the early the bus tour. We hit I think it was Du Bois, and or either Du Bois or Clarion, and there were a couple of young ladies, little girls, and they had Joe Jorgensen signs handmade, and their mom was like, "Do you think we could get a picture?" And I talked to Jess, and like, "Do you think we could?" And she went to talk to Joe, and I heard Joe say, "Of course." And they went over, and the girls were beaming. They were thrilled and excited, and I'm like, that's my candidate.
Yep.
Much respect
awesome.
to Jess, but if you get past Jess,
yeah,
it was really great. But you got to get over Jess years first. So.
Jess was amazing.
My granddaughter watched Longing for Liberty with me, and she's like, Nana, I want to meet Joe Jorgensen. It's like, honey, you are going to on Sunday. And I mean, she has her little signed Joe Jorgensen thing hanging. She's 10 and she is totally into it. You know,
awesome.
Joe was super into her and super nice to her too. So it was
fantastic. I'm going to get going. Thank you guys for having me
Thank
on.
you so much, Sam.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming,
here.
Sam.
And looking
later.
forward to tonight. Talk to you guys later.
Good luck.
You can come back and see us too if you want to.
Yeah.
You got the link. Oh God.
All right, I'm gonna take a little breather. We'll be back again because we're committed to this last minute for your entertainment.
That's right.
We will be back. I will be back. We're streaming all day, so yeah,
Okay.
All day long.
I'll be here. I'll be here. I just ate some pizza my husband brought home. Thanks. All right. Well, we definitely have a full schedule in case you're just now joining us. We've got Shannon Bray here from North Carolina. Michael Rufo is going to join us at the top of the hour. He's running for New Jersey 4th District. And then we actually have a couple of Twitter supporters today. Some of the people that have been really active on Twitter are going to be joining us throughout the day. And we have got Ian Peak. Oh, and somebody else is Rihanna for Liberty is going to be joining us at 6 o'clock. She did some interviews about Joe, and she's, just a huge supporter of hers. Then at 7:30, Martha is going to join us from the red carpet at the whatchamacallit, at the election
party.
Election night party, that I couldn't go to. But that's okay because I'm here. And Matt Kibbe joins us at 8 o'clock. So woohoo.
It is going to be a party.
It is. It is going to be a party. And I guess when can we start watching TV? My husband's 6 o'clock?
Yeah, that's 6 p.m. Eastern is when the very first polls close in parts of Indiana and Kentucky. 7 o'clock is the first full, the entire state closes time.
Okay.
So yeah, I think North Carolina just got extended in a couple places till 8, but typically it's 7. So we'll probably start seeing activity then too.
Yeah, I've always wondered what happens if whenever it comes end of polls or polls closing and there's still huge lines outside, do all of those people just get turned away because
not in North Carolina says if you're in line by a certain time you get to vote. So
that's good.
Here that's the path they took.
Because
that's always pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, an extreme variable of you don't know how many people are going to be there at one time. So yeah,
we had a great turnout though for early voting. I mean, we already had more people in early voting than voted all last time. So people are definitely getting out.
Josh, weren't you saying that Andrew was saying 100 million people have already did early voting?
Yeah, around the country.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely going to get some record turnout this year, which is really good.
Well, that's the thing when we talk about percentages. Is Joe going to get as big of a percentage because more people voting?
Right.
Versus numbers. I think she's going to totally beat Gary Johnson's numbers.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what percent that comes out to be.
Because there's such a much larger pool of people.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of my fear here in North Carolina with so many people. Will I be able to make that 5 or 6% that I thought I would, just based off of so many people coming, that first time voters and stuff. So, it'll be interesting. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I think some states will definitely be lower than others, obviously. But I'm pretty confident in that we'll be able, or she'll be able to hit that 5% tonight. I don't know if we'll know by the end of the night if she hits that, but because obviously there's going to be a lot. I think for a lot of states, they don't even open the early voting to be counted until after polls close.
Yeah, there's a couple that can't start until today, where North Carolina, they've been counting them.
Mm. Yeah, that seems very inefficient to not count them until the day of or after polls close if they've been coming in for a month or weeks.
Unless they do that to maintain the integrity of the election, not have, there are people who are counting the votes going out and saying, well, Trump is clearly winning by a mile in our district or whatever. So I don't know.
Yeah, I heard on a video a couple days ago about the adverse effects of polling, actually, that if a poll says that this candidate is up by a mile, then a lot of people who were going to go vote for that candidate is like, oh, well, he's going to win anyway, so why do I have to go out and vote? The same effect's going to happen, and that's an adverse effect on the person that's actually leading.
Yes, that happened. Yeah. That happened years ago. They were doing that. They were polling and they were calling elections before polls had closed, and so they stopped doing that. I don't know if it became a law or what, but they stopped doing it. But now we're on the East Coast. California is still open for 3 more hours, but we start calling it on the East Coast, don't we? As soon as our polls close.
Yeah, as soon as polls start closing, they start getting called.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it? Hawaii and Alaska both get close at midnight Eastern time, or Hawaii is midnight, Alaska's 1 a.m. or the other way around Eastern time.
The other way around, Hawaii is another hour. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so it goes very late into the night.
Yeah, because Hawaii is 3 hours from.
Yeah, because time zones.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Believe me, it sucks going from the East Coast to Hawaii.
Yep.
It's brutal. It is brutal. I mean, I had customers calling me, who were over here, and it's like they're calling me at 3:30 in the morning. Hawaii. It's like,
gosh, first world problems.
I know, right?
Every time I go to Hawaii, all these people just keep calling me in the early morning.
Well, it was work. I was going to all those fantastic places for work, but it was fantastic. Yeah, 1 week I'd be in, Anguilla in the Caribbean, and 2 weeks later I'd be in Hawaii. Yeah, it was tough. And then I was on a Royal Caribbean cruise, and
yeah, it sounds like real tough work, Susie.
It was. It was terrible. I loved that job. God, that was a great job.
I've been to Canada. Does that count?
Oh my gosh. Oh. What else is going on?
Yeah, so we should be having Michael Rufo coming in a couple minutes. You're gonna talk to him from New Jersey.
Yes.
Yeah, he's another heavy Twitter guy. I know only by tweets.
Yeah, I was, able to grab some of those people that talk to Joe a lot of times and say, "Hey, you want to come play with us today?"
Yeah, the whole no libertarian under 1,000. I think was extremely helpful. There's a lot of dead accounts there that people really only created for this. And you kind of tell that they really only created just to follow, but there's a small number of just quality that we got. And some of these people are just absolutely amazing. They're so helpful to other people and so welcoming. And, that's the part that I want to see really blossom over the next 2 and 4 year cycles. I'm an IT guy, but social media is one of the reasons why I think we have such that big divide between the Republicans and the Democrats. But I think we're finally arming it to, help spread that message of liberty and bridge that gap. So, it's exciting to see.
I'm actually talking to Adam Kokesh right now to see if he'll come on. Speaking of no libertarian.
Great, bring him in.
Yeah.
Let's do all the icons. Why not?
I still haven't got the courage to ask Peter Schiff.
Just give me his number.
Do it.
And whatever happens, happens. So.
Oh yeah, but it's been awesome being able to work with all of the admins from We Are the Power and being able to interact with all of the group members and having so many active, loyal volunteers, grassroots volunteers, to be able to come alongside our plan that we had made to be able to go attack a lot of the polling agents and polling media centers to try to get Joe into the polls, and completely spamming a ton of the hosts and the directors of their polling. Like I believe it was Tucker Carlson that we completely filled his email inbox to the point that he couldn't accept any more emails. Oh, that was a good day. That was a good day.
Yeah, so for anyone watching that may not be aware of what we are, the Power previously pollsters for Joe, our purpose was basically a daily bombardment against the suppression of the duopoly. We emailed each and every official person from the CPD all the way to mainstream media. We did them daily, just calls to action to try and get Joe out there, raise awareness, and yeah, it's about as receptive as you've heard about. So, but we did make some good strides. Zogby,
We got her on Zogby, yeah.
we got Joe on Zogby as far as the polling. So, we did have some substantial returns. Spreading awareness for Veripol was another one. So yeah, that was they were another one that were fair to Joe from the beginning. So thank you, Veripol, and thank you, Zogby.
Yeah, definitely.
So what do you think about Veripol?
I like that they have it different categories. Like there's just general non-scientific polling, where it's just like, oh, who's the popular vote? Share this around, you know. But then the others, they have a stricter set of criteria that you have to go through, so it's more actually based in reality. So, and then they have those results side by side, which I love that the last one had Joe at what, literally 5.1%. Like, come on, you can't plan this stuff. It was amazing to see that. I was like, yep. So yeah, that's another thing that's, at least in my mind, cemented that we're gonna break that damn threshold this year.
Well, I just recently learned that 7% of the libertarians in the United States live in North Carolina. So I'm hoping that we really one day flip the state gold.
Yep, that's the goal, definitely. How do you guys think Maine's gonna do with ranked choice? Since
I love that idea. I wish we
don't have as much to lose. Well, I'm gonna put Joe in number 2, and we'll see how it goes. You know?
Yeah, because then you get the Biden guys who do, I'm gonna do Biden. No, then Joe before Trump, and then you got Trump, and it'd be like, well, I want Joe before Biden, and then so sometimes being more of a number 2 is better than being someone's number 1. Yeah, I would love to see that throughout the country, and I like to do it for taxes too. Like we rank what we want to pay for, and if something doesn't get enough votes to pay for it, defund it, and then we get our money back.
No, I always wanted to see like a smorgasbord of causes. I mean, even at the state level, some things are mandatory. Okay, this is talking past federal being cleared out. But yeah, really giving people a choice in what they want their money to go into, as opposed to funding campaigns that will then turn around and bomb children in Yemen is I think what we should all strive for.
Right.
Yeah, but I think doing the ranked choice voting is going to be super, super awesome, especially for those people that have that wasted vote mentality. Not ironically, but the actual.
Yeah, how many times do we hear, "Oh, I would vote for her. I like her, but
it's too important."
But
yeah.
Right.
And for a lot of those people, I think they're more of that's their excuse for their discussion with us. Like, oh yeah, I like her, but here's why I won't do it, when they wouldn't have done it anyway.
Or when someone says, well, this one little thing,
Right.
I'm going to
Yeah.
go back to voting the way that I absolutely always have. And
Yes.
the results
This
never
giant
come out
list
any
of-
better.
You lost me with open borders.
Right.
Yes, but a laundry
She
list.
supports not being a racist. Time to go
get
somewhere
out of
else.
here. Get out of here.
Black Lives Matter. No.
Forget about it. It's too much, some people. But yeah, I think ranked choice on a wider scale really would.
Yeah, and I
help
think they
get
a
out
lot
of those conversations altogether.
Yeah, and a lot of states I think are going to be looking to Maine,
Yeah.
and seeing how that turns out, and then choosing from there how they want to do theirs in 2022, 24. Because I know there was a couple of states, I forget which ones, but that were considering, or they had legislation in the works about ranked choice voting.
Yeah, fair vote, which is the one that I pushed in inside of We Are the Power. So I think it's just simply called fair vote. But that was like their primary focus. It was all based around ranked choice voting. So yeah, they had like all the data that was available in the last email for how the ranked choice voting was going. So yeah, I think, and you, our numbers guy, you're really gonna like to look at that data once it comes out. I know you've been waiting.
Data is very fun to look at. Just a nice clean Excel file. Hit me up.
Adam Kokesh is going to join us at around 10.
There you go.
Awesome.
I will gladly stand with Adam against the man on election night. Let's do
I
it.
just want to listen to Adam talk shit about Austin Peterson.
Oh yeah, he is a character. Yeah, I'd actually watched a documentary with him just the other night. I had no idea that I'd be talking to him less than a week later, but let's go with it.
Yeah, so
You are the power.
It looks like we've got some comments over on YouTube. Emma's asking about the future goals for We Are the Power group. We are actually still in the works of talking about exactly how we want that to look. We definitely want to keep the infrastructure and the active members that we've had so far, because y'all have just been rocking it the past couple months with all of the calls to action and emails,
Yeah,
spamming and all that jazz.
We wouldn't even be here. There wouldn't be anything left for us to try to do after today if we didn't have 5,000 hungry activists in our group that have literally drove so many members of the duopoly and voter suppression system absolutely insane. So you have our most sincere thanks for that. Anyone in We Are the Power. We truly do appreciate that and mean it when we say that you are the power.
Yeah,
This is how
and
we
shout out to all of the other. We've been working with a ton of other admins from other Joe pages, with Let Her Speak, with the Dank Meme Stash, with
Michael Rufo's in the waiting room.
People for
yes,
Liberty.
he is.
Hello.
Let me bring him on.
Sorry
But
to
yeah,
interrupt.
You're
No
good. But
problem.
yeah, so we're definitely still going to be in the works right now of talking how exactly we want that to look. But we're going to probably take a week or two of just kind of a break for all of us. We might still have a couple call to actions, but something just very minor and small that we aren't stressing over like we have the last 6 months.
Yeah. Vacation tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Michael Rufo, how are you?
Michael.
Hello. How is everybody today?
Good.
Great.
Thank you for joining us.
Fantastic.
Oh, thanks for having me. I was very pleasantly surprised to have you guys reach out. This is awesome. You guys are doing a great thing here, and you got a long day ahead of you. That's for help.
Yes.
Oh yes.
Whose idea was this again?
Yeah, we came up with it in like 15 minutes, and we're like, let's go. And now, Kokesh, Kibby, Michael.
Yeah. Last night it was like, hey, we should just have a watch party together to talk about it. And then we're like, well, we could live stream it and let other people watch us talk about it. And Susie's like, let's just bring the entire LP national candidates on to talk with us.
That's great.
And in 2 hours, this happened.
Access to those guys, I can get them on.
That's awesome. Well, thanks for doing it. You guys are awesome.
No problem. Thank you for coming on.
Absolutely. We appreciate everyone that's coming on this crazy day. It's been, a long ride in 2020, like 17 years this year alone to get through everything.
Every month has been 2 years in reality.
Absolutely, yes.
We're just all plugged into the matrix and we have no idea.
Right. What's time?
And it looks like David down there just made it to his next stop to do some more sign waving and with
David
Lady
Jones
Liberty.
back from Whiskey Region. He's going around to all the spots.
He's got a side.
Manchester, Tennessee.
Heck yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, so we're about to get set up out here.
So
They are
Michael,
just
Michael, you don't know, but Dave Jones is the regional coordinator for the Whiskey region in Tennessee, and he lives in Coffee County. It's like perfect, right?
It couldn't get any better. Coffee and whiskey. Sounds like a really good Tuesday morning.
Man
Right?
after my own heart.
Right? I mean, I was like, I want to move there.
Right? I want to live in coffee and whiskey land right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're surrounded by, everything. So they're out. Dave is running for chair of the LPTN this next year. And I do believe that Keith McQuarrie is with him and is running secretary or treasurer. Sorry, Keith, I don't remember. But they came on too at the same time. So they're kind of, we're just all casual here today talking about stuff. So
I mean, I'm in a hoodie. It doesn't get more casual than this.
that's right.
There's
That's
no
right.
plan.
Yeah, I should have worn my Jorgensen shirt. I was like, kind of got almost. No, I didn't get dressed up.
Put on a
Yeah,
suit.
like-
I didn't even know this was going on today. What? This is the way of the LP. Herding cats.
Well, I had a doctor's
Last minute.
appointment, and Susie's like 5 minutes before my appointment. She's like, "Hey, I need to talk to you."
Yeah,
This
we
is
need to talk
happening.
now.
I started paying attention. I voted. I got up at 4 a.m. this morning because I knew the lines are going to be crazy. I go out. I get my voting done. I get home. I get settled. I start reading. And these people, they just threw all of this together. And I was like, all right. I sent my wife away. She got my baby. I was like, go. And yeah, things escalated. But
Here we are.
it's a great time. And yeah, I wouldn't rather spend this, this day any other way than right here.
I
with
know.
I gotta
members
say,
of the
I'm
LP.
jealous that everybody gets to keep working on their elections today, because in Jersey we've pretty much been done for 2 or 3 weeks for the most part, because there is no real in-person voting in New Jersey.
Oh yeah, they
Gotcha.
It's only provisional ballot if you do decide to show up. And then from people that have told me, is when they do show up, the poll workers are like, wait, what do we do? Somebody's here to vote and they're not disabled. Because you're only allowed to really use the machines if you have a disability, and everyone's been voting. Most of the people I know voted a week ago. It's just, if you're out sign waving today, you're sign waving at people that most likely casted their vote a week, 7 days ago.
right. Yeah. So how's that worked out? I mean, I know Jersey is woof. You guys are in a tough area.
It's nothing like 2018 was, that's for sure.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
There was no palm pressing. There was no walking into tents at Oktoberfests. There was a couple of anti-Murphy rallies that I went to and spoke at. A couple of Second Amendment things I went to and spoke at, but it definitely wasn't a traditional campaign. I mean, I did my best to try and get on as many podcasts and as many social media things as I could to at least build some kind of digital presence. So when people Googled me, the algorithms would be in my favor. But there was no, we're going to do door knock in New Jersey when 75% of the people wanted to shut down.
Wow.
What am I supposed to do?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Murphy the guy that shut down the beaches and said, "Oh, that's above my pay grade," basically?
He did say that freedom of speech and the Constitution were above his pay grade. That he did say, yes.
Wow.
The beaches were a town by town basis because the towns control the beaches in New Jersey. So each town has their own say on it. For the most part, they were all closed because they were all just following suit. But there was in Point Pleasant, the beach wasn't closed, but the boardwalk was, and you have to walk on the boardwalk to get to the beach. So there was an issue with that, and it was weird and interesting when all this thing. Our state parks were closed. We weren't allowed to go outside and enjoy the fresh air.
Do not, under any circumstances, get sunshine and fresh air, folks.
Do not get sunshine and fresh air when people are getting sick. It would be terrible for your health.
Right.
There's 10,000 acres out there, and there's no way you could properly socially distance in 10,000 acres. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. In some cases, it's been ridiculous. I think it was New York or something. They found some guy kayaking.
I was
How dare you?
Yeah, like miles and miles away from
Like I was
civilization.
all by himself in the
And then
middle
they
of the ocean.
swarm him without
and then there's pictures
masks.
of the 3
And they're-
cops swimming
You're gonna spread this disease.
And then there's just those 4 people on the beach, and there's nobody for miles.
Right.
You're gonna kill You're gonna kill a fish.
God, you can't. I mean, it's worse than a movie. So in some cases.
So Michael, how's the campaign been going?
It's going. I mean, I've been getting a lot of great positive feedback. A lot of people remember me from 2018. I've been getting a bunch of messages. Hey, man, I voted for you in 2018. I'm definitely voting for you again this year. I got a couple of friends who are voting for you this time. You know, it's been great. You know, we've reached a lot of people via the internet, thankfully. But it's been good. You know, this time around, I didn't self-fund. You know, I raised enough money to be able to do the same things I did last time, so that was fun. But you know, we're having fun. We're enjoying it, and we brought in a lot of new volunteers to the NJLP, which was exciting. And these aren't flash in the pan volunteers like we had with Johnson. No offense to anybody who was a flash in the pan or got tired of it after the Johnson campaign, but these are people that I think are going to stick around a little bit longer. And I credit Joe and Spike to being true to the principled message of the Libertarian Party, and that's why these people are going to stick around.
That's great. There's this guy, he keeps trying to be on everything. Sorry. I can't do it. I don't know who you are. Do you feel like your social media has really been a lot better this time than 2018? Do you think you get more interaction?
Oh yeah, my social media has been way more active than it was in 2018. That's for sure. I mean, Twitter is, you know, you have Liberty Twitter, so it's not very hard. And the only problem with that is you don't really know who's in Jersey and who's not in Jersey until they start telling you. And a lot of people on Twitter they don't want to tell you where they're from because of, you know, for anonymity reasons, and you understand that. But I've definitely seen more people interacting. I've had more people responding. It's been more effective than it was last time, that's for sure. And I think it's because everybody's in the house, like everybody's home, you know, at least in New Jersey. I know lots of places in the country they're not, but in New Jersey you can't really do much. So, and now it's cold outside, so you're not going out to a restaurant, sitting outside and freezing your butt off. So
The main way of communication these days in pandemic times.
And here we are in Tennessee. We're just kind of go along as, you know, I mean, restaurants are full and people are fine. And
yeah, technically here in Chattanooga, the mayor decided that it was required masks everywhere, but the sheriff is like, I'm not going to enforce that.
Yeah.
Listen, God bless them. We need more people like that. You know what I mean? We need more sheriffs and we need more police.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not enforcing it. Go. What are you going to do? You're going to fire the whole police, the whole department? Go for it. The people will really love you when you fire your whole department. That's a good idea. Like nothing's going to happen. You know, and they do have discretion. How many laws are on the book? How many laws are on the books that they don't enforce every day? You know what I mean? Like, let's get over it. Like certain places you can't wear red dresses on the street. Like okay.
Yeah.
It's still there. It's still on the books. Like,
you look at some old timey laws, like you can't spit off a horse while you're going over the tracks. It's like, yeah, okay, fair enough.
Fair enough, but we're not going to enforce that anymore. You know?
Right?
I've been posting North Carolina dumb laws for a couple weeks now. Like you can't have sex in a hotel between two beds, or it's amazing. Actually, it's a twin bed, so I don't know if queen size.
That's how the murder hornets get you. I guess.
I think in Texas, I think in Texas you can't have more than 2 sexual toys in any household. And I'm like, who's gonna check this?
Great.
I'm the toy inspector. Clear out your linens.
the toy inspector also doubles as the mattress tag inspector.
There you go.
One man, many hats.
And you don't think government
but not
did
more
your
than
bedroom.
2.
Actually, it's government run. Those are 2 separate positions, you know, no pun intended.
It's totally a victim crime.
Be like, this was made in China.
You took off your tag. No tags for you.
Do it.
Oh my goodness.
I think I remember hearing at one point how the law that you couldn't take the tag off the mattress came into being was because back when like they first started making mattresses and they were like, oh yeah, it has cotton and stuff in there, but they were actually filling it with like trash, but nobody knew because it was all filled up. It was all completely sewed together. So the government or the states and government was like, hey, you have to say what's inside so that people aren't getting trash in their mattresses. So now, unless you're the customer that buys it, you can't take the tag off because it says what's inside. Fun fact.
Wow, I had no idea.
That is interesting.
So what do we do in a libertarian world if we don't have laws protecting us from trash in our mattresses?
I'm buying a tank.
You stop buying.
I'm getting like 3 toys at least.
You stop buying stuff from China, right?
You stop buying the mattresses with trash in them, and they'll go out of business.
There you go.
Exactly.
I got a purple. Can't hide nothing
How
in
will
that.
I know? How will I know if the government isn't inspecting it?
Oh, I'm sorry that you need somebody else to look inside the mattress.
Can you imagine the
Michael-
protests? They like, we need more mattress inspections.
So
People
Michael,
with picket signs.
how did you get involved with the Libertarian Party and just the realization that you needed to run for political office to make a change?
There was an interview in May of 2016 that got leaked, and some certain guy said he was going to grab her by the and then I decided to watch the Libertarian Party National Convention on C-SPAN because I'm really cool and I have a lot of friends. And when you have a lot of friends, is you watch the Libertarian Party National Convention
C-SPAN.
On C-SPAN.
I've heard that's how it goes.
And in all seriousness, when it came to the VP nomination, and Larry Sharp was going head to head with Bill Weld. I didn't really know who Bill Weld was at the time, just because Massachusetts isn't really on my radar, and I don't really care for what they do up in New England because I never really agree with them anyway. But Larry's video that he played prior to the nomination process, where he explained who he was, why he was running, his whole thing. I mean, it hit me. And it hit me good. It was inspiring, and I really loved the fact that it was just an average guy, small business owner, been through his trials in life, just coming out, and he spoke to me because he said all the things that I believed. He wasn't shy about saying the things that I believed, and he was able to say it in a way that wasn't threatening. And his messaging was brilliant. And as a salesperson by trade, hearing that he was a salesperson and the way he was pitching the sale, so to speak, it just connected with me. And that night, I signed up for the national. I signed up for the state party. And at 2:00 in the morning, the state chair, Patrick McKnight, at the time, emailed me, and we ended up emailing back and forth for about half hour, 45 minutes. And at that point, I was like, I'm in. Went to the next meeting in South Jersey. There was only 3 or 4 of us. Now we regularly have 20 people a month show up to meeting, and it's all in the books at that point. But just the actual care, concern, and passion of the people involved is what hooked me once I decided to look into it.
Cool. That's awesome.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I've told that story a lot this year.
Yeah,
imagine.
I won't be the last time.
It's not going to be the last time. I'm sure I'll have to tell it a bunch of times again. A lot of people ask that question.
Well, one of the things that we need to do is reach out and get into the high schools, into the civics classes if we can, because that's kind of how I got into it. We were seniors in high school, and our civics teacher asked our libertarian English teacher to come and talk about being libertarian, and then a Republican teacher, and then a Democrat teacher. So the libertarian came first. And so after the other 2 came, we all looked at each other and went, we don't want to be Democrats and Republicans. And we wanted Mr. Bialke to come back and talk to us again more about libertarianism. And that's what these schools, they need to hear the rest of the story. These kids need to hear it.
They do.
Some of them are lucky if their parents know. And there was a great tweet on or reply to Joe today. It was a kid. He's like, we've been, I can't remember what he said. It was really good, but basically we have been advocating for you, me and my friends. I'm not old enough to vote, but they are this year in our class, and we are really excited for you. It was much shorter than that, but
that's awesome. That's awesome.
But that's the kind of that youth is when they I think when most of them find out that free shit isn't free, when they understand that's the part. They have to understand it. Because I was a bleeding heart liberal at 16, and I read Atlas Shrugged and went, oh.
Right.
Derp.
Oh, that's how it works.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
I
You
want to be
find
a
yourself
looter.
realizing, oh, that's how everything happened in all of those really bad scenarios in history, like in Germany and everything else, where people followed suit. It was because of, oh, okay, now, yeah, maybe we shouldn't do that.
Because Aaron, nobody grew up after they turned 16 and they stayed bleeding heart liberals, right?
Right. Well, some people have, but
Right.
that's beside the point. That's
Right.
okay.
I mean, I was so lucky. You know, I was really lucky. I mean, here I am in this little small town, libertarian English teacher, you know.
Yeah. Right place,
that's
right
awesome.
time.
That really is. I'll tell you that for me, I think where my core was created was I took this man's inhumanity against man class. When I was in high school. I was a sophomore in high school. It's man's inhumanity against man. And basically the entire course was going over all of the things that people used government to do to other people throughout the history of man. And culminating with the Holocaust and finishing up there when we got at the end.
Wow.
And it I didn't realize it at the time, but it ingrained in me a deep distrust in popular control of others. You know what I mean? So looking back on it, that course probably is what made me who I am today. And then 9/11 and the neocons and all that kind of sunk it in. And then Ron Paul in 08 and 12 and
Yeah.
Trump pushed me over the edge though.
Got me.
There you go.
Trump pushed me over the edge and Larry hooked me.
Larry can do that.
Yeah, I love
He's an
Larry.
amazing guy.
Larry's
very
awesome.
solid.
I absolutely
Big
love
fan of
Larry.
him.
When you're in Larry's presence, there's not a moment that you don't feel welcome. There's not a moment that you don't feel acknowledged. Like he's just one of the most genuine, warm people that I've met through all of my activism and everything of the sort. Like, I mean, we were at the convention in July. I was down in Florida. Larry was there. I'm sitting there. We're getting our table, the New Jersey table set up for the four of us that were able to make the trip. And I feel somebody slap me on the side, and it's Larry. And he tells me, "Get up," and he gives me a big hug. I'm like, "All right, whatever. I'm in. Whatever. It's Larry. I can't say no.
Can't say no to
COVID,
that.
whatever. It is what it is. I'm giving Larry a big hug." And it was just, you know,
Yeah.
he's awesome, and he's brought more people in than anyone will give credit. And he's
Yeah.
and I don't care what anybody says. And I told him this on his podcast when he had me on. He's as radical as they come. He's just better at delivering the message.
There you go.
He is
Yeah.
very good at delivering the message.
I saw him and Howie had an interview this election cycle. It's been a couple months now, but for him to be able to sit across from the Green Party guy like that, and just for them to find a mutual respect, I think that's what it comes down to. As a big portion of it is that not letting our philosophy be used as a weapon against another person, rather than just stating what we would like to see happen, but doing that from a human approach like Larry does is really great. He's one of the top. So
listen, when you're on the campaign trail, that's like the best moment, when you have those moments where you're with somebody who's just diametrically opposed to everything that you stand for economically even, but you start to realize that the end game really is the same. We just want to take different highways to get there. And when you can have a 2 or 3 hour conversation with somebody sometimes, and they can come away from it saying, "Listen, man, I don't agree with you on a lot of stuff, but that was one of the most intelligent conversations I've ever had. And it was amazing that we didn't call each other names and yell and scream. It was refreshing." You know, you're doing good work. You know what I mean? I've had that happen recently. You get the text message an hour later, like, "Dude, that was awesome. Thank you for having that conversation." Like, they're not going to vote for me, but at the very least, they see that there's humanity in other people, and they see that their neighbors aren't evil, and nobody wants to kill them, and nobody wants to take their babies or any of that stuff.
Right.
Like they realize that we're just humans who live across the street from each other, and we all want the same thing at the end of the day. We just want to live peacefully and comfortably.
Well, and that's worldwide. That isn't even just America. I mean, really the amount of people that control what we believe in or what we think, they think we believe in is so small. When we've got, I know that there are women in Afghanistan who care just about as much about their kids as I care about mine. And all they want to do is just be left alone to live their lives. And
that's it. And the last thing they want is drones flying overhead, dropping bombs. You know what I mean? And we don't see that, and people don't recognize that. And unfortunately, outside of libertarian circles and some extreme left circles, like we don't even pay mind to the fact that more drones have dropped bombs in the last 4 years than during the Obama administration. And we don't pay attention to the fact that Obama did drop more than Bush dropped. And yeah, we just focus on, oh, we're bringing the troops home now. No, we just brought the troops down to Obama level numbers. Yeah. Okay, great. The one good thing, we didn't start any new wars. Awesome. That's a very low bar.
Unconstitutional wars.
Unconstitutional wars on the left, right? We got the AUMF. Right, we were leaning on a 20-year-old AUMF that has absolutely nothing to do with the original intent of that AUMF.
Right.
Yeah, they had to play around in the Vietnam and Korean.
Well, but now we still do training exercises, right? Which is a way to sweep military action under a rug. We don't actually pull the trigger, but we can with somebody when they do. So that kind of muddies the waters a little bit too there.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and I think that's why a lot of the people and the Gen Z voters and millennial voters a lot of them are turning to libertarianism, because realize that it's not that everybody is, or most political candidates and politicians are saying a lot of stuff that they say they care about, and then they act the exact opposite. Like Joe Biden and the Democrats talking all about Black Lives Matter and all that, and then goes and chooses the former DA as his VP. Like things like that realize that the current politicians and the current way of doing our political system is complete opposite of what they actually say to get elected. So we need to start voting some new people, some new ideas into office.
Well, they all run as libertarians.
They want to do.
They do.
Yeah, they all run as libertarians.
They all drop the libertarian line at one point or another. The Democrats will do it. The Republicans will do it. They'll all turn around and I'm very libertarian when it comes to this. Well, hold on. When you say the word "when" after you say I'm very libertarian, that just means you're not libertarian, okay? And we're not dumb enough to buy that line, and most people aren't. You know what I mean?
I'm a libertarian, but
I want to end the Fed, but
I voted for Biden. Yay!
Yeah. I want to end war. I want to end qualified immunity, but I voted for the guy who made sure that it was there as strong as it possibly could be. I voted for the guy who wrote the 3-strike rule. I voted for the guy who won up the Republicans 5 different times.
No, but Michael, he feels bad about the Biden bill, and he's going to make changes now after 47 years. And he's been in office 19.2% of the time.
Right.
The US has been a country.
It's wild. And here's the best part. All the blood on your hands, that gets forgiven when you're a Democrat.
Oh, absolutely.
It doesn't matter. It's under the rug. It's history. It's okay. He's a changed person. But be a libertarian, be a Republican, be anything else. Something you did 85 years ago is going to come back and bite you in the butt.
Right.
Yeah, remember this word. Remember this person.
30 years ago, so-and-so did this. I was like, man, they're digging deep.
Yeah.
I was like in high school.
All right, guys. So we had Mr. Spalding join us.
Hey,
Hi,
Did I get the name right?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello.
So let me introduce him. Scott is MD Vet for Peace on Twitter, and he is fantastic at talking war facts with people on Joe's timeline, basically. Whenever somebody comes on there and says, but what about this? And Trump is great because he's ending wars and all that stuff. MD for Vet gets in there and he's like, no, and no. And here are the facts. So he is just a great supporter of the campaign and just the facts. And I'm excited to have you on here. I'm really glad.
I really appreciate it, and I was so excited to hear from you all. And I had to jump in early because you guys were like right on. You know, Mike was like,
He's like, that's my cue.
Mike was like,
I'm breaking in. Let's
It was
do
a very
it.
professional
Let's go.
segue. We knew you would
Come on in.
Yeah.
This is super off the cuff, unplanned. Barely
he
planned.
gets away with saying he ended the wars, and he really didn't. And you just hear it, and I just every time, it's like the one little niche. It's the one little niche I carved out for myself. I was just like, I didn't even touch Twitter a year ago. And then I started out trying to work on getting something called the Defend the Guard Act passed in Maryland, or any state really. And then I was just trying to reach out to my local representatives. And then when the campaign season came around, I just started going to war. You know, I think earlier, was it Sam or somebody was like, I didn't want to wade into that Twitter cesspool. And I stayed out of it for a long time. And then the past year, I've just been, every time Joe said something remotely anti-war, I just trolled through the comments. And I was just like, let me tell you everything about how you've been giving a free pass, you know, whether it's Stockholm syndrome or just power of suggestion. All it takes is for somebody that they like, a politician they like, to say, well, he ended the wars or he voted against this, for them to just run with that one sort of token of hand waving truth, or, you know, oh yeah, he's a libertarian, but he's, you know, still quadrupled bombings in Somalia, you know? So
Yemen, you know, I have got to say I am ashamed that I don't know enough about Yemen. So tell us about it.
So gosh, it's like I have to channel my inner Scott Horton or something, but but you know, essentially the story with Yemen is we had started, I want to say, the last year of the Bush administration, doing some drone bombings there, because there were starting to creep up some appearances of, you know, the latest boogeyman. And then after the Iran peace deal Obama struck, basically, and between that and Mohammed bin Salman sort of taking power and getting handed the crown prince status, he had to establish himself with a war. So it was a combination of like placating them because they still have this internecine Gulf state rivalry, combined with just the vanity of a power hungry princeling that we just have been. I mean, so I was in the Marine Corps for 14 years and now I'm in the Air National Guard, and we train all of their pilots. They go, I learned about this first when I was becoming a teacher, and they have a English Language Institute. If you join the military and you're a citizen from Puerto Rico and you don't speak English, you'll be sent to San Antonio, Texas to learn English. But that's not what this English school is there for. They don't train anyone else who joins in English except Saudi pilots who need to know English. And they sit there for a year or so and learn English before they start learning to fly. And then they go from there to Mountain Home to learn to fly F-15s. And then they start flying over Yemen, blowing up busloads of children, targeting bridges, hospitals, water treatment plants, anything that herds of sheep, just to starve the people. I mean, and we're responsible for every step in that chain of enabling it, from delivering the weapons to this, that, or the to enabling the blockade. Even if our ships don't actually conduct the blockade, our ships are the ones patrolling off the coast, sort of keeping an eye on things and telling the Saudis when to intervene. We're in their COC, their command, operation centers. We're every step of the way. And the worst part is, for the first 2 years of Trump's administration, I didn't vote for him, but I was an apologist for him. He isn't starting any wars. Give him a chance. It might take some time to wind him down. He seems to be trying. And then he got handed on this silver platter with the Khashoggi murder. Not that anyone gave a rat's behind about Yemen.
You can say whatever you want.
Oh. Not that
We're not monetized.
We got the First Amendment going on. You're
This
fine.
is our first episode.
Not that anyone cared one bit about the war crimes we were involved in, but a member of the media class gets murdered. And all of a sudden, for at least a hot second, people cared about Yemen enough to pass a bill restraining us there. Trump gets handed on a platter an opportunity to end our worst, most disgusting war, and he vetoes it. And that was just, at that point, like I was already a libertarian. I was already but when he, I was willing to give him a little bit of a chance. And when that's just the final straw. And anyone after that who says, but he hasn't started any wars, it's like, no, not good enough at this point. Unacceptable. He's got all the, like, it could take 2 years to end a war. I get it. And maybe you have to escalate to de-escalate to pull out safely or so. I could make excuses. But at that point, when he was handed on a platter an opportunity and he just said, well, no, this Saudi princeling, I don't know, he bought me a nice golden orb or whatever the hell,
The Swamp Lord.
Yeah. And there's just no excuse after that. It was, anyone who's still on that train is just, they need to either have their mind, they need to either have that image broken somehow, or they're just never, it's not going to happen,
It's not going to happen because Joe's account on Twitter, not Twitter, Parlor is.
Ugh, that's red country. I changed the colors to red.
Yeah, it's really rank. So what we were talking earlier about, we were surprised how things were pretty civil on Twitter for Joe's account versus Parlor. Those people are just, they're just downright rude, and they're all Republicans. They're all who are saying, that he is. They think he's like the second coming.
It's shocking sometimes.
He's done. It is. It's like, I know he's done some good things, but I was also incredibly active on Twitter with a huge group of people in 2010 and 2012. And I swear to God, if Obama had done half the stuff that Trump has done, they would have been up in arms. And those same people are silent now. They are silent, and it just...
or worse, flag waving,
well,
and apologizing. It's there's no standards in either of those parties for, like, there's no principles. They don't have any reason to stick with it. It's team sports.
Oh, yeah. And so much of what they say every single election is dropped. So tomorrow, we're not going to hear about several different talking points from both the candidates anymore.
Marijuana will not be decriminalized.
Right.
And minorities will not matter anymore tomorrow.
Trump Jr. put out that meme. I just want to allow the gays to defend their pot plants with assault rifles. It's like everybody wants to be a libertarian when it comes to
until November 4th.
Right, until the 4th. And then do you really think that Donald Trump Jr. is going to campaign to give the gays acceptance inside of the GOP? I mean, if we're being honest with ourselves.
No.
Not a chance.
No.
It's a vote killer for them.
Hey, Scott,
Well,
can I ask
Yeah, they would be
Democrats-
like, oh, unelectable.
Yeah.
Like, no, it was a meme, and that's where it stops.
Do
Scott.
the Democrats have in their platform gay marriage being okay, or
Do they have
know.
anything in their platform?
Well,
I
it
just keep
changes
hearing
so much.
He's not Trump.
Which
so vote for him.
version? Because
Yeah.
20 years, that's a lot of different Democrat versions.
Yeah, they definitely this year did not. They voted down marijuana legalization and decriminalization as in their platform. It's like, really?
And you get
it's
apologists for that too. They're like,
Yeah.
well, it's the first necessary step. I was like, no, it's just it's something they can dangle around election time.
Well, that's the only good thing Biden said, I think, in the last debate, right, was that he was looking to decriminalize, but cocaine, I think, is the one he jumped to. But I mean, it was a heavy.
I wonder why.
it was a heavy
I wonder.
jump, right?
Let me hunder about that.
And
I
your
mean, what did I
son.
say?
No, it's okay.
I mean, the thing is, they never want solutions. That's part of, like,
Right.
they want problems. It's like walking into a dysfunctional relationship and telling them, well, you know what your problem is, and both of them just turn on you. You know what I mean? It's the same concept essentially. And the thing is, they're happy in their dysfunction. Like they exactly want they want, whether it's the electoral college or this, that, or the other, to be these wedge issues that they can divide people over every year reliably. They've found this handful of issues, and then they can pretend to be libertarian for 3 months of the year or every 4 years and dupe enough people into being on board. But then they just dangle these wedge issues to keep, as soon as people start to come together, as soon as, you know, the whole, nobody was fair. I think the whole thing with BLM got so blown out of proportion, was so stupid. And there was such a good moment there right before, just right after George Floyd, there was a chance to be like, everyone sees this is messed up and we've got to fix it. And somebody had to just jump in and drive that wedge in to divide people as hard as they could. And it even hurt us. Somehow we got like this side lash of it.
Yeah, we're the libertarians. Why aren't they speaking? Hello, 50 years.
Yeah.
But no, not when these issues come up. We're always the scapegoat.
Oh yeah, I was told I'm not seeing any libertarians down in Portland with their guns protecting those people.
Like, oh, here's the receipt. Yeah, you were gonna say something, Mike?
Yeah. So the which Defend the Guard Act are you working with? The ones from bringthemhome.us, or are you using Michael Bolden's? Because there's two different ones, and we're debating which one to work on here in New Jersey.
That's something I need to dive into harder. I've generally been like in touch with the Bring Our Troops Home guys. I was not exactly in part just because they have their own website up and whatnot. I mean, and I thought they borrowed the bill from 10th Amendment Center. I'm not a legal scholar enough to
well, me neither. Yeah, that's why I'm asking. I'm like,
I need to do a close reading and sort if there's any differences between them. And maybe I need to have that in order before I talk to people. But that's kind of, one of the things is no matter what happens here today, like there are things on the agenda for Maryland and every other state we could still move the ball forward with, like 100%. Whether it's, and there's decriminalizing, whatever. We know that the duopoly parties aren't going to do anything about drug legalization, but here in Maryland, they got decriminalized nature on the party platform, and there might be a chance to get it on our General Assembly this coming up. So that's like the next big push is getting decriminalized, get all these other things, try to shift, and and also this lockdown. There have been some tiny victories, you can, there's no open container laws leaving a bar in Baltimore now. You know what I mean? Can we keep that? Nothing terrible's happened. Can we just?
Right. Yeah. Use the fractional amount of good things that have come out that they've laxed on to say, look, the world didn't explode any more than the government was already making it. But, but that's besides the point. Yeah, no, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
It's actually great that you brought up the fact that the fight's not done once we're done today, because that's one thing that I made a phone call to the New Jersey State Chair earlier this afternoon, Dan Krause, and I was like, all right, dude, there's no vacation days in the fight against tyranny. Starting tomorrow, we got to get New Jersey's one of only 2 states that's got statewide elections. We've got a governor's race, we've got legislative races across the state. We need 81 candidates. What are we going to do? How are we going to make it happen? How are we going to make sure everyone's got an option next year, moving forward? And it's just, we got to keep plugging, man.
This has been a great time for building networks. I mean, somebody talked about the no libertarian under 1K, but in general, like I've made more connections now, and maybe there's more, whatever the priorities are in your state party. Like as soon as this is over, Maryland if your General Assembly bill isn't pre-filed basically before Christmas, right? Because they come in like right after the Christmas holiday, they start their General Assembly and they pre-file all their bills. So all the legislative action happens and they're just like firing them through in the next 2 months. So if sometime between Election Day and Christmas, you don't get somebody to introduce your bill, it's not happening. So it's like, this is the time to, and this is probably the same way in a lot of other states. And so it's like actually the time we can't shift, we got to shift gears pretty quickly,
Absolutely. That's the exact
consolidate our victories
we just had. It's the same conversation I had this afternoon. We got to move. Like we got this legislative action committee that we're starting in New Jersey. We're going to be in everybody's faces, everybody's mushes moving forward. The guy from New Jersey, he was New Jersey Second Amendment Sanctuary, NJ2A Sanctuary, not NJ2AS. They're different. But we got his Nick Magnus. He's at We Lost Liberty on Twitter. So if anyone wants to follow him, they got all these different sanctuary ordinances resolutions passed all throughout New Jersey. He's joining our legislative action committee, and we're pushing hard defend the guard is actually my number one thing, and I'm heading the project. So
that's awesome. I need to get contact from you. I'll talk to Shannon or something.
Yeah, just back to that networking thing. I mean, at least speaking for myself, I was someone who was unenthused when it came to 2016. You can shame me. I wanted AP, and then Gary Johnson got the nom, and I wasn't about that. So I just kind of tried to shut it off, like Todd was saying earlier today on the stream. I just ignored it, pushed it away as much as I could. I woke up and I was literally shocked that Trump got the nomination, but yeah, I couldn't believe that happened. But no, I think as far as the LP is that there's libertarians out there. Yeah. There really are. Sometimes it's just like catching them in the wild though, because we're all a bunch of cats. and hurting us. You need something that can draw us all in long enough and keep our attention. And I think Joe's done a really good job of that.
Yeah, and
Spike
the election year is the time. Like everyone pulls together a little bit. I mean, there's still cats that need hurting and have to gripe about this, that, everything that happens on Joe's Twitter feed. You know what I mean?
I was intentionally an island. I didn't want to be in an echo chamber at all. So, but now I've branched out.
What happened?
But even then, everyone,
Joe happened.
Even those that, yeah, and she's been great, honestly. If you ask me, I mean, in my humble opinion, I think she probably was the best person to bring, even though there are always divisive elements. She's been the best person to bring everyone together. I mean, you know, if it had been Vermin, people like,
yeah,
you know, and my preferred guy was Hornberger, but even if it had been him, there would have been so much sour grapes and bitterness and divisiveness that Joe, I think, was the perfect medium, principled and all of that. And she really put herself through hell over the last 6 months too.
Right. In spite of any hiccups,
all of our thanks
from the campaign. She's been so consistent. When you go and you listen to hear her speak.
As a delegate, you know, in Tennessee, Jacob Hornberger came here to our convention, and we went out to lunch, and we were talking about Ayn Rand, and we were talking about the early days of the LP, and some of the old guys that started, like that guy by accident one night. It was a weird story. And it was like, I really liked him and I thought he'd be really good. And then when Justin Amash thought about entering the race, Mr. Hornberger went shrill, and it was really disappointing. So he lost my vote for that. And then, you know, then he took down all that stuff after Justin backed out. So there was that. Didn't know a dang thing about Joe Jorgensen. I didn't know a dang thing about Spike Cohen. I
was in the exact same boat.
Yeah.
I watched that one Stossel interview at the end.
She's the best.
Yeah, I saw Hornberger, Mons, Judge Gray, and that was it. That was like my first exposure to Jorgensen. And
I can tell you with Spike, nobody in Jersey really knew who he was either. But then we had this group phone call, right? Like the old school telecommute phone call, right? Where we had like 10 of the 21 delegates were on this one call during the virtual convention, and Spike comes on and talks to all of us on this phone call. He dials in, he starts talking to everybody, and there wasn't a single person in New Jersey who had heard him speak that said anything bad about him. They're like, that was probably one of the best impromptu 5-minute talks that we've received from any candidate. And we got like, there's no way this guy can't be attached to Joe, because the two of them together can bring so many different libertarians in and focused in on moving forward with the message. So it's actually a match that was meant to be.
It's a great ticket.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I mean, it appeals to so many people because they each have their parts. So
we got a fun question in the chat if anybody wants to hit it. It's could you guys explain why the CPD is evil and their criteria is stupid? Who wants to take it?
Did anyone else sit in on that? Did anyone else sit in on their
We've been taking it for a long time.
That was annoying as crap.
Oh my god! And the
podcast thing.
The
What?
CPD when they went over who they were choosing and why.
Oh
it
my
was
gosh.
It was a pain in the.
And
Oh, I
kept
didn't
spamming
even
them.
know
Oh,
about it.
it's a slap in the face to all libertarians and actually all minor
The only
candidates.
people, they had a YouTube event and they had a live chat, and it was, basically, a panel of the 3 board members of the CPD and talking about how they make
I
their
think it's the same thing we
decisions and-
watched with Dirty Dotton,
Yeah, and
Furious Frank, and
they just got spammed with, why are you excluding Joe? Let her speak stuff, question. And then they just, it was to be expected. They acknowledged the question and then gave a completely different
It was a
answer.
bullshit answer.
Yeah.
Hands down bullshit.
oh, we can't let
answer.
the thousands of presidential candidates running for this
We're
office.
not. We want one
can't do one
candidate
stage.
that's on all 50 ballots.
There's
to be on
four.
freaking-
Four
Yeah, there's-
mathematically that could get
yeah.
the electoral votes. So
We're not at, but there's 10 fucking Democrats on the stage, but 3.
Oh, no.
There was 22. There was 22 to start, wasn't there?
At once? I don't think there was 22 at once.
Well, they put like 10.
They had like an A stage and a B
they have a
stage.
second tier. You have to go
Yeah,
upstairs to see the second row of
As
Democrat candidates.
Frankenstein from the CPD spelled out, the primaries are more casual, and they allow clapping and stuff, and we're more dignified.
More dignified, yes, because
Yeah.
there's only
Yeah, so-
That's what the first debate showed us for their dignity.
It was so civil and dignified, that first debate.
Dude, I smoked half a
oh my
pack after
God.
watching that video. I was so
Yeah.
red. I was so heated. I punched
yeah,
a tree outside.
I was having a blast. I was laughing my butt off.
Yeah, but for anyone in the chat that's watching that doesn't know, the CPD is the Commission on Presidential Debates. They are the official nonprofit organization that handles
Non-partisan as well.
Non-partisan.
that runs the presidential debates that have been going on for years. That was started by the League of Women Voters. They call themselves nonpartisan so that they can get out of all the lawsuits, because they are actually bipartisan and run by Democrats and Republicans and set specific criteria to make sure that no one else can get into the debates. The last time anybody that wasn't a Democrat or Republican made it in was 2000 with
It was
92.
Yeah.
92. Yeah, it was
Ross
Perot.
Perot, yeah.
And he
Yeah.
got so damn close, they said, never again.
Yeah, so that after that they raised and made their criteria more specific. So now you have to be constitutionally able, which makes sense. You have to mathematically be able to win the presidency with how many states you're on the ballot in, which makes sense. But the third criteria is that they have to reach 15% popularity on average among 5 national polls, which include ABC, CNN, Fox, the big polling and news agencies. Yeah, NPR this year was added in. But the CPD, along with all the news agencies, set that specific criteria and then refuse to put Joe and Howie and any other candidate into their polls so that they can never reach that 15%, so they can never get on stage and never have the chance of taking any power away from the other 2 parties.
Yeah, we got into 1 out of 5 polls.
We got into
right.
With the amount of work we put in.
We got into so all of our efforts, that was one of the reasons why We Are the Power Facebook group existed. We started as pollsters for Joe, that we were specifically targeting those 5 news agencies, saying that they need to add Joe into their polls. Through the efforts of us and the entire libertarian online community, we were able to get her into ABC and NPR.
And Zogby.
And
even though
Zogby.
they don't count, but
yeah,
They
Zogby
didn't
as well.
pick them. They could have, though.
Yeah. As
Could've
well
picked
as
their poll.
we've gotten several we've gotten her onto several major news outlets. Specifically Fox has given her a lot of attention as of recently, after the debates. But I mean, publicity is publicity, I guess. Yeah, so that is that whole situation, and why they're completely rigging our democratic process.
and the CPD, they hide behind we can't make the news agencies put anybody on the polls, that's their choice because that's their freedom and their right. And it's true. That is absolutely true. That doesn't make it any less frustrating and any less duplicitous and any less dishonest. I guess duplicitous and dishonest mean the same thing. But they also said, now here's one thing that Frankenstein or Frankenheimer, whatever his name is, said. He said, no, hey, one of the two main parties may not poll 15% and they may not be invited to the thing, except they signed contracts to be on the debates back at the beginning of the year. I mean, Joe Biden and Donald Trump did not wait until September or August, whenever their conventions were, to sign those contracts to be on the debates. They signed them months ago. And so I have copies of the original, what was his name with the long horse face?
Bojack. No.
No. Who was the candidate?
I got lost. Sorry, my bad.
John Kerry.
John Kerry, right? It's between John Kerry and whoever he was running with. So I have a copy of that contract, and it was, like I said, it was signed in January of the election year. And then, of course, I have a copy of the University of Utah's contract, heavily redacted. They have redacted out how many stanchions and podiums are supposed to be on stage. They have that pulled out, not blacked out, so that you can't see that they signed a contract to have only 2 up there. I'm working to get that cleaned up so the next time, but yeah, it's just.
Well, listen, guys, this has been awesome. I definitely overstayed my welcome.
Oh,
ever.
Oh, thank you so much for being
We
with
said
us.
5 to 10 minutes. I was like, I'm going to stay on until they tell me to get off. But I do.
Hey, man, Shannon's one of the crew now, so people are picking their home here.
Shannon's been here for hours.
Right. He's just taking it. Like, it's great. Thank you for the content.
Thank you so much, guys. You're awesome. Keep doing this. Keep rocking all the hard work that every activist across the nation has put in. Thank you so very much. Without the people that aren't running, the people that are running wouldn't be able to do what they do. So you guys are awesome. God bless you all. Thank you so very much. No matter what happens tonight, remember the fight for liberty is not over, and we will see you in our lifetime. Thank
Michael,
you.
I need some help on my beard, brother. So after the election,
we'll hook it up, dude.
Send me a tweet and we're going to work on it. Because I'm going to run 2022, but I want a libertarian beard.
I'll hook you up. Don't worry. Take care, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Michael. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. A great
Guess what, Shannon? It's 5 o'clock. It's your turn to.
Yeah, you are officially back in the time block.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna like take a shower, get dressed, and all that, and then I popped you guys on and saw you, and I was like, oh hell yeah, I can do this.
I can do this. 17 hours later, it's like,
Yeah, it was funny. You
finished the marathon.
It was funny. You popped into the waiting room for Zoom, and I messaged Susie. I was like, "He's early. What do I do?"
Well, when you work in IT, you're surrounded by, and I go from meeting to meeting to meeting, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, I'd rather do this one.
Yeah,
there you go.
So
meeting.
I put my little orb on do not disturb, and I went liberty. I got CNN in the back.
Yeah, I've been peeking at that. Look at Wolf talking back there. Okay.
Can't change the channel. The controls upstairs, but CNN's not bad for election results. So.
Oh, we're at an hour countdown, according to CNN behind Shannon here. So.
Yeah, in an hour. I think it's Indiana, parts of Indiana and Kentucky finally closed. So
we're getting close.
Hopefully, we'll start getting some results soon as we get a lot more candidates and other people coming on as well soon.
Yeah, I pulled up Google as well for President, House, and Senate, as well as Indiana governor. And I'll probably share the screen as the results come in. So
thanks, Andrew.
I got you.
Yeah, and Scott, as long as you're willing to kick it, man.
I actually do. I was gonna piggyback, but I didn't want to interrupt. On Mike, I do have to bounce as well. So,
sure.
And I can't really top his speech. I mean, he said it all. Like, thank you. I didn't even know the work you guys were doing with trying to get us on the polls. That's awesome. I appreciate you all. Suzanne, I really appreciate you. Shannon, best of luck, and I hope we make a mark, whatever it is. You know what I mean? However, it's the Schrodinger's vote. It's wasted, but it's the most consequential of our lifetime. It's a Republican and a Democrat, and and for liberty all at once. And so hopefully we can build off of this, because we have developed more community than I think the libertarian.
Yep. No, I agree.
Yeah, I think the Ron Paul moment definitely built a lot of community, but I think this is more widespread, and it's growing off of that. And so I hope that we can, attack right into our state general assemblies with liberty motivated bills, whatever those might be, and move on and build this party even, and get to liberty in our lifetime.
Yeah, and looking back at history, there's been several political party changes, and we're way overdue for another one. So might as well be us.
And if any of you get to actually communicate to Joe at all sometime this evening, please extend my deepest gratitude to her for really, putting herself through all this, and it being a thankless task. Going in, if you want to be a libertarian candidate, you're going to catch flack from almost every direction. And so,
well, Scott, thank you.
And when you're shooting it, and when you're catching flack, you're over the target. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
well, thank you. Thank you so much for all you do.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care, all.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
Shannon, we had a
Gotta make sure I
pop
follow
up
him
in
on
the
Twitter.
chat there. Aaron Cruz says, Shannon, it's a pleasure voting for you. New to NC, so what's next for the LP and NC?
We're basically, we're going to try to really kind of expand where the momentum that we currently have. I did announce the other day at the Joe event that I am going to run 2022 because, I'm not confused on, my winning status coming along, even though, I've got two senators here that are both under federal investigation, one under campaign finance, and one with the Army, Cal Cunningham went off and slept with a veteran's wife, disabled veteran. So, I mean, it's prime real estate now for people to examine what their principles actually are. There were so many people who came, were sending me emails on some of the biggest issues were the Second Amendment, when Tillis did the red flag laws, and then, when they went with the bump stocks. But then even on the flip side, there's so much going on with like Cal Cunningham and his infidelity, and people are like, well, that's between two consenting adults. And typically, you would agree with that. But the affair was, against the UCMJ, the Uniform Code of Military Justice. But the funny thing about this, for the people who haven't followed it, is Cunningham was texting one of his strategists in California, right, and called her historically sexy, and had this real lame sexting dialogue. My wife was like, "That's the lamest stuff I've ever heard." But what it really did was she was actually girlfriend number two. Girlfriend number one was in his back pocket for the last 10 years. And when she saw him call this other lady historically sexy, she went ballistic, right? And then that's when she came out. So then it was an affair and all of this. And then that's not even his wife, trying to get involved with it. So after October 1, I got a bunch of emails from a bunch of Democrats going, look, I don't like Tillis, and Cal lost my vote. So you're my guy. So I'm waiting to see what a scandal actually does for a third party, because I'm the only one that's not under a scandal. So, it's kind of
let's keep it that way.
Isn't that lovely how
right?
But sometimes when I was walking around some of the rallies we were doing, I was like, all right, who wants to be my scandal? You gotta have something so you get free media. But
Get bit by a bat.
All right. But no,
so
it's like you have...
fire a gun a few times, get the media over here and then talk about what a renegade you are. But
get bitten by a bat, or specifically say you don't like racists. That's how you get
supporting Black Lives Matter will do that for you.
Exist on the polls so you can get voted for into the debates, so you can be on the polls. Wait, that's a. Never mind. That's a paradox. I was just thinking back to what we were talking about with the CPD. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so North Carolina's been a roller coaster, but the nice thing is the Joe events and the Spike events. We've had them both here twice, and we pulled people from multiple states, from both sides of the state, and it takes 4 or 5 hours to drive across. But there's people coming from the East Coast up to the mountains, just to catch these events, and they're excited. It's weird, people asking you for your autograph and stuff when you're just, a couple months ago, all you're trying to do is, write code or whatever. But the nice thing is to see the positivity in people's faces, right? And seeing that they're excited to be involved in the, to cast their votes, and that they really care about their personal freedom and that they understand it. It's not just we're not just a protest vote. We have people saying, no, I don't want to be Republican. I don't want to be Democrat. And this is the perfect home for us. I grew up as a Republican. And it wasn't until I heard Sarah Palin speak. And then I got online and I started doing a political test, right? And it told me I was libertarian. And then so I got online, I switched my registration to libertarian, and I never looked back. But and so it was just kind of interesting to see how politics affects people, especially the younger people. I see a lot of people coming to the Libertarian Party, or at least asking libertarian questions, because we don't have to get somebody completely on board. All we have to do is get them searching for their own answers. And as they hit conflicts through their lives and be like, I really kind of wish government wasn't in my life, or I kind of wish government wasn't sending my spouse overseas, or, anything like that, then we have that spark, right? That where people start examining a little bit. And, not everybody's ready for taxation and theft, but, when they realize how much money that we're spending overseas, or how some of these laws really affect us. Like, what are red flag laws? Why are they bad? Why is taking a weapon from somebody who is deemed unworthy, why is that unconstitutional? Well, it's because there's such a vague line of who makes that decision. And it's really easy for somebody to come up and say, you know what, I think you're a little crazy. I'm going to take your gun from you. And you've just been constitutionally violated. So it takes life experiences, I think, to cross into the Libertarian Party. But with things like Libertarian Twitter and some of the social media, and really some of the guests that we have coming tonight, like Sarah, I'm a huge fan of hers. She is just out there, spreading the love. There's another girl in New Jersey, Frankie, she's a Second Amendment queen. I love seeing her posts. These are people who are well known on Twitter, and people are just following them to this movement. And, they are the cornerstone of, it's not really the people running for office. It's the people who are fired up, spreading the message, not being the politicians, right? Because no one's going to believe a word I say. They're like, oh, you're a politician, even though you're a cybersecurity guy.
See, I know who Frankie is when you say that.
What's that?
I know who Frankie is when you say that, and I'm like,
I love her. Kelly Fables is her handle, right? But that girl is she's sharing the message, sharing the love. Sarah's the same way. We have Marla. I think maybe in Missouri.
Marla's local to me, actually. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm the Kansas City coordinator for the Jorgensen.
Yeah, so these are people that I've never met personally, never even talked. Hopefully, I get to actually talk to a couple of them tonight. But they mean just as much to me as they say that I mean, to them, because they're really the catalyst for helping. We're just on the stage, but they're working the crowd, and it's absolutely beautiful to see some of these people in action.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the main strengths of the Libertarian Party, especially in this election cycle, that there are so many active volunteers that are just so hungry to be able to help their candidate, their perspective in any way they possibly can. That's how the group that most of us have been advocating with doing the polling stuff grew to 5,000 members we have so far, of just people that are like, hey, I want to send an email once a day to tell the news agencies that we need to have all of the candidates in the polls. There were some people in our group that aren't even going to vote for Joe, that aren't even libertarians, that are from one side or the other, Republican or Democrat, and they're like, hey, I don't like what you stand for, but I agree that there needs to be all the candidates on the stage. And that was super awesome for us to be a part of that way of being able to bring all these different people together, and especially libertarians, to be able to have that kind of impact for her campaign. And I always think it's annoying when I hear a lot of people talk about the fact that voting for Joe or voting for any third party is a wasted vote or is a protest vote. Because like we've taken several polls in several groups from people voting for Joe that say that if Joe wasn't running, they just wouldn't vote for a presidential candidate. For when I was in 2016 was my very first time I was able to vote. And what two candidates to have for my first choice of voting were Trump or Hillary, because honestly, I didn't look very much into Gary Johnson that year. But if my absentee ballot never came in, but I had decided that I wasn't going to vote for either candidate, because people always say to vote for the lesser of two evils when talking about Democrats and Republicans. And I say that voting for the lesser of two evil is still voting and asking for evil to come into and run the country. And I don't want that. So
I mean, why should we reduce our principles, right? Because they can't put good candidates together. So I see a question actually on YouTube with Danny asking, why do you need an AR-15 to protect your home? So I guess you're kind of watching us.
None of your business. Number two,
Danny, I don't use an AR-15 to protect my home, but I do have one just to protect my office.
There we go.
Yes, absolutely.
So
everyone needs an AR-15.
This particular one will take care of the office. I have something upstairs for that. I have handguns I carry all the time. So it's not just an AR-15. But in case you haven't read the Constitution lately, it says that we have the right to form a well-organized militia, right? So that is not just sitting here with a 6-shooter. And I don't know, Danny, if you saw the Navy veteran get beat by federal police in Portland, but and when we talk about the libertarians, there's people that have, there's people who are little L's and they're big L's. And watching that Navy veteran get beat down by federal police, that kind of told me that some of the fears that I've been hearing from people my whole life, those could actually become true. But denying somebody their constitutional right just because you're scared doesn't solve our problem. So as I say on Twitter, your fear does not trump my liberty. I just saw that, so I figured
Absolutely. And we have David Jones back with us.
Woo!
Bringing it live from the whiskey region.
The whiskey coffee region.
Coffee.
What's your next stop, David?
Next up is Warren County, headed to McMinnville, Tennessee, the nursery capital of the world. Yeah, here tucked in the foothills of the Appalachians here. So
it's the nursery capital?
Nursery capital of the world. Warren County, Tennessee.
It's also the allergy capital of the world. We all have allergies.
Wow, I had no idea. I mean, we go through there on our way to Nashville or Franklin, and just never. I saw more at McMinnville when I brought you Joe Jorgensen signs over there than I have ever seen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna step out for a sec, y'all. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're gonna head to the election commission building, or what is it called? Is that it?
the administrative building is where I got married.
Yeah,
actually.
the administrative building in McMinnville, Tennessee. Then we're probably going to head to the Waffle House and then the liquor store probably to
Nice.
Way to end it. All right.
we're going to get some whiskey to end up the Whiskey Region Whistle Stop Tour for Freedom and Waffles.
So, how have you guys been received?
Pretty well, mostly well. Of course, we have been screamed at by Trump people, but we just smile and wave.
Blow kisses.
Blow kisses. But mostly well. I mean, there was one lady at our first stop, one younger girl, she came over to us and was cheering, and then we posted the pictures on our Whiskey Region Facebook page, and she commented on it that she had voted for Joe today, and that was her coming out of the
closet.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of people giving us big thumbs up. Like I said, probably out of 10 people, 9 of them were blowing their horns and giving thumbs up. And maybe we had the one person driving by us flipping us off.
Always one.
Yeah, always that one.
That's not bad.
That's amazing to hear in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you at least get a couple double fists.
And I expected my signs to be taken down because my driveway starts half a mile down the road. And I figured my signs would be gone immediately, and they haven't been. And I've been so impressed with my neighbors.
Yeah, all of the signs that I put out around the counties, I mean, I was impressed. I was riding with them. I'd point them out and I go, my signs are still there. But yeah, when we were in Columbia, there was one guy flying a big Trump flag from his truck, and he slowed down, rolled his window down. He had a Trump mask on, and he mumbled something at us. We couldn't tell what he said except for the last word was Trump. And AJ looked at me. She said, what did he say? I was like, I don't know. I couldn't tell. He had a mask on in his truck by himself with his windows rolled down.
He's just jealous of that beard, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Dave has quite the beard.
I got a ways to go before that.
What?
I said you should see when mine comes in. It's been a long day, y'all. I'm so sorry.
You guys are awesome. I just
had to be over.
Yeah, we were just counting it up earlier, and I think we've driven through, 11 counties?
Yeah.
Since we left this morning.
Oh, goodness. That's some driving.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have big regions here with in Tennessee. So we all have 9, 10. I mean, how many do you have?
I have 13 counties in the Whiskey Region.
13. Yeah. With the more rural areas, we have bigger, more counties, but smaller. Smaller counties, but more of them.
Yeah, but they're all gerrymandered anyway, so.
Yeah. That's when you're really going to see change is when the gerrymandering becomes more of a, automatic structure instead of somebody trying to draw with a pencil to split up demographics.
Yeah. So a question that I don't know the answer to, and one of y'all might. So with the census that just took place, does this current Congress get to decide what those new districts are, or is it next Congress gets to do so?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would imagine it'd be the next one.
I believe it's next.
Because, it's looking like the next House and Senate looks like it's going to be Democratic majority, it's looking like. So if that'll also be interesting because all the polling is showing that we'll have a unified government for the first time in a while.
Yeah, and the nice thing about the Democratic Party is, there's with so many issues that we do agree with them on. I think that it'll be easier to start winning kind of the middle of the road.
Yeah, the moderates.
When we no longer have that gerrymandering lines, because I've been asked by both parties to run for them, but the Democrats told me I'd have to leave my 2A behind, which is not happening. Yeah. And with the Republicans, I there's not a party that I can align myself with and feel good about. Mm-hmm. But with the Libertarian Party, as we fight for our rights, but not just our rights, everyone's rights, yeah. Right? All men are created equal, and not just those that can afford their liberties. Mm-hmm. But I think the Libertarian Party is really the only natural bridge builders in a highly divisive country that we have now. Yeah.
Definitely. That's another thing I've loved about getting a part of this community in the last couple months is seeing all of the people that are not only active about preserving their own liberties, but also the liberties of those that they are actively arguing with in the comments of Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and all of that we want everyone to be able to have the same liberties as the rest of us, even if we don't agree with you. In the same way with a lot of what a lot of people say and not necessarily believe, that like we want as many people to go out to vote, even if you don't vote for our candidate, we just want you to go out and vote. Have your voice heard, even if it's not the voice that I want.
Right, because we're not going to win everybody over, and but the nice thing is everyone who's unhappy about the duopoly, the Republican and the Democratic Party, if they all voted for a third party, the third party would win.
Yeah.
There are more unhappy people. They're just scared now because the other two parties say you're wasting your vote, right? And we know that it's not a wasted vote because those numbers are important to us to hit the debate stage, to hit the media stages and stuff like that. So for me, like I kind of was joking around earlier, a Democrat in Texas, if he's really looking to help make a change, this is when you vote third party because you're not going to outvote the Republicans. Yeah. But your vote could easily help the national average of the presidential nomination for the Libertarian Party to be able to at least get on the stage and express those ideas. Now, some people say that she might have gotten mall dragged in the debates, but I can promise you, as a man that's listened to Joe speak over and over and over again, she is she's highly intelligent. She actually has policies, and she would have made those debates actual debates as opposed to a shit show.
Hey, Josh, I got a segue for you. I do have the answer for you on that gerrymandering question. Yeah. So I guess they don't expect the census data until March of 2021. Okay. And then by the end of summer of next year, that's when they're going to redraw it.
Okay, yeah. So
it's going to be next Congress.
Yeah, next Congress then. That's going to be interesting to see if the Democrats try to use the same gerrymandering, which is most famous to Republicans, if they decide they want to take that same route. And then we'll see how many Republicans start hating on gerrymandering when they're not the ones that benefit from it.
Yeah, well, I've seen both states actually. North Carolina here, the benefit goes to the Republicans, but there's some states that the Democrats have edged out that to really what they should do is let the Libertarians do it because we're so spread out across. We just kind of want. I've never heard a Libertarian go, "Oh, you gotta vote for me," right? It's like get out and vote. Your liberty, your principles. They're not my principles. Yeah. Vote your principles. And if your principles line up with Trump or your principles line up with Biden, that's awesome. But if they don't, right, this is a third option or a fourth option if you're looking, in the Green Party and that's your thing. As long as everyone has a chance to express their voice and not be muffled and that the media is carrying everything around, to me, that's a happy world because at least then we're on a fair playing ground. Or for all the candidates are.
Yeah.
I want a fair election and I want them to be tamper free.
Yeah, and that's another thing I hate about the wasted vote argument is the fact of if I don't vote for the person that you want me to vote for, you're saying that even if I'm voting on my principles and things that I believe matter, you're saying that if it's not yours, it doesn't matter and it's wasted. Right. You're saying that my perspective is a waste to our country because they're not yours.
Right.
And
Exactly.
I hate that.
You should
that
be highly
perspective.
offended with that statement.
Yeah. That is a complete decimation of what democracy is.
Yep.
So, yeah. Well, I assume David has made it to his new location.
Wait, he might be
There
back.
he is. There he is. He's fitting back in.
Almost.
all over the place.
There he is.
He's back.
The beard's back.
The beard is
The beard is back.
I gotta
Campaign
grow mine
slogan.
out.
All right, guys. Now that you have David back, I'm going to bounce out. I got to go take a shower and get ready, but I'll plug back in tonight after 7.
All right.
Sounds good, Shannon.
Sounds
Thank
good,
you.
dude. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. I'll talk to everyone in a little while.
Yeah,
We'll see you in a bit.
Shannon. See ya.
He's
Smoking, Dave.
yeah, Dave's still trucking here.
Yeah, we're still trucking. We're what?
In the Corolla.
Yeah, in the Corolla of freedom. Yeah.
Instead of Philadelphia freedom, it's Corolla freedom.
Yeah.
Corolla of freedom.
The Corolla of freedom. Yeah, I actually went. We made our first stop at lunch at a Waffle House in Tullahoma, and I had my Waffle House caucus pin on that I got from Spike. And she actually gave me a Waffle House button that says, "Friends don't let friends eat pancakes."
Oh,
I love that.
That's awesome. That's
I
like
love that.
That's some rare Waffle House merch.
Yeah.
Segue.
She saw my pen, liked it, and she was like, "I think I got a bag of pens in the back. I'm gonna bring you."
All right, joining us now live on the stream is Carter Hill, the chill libertarian from Twitter. I am familiar with you from that platform, so glad to have you on the stream.
Hey guys, thanks for having me.
Hey, Carter.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Carter's awesome. I watch him on Twitter all the time, making the argument for why Joe is best. One of the staunchest advocates we've got out there on Twitter land.
I mean, this is I think I joined Twitter in like July. Never been on Twitter before, but saw a lot of the grassroots efforts to try and push Joe's name and what's going on with the party, and figured that's one of the ways I could help and just try to help get the word out.
Well, you're doing a fantastic job. It's just, always, it's always nice to see somebody sticking up for Joe and answering all the questions when, people expect her that she's answered in her issues and every place else in her speeches, and they don't want to go look for it.
Yeah.
It's nice to see that you are willing to take that time and keep answering those same questions.
Yeah, and unfortunately, a lot of it's shooting down a lot of the kind of illogical rhetoric, the whole wasted vote argument, that kind of thing. But every now and then you get a hold of people that are actually interested in debating the issues. And that's where I've made some progress and at least showed people there's another option. It's hard to do that without, the mass media coverage that the duopoly gets.
Do you think you've made a difference? Do you think you've changed some minds?
9 that I know of.
That's amazing.
On Twitter.
Between Twitter and Facebook, yeah.
Nice.
Wonderful.
Nice.
Yeah, I heard the other day, I forget where I heard it, but talking about the fact that they called it the art of persuasion has been killed in our country. How it used to be was that politicians would talk with people and really explain what their vision for the country is, and like debate, go back and forth, and persuading people into believing what they believe, into coming onto their side, versus now, especially as was shown in the very first debate this year, was just, if you don't believe what I believe, then I'm going to scream at you until something changes.
Right.
So I always think it's awesome seeing people being a part of such a awesome active community of actually going and debating and talking with people and actively taking an interest in trying to convince someone that their liberties matter and the liberties of other people matter. So it's been awesome to be able to see and hear what you've been accomplishing the past couple months with supporting Joe on Twitter, Facebook.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
So, well, I was going to say, there we go. Right now, I just realized my Jorgensen sign was backwards. I wonder what it looks like on YouTube. Is it backwards? No, it's still
it's
the
right way.
Yeah, it's right way.
It's the right way.
We're behind on YouTube anyhow, so.
Got a delay.
Now I'm darker too. Okay.
Inner suit coming out as the night progresses. It becomes more ominous.
I mean, I've got this bright light right here. I've been trying to fix it, but that doesn't matter. Have you always been a libertarian?
Sorry, what was that?
Have you always been a libertarian?
No, Lord, no. Growing up, the first election I remember, my parents ended up voting Perot. I'd say probably around high school, I decided I was a Republican, served in the Marine Corps, thought Republicans supported what I thought I was fighting for. And early in the Johnson campaign in 2016, a buddy I served with introduced me to the Libertarian Party, and that's when I got involved.
Cool. So 2016. So you knew Gary Johnson, or you knew of Gary Johnson?
Oh yeah, just of him. And that's when I really started looking into the party. Hadn't heard of him before that. I mean, the NAP made a whole lot of sense to me. Yeah, and then this is the first time I've really gotten involved with any part of the campaign. Not just like activism on social media, but actually went out and did things with the state party and the state campaign. I mean, things as small as going around putting signs out.
Oh, I'm all bright. Sorry, I'm messing around with my video. All of a sudden I realized why I was so dark, or why I was, because God, it's all stupid. Sorry. You guys ask questions because I'm messing around with my it's like now, my teeth look really white.
Good chance for you, Josh. I got some background stuff. I got noises. Sorry.
Why am I muted? I don't know why I was muted. Sometimes I just randomly get muted and I don't quite know why.
Oh, jeez.
God, I feel we've been talking now for how long? We've been 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I give it.
Really been that long? Yeah, 3 hours.
Has. It has. Gosh.
Too, right?
Time flies.
We started it too. Yeah.
Yep, we got another 5 hours.
Well, we started it too. It did take a little bit to get going.
If you could call now and donate to the marathon.
Donate to our sanity.
Right.
I thought we were monetized.
Oh, yeah. We're still waiting for shifts.
No, we're not. I'm too scared. I asked Spencer Schiff, Peter Schiff's son today, if he would come and join us. And he's like, no, I don't like to be on camera. Ask my dad. He'd probably do it. And I'm like, no, I love your dad. I don't want to. I'm not afraid of anybody, but.
So who else are we expecting to come on today?
Who else? Oh, we have a
laundry
lineup.
list of people.
We have a stacked list, sir.
Awesome.
We do. I can't remember who's supposed to come on between 6 and 6:30, but Ian Peake from Illinois State Representative candidacy is going to join us at 7 Eastern. And then at 7:30, Martha Bueno will be here from the red carpet at the election night party.
So
and then at
what's
8,
the fashion we're going to be seeing this year?
we will be seeing steampunk.
There will be lots of nude dancing. Again. Because that always happens.
Yeah, and then Matt
there were a lot of naked pictures being taken, apparently, from what I heard.
Well,
and that's how we get thrown off YouTube. Right there.
It's not happening here.
Kibby's going to join us at 8. He's also at the election party. So maybe he and Martha will merge or something. And
we're gonna get all the updates from the party.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Martha's going to be with us every hour on half hour.
Nice.
Every hour on the half.
Yeah. Hey, you know, I am not Rush Limbaugh. I don't know how to talk on radio. And Shane Hazel and Adam Kokesh and Sarah Fleming, who is, I don't know how she pronounces her name, is Sarah on Twitter. So we've got, you know, several Twitter luminaries, including Carter, joining us, people that have just been super supportive that I was able to identify. I don't know the Facebook supporters as well. And we just wanted to get, you know, the great unknown. Joe and Spike will probably join us at some point.
Oh, snap.
Oh yeah, because Martha's there.
Well, I heard
Joe
Spike was somewhat likely. I wasn't sure if Joe was as likely as Spike is.
That would be really.
I can guarantee that Martha will walk her phone. Say,
Martha will find a way.
Martha
will find a way.
Exactly. She's not afraid of nothing.
Martha will get right in there and make it
Yeah,
happen.
because she's in the like the VIP ticket, right? For the party tonight.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna have that up close access.
Yeah, she's having fun. I'm jealous, but I'm having fun here.
And we're all here online on our in our living rooms talking
this
for
has been
9
a
hours.
blast. This has been a blast. I
This
didn't
is a
even know
blast.
this was going down like this today. So
Neither did
Yeah,
we.
neither did we yesterday.
true libertarian fashion. This was all boom,
10 o'clock
slapped
this
together.
morning.
So Carter, thank you on the fly.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Carter
I think I
and-
found out
and
around the time
David, yeah.
you guys started.
Hey, Carter, believe me, it wasn't like, oh man, we don't have anybody for this time. I'll you. It was like, let's get online and see how many people can get to join us.
We literally, we put this all together in 2 hours.
Yeah.
Getting everybody on this, or most people on the schedule, plus the extra half hour that we were live and also still working out logistics.
Yeah, so if you go back and watch this stream, just cut to 30 minutes and then you're gravy.
45 minutes is when we actually started.
We had to get our swing. We still don't know what's going on, but
yeah, we were
going
getting
a lot
super excited
smoother.
about our like 3 to 4 watch viewers until we realized they were just us.
They were just us. We're like, we lost one. Which one of you guys closed you?
Oh man. Yeah, you guys did a great job putting a lot of stuff together early in the campaign and getting everybody mobilized. So thank you guys for that. It's been a big help.
Yeah, it's been an honor to be able to be a part of it, and super excited for us to not stop it and be able to keep the community and the infrastructure we've built so far and be able to build on it throughout the upcoming years into the next election cycles, because we shouldn't have to rebuild a community every 2 to 4 years.
No.
That is extremely inefficient.
It's counterintuitive. Now's the time. I think shooting past 5% will help solidify that as far as people staying engaged and saying, well, maybe we can change things I thought would never happen. So yeah, we're trying to change minds for sure.
Absolutely.
If Donald Rainwater gets elected, if Ricky Harrington gets elected, man, things are gonna get crazy.
Barron does well as well.
It should be a shoe-in for Ricky Dale, and I think he gets it.
Yeah, I know we reached out to Ricky about coming on tonight. Did you ever get a response back from his
I got a
manager?
response. I got a response. Let me see. It doesn't look like he's been back. His campaign manager was going to ask him when he got to the election party. So, you know, he might not be there yet, but we'll see.
Martha will get him.
Martha. Good old Martha.
Oh, I don't know if they're going to that election.
Oh, different party. Oh.
His own Arkansasian election party.
Just go over the border. Just
Would have
go to
been nice to, right? What's a state or two? Let's just go grab
really.
them.
I have to go through Arkansas to get to Texas. It's the easiest way, not the only way. Oh my gosh. Joe should be tweeting, but I don't know what she should be tweeting.
I guess that's your decision, Susie.
You don't fire me.
Did you tweet out this live stream as well? I know I had it on Facebook.
I did.
Yep.
You know, I think
because we've been holding pretty steady around like 20-ish viewers plus or minus a couple, but
yeah, that's not enough though. We need more.
We do need more.
Granted, we've also been live for 3 hours, so there's been probably people coming in and out.
Fluctuates. But I bet if you told people that Matt Kibbe and Adam Kokesh will be on this stream,
I have.
They might.
And Carter Hill, the chill libertarian.
They might. And
they're like,
Carter F.
chill libertarians on.
Chill libertarian from Twitter. You will not get this type of content anywhere else.
David Jones from Whiskey Region. I'm coming on.
Oh, he stopped. Is that a pit stop, David, or you at your location?
We are at the location.
Headed to Manchester.
McMinnville.
McMinnville.
Come on.
That's what I know.
Brad, get your Tennessee cities.
I am not taking notes. Sorry.
Josh, if you change the cover image of the video stream, I don't know if you're able to do that or not, but right now it's you looking down at
it's of your face.
Solid. Yeah, I can do that. Give me a second.
Might look cool.
Blows up the stream.
Maybe I just really wanted everyone just to see my face. That was my goal. Yes, you're right.
Oh, is AJ getting in front of Trump people? Or hell yes. Look at her. Hi, Hannibal. What's up, buddy? Hi.
Hannibal the dog. Not the
Yes,
cannibal.
he had a bath today. Oh. Hannibal is a Cane Corso.
Oh.
But yeah. Yes, he's what I bought with my whatchamacallit money. My COVID relief money.
I'm still waiting on that. I was in the lucky loophole group of college students that were technically declared dependent, so I didn't get any money, even though
Really?
I live by myself.
Wow.
It was great. We loved it.
You should just vote harder.
No, you should
Yeah, it was
Donald Trump. I bet if you tweeted Donald, he would reply.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Here's your money, Josh. There it is.
Tell him that I didn't get a check with his name on it. He'd be like, "All right, I'm sending one out."
Exactly.
As long as my
Send over
name's
the
on it.
helicopters. We have the best helicopters.
As long as my name is on it.
As long as
You get
my
all
name,
the money.
then you get everything that you need.
My money.
You guys sound
is
like
the
Marlon
great
Brando.
I'm like a awful echo too.
Oh my god. I didn't know that Trump sounded like Marlon Brando.
I am from the Midwest. I can't do New York to save my life.
My impressions are the great, the best
Where's your
impressions.
baby?
Like,
Great, the best.
I think Josh has his spirit.
Okay.
He's got it pretty nailed.
Your baby.
All right, I changed the thumbnail. It's not my face.
Is it you
anymore.
going like this? Because that would be epic. There.
My thumbnails are the best thumbnails.
Big league thumbnails.
People come up to me and they say, Donald, your thumbnails, they're the best. They say that. I don't say it. They say that.
People are gonna tune in and go,
I have better thumbnails.
I'm something of a libertarian myself.
1/10/24th libertarian.
Yeah, Josh, your hands are too big.
We'll take him out in post. We'll give him baby hands in post.
Oh my god. Hey, buddy.
Thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
He's like deuces.
Like, I didn't know I signed up for this.
Right? We didn't know he signed up for this, to be fair.
We didn't know we were signing up for this.
Right. Nobody knew anything. It just happened.
This was not my plan when I woke up this morning.
Mine either. I thought I was going to be packing.
Yeah, not on my list at all.
Y'all are great. We're just heading out to, we've got our kind of state party, election party tonight, so we're heading out in a bit.
Coming soon.
Great. Well, thank you.
Awesome. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you for all of you, all that you do. And I think I made sure I followed you from my personal account. And
Thank
Thanks,
you,
guys. Absolutely.
Keep up the
good work.
momentum. Absolutely. You too.
Keep going. Take it easy.
bye. Okay. Need to let people know what his thing is.
I think I would keep tuning into this stream just to see Josh do Trump. Like 2.5 hours a day. I'm good.
Yes.
That's-
that'd be very scary thing. I don't know if my hands can handle it.
Right. My career's over. 10-9.
Did y'all see the epic rap battles of history, Trump versus Biden?
No.
Yes.
Oh
I'm
man.
gonna have to watch that later.
It was so good. Oh man.
Mama Joe at the end, right? If I recall correctly.
I wish.
She busted.
Yeah, normally they have Abraham Lincoln coming in on the eagle at the end of those ones and yell at both candidates. They should have just had Joe come in this time.
Right.
Got an audience.
The kids are back.
Yeah, I can't do nothing. I got 4 of them. I can't escape. So there will be mild child interruptions in this stream, but I'll try to
That's
keep
okay.
it,
They're
you know,
libertarians in
It's
training.
Oh yeah, and my oldest son, yeah, he's totally into it. He's like, Joe gets 10% tonight, Dad, and I'm like, all right, good for you, because I'm not someone who beats this into my kids' heads or anything like that. I'm very against that type of thing. If they come to something naturally and it's not something that's unhealthy, then I'll do whatever I can to foster that. But yeah, he's seen me doing stuff and it's getting him excited. So yeah, liberty's contagious. What can you do?
It is indeed. We had a whole war over it.
Yep.
A
So
couple.
my granddaughter,
And who knows how many to come.
yesterday, my granddaughter read the Tuttle Twins version of Atlas Shrugged. And it's called Searching for Atlas, and it's taken in a circus. And of course, Atlas is the guy that lifts all the weights, but he also does all the work setting up the circus every time they move and tearing it down. And he finally gets sick of it because the clowns are out being clowns and looting and not doing anything. And so so it was a really great, very thin representation of Atlas Shrugged. Pretty amazing, actually. And she came away with it. Oh, bye, Dave. She came away with it, understanding that there are people who do all the work, or a lot, 80% of the, what is it? 20% of the people do 80% of the work. And that that the clowns and the looters are the people who expect something for nothing. They expect, and that's the operative word, is expect. Hannibal expect something. And so it was really good for her to read that. So she's also reading the Tuttle Twins version of The Road to Serfdom. And she's got about 3 or 4 others. And I'm going to be gone for a couple of days, but I can't wait to see what she thinks of them. What's up, buddy? Liberty is cool.
Yes, it is.
So it's
Well,
looking like in 9 minutes, the very first polls close in Indiana and Kentucky. So hopefully
But
we should
not
be
complete.
Yeah, partial
Part of the
closes.
state. See, my biggest concern with everything going the way it's going is we're going to eventually hit 1984, and I'm deathly afraid of that. Like, out of everything
We
else,
already do.
we're
already
getting
do.
there. We're not completely there, but we're getting there.
And I'm
I mean,
like,
look what, did you guys see what Merriam-Webster did when they changed the definition of a word recently? Did you see?
no.
Oh, it
Yes.
was
ridiculous is
I
what.
forget what that was.
Now I'm
Not the
curious.
word, but what the actual action was. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
I
It was
can't
something.
remember.
It was something with
Oh!
Amy Coney Barrett.
It was
Yes, because it was
preference.
about
Preference.
preference.
That was the word.
Yep.
That's hate
Change-
speech now.
What?
You have a preference.
Yes.
Thanks,
Even though the
Merriam-Webster.
word preference has been used, you know,
Which one you prefer?
by
I'm a little confused how you changed that definition, but okay.
In the context in which she spoke, she was speaking of someone's, it was either gender or sexual preference, and then they attacked her for that. It's like, well, she wasn't giving us anything to attack her with, so let's just change the definition of a word through her. You know, it's like, oh my gosh, we live in a clown world.
Yeah, we do.
we did.
Clown ruler.
I mean, look at the two main party nominees. Now, tells you how backwards things are.
Most important election ever, Andrew. How dare you? These are the best candidates. Wait, no.
Our
Out of
entire
all-
country could offer.
Out of all of the and I'm not saying all the candidates the Democrats put up were
360
good,
million people.
but out of the half decent ones that were up, you go with Biden. I'm sorry, but I'm still peeved at how they screwed over Tulsi. Just saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, if Joe wasn't a thing and Tulsi was there, I mean, I would actually go Democrat for like the first time ever.
Tulsi's actually who I voted for in the Democratic primary before I knew about Jorgensen, because I'm like, well, I like what Tulsi stands for. I know she's got no chance because they're sweeping her under the rug, but she's who I want if I was to go Democrat. Nope,
Exactly.
She
Yeah.
got screwed over. And then I saw Joe and I'm like, this is exactly what I want. So if
Yeah.
I didn't know about Joe and Tulsi was in the running, I would have probably voted for Tulsi.
Same, 100%. Yeah.
So
I found the article. It's actually from Snopes, verified as true.
oh God.
No, but that's okay because sometimes, you know, whatever. Merriam-Webster updated its definition and usage guidelines, ouch, of the term sexual preference to say its use is offensive after the October 13th, 2020 confirmation hearing of Judge Amy Coney Barrett.
I don't know anymore.
Because life wasn't polarized enough. Let's start changing
Let's
the
polarize the dictionary.
Right. Polarize the dictionary.
Yeah.
Well, they need news somewhere. Why not just make some bullshit up?
At news, that word's offensive. We're gonna change
My
that.
First Amendment right says I can say it.
Right.
I thought we were libertarians here.
What amendment right says we can redefine words on the spot?
So it's
Where's
nice to
where's
see
that written?
that the completely unbiased polls, which they only have 6,000 followers, but they have a lot more than they did earlier in the year.
Good.
They were originally not including Joe in the polls, and I got after them from my account and said, hey, you need to put all 4 people on your polls. And so they're like, oh, of course. So they've been running a lot of polls. Who do you think will win? Who do you think will win? And so the other day I asked him, I said, why don't you run a poll that's just like, who do you want to win? Let's just ask people who want to win. And they did today, or 20 hours ago. And of course, Joe Jorgensen is winning at 58%, Donald Trump at 27%.
Now, if only we could see that in the real election. It'd be a
Right.
fucking
If only.
landslide.
Yeah.
I mean, because 50 state ballots. Some people don't seem to know that's a thing, but that's a thing.
Well, I love it. It's like we need the popular vote. I'm like, it's not one election; it's 51 elections, and the winner takes the votes from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all for re-evaluating the Electoral College, but not for getting rid of it completely.
No, we need that as a friend.
Like, I wouldn't mind, like, I mean, obviously this is probably not a completely liked opinion, but I wouldn't mind, like, you take how the percentage of every state. Like, say the state's got 5 electoral votes and a candidate gets 40% of the votes. They get 2 electoral votes, and you go across the board.
That's what I think would work better, and then it gets rid of that winner take all mentality. But that's just me personally.
Yeah, you're talking about what both Maine and Nebraska do. They have each of their districts they have split up, and whoever wins the district wins that electoral vote.
And that's a much better idea, in my opinion, especially now that we are much larger than we were back in the 1800s. So
right, yeah. So
because
maybe abolishment, no.
Yeah, because why should all the Democrats in Texas have to suffer with their entire state going Republican and not representing them? Similarly, why should all the Republicans in California have to suffer with their entire state going Democrat?
Yeah,
that won't represent them. So they should be able to have their say in who represents them, with equal power that everyone else gets. I don't know how I feel completely about the Electoral College. I don't think I've made up my mind quite yet, but I can see there are definitely powerful arguments on both sides. One of the ones that's most intrigued me right now is with how the Electoral College is currently set up, that different people have different values weighted values of their vote. So the people in Wyoming have a much more powerful vote than the people in California do.
Yep.
The Wyoming and other smaller states have their individual votes are just worth more.
Yeah, I think
Wyoming shouldn't be a thing.
I think it's like 1 in every 170,000 in Wyoming, and then it's like 1 in 700,000 in California. Equals one elector. And I completely understand why they're upset, but then again, you look at it, I've said it to multiple people in the past. If you do a complete popular vote, Democrats are going to win hands down, because they've got the population centers, and that's where the candidates are going to go. Hands down. If you gave every single state one vote and one vote alone, it's going to be the Republicans every single time, because more states lean more red than blue, at least right now. It might change 10, 20 years, who knows. That's why I feel like the Electoral College kind of gets that middle ground where you get every state. It's not a whoever has most votes, like whoever has most population wins. It's we got more votes over here, but I don't know. It's just, I think the Electoral College could be fixed, but it's definitely the best solution.
It's Amanda. Doc has joined.
Well, hello there.
How's it going? Howdy. Sorry if you hear my dog. She's whining.
Good to see you.
And Rihanna's here too.
Woo! Rihanna.
It's a party now.
Hi, Rihanna.
Hi.
You guys planned that great. Thanks for coming.
Finally, I'm not the only girl.
We were just talking about electoral disproportionate, so now we've evened the.
Now we're evenly represented.
It was planned out. I promise you. Like everything else today.
Yeah.
Great segue.
Planned like everything else, last minute, and without realizing.
Rhyme or reason. Yeah.
God, I got it.
Oh wait, it's 6 o'clock. We can possibly
it is 6
get
o'clock.
Let's see if we got any results coming in.
Up, we've got.
You'll keep checking with me on the time thing because it just changed, and here in Texas it's 5. And you're saying 6.
Yeah, 6 Eastern time.
Central represent 5 o'clock.
I'm not seeing anything on Google right now, so.
Well, they literally just closed them, so I'd be surprised if we.
Well, they probably start grabbing a couple, but.
Yeah, they'll start counting stuff, but we probably won't hear anything at least for like 15, 20 minutes, I'd say.
Yeah, I'll check in a couple minutes.
Do y'all think all of the mail-in ballots will be counted?
No.
There were 100 million of them, so probably not.
I think it's going to depend on the state whether we see all of those votes counted tonight. There are some states that they'll start counting them early, but might not release the results until polls close, versus there's some states that refuse to allow them to even be opened and looked at until polls close. So some of the bigger states, probably like Florida, especially where it's going to be super tight, we probably won't know the results of those, at least for
it's going to be
a couple
a
days, maybe
here.
a week. Yeah,
we're going to have a recount, probably 5.
It's going to go on for 7 months.
It's going to be
2 weeks to flatten the ballot count. So Rihanna, sorry, it's all kind of coupled. We're a little zany here. If you want to jump in and tell us about yourself, I know Susie was talking you up earlier, but yeah, if you can tell us a bit about yourself and what brought you to the Liberty Shindig.
Yeah, so I had said in the Why Libertarian interview that I did with Matthew Struck that I had voted for Trump in 2016 because he ran as an outsider and he had a fresh perspective on government, which was appealing to me at the time. I mean, I didn't really get involved much in politics until this election. But watching the way he handled COVID, like, refusing to help states in need of PPE and life-saving medical equipment during the pandemic, it just completely made me lose faith in him. And then, I wasn't going to jump to Biden. Like, I just don't like him, But yeah, so I just started researching alternative candidates and came across Joe's campaign, and I felt represented by all of her policies immediately. And I just was like, all right, this is the woman I want to support. I mean, so.
Doesn't that feel good? You have someone you want to vote for?
Yeah.
But you're
Absolutely.
not voting out of,
Nice change of pace.
I have to vote against this guy because this team says so. Or it's not a fear. It's something you enjoy doing. I love wasting my vote today. I was so excited to do it.
Well, look at the enthusiasm between
I was-
libertarian voters and Democrat and Republican voters. Just that alone will tell you how much different the whole situation is between mainstream and the libertarians.
Yeah,
I mean, it was literally called "Settle for Biden."
Oh yeah,
settle for Biden.
Blue, no matter who, pissed me off so much. I'm like, really? This is what you've come down to? Is you will take whatever you can get as long as he's not Trump? I'm sorry. That annoys the crap out of me.
Even when it's an identical candidate to Trump.
Exactly.
So,
Same fucking coin. One side's the other.
But his hair's not orange anymore.
Yeah, I'm longing for the day when we actually get multiple candidates that we can debate on who would be better for the country instead of who will be less bad for the country. Who can do the least amount of damage to the country?
Be right back.
Same. I'm gonna take a short hiatus. I'll be right back with you.
Well, I'm tweeting something, but I've got I've got my headset in because my husband's watching the election results now. So.
Are they coming in? I haven't been looking. I haven't seen anything yet.
We've got CNN on, and they're talking. People have voted how they think or ages. So, yeah, 45 to 64-year-olds make up most of the electorate, which is my age group.
Interesting.
I thought it would have been millennials a lot this year.
Yeah, millennials currently are the
Significantly.
biggest generation.
Right, but they don't think millennials will vote.
I beg to differ this time.
Now, Rihanna, what do you think? What have you seen?
As far as like what I think the results will be?
Now, what have you seen from like the millennial vote, or have you or the even Gen Z?
Yeah, I think the Gen Z, I mean, they are more likely to research their options because they're like very tech savvy, so I think they're more likely to seek that third option than somebody who's, older. But I mean, I know a lot of people that are, 20, 21 that have voted for Joe. But my brother's 44 and he voted for Joe. So, I mean, I think it really just depends on, what people want to see and what they're, if they're brave enough to cast that third party vote.
Repping Gen Z voting for Joe.
I was telling them earlier today, somebody had tweeted out that they had stood 12 minutes looking at their ballot, wanting to vote for Joe, but were just all in angst about the whole thing. I don't know how they ever ended up casting their vote. I didn't pay attention after that, but
yeah. I think in the next election too, I mean, the high schoolers now they have all this free time, they're probably like involved in the election and watching what's going on, I think that they're going to be the ones that are really going to start voting third party. So, I mean, I guess that's the younger side of Gen Z, but.
Oh, I gotta put the link, sorry. Yeah, we'll see if Gen Z shows up. I don't know.
I think they will. I think people aren't giving them enough credit because, like, somebody just made a comment. They've been stuck at home in COVID. They've got nothing better to do. And with all the crap going on with politics on the news, especially after the first debate, they're probably like, this is the first election I can vote in, and these are the options. I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I would be very shocked to see if the millennials and Gen Z didn't turn out in swarms.
Yeah, Gen Z will, no matter how many come out to vote, Gen Z will still be only a small percentage of the total votes because there's only like 5 or 6 years of Gen Z that can vote right now.
Yeah. I think it's going to be the millennials that are going to be big time on this one.
Yeah,
More so than boomers and all the others.
Yeah, and it would make sense that millennials are the largest generation to vote because they are the biggest generation in our country. So right now.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that they would be the biggest generation to turn out for voting.
All right. Okay, that's been tweeted.
We need more viewers. Send them over here.
I did. I just did.
All right, cool.
Who's on our roster next?
Who is on our roster next? Hold, please.
I think coming up at 7 p.m. we've got Ian Peake. He's running for Illinois State Representative.
Cool.
Yep.
And then bottom of that hour, we've got Martha Bueno coming in from our first update from the Texas party with Joe and Spike. So we'll hopefully she'll be able to pull Spike and Joe away for a second to come say hi to us. And that'll be really cool.
All right, so I got a couple of results if you guys want to hear them.
Yeah.
Right now, we got Trump is got 72% at 4,700. Biden's got 1,713. Joe Jorgensen is at 125 currently.
And that's
where?
Indiana or Kentucky?
That is Indiana. New Hampshire had the early voting, so it looks like that's mainly Indiana right now.
Okay.
So, and then do we have governor for Indiana because Rainwater's a big thing.
Yes.
He is right now. Rainwater's got 13.5% of the votes with 882, but it's still early, so we should see things change.
13% is great.
Right. I'll see if that goes much higher, but who knows?
Well, that's still a percentage. I mean,
So do you guys think that Joe's going to hit 5%?
Easily.
Yeah.
Definitely 5. I'm hoping for at least double digits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll more than likely be somewhere between 5 and 10%, but I think that she's definitely going to hit 5% with all the stuff we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think they were predicting like 7%. So, but that's huge.
Yeah.
it is. It is. What was it in Alabama or Arkansas? She was at 9% the other day.
Yeah, I think it was Alabama.
Alaska was one that she is at 8.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Alaska was 8.
Alabama was pretty high too. I think it was like 8.
Yep.
I still want to see that 22% somebody commented.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I'm not expecting it, but I would be head over heels if I saw that.
Oh my gosh. What are people doing on Twitter anyhow?
Oh yeah, they've only have like 2 or 3 districts they're counting so far.
Yeah, there's not much in right now. So, and it's Indiana, so it's going to be more red anyway.
Yeah. And also that makes sense because it's only 11 minutes after they've been closed.
I'm just kind of refreshing and seeing what happens. So I know it's still early.
I'm looking on there too.
We'll see.
I'm wondering what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. That's where I'm from.
That's the big question.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had Sam Robb on earlier, who's from Pennsylvania, and he, did a lot of work this year for the party and for Joe, and so it's exciting to, he's excited to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
gave me some campaign signs and I put them all up over the county. So hopefully people are seeing them. They keep getting removed though. That's the problem.
Wow.
Crazy.
Pennsylvania closes at 8. Florida closes at 7. That'll be good to watch. Was it Arizona at 10? This is all Eastern time, by the way, for anyone who's not in Eastern time.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thanks for dealing with us people in the past. We
Yeah,
appreciate
right.
it.
Yeah, hurry up.
Yeah.
Somebody
But it's-
tweeted out that they chose love over. Today, I voted for the 231,999 Americans who could not. I chose love over hate. I chose unity over division. I chose to end our 4-year national nightmare. It is with great honor that I cast my first ever ballot for Joe Biden, our 46th president.
Sorry. Sorry, I had something in my throat there. Ugh.
That was a good lead up until that last sentence.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, well, the reason I saw it is because somebody commented, no, you didn't. You didn't vote for Joe Jorgensen.
Yeah. Well, no. Once you heard the 200,000, you're like, oh god, I know where this is going.
Right.
Yeah.
They love their numbers.
Yeah.
But hey, I mean,
when it
if-
looks good for them, they like their numbers. When it
Justifies
doesn't,
anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if that is her real perspective, not one that's been forced onto her, and he or she has been forced to believe that way because they have no other option. If they honestly believe that Joe Biden is the best option for her to vote for, I mean, I'm glad that she voted.
Yeah.
I mean,
You sound like Harry Reid.
We don't agree with her, but she.
You know who Harry Reid was?
It rings a bell.
For voting.
Harry Reid used to be the ranking senator when the Democrats were in office. And
Gotcha.
he's one of the ones who, had they pushed through Obamacare yet? I can't remember. Maybe. But I was at an NRA banquet in Las Vegas. And of course, he comes in glad handing. So I told my friend, I said, take my phone and film this because I'm going to talk to him, and I had enough to drink. And so I just kind of like got in his face and I was just, and his cold, dead eyes. Let's put it this way. He's the skinny, emaciated version of Mitch McConnell. Same cold, dead eyes, same skexy feeling about them.
Same
his
cocaine.
palms, his palms going to be sweaty and flaccid. Ugh. But anyhow, I just told him, I said, I'm doing everything I can to get you out of office. I want that woman over there, because this other woman had come in who was running, and they were both from Nevada. Of course, they're senators. And I want her to win. And I went on. And he was like, I'm just really glad that you're active. I'm really glad that you're voting and that you're active in politics. And so, it was a politician thing to say. So Josh, you'll be a good politician if you keep up that.
especially if you do the hands.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep the hands.
Keep the hands going.
I would be the best candidate.
Keep
best-
the motivation
best candidate.
posts.
My motivation, it's better than the motivation of any other candidate.
Yeah, you see, I think you have my vote. Not gonna lie.
Oh, good stuff. Oh, look at it. Hey, Matt Kibbe liked your tweet.
Oh snap!
I am simping over that right now. I just didn't want to say anything because I'm gonna be simping out plenty later tonight when he comes on the stream. So
Okay. I don't even know who he is.
he is a pillar.
It's okay,
of
neither do I.
Kibbe or Liberty. A libertarian with like a million followers. Nothing.
Oh, that's all. Okay.
Casual.
I don't.
He
Twitter
was
means nothing
also-
to me anymore.
He was also a big ass Democrat when I was back there in 2010 and 2012, and then he saw the light. But yeah, I remember arguing with Matt Kibbe. I'm going to tell him that tonight too.
Matt Kibbe is the one who interviewed Justin Amash and Joe at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, and he interviewed Joe by herself, and then with
And
her
Spike.
and Justin.
And then Spike by himself.
Oh, I didn't see the interview with Spike.
Oh yeah, it's great. He goes all into Spike's background and what brought him around to Liberty and everything. So
Awesome.
I think that happened at the convention. I want to say. I don't know.
Yes, that one. Yes, it was at the convention.
Yeah.
Yes, that was yes. Yeah, you're right. Oh my God, my horse is like, he's freaked out by all the voices of you guys.
Did you say horse?
Yeah. Hannibal the horse.
Except it's a dog.
Yeah. He's, what did we decide? He was 7 months old or 8 months old yesterday or the day before. And it's just
a worthwhile purchase with your stimulus check.
Yeah, he's taller than the table, huh, buddy? Yeah, he's going to the beach.
Yeah, I'm curious how the stock market is going to be affected tomorrow after assuming they decide who wins the election tonight. How the stock market's going to handle that? Because I'm assuming that if Trump gets voted again, it'll shoot up, and if Biden does, it'll go down because
probably going to tank if
there's reasons.
Going to tank, yeah, because reasons, because economics.
Yeah.
Because economics don't lie. Only economists do, but economics don't.
I'm going to be a millionaire with all the ammunition.
I taught an economics class, personal finance, but I called it economics to a bunch of homeschooled high school students, and we had a co-op, and that was the class I taught. It was so much fun, and they did not like all the things I taught them, like about taxes and all of the taxes. We actually, what I did is I figured out the number of people in the class and the number of percentage who could be high earners. So there were like 2 who could be high income, and then a bunch of middle class, and then how many people were going to be low income. And so then they drew lots, and it's like whoever, you draw this, okay, oh, you're making 30,000 a year. All right. And then they drew how many, if they were married or not, then they drew how many kids they had. And so it was like a luck of the draw. And, of course, the poor guy that pulled the $30,000 a year had a wife and 2 kids. And it's like, okay, how are you going to make this work? And these are the taxes that are going to come out of your paycheck every single time. And so we did that. They hated it. It's like, we don't want to grow up. It's like, yeah, I know, it sucks.
It's a trap.
I don't want to be robbed.
Yeah. We watched the End of Money as We Know It. I just had, and that's a really great movie. If you're out there watching this, it's on Amazon. I don't know if it's in Prime free right now, but it's the end of the road, the end of money as we know it. And it's Peter Schiff is on it. And it's just all about how we kicking the can down the road. And that one of these days, we're on that bubble. And actually this movie was made quite a while ago. So we have been sitting on this massive economic bubble for so long, and it's got to pop. I think it already is popping. I don't think the pin's been taken out, so the air can't escape yet. It's kind of like stuck in there.
Well, when you shovel out $3 trillion for a relief package in a couple months.
10 trillion. 10 trillion.
10 trillion.
We round up here.
And do you know, so I don't know if you've ever heard this or not, but somebody described this to me years ago. This was before we even talked in trillions, so I was still a kid, right? And they're like, 1 million seconds is 12 days, okay? 1 billion seconds is 32 years. 1 trillion seconds is 32,000 years.
Yep.
That's the difference between the three. And when you put it in, something that people can conceptualize, it's like, oh my God, that's pretty huge. Big difference. So how we're ever going to reduce our debt,
it just pisses me off because you got Democrats and Republicans keep saying, oh, we need to do everything for the kids and everything. But I'm like, you are literally giving these children who are not even born yet a $200,000 bill that they have no say in. They gain nothing from whatever the spending is. and they're okay with it. I'm like, you're okay with the children's future. I'm sorry. It's ridiculous. So, and the fact that people are not willing to look otherwise for that, I lose all patience with people.
Pull yourself up by the bootstraps, Andrew.
What bootstraps? I can't afford them.
Right? My children can't afford the bootstraps in 20 years.
You can't afford boots.
Right. Well, there's no boots left. Right. It's gone.
Yeah, that's crazy. Rihanna, what did you live in Pennsylvania. What all did you or have you done this last year, towards liberty, besides being an awesome tweeter?
Well, like I said, I did put like campaign signs up all around the area. I try to do most of my stuff online just because I'm immunocompromised, so I don't really want to go out and do all that right now. But I did go to a couple of Joe's events. I was at the one in Cleveland, and I did sign waving, which, by the way, what happened to her there was crazy. She didn't even get to do her. I was so upset. I was like, this is so messed up. Why are they doing this? And it's just by chance that this happens. I mean, I think that was planned,
Oh, absolutely. I was there. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you were too.
Yeah, I did sign waving, and I handed out the little palm cards and stuff. So
cool.
But
cool.
Have you seen a Maine ballot?
Oh, my husband's showing me the ranked choice of Maine ballots. Yeah,
there's ranked choices.
Yeah,
what the fuck is that?
You didn't know about ranked choice voting?
Oh, do we have a topic for you?
So MVP for the American League?
The future is now, Mr. Elks.
Ranked choice. I'm going to tell my husband what ranked choice voting is.
Oh, what a joy!
5 hours later.
So what a
Jimmy Pearson in chat says, "How about mentioning how we can change the system?"
I'm assuming it has to do with my comment on the kids getting the giant bill. Basically, the easiest way would be cutting most of the spending that we're doing, keeping our troops over into what was the number? 170 countries all across the world,
something like that.
Joe quotes 150, but
it's
yeah,
100. So
it's always fluctuating. But
who knows?
We had this discussion. It's if you got to 149, it's who cares?
That would be a nice start, so we can get not remove the military, because we do still need that defense.
No, strong
our defense
for us.
Yes, our defense in our country, not all these European nations and Asian countries. That's their business, not ours. You do that, even if we drop down our budget for the military down to just above China, which is the second one, just above that, so we still are actually getting money. You're still saving the American people $500 billion a year. I don't know. That's a nice chunk of change in my pocket that I'd like to have.
Also note, if there ever was a time you realize that the interest on our debt now is more than what we produce as a nation. So if you ever needed a stronger argument to stop spending, guess what? Now's the time, because it's not going to get better. We can't spend ourselves into prosperity like that.
Fortunately, no. Let's see what we got for results. Well, Joe is at 1.5% with 1,600 of the votes counted so far. That's some of Kentucky, some of Indiana, and Rainwater. He's at 11.5% with 5,600 votes. So hopefully we see more soon.
What are you watching?
I'm using Google.
Oh, okay.
Just refreshing.
Google has a live.
And I don't have to worry about CNN or Fox or any of them telling me, and I can actually find a third-party candidate. So
just numbers, no perspective.
Exactly. I don't need your opinion. Just tell me the numbers.
Yep.
I'm gonna hop off real quick. Actually, I'll come back around 8:30. I gotta take care of kiddo.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Alrighty.
It looks like in Kentucky, Kanye has got 84 votes.
Woo!
My man. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Hey, you know what? Why not?
I was really surprised to see how many people aren't voting straight ticket in this election, which I think is good.
Yeah.
'Cause we need to elect people at the local level too. So, like a lot of my friends are like, "Oh, I'm gonna still vote for Joe Biden," but I voted for Libertarian for local offices. So I was like, that at least makes me happy that they're doing that and they're researching all the candidates on their ballot. So
Yeah, and that's the way it should be. Every position, every person has different thoughts on different subjects and different viewpoints. So why, even though they're all come under the same banner, why should you only look at the banner and not the person actually going to be running your city, your town, your state, your country?
Yeah, local government gets to you probably quicker than the federal, but so everybody's
that and your vote has more power locally than it does nationally because there's less people voting.
Yeah.
So why would you not want to specifically research what the specific people that are going to be running your town that you're going to interact with every day?
Yeah, my uncle, he's way gone Republican. I actually convinced him to stop and take a look at it, and he actually casted red, yes, but he also did some gold. So there's that. There's probably not an excuse with everything that's going on in 2020 not to be an informed voter.
Yeah,
not
especially with the pandemic, we've had so much free time.
I mean,
and we have politics shoved down our throats.
Nothing against The Bachelor, but put it down for 5 seconds and look at the people that want to control your lives.
Well, and I think that's what's been, Corona was probably a gift to libertarians. Sorry, but I think it was. I think it helped us with being able to get the message out because people were stuck, so they were on social media. I think it leveled the playing field for the candidates because Biden and Trump weren't out there being able to hold, huge rallies and everything. Biden was hiding in his basement. Joe was out there meeting the people. And I think that, and the lockdowns, people were like, holy cow, the government can actually do this to me.
Wait, they actually have the power to do these things that these other people have been telling me for years. Oh,
yeah.
It's a bit of vindication for us. I'm not going to lie. It's not going Hillary saying never waste a crisis, but no, it's just like, this is the inevitable outcome of the government that you let happen. So.
And this sets a precedent that the government can continue to take handle of our lives and do whatever they want with us. So,
because historically speaking, once they take something away, they don't give it back. Not without a fight.
Not peacefully.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
Well, I just looked up to see how many people were at the Butler, PA rally that Trump had, and there were 60,000 people there.
Yeah, that's why I think
it was insane.
There's a lot of data out there, and I've heard people say Biden, but Biden doesn't have enthusiasm on his side, so that's why I think that Trump would get the nom over Biden. It's just for that. His cult is not all of them, but the ones that are there, they're like, can I have another glass of that Kool-Aid, please? It's like nothing he does could ever be wrong in their eyes. And there's a lot of people like that.
I actually got told probably about a month or two ago, because I was basically on a Biden tirade on how much I can't stand the guy. And I was actually told, you can't use his past history against him. I'm like, that's exactly what I'm going to do. The guy made the 94 crime bill. Or sorry, he co-authored it. Not completely. And he pushed as Biden's bill. I'm sorry, I'm going to utilize that against him.
Well, they act like he was a juvenile, so you can't use that against him because he was a kid and now he's grown up.
He's in his 70s, and this was what, 20?
This is a guy who was too old to serve in NOM when he got into politics. And 47 years later, here we are still dealing with him. So you can't give me that. Oh, he was immature. He didn't know. No.
But I literally was told.
If he was mature enough to represent people in Congress or in the Senate. He's old enough to take responsibility for his own actions. Doesn't matter how long ago they were.
Right.
I did not hear that about him being too old.
He didn't have to dodge the draft. He was too old.
He only had to be 26, so.
Yeah,
I thought he did have to dodge. I know
Trump did, I
right?
believe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Trump
thought Biden did too, but
Well, Biden's what, 4 years older, I think?
What is he, 70?
Granted, I would also try to dodge the drafts if it happened. So,
Well, we don't fault him for that. Just like when someone gets in without paying copious amounts of taxation, you kind of have to be like, well, good for you. But at the same time, when he dodged it and then went into supporting that system, then that guy doesn't get a pass. He should have done anything other than what he decided to do to this country. That's my belief.
yeah, I think I'm gonna take a short break and I'll hop on a little bit.
I'm actually
later.
going to as well. I'm gonna step away.
Oh, Josh, don't leave. Wait, Josh, don't leave. Just mute and turn off.
Yeah,
your
yeah,
camera.
that's what I
I'm gonna
meant.
do
Yeah.
as well.
You're
All
in
right, I'll see you
charge.
guys in a little bit.
All right. Yeah.
Great, you guys are leaving us alone.
No, I'm only taking a break.
We have Rihanna here.
I've been sat at this for like the last 2-3 hours.
About 30
4
30
hours.
minutes.
4 hours we've been at this.
Yeah, man, this is like.
And I had 2 extra hours of planning before that.
Yeah, Rihanna, we just so you know, we did not plan this at all. Like we woke up this morning and went, oh, let's do it. And we just started inviting candidates and people that have been really active on Twitter. And Matt Kibbe's coming.
Kokesh.
Adam Kokesh is coming on later. So we've got.
Well, I'm glad to be here because I'm glad to like hear you guys' talking points. and
Yeah.
everything.
Oh,
So-
thank you so much for coming on and helping our ragtag crew fill some dead air. Because we can do it on our own, but
I was gonna ask, how long do you want me to stay on here? Is it kind of just like
as long
You can stay on as long as you want to.
Yeah.
Shannon Bray was on with us all afternoon, and then he's take a break, and then he's coming back.
Coming up here at 7 Eastern, 6 Central, we are going to have Ian Pink, state representative from Illinois. Sorry, I'm bad at roles. But I've met him. He's a really cool cat. So yeah, you're welcome to hang out and chill until then.
Yeah.
I do have to intermittently step away, but my step aways are only going to be like 3 minutes. So yeah.
You know that they're only 3 minutes.
Yes. That's how addiction works.
Oh, yeah, I remember those. Yes. I remember that. No, you can stay on as long as you'd like to. You can ask candidates questions. It's great.
Yeah, and we, believe it or not, we still have a viewership in the chat. So we did something right today. And if anyone in the chat has any questions, comments, concerns, sonnets.
Josh said we have a
You
US
will be timed. Thank you, Amanda.
Josh, you have a U.S. election banner. Oh, we sure. Oh. It's not really an election banner. It's a U.S. elections on Google. All right, we have Indiana reporting.
It's Andrew was our kind of our scorekeeper here. I'm gonna pull up the election results as well.
If you go to everybody's timeline, it's I voted.
Yeah.
You're great. You're narcissist.
Oh my God. All right. So right now Trump is at 53%, Biden's at 44%.
And of course, you have to hit the see more before Jorgensen even is displayed. Thank you,
Right,
Google.
there it is.
Right on par with your usual suppression.
I can't even tell you, it was really difficult for me to even find another option. Whenever I was originally looking to see like who was running for third party, it was really hard to find her.
Oh yeah, you'll find
Really?
outdated articles. You look up. I believe the particular one was like, who's the woman running in 2020? And the primary hit on that, the reference was back to the primaries for the DNC. It didn't even pop up with Jorgensen, so you can't even get that information if you're just typing in generic questions for the longest time. So, yeah, it's It is what it is, but thank you for looking. We
I'm
appreciate
glad
all-
I did. I'm definitely glad I did because
Yeah. Same. Yeah, I just again, if it weren't a ticket like Joe and Spike, I would have abstained again and just held my breath for another election cycle. But it's always good when you actually have someone that you can get behind. And then here in the chat we have Emma Begley, girl chat time. Let me tell you, girl. Talk about how awesome 100 years of women voters is and how we are the power. And I will leave it to the girls to answer that while I step away for a brief intermission.
Okay, so what's the question? Sorry, I was looking at Elaine Jones' lips because she just posted a picture
She
in our
does
chat.
have lips. That's
She does
true.
have lips.
That's a
and
fact.
she posted a picture and she looks fabulous. She's getting ready for the party tonight. And I'm going to tell her that we're talking about your lips on the YouTube.
But the question was about 100 years of women voters and how we are the power. And then after that, there's a follow-up. Does anyone know who designed that awesome Rosie Riveter Joe t-shirt?
No idea.
That may have come from libertarian candidates. Ryan.
Ryan Thompson?
No, not Thompson. Raymond.
Ryan
Libertarian
Raymond,
candidate.
really?
I think that meme may have come from that. That was a guess, though. Don't quote me on that. Last I need is a libertarian coming at me because I didn't know who made said meme on certain.
Right.
But yeah, I'm sure if we look around, we could figure that out. But again, I will be right back. So women voting.
Okay, so Emma wants to talk about how awesome 100 years of women voters is and how we are the power. And I'll start off, Rihanna. Being in the state of Tennessee, I found out that Tennessee was the ratifying state for the women being allowed to vote or being returned their rights. But it was kind of a cool story if you haven't heard it. Mr. Byrne was the not candidate, but senator or representative for the state who got a letter. He was kind of the holdout for quite a while and people kept bugging him. And then his mother sent him a letter and said, be a good boy, do what's right. And she basically told him, that he needed to ratify the 19th Amendment. And so he did. That is what changed his vote. And he got death threats. And I think he had to leave the state house out the back door. And oh my God, it was the worst thing ever. So it's kind of cool to be in the state of Tennessee now and being able to be part of that. But at the same time, it's incredibly frustrating to see how the media has completely dismissed her. I mean, Hillary was everywhere because she was a woman running for president. And Kamala is everywhere because she's a vice presidential candidate. And Jo Jorgensen is nowhere, and they have ignored her and ignored 100 years of history. And I'm just, I don't like identity politics, and Jo has really stayed out of identity politics. I mean, there are some people who say, well, some of those tweets, the BLM tweet or whatever, it's like, those weren't identity politics. Those were support of people. She has never come out and said, vote for me because I'm a woman, any of that stuff.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't she the only woman in history to have been on the ballot in 2 elections?
On all 50 states, yes.
States. Yeah.
Yes, she is. Yep.
Yeah, and that gets no attention.
Nope.
It's like in 2016, it was like, vote for her, like she's with us, but with Hillary. And now it's like, what's going on here?
Yeah, well, it was I'm with her with Hillary and she's with us for Jo.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's really unfortunate, especially given the history of what women went through to try to, be able to vote and everything.
I haven't seen that movie with Hilary Swank. Have you ever seen it? I think it's just called Suffragette.
Mm-mm.
And it's all about what they went through. I mean, they were beaten. Some of those women were beaten. Of course, their husbands, beat them too, but some of them were jailed and beaten in jail and the whole bit. I mean, what they went through to get us the vote was amazing and should be respected more. I mean, now we just take it for granted, and I think, and that's good. I mean, I think it's good that we can take it for granted because it's our right.
Yeah.
And it was taken away from us. So who signed it into, let's see, what is this, 1920? Who was president? Grover Cleveland? I can't remember who signed it into law. You looking it up?
Yeah. Woodrow Wilson? Is that right?
Oh, it was him. Oh, Christ. That's pretty funny because Woodrow Wilson is also the president that Joe put down as being one of the worst presidents in history because he also did.
That's one good thing he did, I guess.
Yeah, he did something right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Let me see. What do we got going on here on election results? Oh, still the same. I don't know how these guys can talk so long and so fast. New Hampshire's coming in.
Yeah, why? I can't even see her on here. Oh, show more. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm back. And yeah, 100 years of women's voting, and you have to click show more on Google. So, not only that, there was the Zogby poll that put her over 5% in July, August, something like that. And then Wikipedia put her at the top of the page. And then there was this breakdown in editor comments where it's like, oh, changing their arbitrary rules as to what qualified to keep her up at the top of the page. So it was funny for a day. A couple minutes, we had Jorgensen listed at the top of the Wikipedia presidential election page.
Really? I didn't know about that.
She was up at the top, and they reversed it. They argued, they put it back up, they reversed it, and eventually it just kept down and never went back up. So, but we were a driving force in getting her on Zogby to make this seemingly, not something you thought would have happened from getting her included on a poll, but that's how it works. It shows what happens once you pierce that veil of voter suppression in this country.
I need to get in touch with Martha. I will be right back.
Amanda says I went over my 3-minute allotment. Well, to be fair, we're talking about women's suffrage, and I didn't need to have a voice in that conversation. So I would, not be the guy to go out and try to speak for women. Iron-jawed angel.
I feel like, especially with what happened to her in the debates, was like, I was so frustrated, and I got suspended on Twitter for spamming because I kept tweeting at the debates commission.
I was there too. I lost my first account, which had almost 800 followers, and then my second one after I had died down, but I still was occasionally poking at the CPD. It got suspended. Well, I petitioned, and they actually did reverse it, so that was a miracle. But since then, I just wanted to keep the followers and the connections, so I
had to do an appeal form or whatever online.
Yeah, I did an appeal, and then it was already the second debate had been canceled already, and there was one left, and I'm like, there's just no point in pursuing this dead end. But props out there for people trying to fill in alternatives. what was it, the American Debate Commission. Someone was trying to make an alternative, and I believe that's an endeavor that's going to be one thing that keeps going all along. But whether we'll ever see a GOP or DNC candidate break out of the duopoly system and agree to another debate that's not in that contract that was heavily redacted. Susie got copies of it, and they took out the language that talked about where it specifically talks about podiums, because obviously it was a contract for 2 podiums. So, so yeah, it's ridiculous the levels they've gone to, but I think that speaks volumes to us given everything that's going on in this year. For us to be getting record-breaking support, numbers higher than Johnson in some states, Alaska, Alabama, without hardly any media coverage whatsoever, and deliberately being left off of the polls that were required to get into the debates. So, yeah. Welcome back, Andrew.
If she would have been included in the polls, she would have had a very good shot at least reaching 25%, I feel.
If she was in the debates, it would have been a landslide.
Yeah,
hands down.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like, how could you not listen to someone who's being a rational alternative to what we experienced with that first debate, which was the biggest embarrassment to any election probably of that magnitude this country has ever seen. Someone will find a fact that said, but did you know Grover Cleveland did this? And I'm sure there's something out there that they could try to compare it to, but for those of us alive today and in most recent history, this was the biggest debacle. I mean, they literally had to put muffles on these candidates for the second debate that happened. So
you know what's funny that I've been looking at the Google results so far. Mitch McConnell is losing currently.
Is Barron winning?
Barron is not, unfortunately. It is Amy McGrath with 119,000 to Mitch McConnell's 98,000. But it's still, results are still coming in. But it's the fact that Mitch McConnell, of all people, is technically losing right now.
That's great. Very glad to hear that.
Right? How's Joe doing? I don't know if you guys just looked or anything.
We did a little bit ago. But yeah, I had to pull it up because you were our numbers guy, kind of.
I'm sorry, I had to take a break.
That's okay. We're only human after all.
1.4% is what she's at right now.
What was it earlier? 1 point.
How is Hawkins at 0?
He's got no votes. The areas they've gone through right now, they haven't found any votes for him. So,
wow.
Yeah, he'll probably get a decent. I don't know how much he's going to get. I don't know how. I haven't really been following him, but he's probably going to get a few percentage if I was to honestly guess. Because I know Stein, didn't she get like 1 or 2%? I think.
Yeah, I think it's like 2%.
Yep.
I'm not sure on her numbers.
I'm assuming their following has grown at least a little bit since 2016. I don't know. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think they probably gained a lot of support for them just from the fact that Stein did show up at the debate and she was arrested. Like, yeah, right.
Well, I mean, a lot of the lefties that normally would go Democrat probably started looking into Hawkins because of how bad of a candidate Biden was, or is, I should say, not was. So they're probably going to get a decent amount from that alone.
So CNN is saying that in 10 minutes they're going to be able to start predicting. And also somebody asked us, do we think Shannon's back? Do we think riots will be worse if Trump, Biden, or Joe wins?
Well, it ain't Jorgensen, I'll tell you that much.
A Jorgensen win would make everybody go, what do we do now?
I don't think people would know how to react if
I don't know.
some miracle upset were to occur, and they'd be like, who? Oh, you know, like a lot of them would be like, huh?
We're all going streaking because I don't know.
Susie, we got a question in the chat. Crystal Styles says, any word on Jorgensen's numbers in Tennessee?
Not yet. Tennessee polls are not closed yet. And I don't know what she's been doing. Let me see if I can find something on Facebook. Although, Crystal, I think you were asked the same question in the Libertarian group on Facebook. But I'll go look. Let's see.
Close at 8 o'clock for Tennessee.
Oh, not till 8. Well, 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central, probably.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Howdy, y'all.
How goes it?
Cheers. I might have to join in on some of that. Get my drink on.
I already got mine as well.
Let's see.
So how's it going, guys? You have a lot of people over the last 2 hours?
And we're at 30 right now.
30 is pretty good.
I think we're breaking records
Woo!
for our first stream ever.
You know what? Hopefully we're breaking records all night with just a little bit at a time.
Yes,
so we're
absolutely. Here and beyond. Absolutely.
Infinity and beyond.
Is that what we're doing?
Crystal Styles, I looked and I don't see it, so I don't know what Joe is polling in Tennessee. I've never actually seen that poll.
Dylan Eisenbarth asked in the chat, how do we expand the LP? Was disheartening to see Joe as the only LP candidate on my Minnesota ballot at any level.
Well, run for office. Join your LP.
Yeah, join.
Run for office wherever you can. Run where somebody there are a lot of seats that go unfilled. What's that? Yeah. You are the power.
You are the power. Yeah.
That's right. There are seats that go uncontested. In fact, they put in an interim person just to, have that person be busy, but that person really doesn't want to be in that position. So there are lots of opportunities to run and do it and go and talk to people and hold events. That is what the Whiskey Region has done, who've been on here today. I don't know if you've seen them. They hold an event once a month. It's like a hot dog, weenie roast or a fish fry or whatever. And they're super casual and they have speakers come in and people learn and they put up Jorgensen signs or libertarian signs and you start getting people engaged. I think with the coronavirus this year, I think this is something I'm going to do for my region in Tennessee is we're going to start having weekly my region meetings. I started it a couple of weeks ago and then it was like right before another meeting and it was kind of got screwed up, but it's okay. Every Tuesday night or Wednesday night, we're going to have a meeting online on Zoom and we will, we'll talk about liberty. We'll talk about, the issues, try to advertise it and get people who want to come in and ask questions. I actually had a guy come to our first Bledsoe County meeting who was interested. And so he went through the entire libertarian platform and brought in 4 pages of questions. And we sat down and we answered those questions. And he was like, okay. He goes, I think that this is actually even more Christian than the Republican Party. It's like, yeah, we are. Because we believe in, your rights and your freedoms and love and all that stuff. So, get out there and wear libertarian shirts. Keep wearing your Jorgensen shirt after the election. I have heard more people say that their Jorgensen shirts incited comments that they never saw with Johnson. People at banks will ask questions. People at the grocery store will ask questions. wear those, or just wear, find a libertarian shirt or something, and just wear that libertarianism every chance you get. Try to build a party and talk to people. I talk to people all the time, but I talk to people on Facebook mostly.
Okay.
So those are my ideas.
Ian should be coming in here just any second now.
Okay, great. Are you talking to him?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I am gonna step away for just a couple minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
Thing,
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. So Shannon, what is that behind you? Are those beer bottles? Bottles of beer on the wall. You're on mute.
We are at the Tobacco Road in Raleigh. We're getting ready for our watch party here. We have a riots maybe planned, so there's maybe going to be a lighter crowd. But we're out here to hang out with our libertarian friends.
Nice.
You have a riot planned in Raleigh?
Well, the streets are blocked off. The cops are out. I think they're being cautious, but I don't think anything's actually been officially organized.
Okay. Depends on who wins, right?
Right. So the riots will most likely happen tomorrow because people aren't pissed yet. So
we're gonna get results that early?
Well, North Carolina, they're saying that we should have them by 8:30, 9 o'clock. So, and this is a major state. So if it flips blue, that's going to be a heavy indicator. Because if this flips with Florida, we think it's probably going to be a Biden run. Ideally, it'd be great if it was gold, but we'll hold out for that. But we definitely have a party of libertarians coming in that are rooting either way.
Nice.
Hey, Suze, I'm having an issue getting Ian in. Can you send me the password? It's asking for that.
Oh, is that how he does it? Yeah, hang on a second.
I just took what Josh sent me earlier and forwarded it to him, but it's asking him for a password for some reason. So.
It should be on the actual link itself.
Well, I didn't send the entire. Oh, I did send the passcode, I think. Maybe I didn't.
Oh, okay.
So if I have it. I can put it in the chat.
Oh, if you have it, then I gave it. So.
Yeah, it was with the link for the Zoom.
Right, there it is.
Okay, I'll send it to him. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah. You shouldn't really need one.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's a setting on his end or something. 981.
Will they be worse with a Trump or Biden win or Joe win? But I assume the riots.
I think the world would accept a Joe win because they're so bent out of shape about the other two. They would be flabbergasted and be shocked, kind of like everyone was when Trump won. But at least then we know we can actually fix the country.
Right.
There's benefits to, Trump winning with a pro-2A Supreme Court. You might be able to roll back some gun laws in California or New Jersey, places that they really have those major laws. But then with Biden, maybe we can get police reform. But with Joe, we can fix the entire country. But I expect more out of her.
Okay, guys.
I know. You said that in a tweet. Oh, that was awesome.
Everybody, welcome Ian Peak.
Hey, Ian.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. Appreciate it.
How's it going?
Really well. Really well. We're having a little election night watch party at one of the best restaurants in town, Double Overtime Grill, only one location worldwide. So if you're out there and you're in Mount Vernon, and I'm sure you are, Mount Vernon, Illinois, come hang out and get you a beer and a good steak.
Now, where is Mount Vernon in Illinois?
Mount Vernon, it is the southern portion of Illinois. I know a lot of people think Chicago when they hear Illinois, but I'm closer to Kentucky than I am Chicago. I could drive to Kentucky and back twice before I could drive to Chicago. So
right, okay.
So,
go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna kind of get into it here with him. I know we kind of had a format with him. I wanted to try to stick to that as much as we could. So tell us what you're running for. Tell us how your campaign's going.
I'm running for Illinois' 115th State House District, so the Illinois General Assembly. I think the campaign's going very well. Our social media game is we have more likes and followers than the other two candidates almost combined. We get more engagements with them every week. And we did in-person campaigning. We found a way to get out and actually talk to people in person, even amidst the pandemic. And we didn't see a whole lot of that from the other two candidates. So I think that we're going to have a really strong showing.
No, yeah, it was good meeting up with you in St. Louis for Joe and Spike. So
Yeah, it was a
for
blast.
getting out there.
Oh, my pleasure.
So Ian, what got you? What brought you about to the Libertarian Party? Were you always a Libertarian, or was there something that?
I was actually a Democrat before I was a Libertarian. The short answer is Ron Paul brought me in, just like everyone else. I'm not special. The long answer, I guess, is I was about 14 years old when 9/11 happened. And even though I was raised Republican, I knew that I disagreed with the way that George W. Bush handled that. Even though I was just a freshman in high school, I disagreed with all the wars. I disagreed with going to war with Iraq, even before we found out that we went to war with Iraq on a lie, that they had weapons of mass destruction. So I was too young to vote for John Kerry in 2004. So I proudly cast my first vote for president for Barack Obama in 2008 because he was going to end the wars. He was going to get rid of the Patriot Act, and he was going to alleviate the war on drugs and the issues that mattered the most to me. He was the one out there talking about those issues. And then we get Obama, and we just got more of what I hated about George W. Bush.
That's exactly how I felt.
Yeah, I just kind of gave up on the whole thing. I kind of gave up on politics. I figured one side was just the same as the other. But in 2012, there was a little old congressman from Texas talking about ending the war on drugs, and like actually ending the war on drugs, not just alleviating it, and ending the wars, not just shuffling troops around in the Middle East. So I a registered Republican, so I could vote for him, even though he had suspended his campaign by the time the primary came to Illinois. I think I was a Romney supporter for about 3 days before I Googled Libertarian candidate for president and found Gary Johnson. And I've been a member ever since 2012.
Awesome. All right. Well, we are definitely glad to have you here. What do you hope to accomplish for Illinois just by running? What would be your thing that you would like to see happen? Because I heard you give a speech, about a week and a half ago, but just for our listener base in Illinois.
What I'd really like to see is, Illinois is in terrible shape fiscally. We rank 50th out of 50 states for fiscal stability in the nation, so that needs to be addressed. I'm just a regular guy. I have to balance my own budget. I have to spend less than what I bring in. I want to bring that to Illinois. I want Illinois to continue to be a leader in criminal justice reform. We aren't so bad in that department, but there's so much room for improvement. If elected, I'm going to try to fight to get marijuana as legal as beer and wine, where you can buy it at Walmart, you can buy it at the convenience store, or you can produce it at home. I want to get rid of the FOID card. I believe Illinois is the last state to have a separate ID just for firearm ownership. I want to get rid of the concealed carry card because we require a second license for that in Illinois, and replace that with a universal constitutional carry. And more than anything, I just want to legalize same-sex, fully automatic assault weed.
Awesome answer. You brought up the criminal justice, and I know that Spike spoke in great deal when we were in St. Louis, and
sure.
Man, I don't think I've ever been as excited from anyone talking about that subject as the way that Spike delivered that message. And
Spike is one of the best messengers of liberty and alive today, right now.
He gets me riled up. It's like he makes me forget that I'm like the most apathetic person that I've ever met, and it's hard to do after watching Ron Paul get shut down twice.
Sure.
Johnson wasn't it for me, so I just abstained, and I tried to take myself out of politics as much as humanly possible. And I was a lone island libertarian until I found out about Joe, and then gradually it snowballed. I stuck my head up and I got enveloped. The next thing,
and we grabbed you.
Right. I'm moderating groups. I'm hosting a Joe rally. Just
it all took off so quick. I still don't know what I'm doing here.
Brad, how did we get you? I mean, we had Andrew and me and Kim.
I think I was spamming the hell out of hashtags, and
So I
that's
think
what
what
got me on your
happened.
radar.
I think what happened. We were looking for more help because it was getting overwhelming. It was only like what 4 or 5 of us, I think, at the time. And I was like,
Yeah.
we need another person, and then I was like, let's try Brad, and then it kind of went from there. So.
Thanks, pal.
Well, no, it was like
no, really. I genuinely thank you because this isn't something that we've ever done before. So
Right.
having so many great speakers of liberty throughout the country coming on, and then it's just like everything about the LP surprises me. The moment I decided to give 2 craps, I realized that we can actually make change. Like big things happen.
Sure.
I've had experiences, things I've enjoyed coming out of this election cycle that I would have never gotten any gratification from had I just picked R or picked D. You know, this is really inspiring, and that keeping the momentum going, regardless of whatever happens tonight, is something that I care a lot about.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
So
I'm glad you're not dead, man.
Yeah.
So we got some election results if you guys are interested.
Yeah.
Right now we're showing Donald Trump is getting Kentucky. He's going to get those 8 from the looks of it. Joe Biden's going to get Vermont for those 3. Joe Jorgensen is at now 0.9%. I don't know where the hell her votes went, but she's at 13,900. In Indiana, it looks like they called Eric Holcomb as the governor. He's the incumbent, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And
He is. I watched it. I don't see how that's possible, but
I don't either. When they've only reported 8%, but they're calling him as the new governor. I'm like, okay. And Rainwater's at 12.6 with 29,000 right now. So we'll see how the other ones go.
anything out of Arkansas yet?
I don't think Arkansas is closed yet. I think it's 8 o'clock.
Daniel Rainwater only has 12.6%.
They've only reported 8%, though. I don't know how they're giving the governorship to Holcomb.
Yeah,
right now when they
after
don't even have 10% in it. I don't know. It's just a
Right.
little ridiculous.
Yeah, and I think it's skewed with Joe for whatever reason. Probably because they control the numbers and they just
Probably.
want to control perception till the end. But
Arkansas closes at 8:30, so we got about another hour and a half before then.
Yeah.
So got some time.
my guy, come on, Ricky Dale. Let's do this. Let's get in the Senate.
Looks like we got a question for you, Ian, if you want to answer, from Emma over on YouTube. It's Ian, how have you seen leveraging social media bring you name recognition on the streets? Do you have any feedback on effectiveness?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? You cut out just a little bit there.
I apologize. All right, so it's how have you been seen leveraging social media bring you name recognition on the streets, and do you have any feedback on the effectiveness?
It actually has been. It's been huge. When I went to the Spike event, people from Missouri had recognized me from what we've been doing over here across the river. As far as effectiveness, we'll know more once the polls close, once we start seeing the election results come in. But I think that social media, all the data shows, if you talk to people, the political analysts, people that do this sort of thing for a living, all the data shows that social media advertising is one of the most effective ways to turn your donor dollars into votes. So I think that we're going to have a strong showing. But all I can say is if you're running for office, find you a good social media manager, someone that knows the algorithms. I was very blessed to stumble across Derek Britton. Big shout out to Derek Britton. I don't know if he's watching, but he is a dreamboat, and I couldn't, we wouldn't, whatever we accomplished tonight, it's he deserves all the credit.
Nice.
Awesome. Do you think it's more, it's better than yard signs?
I think so. I really do.
Really?
I really do. Yeah. As far as name recognition, yard signs, as a candidate, it makes me feel good to drive through my district and see my name plastered all over the town. But most people, they want to know about issues. They don't want to just see your name. Most people that are going to show up and they care about a race like state representative. Everyone talks about the presidency and all that, but when you look at these down ballot races, I think that, and the data shows that yard signs just are really not effective as far as translating your donor dollars into votes. So it's a great way to thank your supporters, your donors. It's a great way to make yourself feel good. But when it comes to actually spending that donor money on getting votes in the polling place, yard signs just typically aren't very effective.
So
That's
we have another
interesting.
question if you guys are interested. What are y'all's prediction for Joe's total percentage of the popular vote? I'd love to see more than 3% we got in 2016 from Jake.
34%. Mama Joe's going to.
I love your
I
enthusiasm.
love that. Yeah, absolutely. 8 to 100%.
Anywhere in there.
Right.
I think she's going to get a lot more votes than Gary Johnson did. But I think that there are more people voting, so her percentage might not be right, which is going to stink. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's been kind of an echo chamber on Twitter, to a certain extent. So there's so much support on Twitter. There's so much support on Facebook. But is it real? I mean, it's real, but is it enough real? Does it reflective of the overall population? When you see this 86-year-old woman who voted Libertarian for the first time in her life and voted for Joe today, that's a seismic change. And you see enough of those going on, it's like that one 86-year-old represents how many 86-year-olds or septuagenarians, whatever.
Right. Yeah, that's huge because I've never really heard of someone breaking generational stereotypes at that age to vote for something completely different. But if anyone knows how bad it's gotten, it's the people who have been alive the longest.
Yeah.
So it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, you would think that they would, at least they're starting to wake up and go, wait a minute, these guys have been in charge for 166 years. Maybe those two parties are the problem.
Yeah.
Maybe it's both sides that are the problem.
Could be onto something.
We have a comment in the chat from the Cantankerous V's channel. Both my grandparents voted for Joe. So
Awesome.
That's another instance of at least
Awesome.
grandparents. But this
I Cantankerous V.
It could be 60-year-olds for all we know.
Oh, I know. No, she was in Cleveland. She was in Cleveland. She in fact, so funny story about Cleveland. We're driving around in our cars, all decorated with Joe Jorgensen stuff. She's got a pickup truck, and in the back, she's got this big speaker all nailed down and bungeed down and everything. And so she's broadcasting Joe Jorgensen tapes, out this speaker. And I'm in the front. She's behind us, and a couple other guys are behind that. So we're driving around and we're trying to find out how close we can get to Case Western University because roads are starting to get blocked off, And so we also had walkie-talkies. And so I'm like, which way should I turn? And the guy in the back goes, turn right. I said, okay. I turn right, and it's into a cul-de-sac. And it's lined with SWAT people getting their gear on. And it's like, oh my God. And she's got this shit blowing out the back of her car truck. And I've got Debate Mayhem written all over the Z. It's like, oh my God.
So you pull up on some alphabet soup and you're blaring the hymns of revolution.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So I just drove through this circle. Well, she does a turnaround. She doesn't even drive through the circle. She does a turnaround. They all do these turnarounds. It's like, oh my God. So then we get out of that, right? We get out of that kind of hot mess. And we turn right, or we go around a little bit. And then all of a sudden, we're behind these big buses, these Ohio transportation buses. And Martha Bueno is with me in my car. And she's looking at those. She goes, look at everything is blacked out. She goes, oh man, we're behind SWAT trucks now. We had to turn left because they were going into the gated thing. And so we get pulled up beside him, and Martha looks up, and sure enough, all these SWAT guys are in these big buses, and we're just, Debate Mayhem driving around.
Yeah, and she said, not today. Not today. He turned around.
Oh my God. Oh, it was just too funny. Just too funny.
It's funny. They're prepping, and the people they were prepping for are like,
Yeah, the people that are prepping to stop us. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. It was an interesting night.
Didn't a World War something start like that one time? Just a little World War One. Wasn't that a coinky dink where the dude ran into his would-be assassin because he deviated from his path? Isn't he?
Oh, you know what? I don't know enough about.
I'm paraphrasing history.
I'm
But
trying to remember my history classes.
sorry, I did not mean to quiz anyone. Y'all can Google or YouTube's. You're already on it, so. But yeah, I think it was the dude.
Yeah, Frederick.
Stopped to do something, and then his assassin had previously missed his chance, but then he just so happened to be in the place that the dude stopped and got it done.
Hey, guys, I want to thank you all for having me on. I want to get back to my party. I got a lot of people filing in, but
yes, thank you so much, Ian. I know it was brief, but we do appreciate you coming on, and
my
good
pleasure.
luck.
Thanks for the
Good luck in
opportunity.
your campaign.
Hey, thank you so much.
Good luck, Ian. We'll see you online.
Have a good one.
All right, we'll see you there. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye. What do we got coming up? Oh,
We
Martha.
got
should be
Martha
coming up.
live
Martha's
from
coming
the
up.
red carpet at the fabulous
yeah.
Dallas presidential election night.
So Martha is going to. Oh, does she have the link? Oh God, I bet she doesn't have the link.
You know, I had to get it to Ian. So.
Yeah, let me get that to her.
We're asked if we ever got our bat symbol.
Amanda asked, the bat signal is what she means.
Oh, signal. I'm like, symbol. I'm like,
Yeah, I want to make like a bat signal for like social media. So when you're like in a fight and some like all these conservatives or Democrats beating you up, you launch a bat signal and
Only
then
a
you got
Spike
LP,
opening.
right? Boom. Then you've got
Spike ripping open
libertarian
his
Twitter
shirt.
to the rescue.
And the bat signal goes up from Spike's
It would be a
chest.
great homage to Dr. Jorgensen.
Yes.
Let's see.
Let's see. Florida's leaning blue right now. Georgia's
see
leaning
that.
blue right now. Virginia's leaning red. South Carolina's red. How's Joe doing? How is she at 0.6%? My goodness. She's losing percentage points, guys.
It's not unheard of for
I know.
them to artificially deflate numbers on an election night. So let's just give it some time.
Right.
Let's give it some time because I don't believe she scores lower than.
Oh my God, my wife just did her first Liberty tweet, guys.
Woo!
Yay! That's a milestone.
I'm gonna
Thank
have to share her so she feels loved.
Thank you, Mrs. Bray. All right, I'm gonna step away for just a moment. I'll be right back with you.
Let's see how Rainwater's doing. 11.4%. House Republicans have 3 right now. Democrats have 1. We'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, Trump is up by 10 points in Kentucky.
I'm waiting for them to. They're going to start calling the popular vote crap because Trump's 100,000 votes below right now, but he's got more electoral votes. We'll see.
How come the Georgia Senate is not coming? Oh, because they haven't called Georgia yet.
Right now it's showing blue. I would like to know who is in the race in Georgia because
Well, we've got Hazel, who is Libertarian running in Georgia.
Yep.
He's going to be joining us too.
Okay. Yeah, he's got 1.9% from the looks of it. Oh, that's why.
Is he covering the spread?
Kind of. Let me do my math. Yeah, for the most part looks like he's covering the spread.
NBC just called Indiana for Trump.
It looks like the other seat for the Senate in Georgia, there's like, I don't know, like 20 people. I don't know. Oh, it's special election. Okay, that's why it looks weird. I don't know what's going on with that. They just called Indiana. Myers have in Indiana. Myers has currently a 25.2%. He's got 109,856 votes. To answer your question, Emma.
We believe most of this is election day voting, today voting here, but we're waiting for early vote as well. That might help Joe Biden. Democrats disproportionately back early in Miami-Dade. We'll see as we go through.
Well, Google's still not reporting Trump getting Indiana.
Did you answer Emma about what does Myers have in Indiana?
Yeah, he's got about 25.2%.
Okay. Is that governor race or?
Yeah, it's what Rainwater's going against.
Right.
He's the Democrat.
They called Trump for Indiana, yet the Democrat is winning. Interesting. The governor.
Love it.
What?
That they're call. I just love how they call a state. The state's not even done yet. I don't know.
I know.
Glad they know the system. Yeah, we know, Joe. We're just kind of doing up-to-date stuff to see how things are going. We shouldn't be disheartened from numbers right now. So, Dane, the best website to track numbers, including third parties, I believe I'm using Google. I'm just going through the races. I don't know if Susie or anybody else is trying a different one. That's the one I'm doing.
Nah, you're doing great.
I don't know. It's just the one that I don't have to hear any bull crap from CNN or Fox or anything. So I just get the numbers. But it is kind of odd that they're skewing the numbers. Yeah, they still aren't calling Indiana for Trump. So whoever Josh is listening to, NBC, I don't know where they're getting their facts from. So we'll see.
Does anybody know who Toure is? Toure with an accent. New Black Minds Matter newsletter on Substack. They actually tweeted to all the black men who got up and cast a ballot for Donald Trump, fuck you. Already, and somebody replied, man, it's a little bit early to be blaming black men, isn't it? I tell you.
But we're gonna get the blame for the election outcome.
Yes, we need to start the blame libertarians hashtag going.
I did that a few days ago. I did a post on that.
Oh, did you read? Yeah.
Like, don't blame us for the outcome of the election. I'm telling you now, it's not our
fault. Run better candidates.
Right? Run better candidates. Get a better candidate. We can possibly consider voting for you, depending on who it was.
Interesting that Biden there's only 4% reporting though in Georgia. Because Georgia's normally Republican, right?
Yeah.
It's normally a red state. Yeah.
Well, they probably got like Atlanta and Savannah going right now. I don't know. It looks like Savannah's mainly red. It's the Atlanta area. That's why.
Right.
What's Florida looking like? Florida's. Wait, hold up.
Florida's all blue right at this point.
There's it's showing blue, but there's a gold section down to the bottom towards the
Down
keys.
to the keys?
Yeah, they're showing libertarian. I assume that's what it is.
Yeah, Joe is at 0.5%.
And all of Florida, but I can't get.
Wow.
Yeah, it won't let me.
I can't figure out the exact one, but it's definitely not. It's gold.
There was
Sure.
another gold one before too, like
Was
right
there?
under Tampa, but it's not there anymore.
Oh, wouldn't that be fun if the keys go for Joe?
There were tons of Biden billboards around Atlanta, apparently. Okay.
Well, I'd expect that because I believe Atlanta's pretty populated on minorities. I'm not from the Atlanta area, so I can't.
Oh, it is. Atlanta is very, very much. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
So-
very southern.
Even though I don't agree that the minority vote should go to the Democrats personally, but if you ain't black, if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black. So
Right.
And is the LP tracking or someone tracking our down ballot races?
I tried finding that. Maybe let me try the. Apparently, it was on the LP org site. I tried figuring out up to date, but I couldn't find it. Oh, LP election 2020.
I'm going to call Martha and bug her.
All right, do it.
I'm back, y'all.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Hello, hello.
And Josh is back.
Josh
as well.
is back.
I am
Perfect.
back.
Immaculate timing, one might say.
Perfect.
Yeah, I don't know what NBC's saying. Indiana's going Trump.
Yeah, I have the NBC live stream in the background, and
Okay.
they called Indiana for Trump.
Because Google's currently not calling it. So,
Yeah, I'm sure each news station has its own method of calling states their own way of doing it, but
who knows?
Google is through the AP, so Associated Press.
I gotcha.
Oh, the keys just turned red.
Ah, no. We had
had it right before my eyes.
Also, guys,
They
I'd like to
massacred
take
my
a
boy.
moment. I'd like to take a moment to mention our not sponsor. Thank you so much, Budweiser, for not sponsoring this. We appreciate that very wholeheartedly.
I'll raise your PBR and go with Sam Adams.
Again, screw Anheuser-Busch if you're not familiar. They are a political company that's not even based in the U.S. anymore, and they have an effect on your election process in this country. So
A foreign entity has say over U.S. elections. Where
support the
fuck
Bud
is it
boycott.
needed?
Yeah, we gave them a press release. So if you're drinking the umbrella of Anheuser-Busch products, maybe look around for something else. Miller Lite takes some getting used to, but you can do it. I have faith
Budweiser
in you.
takes some getting used to.
Right?
What
Yeah.
was it? One of the airlines was also that got PPP money or got bailout money. Also
United.
sponsors United. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I refuse to go with United anymore because of that.
Yes.
But see, this is
That
a
is voting or
time
supporting
to start
voter
looking
suppression.
at a new beer brand. If you don't want to support foreign interference in your elections, don't support Budweiser.
Refreshing taste, less voter suppression. That could be the marketing.
Oh, yeah, here on YouTube, Kerry McKinnon says that ABC hasn't called any states. So yeah, each one of them must have their own way of deciding which ones to call and when to call them.
I mean, I don't think they should be calling them until they have more reported.
Yeah.
like more than 50% reported at least.
Google just called West Virginia for Trump.
Did they? Yep, I see it.
But yeah, I
hasn't even-
wholeheartedly believe that if Jorgensen's truly skyrocketing right now.
Here's the thing: it's 0% reported in West Virginia, but they're automatically giving it to Trump.
Instantly Trump.
It's like, ballots are polls are closed. Give them the votes. Like, no.
Yeah, same thing happened with Vermont with Biden 0%.
Is it 3%? I mean, it is 3%, and he's at 71.9%. But still, at least give the state.
Yeah, just again as a reminder, don't get disheartened by numbers.
I know.
Oh,
it's just silly that they're.
It is
calling
extreme. It's extremely early.
Yeah, it's way too early to make any predictions about anything. So. But hopefully, we'll be joined here shortly by Martha Bueno, our good friend, live from Dallas at the Jorgensen Cohen election night party. So stay tuned for that. Should be coming up any minute. And then later on the program, we're going to be having the wonderful Matt Kibbe. And then later on, Adam Kokesh. So thank you again for our 40 watching now.
Yes,
that's earth-shattering, record-breaking stuff for our first and only stream of this election cycle.
Hey, don't sell it short. We might start doing not for 7
I'm not
hours.
selling it short. I've been here for
not
5 hours,
9 hours.
sir.
We're doing this for 9 hours.
You guys are killing it. It's awesome.
What did I sign up for?
2 p.m. to 11 p.m. It's gonna be great.
On Halloween, Mr. Beast did a 24-hour live
did.
stream. So
I'm
my
not
little
Mr.
9
Beast,
hours for liberty. It's
We
like,
don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars to give away.
no, just a message.
Just the message of liberty and democracy.
And a lot of
more
failed
money out of
banter.
liberty.
Right.
So they're calling, not calling, but saying that in New Hampshire, the live free state, right? Live free apply, Biden's ahead by like 19 points.
Oh, that's the thing. It went Clinton last time.
I mean, only 2% of the vote, but still, it's just
But that's Joe's doing highest there right now with 2.1%.
Well, one of those votes are mine. Just saying. But I'm just gonna throw that out there. But it's one of the most libertarian states in the country, and the libertarian has to struggle so much to get on the ballot. It's ridiculous.
Dane's calling me out for my choice of PBR here on the stream, but I just want to let you know, the moment PBR forms a committee to interfere in American politics, I will happily walk away from the PBR as well. So my principles will take me to the weirdest beers imaginable. I
start making your own.
That is my campaign promise for 2094.
Susie, what's the word from Martha on the red carpet?
Martha's going to be late. There's a shock. She's like, I'm still getting my dress on.
Martha. Boom, boom.
Oh, Martha.
We need to know the fashion. What's going on over the red carpet?
Who is Joe wearing tonight?
We are dying to know.
I can show you guys how Elaine looks if you'd like to see how Elaine looks.
We always like to see Elaine and her lips that we confirmed she does indeed have, as a matter of fact, earlier in the stream.
She about died when I told her we were talking about her lips on the thing. She's like, oh my God. So
glad we made this a somewhat official live stream for the campaign. Let's talk about Elaine's lips.
Everything just happens.
Here we go. There's Elaine looking lovely.
There she is, Miss Liberty America, social media.
Okay. Stop sharing.
We have to do a soundtrack next time. Just can't simply go another 9 hours without some soundboard.
Well, next time we do this, we'll have more than 2 hours to plan it. So
right.
2 hours to plan 9 hours of content.
Yeah, I still don't know what's going on, but glad to be here.
Neither do we. It's fine.
There's numbers and people talking. Oh, what's going on?
Hello, everyone in the chat. We're getting a couple of hellos. So.
Hello. Hello, Lord Asshat. That's my favorite person in chat right now.
We have a Lord Asshat in chat.
Yes,
Lord Asshat.
icon and all.
Hello.
Provocative.
There's been a few of those over the past few days.
Much more than a few ass hats going
Awesome.
about. I think they're multiplying.
Eric Voorhees have to say about, oh my God, Bitcoin just hit 14,000.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, yes.
I don't
My
have any
wallet's
Bitcoin,
worth
so-
$50 now, I bet. Because I'm not good at market prediction or spending money on crypto.
It's
But
okay. Nobody is. That's why so many people
my
lose their life savings on day trading.
0.0013 Bitcoin though is doing phenomenal.
Wow. That's so cool.
Lori
One of those people
Bouchel says,
Bouchel.
"You guys are doing awesome. What a team." Thank you, Lori. We appreciate that, even though we don't know who you are at all.
We don't know who Lori is. What?
Just kidding. If anyone didn't know, Lori here in the chat is the absolute backbone of
Yes.
We Are the Power.
Oh, man.
Nothing about today would have been possible without her efforts. So,
Nope.
again, one of the hardest working people in the Liberty movement I've ever seen. Thank you so much.
Also, one of the ones who were like, do we need somebody else in the group? Yeah, I think we do. How about that Lori chick?
That Lori chick.
And then
How
she
about
ended up
that?
working harder than any of us
Right.
did for the rest of the months.
They're like, well,
she was on with
your
us.
show now. Take the
Hey.
reins.
Joe's hit 180,000 followers on Twitter.
Hey.
Yes.
That's several thousand up from yesterday. So people are still looking for her.
And
Oh,
again,
Google just called Virginia for Biden.
Well, that's not a surprise.
So we got
Again.
16 and 13 going for Biden currently with the Electoral College.
I mean, when it's all basically government workers there, I'm not surprised it goes blue.
For the most part.
So again, guys, just if you're feeling down and blue, that seemed like a good pun. About these numbers, just remember that Joe Jorgensen was number 7 in the Google search between yesterday and today.
I actually looked earlier. She actually was bumped up to 6.
Nice.
I stand corrected.
Really?
So 6 again. You want to talk about what's really going on in this environment? We had a website crash after the first debate. Joe's base exploded by 100,000 plus more followers on Facebook basically overnight. Things are going on that the media is not going to report truthfully on for a while until they're forced to eat a dick. So just keep up your hopes and we'll drink a beer until it's
Oh, they bumped her up to 5, actually. With
Nice.
500,000 500,000 plus searches.
Yeah, what do these numbers mean? Nothing.
Rainwater is still sitting at about 11.7.
And today, Kanye West is number 3 with the article, Kanye West votes for himself, TMZ article.
I would have never guessed.
Yeah, that's important.
Imagine if it was that easy for us to be able to get news coverage.
Yeah, I voted for myself. Nobody covered it. Which is great because last time I ran and for the Congress special election on the East Coast, it wasn't even my district. I couldn't even vote for myself. So at least now it's a step up.
Well, CNN is saying red in Virginia.
Really?
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought I saw something that said that Trump was leading Virginia.
Google is showing that Trump is leading, but Biden's going to win.
I love how that works.
They called it for Biden, but Donald Trump is at 53%.
They just want to be like, see, we called it. And if not, they'll be like, oh, we screwed up.
U.S. elections where the person with the most amount of votes does not win.
Oh, Ohio votes are starting to come in.
Are they?
Granted, it's only like 2 areas, one of which is Columbus.
Right.
I
Oh,
think
no, 3
whoever
areas.
gets
Second one is
Florida
Cincinnati.
wins. It's just Florida's going to be the key state.
I thought
Yeah,
Pennsylvania was.
Well, you know, he can win without Pennsylvania, or Biden can win without Pennsylvania. Trump can win without Pennsylvania. But I think Florida and North Carolina are critical. Now, if you get Pennsylvania, then you don't need North Carolina. But North Carolina, I think is going to be red. Or blue.
Yeah,
I mean, it's there's a lot of Trumpsters here, right, in the rural areas of North Carolina. And they stay there because a lot of them don't even have internet access. So they don't hear any of the extra stuff. A lot of them just go for, Republican values and don't hear all the craziness that happens around the campaigns.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the predictions a couple days or throughout the last couple days, and I think I was looking at basically the main 4 battlegrounds: Florida, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Arizona. Basically, whoever wins 3 of the 4 of those states will win, basically no matter what. So it's just a matter of who's going to win those, which I believe in almost all of them. Biden is technically leading in the polls, but we'll see. We saw how that worked out in 2016.
So I got a question. What are our go-to sites for polling info? I don't know about polling info. I'm just using Google for the results right now. I don't know if you guys have anything else.
Yeah, polling info. I've been using Real Clear Politics. They have the option to be able to look at both a 2-way race and a 4-way race to see those different polls. So I've been looking mostly at the 4-person race that has Biden, Trump, Jorgensen, and Hawkins. And I've been looking at there to look at the polling data and be able to see how things are going, as well as I had used them when we were planning out our coordinated attacks on specific polling agencies when trying to figure out when they do their polling, and so we were able to strategically get on them, which worked to get 2 of the 4 polls in, or 2 of the 5 polls get Joe in. So Real Clear Politics.
Well, Brad Barron is at 4.2%. Correct.
Really? Wow.
Let's go, Barron.
Yep, Mitch has 59%. So
yeah, you see, they're also calling West Virginia for Trump, even though Biden has more votes so far.
Yep.
Well, they did it at 0%. They threw it to Trump, and it's like there hasn't been anything reported.
Yeah,
it's a weather report. You don't know until the weather's actually passed.
And they don't have to be accurate because it doesn't matter.
No, there's no recourse for that. There's none. We'll say what we want to say to help influence minds even more.
Okay, the gold has gone away down at the Keys.
Yeah, I watched it happen before my eyes. They massacred my boy.
My boy!
They massacred my boy.
Come back, Keys!
That's where we were. Thank you, COVID.
All I heard was thank you, COVID.
That's where we were supposed to go on vacation in March.
Oh, thanks,
Keys.
Obama.
Oh,
that was an Obama.
I thought I said COVID. Is that not?
Thanks. All right, for all the viewers that are wondering what's up next because you are sick of hearing us just randomly talk, we're currently waiting on our girl on the red carpet, Martha, to give us a sneak peek into what the party down in Dallas is looking like with Spike and Joe.
What they're wearing.
What they're wearing.
Fashion exclusives only here on the stream or any other stream that's going on right now.
Here in about 15 minutes, we got Matt Keeby coming up.
Well, maybe. He's going to be with Martha.
Maybe
hopefully.
Matt Keeby coming up.
The weight of the world rests on Martha's
The
shoulders.
time is flexible.
Pressure.
The time is flexible because he realized, oh my God, I'm supposed to be at the dinner at that time. So he's Yeah.
Anytime he wants. 4
Yeah.
a.m. Sounds great. I will be there, Mr. Kibby.
Yeah, so we got them coming up next.
They may not be, but I
You'll
will.
have fun with that.
8:30, we're supposed to get another update from Martha, as well as we'll be joined by Joe Evans, who is running for Idaho's 1st district.
Nice.
So it'll be exciting to be able to talk with him while we're getting some election results in. And that's what our next hour is looking like.
Perfect.
I don't know what Shannon's clapping at over there.
And clap with him, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Go Shannon.
You did the thing better than anyone else could do the thing.
The
Good
way
job, Shannon.
the way you did that thing
the way
was phenomena. It was the best. No one could have done it better than you, Shannon.
Nobody. Let me tell you
You're
that.
way-
I'm serious, folks.
You're way
Nobody.
too good at that, Josh.
I will never get tired of that.
I've had 4 years to perfect it.
You know, if Biden takes it, I still want 4 more years. Just coming from Josh.
I refreshed the YouTube live stream for the comments.
Viewers.
With
Viewer
the
count.
viewer counts 41 people. Go you guys. But with the delay, with the delay, all I see is me going silently because I have the volume off. Oh, man.
Like if you ever needed a thumbnail for any video, that's the one.
That's the one.
That's it. You're golden, baby. That's the one.
I hope I can stay up for Adam. I'm tired.
Are you gonna you're gonna willingly miss Adam?
I will carry the torch.
Brad can handle the rest of the show.
By the end of it, Adam will be like, I really should admin We Are the Power. I'm just saying.
Clapping. Shannon's clapping again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Drink.
Shannon, you're great.
Clap for that, you stupid bastards.
He probably has us muted because we're so annoying.
I would.
I would.
When the stream's gotten to Biden guests, it's okay to mute it. Blowing my leg hair. Wake me up. Come on, man. Too much.
All right, so how are we looking?
Martha says she hasn't seen anyone yet.
Oh, geez. Oh,
Did
Joe's
she finish
almost
getting dressed? Did she leave her room?
I don't know.
Be a good start.
Tell
Joe
her
is-
her hair looks immaculate. Get on the floor now.
Joe is almost at 100,000 tally
Hell
right
yes.
now.
Hell yes.
0.7%. Where the hell are those votes? I know. It's still early.
Chat says it won't find the stream on my Xbox on YouTube. Well, that's not very nice. of them.
Uh-oh.
Granted, the channel is YouTube channel is mine, and I started with 1 subscriber when this started.
And now you're 19.
Well, I'm not 21 now. I'm high living.
Moving on up.
No libertarian under 1K. So come subscribe to the channel I don't post on.
No YouTube under 50.
Just leave it at this, and this will be our normal stream channel.
Yeah.
Well, sorry about that, Terrence.
Hey, Martha can't get on.
I don't know if
What?
you can direct him. Can't. Technical issue?
Martha's having a technical issue. I can take a look at YouTube. Hold
Sorry,
on.
Martha. I'm not watching the chat.
No, she's talking to me privately, so.
Oh, exclusive content for Susie, but not for us. I see how it is.
Yeah, she hasn't popped into the waiting room for the Zoom call yet. With the Zoom link, she shouldn't even have to put in the password.
Right.
I thought that was the case, but Ian had to.
Oh, well, I mean the password's on the invitation anyway. So It's a bunch of numbers.
It seems to be a recurring theme tonight.
You keep an eye out for her coming on.
Bunch of numbers.
Wow, Biden's leading in Ohio, 63%.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
They just mentioned Tennessee on.
There she is. She's coming.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, Tennessee closes in 9 minutes, so.
Martha.
Hi,
guys. Hello.
There she is.
Woman we've been waiting for.
Gorgeous. This is our first taste of that fashion from the Dallas.
Well,
We got 40 viewers waiting to see the red carpet premiere.
Yes, what are you wearing?
So I guess I will have to stand up here. This is, let me push back. This is my dress for the evening.
And, that, you stupid bastards.
And I'm gonna, so this is our little media room that I'm gonna use to pull people in here.
Uh-oh.
Do say so myself. We're on, I'm sorry?
You're breaking up. Sorry.
Sorry, guys. I'll try that again. I said that this is the swanky room that they gave us to do our interviews in.
Nice.
And we're on the 48th floor, and there's an awesome view. I don't think you can really get it much right now.
That looks
but-
awesome. No, I can see it on my screen.
All right.
I
And
know
so
gamers can see it. Thank you, 4K.
So the dinner portion has started. I am going to head over there and show everybody. Walk us
Awesome.
around and show everybody
Sweet.
the meeting to show you
Okay.
everybody what's going on. All right, give me a few minutes. See you in a few.
Okay.
Sounds good. Bye.
Thank you, Martha.
Who did the lips?
She has lips too.
Yes, she does.
I'm learning out.
Yeah, so
much about the world today.
So for the viewers, Martha was one of the ones that was leading the letter speak convoys and trying to get in all the background logistical work.
She is also the LP's biggest Latino representative, having her own dedicated channel on LPTV, which you guys can find on YouTube. So we encourage you all to go and subscribe to that if you speak Espanol. If you don't, I don't know if they have translations up or not. But
If they don't, no libertarian under 1K.
no libertarian under 1K, right? So check out her stuff. Good times.
Yeah, her work has been super instrumental in our planning for basically everything we've done. So we're super excited to have her out on scene for us on the red carpet in our we're faking being a news agency.
And she's also part
We have
of
our own
the
reporter.
LP of Miami-Dade. So, Martha, very active. Thank you for all you do. I gotta switch my battery.
Florida,
Be right back.
Florida is super close. They're like 50,000 votes is all that separates them. Sheesh.
Yeah, Jeff's asking if we didn't want to dress up for tonight, and I thought about it, but yeah, I got packing to do.
I just wore my Joe volunteer shirt for when she was here in Chattanooga.
That's right. That's great. Oh, I'm so glad you got one. Good.
I'm so glad I did too. I'm glad she came within 15 minutes driving of my house. So
right.
I was like, it'll be a crime if I don't go. Considering I got a text invite like twice for when Joe was down in Atlanta and then Spike was down in Atlanta. And I was like, I can't go. I'm 3 hours away and I have work tomorrow.
That guy has too much hair. I don't know who he is on Shannon's camera. He doesn't have too much hair. He has too much hair to be Shannon. I should say.
Accurate, but man, pull some punches. All right. No.
Will there be a Macbeth Star Wars Edition 2? I'm a little confused, Barley. What you meaning by that?
Where did you put 2 in? I just see Macbeth Star Wars Edition. Is this like a play on Hamilton? I mean,
I don't know.
I'm
So-
good for it.
so I-
I need
so
something
I-
to pass the time after Mandalorian's over.
So I think that is regards one. I have like 4 videos up on this channel, and
Oh,
Okay,
now
now
we have
visuals.
something to look forward to. Gift that keeps
So-
on giving.
So that is a video that I made back in high school for my AP Literature and Composition class, which had a whole 6 of us in it. And our teacher we read Macbeth and we were supposed to do a book report on it or like a project on it. And we're like, can we just have one large group of 6 people, which is the entire class? And our teacher's like, I don't care. So she let us rewrite Macbeth into a sci-fi Star Wars genre. And then one of the guys had a bunch of Star Wars action figures. So we filmed our rewrites of it, and it was really, really bad quality. But we loved every second.
I don't know, man. It sounds like you found the market.
It's 20 minutes long.
This might be that push you needed to hit Broadway.
Oh man, it was great. But I had put it up on YouTube because we wanted to make it a tradition for her classes to have to do it every year, so that there would be a history of videos. But alas, that did not happen.
Nice.
And my very cringy Star Wars Macbeth stands alone.
All right. So we got another state being declared. South Carolina going to Donald Trump.
Not surprised.
He's got 22 to Biden 16. But at least he's got more votes this time, so at least people won't get pissed off with that one. And Joe is at 110,000 right now. So
25,000 votes separate them in Florida. With
Lovely.
80% reported in Florida. What? How is that? That's crazy.
who's sharing their screen? Someone's sharing their screen.
I don't know. That looks like Susie.
Susie.
He looks guilty.
Yeah, that's Susie.
I didn't realize I was on mute. The dog was barking. I wanted to show you guys that meme. Have you seen it? Are we?
It looks like we got coming on Joe Evans. Just joined.
Yeah, working on it here. I think I got the video operational. How are you doing?
Hey,
doing well. It's not showing your video. We definitely have your audio though.
Okay. EMO, let's see if we can restart the video here.
Okay.
Florida just went red.
It definitely doesn't want to play nice tonight.
Oh no!
Trump's
Don't
got
you hate it when that
8,000
happens?
on. Trump has 8,000 on Biden in Florida.
Super close. Well, that's okay, Joe. We at least we have your lovely voice. the real thing that matters.
We work on it.
Picture?
You may need to.
I what? May need to get your picture. Okay.
Yeah.
So we can see his face as well.
Well, let's go ahead and try it this way.
There it is.
We've got
Yep.
visual.
Oh, we have
There
the
it is.
lovely
Swap
beard.
cameras
Oh
here.
man.
And
Yes,
he's wearing a
beard.
Hawaiian shirt. Nice.
We do what we can.
Awesome,
Ugh.
Joe. Thanks for joining us. So last minute, we planned this whole thing literally starting at 10 a.m. this morning and began the live stream at 2. So we're glad you
Right.
could join us in such a limited time frame, especially on such a busy night.
Well, it's good because we're actually planning on a nice quiet evening here with the non-watch party. You know, it's not enough to be a passive non-watcher. We need to be active anti-non-watchers. And gonna take a quiet evening with some friends, go get some nachos and some beer, and chill at one of the local bars watching sports while we frantically refresh our phones for the updates. But we still got 2 more hours here before we start receiving the reports here in Idaho. So, I mean, that's one of the nice things about the way things are moving here.
Oh, wow. They just called a ton of states on Google. Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee all go Biden, or all go Trump, sorry. Illinois goes Illinois, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware goes Biden. So we got 85 Biden, 55 Trump right now as it stands. And Trump with the popular votes, Biden with the electoral votes right now.
300,000 separating. Okay.
You never thought you'll see it.
I did not think Trump was getting the popular.
2020.
oh, Texas is leaning red. Surprise, surprise.
So, Joe, tell us about your campaign, what you're running for, and all that good stuff.
Okay, so I'm running for 1st Congressional District here in the state of Idaho, which, of course, is a very red state. Looking for a huge libertarian influence. We ran into some problems early on with the way our red party managed some of the things, both in Congress as well as at the executive level here in the state. So I'm hoping that we got some disenfranchised people that actually looked at that and went, you know what? Maybe the Republicans aren't actually looking out for our interest quite the way they thought they were. And, you know, which was one of those surprising things that started happening around June. And I went, well, most of it was the combination of mask mandates and mismanagement with regards to the way the schools were handled. Then as we moved into September and we decided, send everybody to school. And now everybody's getting sick real quick and everybody's going, you know what? Maybe they should have done that a little bit differently. So, you know, step back, do a little bit of evaluation on the scientific measures, you know, science. Let's look at the science, man. So we're looking at a number of people that have actually done a lot of research into the Libertarian Party. As we've gotten closer to the election, I've gotten calls myself from a number of groups, seen individuals in both R and D parties, you know, make statements saying, you know what? Of the 3 candidates, I'm going to go with Joe. I'm going to go with the Libertarian. So I'm feeling strong about where we're going to place. May even manage to keep that incumbent Republican below the 50% mark. You know, which for Idaho is actually pretty impressive. You know, he generally pulls in somewhere about 60%. The R does. So actually pulling 10% from him to bring him under the 50% mark would be an impressive feat, everything considered. But we've grown the party. We had Joe Jorgensen stop by in 2 locations here in Boise early on in her campaign.
That's right.
One here in Meridian, just outside of Boise, and again over in Idaho Falls. And both of those events were exceptional events. We pulled record numbers, both Libertarian, well, for just about any of the events that happened here. Same week, there was an event in Sun Valley. Donnie Jr. showed up to, you know, talk on behalf of his father. And we actually had more people show up for the Joe Jorgensen events, both locations, than
Really?
Donnie Jr. did for his
clap.
one event.
You get a clap for
Wow.
that.
Yes.
Yeah. Good job, man.
You know, so and Joe Jorgensen, good questions came from both groups. You know, they got up, they asked the questions, had young lady, you know, who's interested in the Black Lives Matter movement, you know, actually asked a question here in Meridian. And, you know, Joe was honest. She was forthright about where she stood with the civil rights movement, with the Black Lives Matter movement versus the organization. And, you know, won a vote there. So I think we've done amazing work here in Idaho in growing the party this year. A lot of support across social media platforms, a lot of support in person. We've got out, we've done some meet and greets in some amazing locations, and it's just awesome.
Joe, did you start running in June? Is that what did I hear you say? They were blowing it?
No, June was about where the transition point was. You know, back in March when I originally filed the paperwork to run, you know, Yeah, I started running before March, but in March I actually had to file the paperwork in the state to get on the ballot. And I went in and I filed the paperwork, and it's like, okay, let's just get out and spread the word. Let's do the libertarian thing and start building the party, spread the word, get people introduced to it to understand what's going on. And then like around June, everything just changed. It's like, okay, so we're no longer just running a education campaign. We're no longer just running an awareness campaign. It's like the dynamic changed overnight. And it's like, with the right education, with the right push, we can move past that education phase and actually start looking at 10-15% of the vote here in the state of Idaho. And it's just been incredible.
So what do you do to spread the word and educate people? I mean, just for people out there who are watching this, what do you guys do in Idaho?
Well, one of the things I've started up, and this actually started right after one of my conversations with Larry Sharp, was I started doing it daily. 2 years ago when I was running for state senate here as a libertarian, I started a little weekly podcast thing that Facebook Live thing, Cup of Joe with Joe. And after a conversation with Larry, I went full bore with it. I started running a conversation across multiple platforms, invited people to come on, ask, not necessarily libertarian, but where I was with things, because it's like nobody's a real libertarian, right?
Right. Only if you get told you're not a real libertarian, then
right.
You're a real libertarian.
You got to start with I'm not a real libertarian before you can be a real libertarian. But you get those conversations and you start talking about what libertarian values are to you, where you fit into that broad libertarian big tent spectrum, and just allowing people to ask me questions, do the Ask Me Anything sessions, occasionally lead up with a relevant issue, like the Black Lives Matters protests were big for a time, COVID mask, another thing, immigration, always, especially in a state where we have an awful lot of people that are somewhat afraid of immigration, so sit down and have those conversations. And, it's like a lot of the things that we're scared of, there's no reason to be scared of, we're scared of them because somebody told us to be scared of them. So it's time to buck up. It's time to be brave and recognize that if we address these fears, if we face them head on, we can recognize them for the advantages, for the bonuses, just for the wealth of experience and knowledge that these experiences can bring to us. It's a change.
Good. Did you broadcast from your page or from your personal account?
That would have been from my personal account. So I'm not actually doing it from the Libertarian Party of Idaho's pages and social media. I've been focusing mainly on doing it from my own personal accounts and pages. So I have one that's sort of a social media presence, one that's my actual campaign page. Of course, started up the YouTube channels and even reactivated an old Twitch account so that I can maximize the number of different audiences that were out there for it.
Cool.
But yeah.
Yeah, I've the reason I ask is because I'm running for vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Tennessee, coming in February, and it's a good idea to do those Ask Me Anything type things, and so I have created a page for that campaign, and I don't know if I should do something from my personal account or from that page.
Well, it's one of those things. My page has grown like about 1,000 new subscribers to my personal page. All my new friends that I got, this year, all the new libertarian friends. Whereas my individual social media page on Facebook, as well as my campaign page, have only grown upwards of about an extra 250 over the last couple of months. So it's like I go ahead and just splash it out there on just about everything I can, and I will see people log in from my from my personal profile. I will see them log in from my campaign page. I will see them log in from my social media page. You know, it just comes from a little bit of everywhere. The number of people I show up from both my Twitter and Twitch feeds, you know, as I'm watching the screen scroll and who's asking questions, and you know, it's so I mean, you got to sort of step back and do a little bit of evaluation and go, you know, what's going to be able to reach the most people?
Right.
You know,
Right.
do I want to do a blend? Do I want to push? Do I want to send everybody over to my one page that I'm doing for my events? Of course, if you start looking at Facebook ads, which of course is a big one, you know, how do you want to incorporate that? Do you want to do it through a Twitch feed? Do you want to do it through your Facebook? Do you actually want to run it on a Facebook page where you're boosting from that so that you share it to your regular page after you post, or some combination of the above? It takes time, and you start learning the process.
Yeah.
It was one of those things, actually watching the Larry Sharp live event earlier, you know, about blooding the troops, you know, and finding all of the ways that things work has just been, well, mind-boggling.
Larry is tireless too. I mean, he's on every single night for like an hour and a half, isn't he?
By the time you take a look at all of his different shows that he does, yes, he's an hour and a half, because he's been doing his Drinking Coffee with Libertarians for half hour a day. Then he's got his own show that he does for half hour to an hour every night. And then he's got something else that he runs as well. So, I mean, literally it's boom, boom, boom. And of course, part of that is he's been pushing for the awareness at the local level. He's been out supporting local candidates. He's been pushing the libertarian platform, the libertarian ideals. And the beautiful thing about it is he comes at it with a pragmatic approach, you know.
Very much.
It's like, as much as we all love libertarianism, as much as we all want to get there, you don't just create a libertarian society overnight and expect everything to be hunky-dory. You know, it's like, we need to create a path. We need to create a goal, a system, so that we can start pulling apart the machine in a way that doesn't make people too uncomfortable.
Right.
You know?
Well, it's like Justin Amash said on that interview with Matt Kibbe and Joe. He said, you don't start talking about Hayek when you start talking about libertarianism to somebody the first time.
No,
you don't go Hayek on them. You go, you talk about healthcare. You talk about, the easy things that are small bites that we can talk. We talk about freedom, and where our rights have been eroded and why it matters that they've been eroded. But yeah, you don't start talking about Ayn Rand and Hayek and Heinlein.
Not if you want to keep them around, anyway. No, not if you want to keep them around. Throw a little Rothbard in. Sort of start small and introduce them into it. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Okay, UBI doesn't work, but work around if we can do away with all of the welfare and just do a negative income tax for a little while. And wean people up. It's like, you got to find a way to introduce them to libertarian society in a gentle way. Otherwise, you just end up with a bunch of feral Americans going, shoot them all.
They can't handle,
which we don't really want just yet, right?
They can't handle getting their freedoms back too fast, is what it is.
Yeah.
It's like,
well, and
accountability.
And there's been something that's started on Twitter, and that Joe picked up was, would Germany have free health care if America wasn't taking care of all of their defense, basically, or all their bases and stuff like that? Would any of these countries have UBI or whatever, in healthcare, if America wasn't taking care of them? So. Yeah, people forget about how much America spends. What do we spend? $370 million a day or something like that? A day.
Too much.
on war.
Too much. And don't even get me started on
There
the
is
force
no number, it's
projection
just too
that's
much.
involved in the
Too much.
150 countries around the world right now. You know, how much it costs to keep people in Afghanistan, how much it keeps, you know, in Iraq, in Yemen, in Syria. I mean, to keep fueling the planes that fly overhead, to keep fueling the tanks that drive over the territory, you know, in order to pay the contractors that maintain the supply lines that feed the troops. You know, it's just ridiculous how much money, and a lot of this money doesn't even come out of the regular funds. You know, the DoD gets 600 billion a year, you know, and they spend that 600 billion a year before they even start to pay for the war costs associated in Afghanistan. And people like, but you know, now by the time you add up the total cost of our military influence around the world and our nation building, you know, you're into trillions, man. You know, you're into $1 trillion a year, you know, not 700 billion, you're into $1 trillion.
Well, and what did the Pentagon lose? Like $37 trillion they couldn't account for, you know, a couple of years in a row.
Well, one thing that annoyed me
What
when
kind of a world is that acceptable?
One thing that really annoyed me when I was in the military, because I was in Mountain Home, Idaho Air Force Base for a couple years.
Sweet, you were right next door, Andrew.
Yeah, I was not a big fan of Idaho. No offense, so it's not my state, but everybody's got their like. But anyway, when I was there, every year for the fiscal year, it was literally we get a boatload of money, more than you could even think of what to do with it, and it was just like just spend it. I don't care what you spend on new gear, new equipment, whatever. They just need to get rid of it, because at the end of the day, whatever is not spent is taken out of next year's budget.
Next budget.
And the problem with that is I was given so much crap. I'm like, I don't know what to do with this. Oh, we had just had the money, so here you go. I'm like, no.
And
So
but
it's
Andrew,
sort-
that's how every single government agency
Oh, I know,
works.
but that's the thing. It's like with the military complex and all that, it's not just the 600 billion. That's just to buy their crap they need. And I'm gonna be honest, they don't need half the crap they've got. And just saying.
Well, there was a report that came out that I was quoted on Joe's Twitter account, and it was like the guys who went to Afghanistan and they were getting swamp boots. You know, there aren't any swamps in Afghanistan. You know, they were getting equipment that was not proper for the environment in which they were in. And it's like,
Just the one
How
Trump
does that
wouldn't drain. That's the only swamp over there.
yeah, the guys in Washington, D.C. probably got desert boots, right?
There was, some miscommunication. Boots were swapped.
So I'll butt in real quick. Joe just passed 200,000 votes total that are counted so far. Trump is currently leading Florida and North Carolina. Biden is leading Texas, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. So it'll be interesting to see how that continue to plays out. But
Harris County.
Yeah.
What, Harris County? What's that?
Harris County in Texas. It's one of the blue spots. Which
Houston?
cities are actually in Harris County?
Is that Houston?
Probably.
Or Dallas?
Right now, they only have two blue counties, which is Houston and a little north of Austin.
Oh.
Austin's hyper blue. Always has been. Always will.
Always will be.
Fort Worth is red, and then some of the outlying rural areas are red. But Biden leading by like 6,000 votes in Texas right now.
Oh, and to go on, Victoria mentioned in the chat to anybody who is not aware, if you go to Google, you can type in live election results, and you can go through this as well if you want to figure out which states, races, what have you want to get information on.
That's where we're getting our information.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt Joe, but I saw it was going. So,
and I'll be right back with you all.
All right.
I missed Stephen DiFiore, who's running for North Carolina governor. He sent a message on direct message, and then I didn't get it until just now. So he might be dropping in at any time.
Sweet.
Oh, Texas just went red. Surprise, surprise.
Well, that wasn't. No surprise.
Not surprised.
Well, it's leaning red. It hasn't been called yet, but.
Oh yeah, no, it just took a while for them to finally call it to put it as red. Maine is showing as red now. How is
Ain't
Joe doing
red? Wow. Ooh.
right now? Oh, they've just got the coast right now.
Yeah, Maine only has one.
1% reporting, 35 for Donald Trump versus 5 for Joe. I don't think that one's going to stay red.
Probably not.
Man, Joe is still getting followers on Twitter. It's just so amazing. It's like, where have you people been?
I never heard of her. Well, I don't know where you've been because we've been preaching for left and right.
Have we not been doing that all summer long?
So are we in an echo chamber?
I don't know because I'd like to think everybody's sharing it to their own pages and all that. So I don't know.
I think of the active members that we're consistently talking with, we're in an echo chamber. But I think anyone that participates in a political campaign, whether it's formal or grassroots, is going to, in some capacity, be in an echo chamber.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. One of the reasons for that is it's just hard to put up with the negativity when you get somebody from outside who's always bombarding you with, you know, your candidate's never going to win. It's like, okay, just go away.
Yeah.
You know,
We didn't see much of that on Twitter, though, did we, Joe?
No, we really didn't. You know, Twitter was really positive all the way around. You know, I managed to grow 2,500 on my Twitter account, you know, in a matter of about 2 or 3 months, you know, which I thought was pretty good. And Twitter overall has been pretty supportive. You know, something comes up, a poll comes up on Twitter, boom, everybody's to it. Next thing you know, Joe's winning on the Twitter poll. You know, we knew better, but you know, it was nice. It was pleasant feedback. You know, looking at her hit the 5,000 or so in Twitter poll and go, yeah, that's good. So Twitter's been supportive. Some of the other social media platforms have been pretty supportive too. Love the Discord group you guys set up too. I'm positive. I love Joe. You know, but again, it gets back to that echo chamber.
Right.
You know, it's nice feeling like everybody loves you, but at some point you got to step outside and take a, you know, reasonable
reality check.
Get your reality check. Yeah, well.
So we got a question at YouTube, which we've answered a couple times, but obviously with people revolving in and out. What we think from Victoria, what we think Joe will end up getting percentage-wise of the popular votes. I'm gonna say I'm pretty confident that she will get at least 5%. I'm gonna guess somewhere between 5 and 10.
Hey, I see something else here from Cantankerous V. She says there are definitely people outside the echo chamber messaging me that they voted for Jorgensen and Cohen.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I am still 8 to 100%.
All right, Brad.
Between there.
100%. That's what we need.
Wouldn't that be sweet?
Liberty across the board.
The only one that got 100% so far has been George Washington. So good luck.
I'm looking at 538. Come on, we can get to 538, right, folks?
538. God, I used to fight with that guy. Oh, in 2010 and 11 and 12. Ooh, we used to fight on Twitter like. Like, oh, I remember him. Even I used to fight with Matt Kibbe too, because Matt Kibbe was a liberal back then.
So I got Emma is asking, I anticipate 10 million votes for Joe. What do we project total voter turnout will be?
What was the voter turnout in 2016?
2016, it was like 130, I think. No, it was like, wasn't like 60 for each Biden and Trump, and then you got, I think it was like 130.
Yes.
I'm probably 150, I would say, possibly more.
Total voter turnout in 2016 was 231 million.
Oh, but that seems off.
Wait, no.
I was gonna say that may be eligible voters.
Wait, no. Okay,
yeah, I was gonna say.
Just kidding. That's eligible voters.
Okay,
like, whoa, I missed that.
That seems very high.
I think it was like 130, but
yeah, 137 round up million. 137 million voted in 2016.
New Watts is asking, so is Scott, about does she exceed the vote total of Gary Johnson? And I think she does.
I think she will.
I'm hoping,
totally does. However, if more people vote, her percentage this percentage goes down.
Yeah, resounding yes, she outdoes Gary, but we'll see how the percentage is affected with all these extra people turning out.
Yeah, right now she's at 0.9%, but we've only have a very small percentage of both the country and the specific votes in those states. So
we haven't even hit the West Coast yet. So
yeah,
right, and that's where I expect a lot of it to pick up for Joe is in the Western states. The Liberty movement has always been stronger out west. It's just whether or not you can get the people to vote their bravery over their fear, their hope, for a more liberated America.
Also, Arkansas closes at 8:30, so we will hopefully be seeing some results for Ricky Dale.
Ricky Dale. Ricky Dale's
Here
going to
soon.
the Senate, man. Yeah, I totally have faith in Ricky Dale.
Also, they called Mitch McConnell for Kentucky.
Of course they did.
So
what was it? What's
that's a thing.
Yeah, well, of course he'd get it.
Six more years of Mitch. Can't wait.
Well, McGrath
think he has
tried.
6 years?
Ooh. 40% for McGrath.
Did you guys see Mitch McConnell when he was it an interview or was he talking with Amy McGrath or whatever? He was like laughing about COVID and he just had that Skeksis kind of.
Yeah, that was Amy McGrath, Mitch McConnell debate, where basically towards the end of it, Mitch just went full condescension mode, and it's like, who are you? Yeah.
He's you weren't on earlier when we were talking about the difference between he and Harry Reid, and there isn't much. He's like the fatter version of Harry Reid. I mean, the same dead eyes, the same fishy handshake. I mean, Harry Reid skeeved me out. I met him in person, and it was like I was so pissed.
I think that happens to anybody who spends too much time in Washington. Honestly, I mean, how do
evil
you tell
lurks
your
in
soul that many times a day without losing all of it?
Or they're replaced by reptilians, but
yeah. I think that the evil starts coming out I think it shows. I really do. I think it starts to show. Look at George Soros. Look at any of these. Look at Hillary.
oh gosh, Kamala's got a great menacing cackle.
Oh, she's well. I can't fault her for that because I do too.
Okay, we got a question from New Watts asking what we think some of the highlight races to watch that we have a good chance to win.
Harrington,
Indiana, Arkansas. Ricky Dale, Harrington.
Unfortunately, Rainwater is not doing as well as we were hoping. He is at 12.1% right now. Granted, it's only 44%, but
as well as they've already called it.
They've already called it for Holcomb. I don't know how you do that when you don't even have half of it reported.
Right. What did they report on it? What is 3% in, and they
something like that. But yeah, definitely, I would say looking out for Ricky Dale in Arkansas. Polls just closed, so we should be getting some results for that soon. As well as some of the states out west. I remember seeing some of the. I don't know whether it was party affiliation or it was just what people expected to be voting. But I remember, I think it was like Utah was like 11% other, and a couple other places out west. So those will be some good states to look at once out west starts popping in later tonight.
Well, Utah's going to vote conservative. They did real good with the who was it that ran against Trump as an independent 4 years ago?
We got Martha in the waiting room coming back in for us.
Awesome.
Okay, we're gonna segue back to Dallas.
Back to the beauty
Back to the
shots.
red carpet.
Well, hello
And
there.
there is
No,
the
we're not doing
man.
red carpet right now.
No red carpet?
So I actually have Mr. Matt Kibbe here.
Woohoo!
Hello, sir.
Hey guys.
We don't know what you're doing here, but thank you for being here, sir. Thank you so much. It's an honor.
So guys, how's it looking out there?
Well,
Are we looking at the percentages? We can't see anything in here right now, so
So
I think
Joe,
you guys have to update us.
Yeah, so Joe is at 0.9% with 287,000. Looks like Trump has 61 electorates for it, and Biden's got 85.
And Trump is actually leading the popular vote right now, but losing the electoral vote, which is not what we expected to see so far.
How do we feel about that? Do you have any predictions?
So obviously these early numbers don't tell us a whole lot about what's actually going to happen. And depending on precincts, we don't know all that much at all. But so here's my theory about Joe. As everybody knows, there was a complete monolithic media lockdown where Joe Jorgensen didn't get any mentions. She didn't get much media appearances. She certainly wasn't even included in the polls. And it's sort of a ratcheting up of what they did to Gary Johnson in 2016 when they sort of flipped that switch and decided that he was hurting both of the candidates and they wouldn't allow him on the presidential stage. Well, they doubled down on Joe, and it's the entire media narrative is Trump is bad and everything else is about Joe Biden. And that has been difficult for Joe Jorgensen, but I'm old enough to remember when Ron Paul was running in 2008 and nobody took him seriously. And suddenly he became important. I'm old enough to remember when the Tea Party became something, even though people said it was nothing. And you could fast forward and look at the class of 2010 that elected guys like Rand Paul and Mike Lee. 2012 elected guys like Thomas Massey. I think Justin Ahmad for 2012, maybe 2010, I don't remember. So all sorts of things that we don't expect to happen in politics today. So what do I expect in 2020? I have no idea. Like literally anything can happen. Why that matters for us as libertarians is that it may well be that the lockdown against Joe plays in her favor because she could become the candidate that's none of the above. I don't like Trump. I don't like Biden. Who's this Joe person? I don't know exactly because the media wouldn't let me know, but I'm going to vote for her because I hate those guys.
Interesting point to point out. Joe was number 5.
Somebody has their, could we mute everybody that's not speaking? Just because we can hear the whole background noise. Thank you guys. All right,
Okay.
go ahead.
All right, sorry about that. I thought that was from you guys, so I didn't say
Yeah, I
anything.
did too.
But no, Joe Jorgensen was ranked number 5 in Google searches today. So
Yesterday.
No, that was updated today though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was updated today, but it was for yesterday. But yeah, she was number 5. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, she hit 5th place yesterday.
Yeah, with over
Biden-
500,000 searches.
Biden came in at 19th. So,
well, they know, right?
Things go crazy. After that first debate, Joe's site went down. She gained over 100,000 followers in one day, basically. So yeah, I think that people are waking up. I'm still confident that we hit our 5% tonight, but that's just my 2 cents. They are. They're looking for an alternative. They wouldn't do that if they were content.
Yeah. People are searching because they don't like what the two-party duopoly is trying to tell us, because it's all the same stuff and they pretend like it's two different things, but it's kind of all the same recycled big government platitudes that we've always heard. And whether we like it or not, most people don't know about us. Most people don't know what a libertarian is. This is kind of tough love to my friends. And elections are that opportunity where people are like, what is this? What is this horrible two choices I have? And they start looking, and that's our opportunity when they start searching. Like to me, Google and even social media, for all of its censorship, this is an opportunity for us to reach people that we wouldn't reach otherwise. We can't just reach them with values and ideas, but once every 4 years, they think about politics, and this is an opportunity to connect with people. So I kind of view tonight as the beginning of the process. And the real challenge for us is, what do we do for people who were sort of liberty curious? They're like, who's Joe? Oh, she looks pretty interesting. I should check her out. I'm going to vote for her. What happens the day after the election when we start thinking about, okay, how do we turn this taste for the two parties into a positive movement based on values that can actually help recruit other candidates into our party, recruit more and more activists into the party, and create a social movement that's not just something that happens every 4 years. It's got to be a process by which we get stronger every day. And to me, that's why I'm a libertarian, because I'm interested in that process of building a vibrant social movement. And regardless of what happens tonight, we have to think about what happens to every person that Joe connected with in this process, and what can we do to engage them, make them part of our family, and make us all stronger.
Yeah, and thank you so much for being one of those few. We have some icons from this movement that endorse Joe one day and then flip flop and start tearing down people on Twitter the next day, right, Martha? That was a little jab. I won't drop names, but a lot of jabbing going on this week. Let's just say that. But yeah, no, I think that we are at that point where finally we got the right mixture between Joe and Spike that's brought enough libertarians out of the woodwork. And we're like, well, we're not going to tear it down this year and try to build it back up in 4 years. We're not going to do that. We've seen what that's gotten us. And I think this is the beginning of the end of the duopoly.
Well, and Matt, the group that is in here right now tonight, I told you in the message that we call them Debate Mayhem. So Debate Mayhem started out of a group of pollsters who started up to get Joe on the polls. I mean, our job was to just hammer those guys. And so we got her on the Zogby poll, and we got her on a few other polls. And so, and then that merged into Debate Mayhem, and now here we are in Election Mayhem. So all these people are doing this, and we've got this group of 5,500 people now that we are going to do some activism with. We're going to be, they have daily tasks to go out and do stuff. We're trying to decide what we're going to do with that group, but it is going to be activist oriented, just the way it started. So that's, one of the places that we're going to start. This bunch here.
Yeah, and it again, just to hit that point home, it really helps having people like you that didn't give up on us because the 4 years is over,
So Matt, when did you become a libertarian?
So that's a long story, but I've been a libertarian since I was 13 years old. And I was reading the liner notes on a Rush album dedicated to the genius of Ayn Rand. And I didn't know who that guy Ayn Rand was because I was 13. I'm like, who's that dude? And I'm older than most of the people on this stream because I couldn't just Google it because there was no Google. And I stumbled across one of Ayn Rand's books at a garage sale, and I just devoured it. And she said that I needed to read The Austrian Economist, and I became this sort of rabid libertarian. I've always voted libertarian, but everyone on this call needs to understand that I wasn't a registered libertarian until last year. And I called myself, I know, shocking.
Shocked. And if anybody on this call is not a registered libertarian, please go out there and register as a libertarian.
Yeah.
So Martha, I actually want to.
We're all LP here.
The problem with that is in New Hampshire.
You'd be surprised.
No, in New Hampshire, if I think it's the senator, if the senator of 2018 who didn't do so well, it pretty much kicks anybody else who's on the LP off. So they go to undeclared or independent.
Wow.
So it's not that we can't be LP. It's literally, it depends on how the candidate does. So
No, I happen I'm a hardcore libertarian. I'm now a big L libertarian, but I'm a little bit ecumenical about how it is we use politics to spread ideas. And I think it's possible. I tried it for many years. I was a Tea Party organizer. I think it's possible to try to use the Republican Party as that vehicle. I've obviously decided that that's not the path forward, particularly in the era of Donald Trump. But there's still some people that I very much respect in the Republican Party. I'm open to the idea that we could bring particularly young people who are flirting with democratic socialism. I think we bring them over because our values are the real bottom-up community to face-to-face problem-solving values that I think are really attractive to them. So figure out who you are and make sure that you don't compromise those values. But in politics, I view it as a platform. It's a platform to talk about values. Ron Paul taught me that. And by the way, he taught me as running as a Republican, even though he had run as a libertarian before that. He used presidential politics as a platform to talk about values and ideas. And there are a lot of young people who are now in their 30s that would tell you that Ron Paul was their sort of gateway experience, the same way that an Ayn Rand novel was when I was a kid. So I think you can be ecumenical about that. But the reason I'm involved is I think we can be and need to be much bigger than we are today. And I think that our values are very appealing to people across the political spectrum. I don't think we have to really choose a side in the culture war because we believe that people should be free to live their own lives as long as they don't hurt people or take their stuff. So that to me is particularly appealing in this tribal warfare that we're living in now, where the only reason that you're voting for Donald Trump is you absolutely hate the other guy, or the only reason you're voting for Joe Biden is you absolutely hate those guys in that tribe over there. We have this theory that under liberty, we could have all sorts of diversity and all sorts of choice and all sorts of cooperation. I think that is a sales pitch that is going to be incredibly compelling, particularly to the next generation. So however you guys want to go about this, the only thing that matters is that you stay true to the values and that you keep building and you keep engaging. Don't chase people out, bring people in. Don't judge them because they didn't read the same books that you and I read. Make it bigger and make it beautiful. Make it a community. Make it something that's worth participating in, not just on election day. That's the key to community organizing. And I really think that libertarians are uniquely suited to sort of reach people that are skeptical, reach people that are turned off by the duopoly, reach people that are registering as independents. Those are our people.
I think what Matt just said rings a bell, especially for the people in this group. Over the course of a few months, we've become like family, right? And so I think we are building a community where we can stay and where we can keep building, and that's worth something, that's really worth fighting for and continuing on. So I think, that especially to me, really, really, it struck a chord. And I don't know if it means anything, but the first debate, Joe hit number 12 on Google searches. So the fact that she reached number 5, I think, is pretty impressive tonight. So let's vote for Joe.
Well, and we're hoping that she gets better numbers as we get out to the West Coast. Joe was pointing out that her numbers will go up as we go west and polls close. So,
yeah, as we've been talking, she's almost at 350,000 votes now. So
that's 100,000 votes.
Good things coming in.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, since
That's not too shabby. So I will join you guys in a little bit again. I am going to try and catch people out there and show you guys what the room looks like, and Joe what she looks like. And guys, if there was ever a princess in the Libertarian Party movement, I would say Tasha tonight looks like an absolute princess.
We've got to see her get up.
Oh my God, she's wearing a tiara and everything, and she is absolutely gorgeous. And I am dying to show you guys what she is.
I have to bring them
her on board.
I will, absolutely.
We want to see Tasha.
hunt for her. And I don't know when I'm going to get Joe for everybody, but she also looks beautiful. So I will try and get some pictures and get you guys kind of behind the scenes stuff in just a little bit. So I'll check back in.
Hey, Matt, thank you so much for joining us at the
thank you
last
guys
minute.
so much.
We threw this together this morning.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Gibby.
Bye.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye.
Fangirl.
Awesome.
Wow.
That was so cool. So
That was surreal.
With all that happening, some of the updates. Biden is leading 80% in Pennsylvania right now, which was considered a battleground state. So that's super crazy to see.
Only 7% though. So
yeah, Biden's also leading still in Ohio and Texas, with half the vote in Texas already. Arkansas has been called for Trump, as well as they've already called for Tom Cotton winning. But Ricky is at 22.6% right now with the votes, with 2%.
Really?
No.
That's huge.
That's ridiculous.
2% reported so far, and he's got 22.6. So who knows?
Yeah.
At least it's not settled.
Yeah, Rainwater is at 12.4% right now in Indiana.
That hasn't changed then.
No.
Doesn't sound like it.
We have a question from Bobby Stavanis on the on YouTube. He says, "Terrific show folks. First time listener, and I'm digging it." That's great, Bobby, because guess what? This is our first show.
This is our first time streaming, so thank you so much for being a loyal.
Welcome to the experience with us,
listener. You are the power.
We literally threw this together this morning, so there you have it. So his question is, what is the LP going to be doing 2 months after these elections? What can we do to help keep the LP in the public eye? So this is a question we've been asked a couple of times tonight. If you heard Matt Kibbe, register as a libertarian, get active in your party, have monthly social events. If you can.
Yeah, be in the same place as
and
people
if you,
who think like you.
If you can't do an event that is in real life because COVID and all that stuff,
right,
do virtual ones. And have people talk about liberty and ask questions about liberty, and invite people to learn about it from your pages. And also join the group. What is our group name now?
We are the
power. We are the power. Still.
We are the power.
Pending.
It's changed so many times.
Yeah, we're not.
We
gonna
haven't voted
it.
on a change of anything yet.
So if you're on Facebook, join We Are the Power, Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen, and get in there because we have things coming. We don't know what, but
So our
wing it just like we did today.
Our group is technically still private, so would they be able to search it and find it?
They should be able
to.
to.
It's not secret. It's private. You can find it, request to join.
Just
Nothing about that's
sure
going to change. And that was something we tried to change in the beginning.
Yeah, but the old Zuck got us again.
It won't let us go public, so.
Yeah. While we were talking, also, we had a question I wanted to bring up from Victoria asking, she knows that there's some major issues libertarians have with the party that is handling some of the official social media pages and how the party plans to fix it. Just to clarify that we technically are not officially a part of the Libertarian Party or the campaign. We are completely grassroots efforts supporting Joe and Spike. So we have no official affiliation anywhere, even though that most of us are libertarians. We not officially aligning ourselves in a place gives us a lot more flexibility as far as Zuck goes.
Also, I think the LP is going to be making a lot of changes now with Joe Bishop Henchman working with Dan Fishman. Dan is the director at the LP, and then Joe Bishop Henchman is now the chairman of the Libertarian National Convention or Committee. So, and Joe is already making lots of really positive changes. So I'm looking forward to seeing how things go after the election and what he does to keep things going.
To answer your question in the chat, yes, Jamie. That is the right group that you typed out there. Just back to that. Another thing going forward is all the people that get brought into the liberty movement. I mean, maybe you're not involved terribly. You're not really engaged in political activism or anything like that. But I will say this for a great number of the people who are coming on board with Joe and Spike, I myself included, I intend to see what I can do to become a delegate. Um, that is such an important thing that hardly ever gets talked about, and it needs to. We plan to help shed some light on that process through We Are the Power. But yeah, just being able to get out there and help make those determinations as far as who the candidates, who the voice of the Libertarian Party is going to be going forward is paramount, because we've seen it go the wrong way and we've seen it this year go the right way. And I look forward to us shattering all sorts of records with that. But yeah, even on the call earlier this evening, we had Michael Rufo. I hope I got the name right. Who was a delegate, and he was one of those voices. He told us a story of how in 5 minutes he heard Spike, and it takes the right people being able to listen and say, my gosh, Spike Cohen's a gem. Throw him on the ticket immediately. And it turns out to be like the best decision that could have ever been made for a libertarian ticket in my lifetime. That's my take.
And that's a great, being a delegate is really kind of cool. I was an alternate delegate, but I actually ended up being able to vote in the July convention because the other delegates couldn't go. And so my first meeting when I joined, I have been a libertarian for 37 years, but when I joined the LP National, I got on a call with Dan Fishman that he was hosting one night. And he said, become a delegate, and here's how: have business cards drawn up, put those business cards down, talk up, put your qualifications on them and hand them out, and people will vote for you. And I did. I had these really cool black cards with my name on it, said lifelong libertarian, blah, blah, blah. And I just put them down at every seat that was available at our Tennessee convention. And I came in like 23rd out of all of the people who signed up, because people recognized my name and they saw it on the paper. And so they went and they checked my name off. So it was name recognition, but it was cool. And here I am now. So yeah, be active. Don't be afraid of your libertarians. We're all I think we're all on the spectrum a little bit.
Yeah, I gotta, especially when I drink, I gotta step away for half a second. I'll be right back, folks.
Especially when you drink.
Another question that was asked by Scott Spalding. Hey, pop back on if you want. You can talk verbally instead of through the YouTube chat. But he was asking
that's what I told him.
What we think about focusing on action items. That's actually what we in the We Are the Power, previously pollsters group, have actually been doing. Every day we've had a call to action that's been created by the wonderful Lori that is also in the chat, that she's been rocking out on all of them. But just simple action steps to give people a direction in such a monumental task of our initial goal was to get her into the debates. So we had action steps of having people email this email to ask Fox News to add her into their poll. And that was just one simple thing that people could do. And a lot of people jumped on it, and we filled up Tucker Carlson's email box so he couldn't accept any more emails. It was great. So people are love to be active. They just don't know how to. So that's something we definitely want to continue doing as we continue on after today. In the I forget who had said it, but that we shouldn't just be, I think Matt had said it. We shouldn't just be doing things every 2 years or every 4 years. We need to be living out the liberty lifestyle and actions throughout the entire year in between election cycles. So we definitely want to keep doing that, and that's what I think we're going to be doing in We Are the Power. We haven't decided exactly how we're going to do that yet. We'll be talking the next couple weeks as we take a little bit of a break, because we all need a stress break from the last 6 months of politics and election cycle.
Yep.
But yeah, stay tuned to get joined in the group if you're not already. We Are the Power, to search that in Facebook, and it sounds like it pops the very first results. We'll love to have you, and we'll keep you updated whenever we figure things out. And we'll give you some small ways to make big changes. So
I got an update. Arkansas, Ricky Harrington is at 39.8% of the votes. With
Holy cats!
Yep. That bumped up.
That is awesome.
22% reporting. So we shall see how it goes.
Oh, Joe had to leave. He got a date. Wow, that's crazy. Ricky Harrington, our libertarian, has 39% in Arkansas.
Yeah, hopefully AP gets it wrong. And it's
Let's go. Ricky Dale.
AP is in Austin
Ricky
Peterson,
Dale.
No, the news.
The AP.
Organization.
Okay.
We don't mention the devil.
We have a
Also-
question in YouTube that is
Also,
do you
Sarah
think we could potentially
Fleming is
facing a
joining us.
civil war? Are we facing a civil war after tonight's results? Well, we've all been worried about that for years, and it hasn't happened yet. Although this year has been an exception.
I don't think so.
I guess we'll find
personally.
out.
I don't
Depends
think
on your
so.
definition, guys.
Yeah.
We're already in it.
Right.
That's just my take.
No, true. Sarah.
Hey.
Hello there.
Hello.
So Sarah is another one of our Twitter activists that is just so awesome on Twitter. She's out there spreading the good word.
Thanks.
Yeah, so Sarah, you can answer this question too. Do you think civil war is going to be upon us? You jumped in just the right time.
I know. No, but I don't think this is going to be an easy election for a lot of people. So I don't necessarily think it'll be a civil war, but it's going to be a difficult one when the results come in, no matter which way it goes.
Yeah, I think for me, looking back at the original Civil War, there were a lot of things that led up to the actual beginning of the war and states seceding from the Union, including a presidential election and the Civil War didn't start until a little bit after the election. So I definitely don't think it would start right away if we end up having another one. It'll have to get a lot worse, I think, even though it's pretty bad now.
So I got a question about Maine with the ranked choice voting. So how are they determining who the votes go to if all the votes haven't been calculated yet? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
They're calling districts, I believe, or the counties or districts or whatever they are. They probably figured out that section and then called it for them.
But it's just
I would
like,
assume.
I don't know. It just seems a little fishy out of it's ranked choice voting, and they don't have all of it to narrow it down. I don't know. It just seems a bit odd to me. But we'll see.
We'll see. She's at 1.7% there, though, right now.
I do see that,
so
yeah.
That is cool. Also, she's been slowly ticking up. She was at 0.6% when we started. Now she's at 1%. She just broke 400,000 votes as we continue west. So hopefully we'll keep seeing that hike up as more data comes in and more states get.
Hey guys, Shannon here. I just saw that Sarah was on. I just wanted to stop in and say hi. She's an absolute treat watching her work the crowd on Twitter. She's absolutely lovely, and she's just everything. Everything about how she works with people is absolutely amazing. So we're in the middle of watching the party, but I saw that you were on. I just wanted to pop off and thank you personally.
Thank you
I
so
know that we talk, over Twitter, but I appreciate everything you do.
No,
And
you as well.
I'll turn it back over, guys. I just saw her on, and I just wanted to pop in real quick.
Thanks, Shannon.
Awesome.
Yes, Sarah, weren't you called out one night as, people follow from Joe's account, people follow her because she's been having the fight all day long? Was that?
I don't know if that was me. I know one of the things that people said was that I do tend to stick to my ground, no matter what that is. And I mean, that was something that people found to be refreshing, which is why a lot of people ended up following me. But I'm also willing to sit down and have conversations with people and try and, figure out where they're at in their head. And then also just reach out, not just about politics, but life in general. So I kind of just started making connections with a lot of people for various different reasons. And it's kind of, I don't know, it's led to a good point.
There you go. I would like to answer some of these questions. Sean, you're asking where we're getting the the voting numbers. If you go to Google and you type in election 2020 results live or something along that lines, you'll pull up the live results for states, Senate, House, what have you.
Also, I want to give a shout out to Shannon, who is polling at almost 3% with 126,000 votes. So I don't know if he can hear me, but 10 out of 10, Shannon. You're doing great.
Good job, man.
Also, it looks like Joe Jorgensen's polling at 4.2% in Pennsylvania.
Well, there we go.
There we
and
go.
Trump looks like he was decided with some more, looks like they decided on some more states. Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska. I believe those are the new ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and those are all going to Trump. He's at 92. Biden's getting New Mexico. New York, surprise. Oh, no, New York was already there. Never mind. I think New Mexico is the main one they've got for Biden.
How do they have Biden running with
I don't know.
New Mexico when he has zero? They have no
0% is reporting.
They've done that for a couple states, yeah.
They're assuming he's going to go Biden, I guess. Oh, Trump got Louisiana as well, but that's not a surprise either. So
I was looking at Ricky Dale again. He's at 38%, but he's showing that he is leading right now in Little Rock. That is a gold county
that
right
is
now.
Clinton's home turf.
That is a gold county on
That-
Google
That is
results.
beautiful. So a happy birthday again, Hillary Rodham. we are pleased to give you these birthday presents. Amy Coney Barrett, Gold County, Little Rock. Yeah, the whole shebang.
Look at that.
Sarah, we're getting a question from Jamie. What's your Twitter handle?
It's
how do you pronounce it?
SAIIRRR. Is it actually on YouTube?
It's on YouTube, yeah.
I'll just put it in there.
There you go.
Yeah, we can drop it in the chat. Makes life a little bit easier.
It's because a lot of my friends call me Sarah instead of Sarah. And being a 4-letter nickname, the handle was already taken, so I just added a bunch of I's and R's.
There you go.
So which do you prefer? Do you prefer Sarah or Sarah?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I don't really have a preference. So I actually have a lot of friends with the same name as me. So Sarah is probably easier, but I really don't have a preference.
Sweet.
So, Sarah, how did you become a libertarian? Remind me on mute.
That one's a little interesting. I was actually a senior in high school during the 2012 election and taking a U.S. government class. So what the teacher decided to do was let us go through like the little quiz on I side with to see if we leaned more Republican or Democrat. I didn't fall in either. And I was the only one in my class who didn't fall in either.
Oh.
So the teacher split the room where the people that sided Republican went on one side and Democrat on the other. And he sat down with me for a good bit and was, a little shocked that I didn't fall in either direction. So I actually got to be like the little judge whenever they debated. And at the end of the class, he pulled me aside and told me that there are other options out there. And he actually gave me resources to go ahead and start looking into other political parties.
Wow.
And
awesome.
So
Props.
I was 17 when I figured out that, I align most with the Libertarian Party. And that's where I'm sticking.
Awesome. That is
That's
a great
awesome.
story. We've heard stories where it just goes the wrong way. At least you weren't vilified for it. That
Yeah,
could have
no.
easily gone another direction. So
I know. He was a very, very chill teacher. I mean,
good.
everyone pretty much liked him, and he was open to, whatever. So it was really cool that he gave me those resources to figure out where I fall.
I would have killed for that in high school. They
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
That
Sarah, it
thing
sounds
with the
like you and I
wild-
were both lucky in high school. That's where I learned. So
Yeah.
I got lucky. Oh, I'm getting tired, you guys. Oh, that's right. It's really 10 o'clock.
Come on. We lost an hour. We've been streaming only 7 hours. Where's your
Yeah,
dedication?
sheesh. Doggo.
Oh, she's got a dog, and that looks like a Weimaraner.
Ooh,
Where's-
looks like we got
where's-
coming on Shane Hazel.
Oh, is he coming on? Awesome.
Yeah. Running for Georgia Senate.
Cool.
Any moment now. So, that dramatic entrance of Zoom.
My husband thinks Trump's going to win.
Oh,
That's his prediction.
He has the popular vote right now, but they haven't hit California yet, so who knows?
Ooh, Shane's got the fancy setup.
Hazel.
Hello,
Wow.
sir.
It's Andrew.
Oh.
He's giving you a run for your money there.
I'm sorry.
How are you guys?
Great. We love the setup.
We are
That's so
doing
awesome.
great.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm just watching the normal talking, bloviating heads here in the background do their every 4-year. Are we cussing on the show? Probably.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're allowed the
Oh,
first.
we are.
The
We're on
first amendment's
YouTube.
allowed.
Yeah, we can't get zucked.
First episode.
Not from
and-
here.
Yeah,
Blah,
they're
blah,
just
blah.
doing their normal every 4 years worth of bullshit where it's like, oh, hey, he's got the Northeast and he's got the South, and we all know this shit, right? It's like it's pretty predictable stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, good times though. Are you guys having fun? Anything crazy going on yet?
A couple
Well-
things. I mean,
Some unexpected
Just
things.
hanging out.
yeah, Pennsylvania's running 70% for Biden in a battleground state, apparently. So
That seems kind of nuts, doesn't it? Like,
yeah.
I gave Pennsylvania to Biden early on, but I'll tell you what, the fact that you got people talking about how it's going to be like, I don't know, next Wednesday before we know what the vote, counts are, and that they're going to accept ballots tomorrow, and I don't know, man. It just seems cooked a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, things are looking a bit weird.
So do you
Well,
guys-
Shane, we've
Go
had
ahead.
Martha Bueno has joined us a couple of times, and she'll be back again. She's in her pretty white dress, and she's showing us the what everybody's wearing at the election party tonight. And Matt Kibbe was here talking with us.
Looked
and,
very dapper.
Yeah.
yeah,
it's-
in his shirt and his suit coat and jeans. It was awesome.
Yeah, it sounds it's somewhat likely we're gonna get Spike and Joe on here at some point very quickly
Yep.
with Martha. So
Yep, hang
you
out.
stay
They're
on with
gonna
us
be here.
for a
Yeah.
little bit. Yeah,
You want to hang out? Here we are.
I'm
We're
happy to hang out. I love
we're
doing
here
this
for
kind
another
of
2 hours.
We're
We've
glad
been here
to
for
have you.
7.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how many hours are you guys gonna do this?
Yeah.
So we saw,
Until we get bored.
Complete marathon, huh?
yeah. So Shane, just so you know, we literally decided this morning when we woke up, oh, let's have a party and let's get all the candidates who are running, and we'll just, and so you weren't like this last minute thought. It was like, okay, Shane Hazel, got to get him on and him
Yeah,
on. So-
everybody was the last minute thought. Don't worry.
You guys know
It's
how
all been last minute thought today. I didn't know this was happening when I voted this morning, and I came home and a couple hours later, like, Kibbe? Oh, okay, that's happening. Kokesh? Oh, Joe and Spike, Hazel. So many great candidates.
Oh man.
All around the country.
Well, that's how we Liberty folks do it. We kind of fly by the seat of our pants. We're
Herd cats last minute. We're there. That's
find
how
a
the
way,
LP
though.
That's how the LP runs, man.
love it.
Well, Shane, it's looking like you've got a little over 36,000 votes for you so far.
Boy, I'll tell you what, I wish they had a picture up there once in a while and would actually say our name, because here in Georgia, they won't even say it. It's actually rolling through the ticker down here in the bottom. We got 58 and 40%. So obviously we're sitting right around what they're calling 2%, even though, we've seen some polls down here, 5-6%. So who knows? I mean, this whole thing, it's such a charade at this point. It's just like, hey, as long as the duopoly wins, we don't give a damn. We really don't care, right?
Absolutely.
It's all theatrics.
Yeah, and there's only 35% up so far, so you got room to grow.
Yeah, Georgia's got an awful voting system. It's a new one this year, and whatever they can do to play with things by the end of the night, so that their official results do what they need them to do. That's the name of the game here in Georgia.
So we got a comment in the chat. Tell Martha to find Chrissy Wickers to say hi to us. I would love that. Chrissy is an absolute delight. So I don't know if we can reach out to Martha and have her track down Chrissy, but it's a party, and
I will see what I can
Chrissy
do.
brings the Coke. I mean,
sure, it's not just Red Bull.
Yeah, Red Bull, sure. That's what I meant to say. It gives you wings, man.
Man, I'll tell you what, I don't know how many ounces it was. This is definitely in the higher double digits of the Red Bull before the Jorgensen event down here in Atlanta. Boy, I'll tell you what, I should probably only had about half of that, because I went out there and the comments started flying like, this guy's microphone is too hot and he's doing cocaine, and then you had all the people who watch too much Pornhub. They're like, oh, hey man, he looks like that Johnny whatever Sins guy, and I was just like,
don't apologize for that. I watched that stream with you, and you brought the energy to that. You definitely hyped it up. So don't
Red
lose
Bull
that.
brought the energy.
Thank you, Red Bull.
That's right. That was a good time, though.
Shane, so we've been asking everyone else that's also been on the stream, how did you become a libertarian?
Oh man, quick version or short version. Hey, so I grew up, man. I was a neocon. Obviously, I was a Marine, and just red, white, and blue patriotism, indoctrination to the 9 through the government school system. So,
did you see the other options?
It was just one of those things where I went overseas, and I think I was laying in my bunk. We had just gotten done with about 3 weeks of clearing the Battle of Fallujah in November. And I opened up this book called Weapons of Mass Instruction by John Taylor Gatto. And, in that book, if you've ever read it, John Taylor Gatto is a 30-year veteran of the New York school system, where he won Teacher of the Year multiple times. And, I'm sitting here reading the history of how it came from Prussia and everything else, and how they did it to, build the state military, so that when they said, go over there and kill those bad guys went over there and killed those bad guys. And I'm sitting in the middle of a war zone going, holy shit. Like, are you kidding me? Like, this thing's all messed up. So, I just kept going down that path, and I found Ron Paul in 2008, and tried to run as a Republican to try to sort some things out. And I just saw from the inside, what the Republican Party had resigned itself to in terms of just power. And Ryan Graham, the man that he is, I love him to death down here in Georgia. He's our LP chair. He came to me one day and he goes, hey, Shane, I don't know if you know this or not, but you're a libertarian. I said, yeah, sure. I said, don't tell anybody. I'm trying to run, this asymmetrical warfare and everything else inside the Republican Party. But he talked me into coming down, and, I'll tell you, straight from the beginning, the Republicans hated me. And to have the chair of the party, of the LP, to have you, man, come to me. I was just like, yeah, you know what? It feels like a better fit, and I've seen what the other guys have to offer anyway, and I'm not that guy. So that's the short story.
There you go.
No looking back now.
Yeah, glad to have Liberty pulled from the duopoly and not reversed and sent the other way like we see so often.
I think you're seeing that more and more these days, though, right? I mean, those two parties are dying, and it's. I mean, you kind of see like this weird thing with Trump, but Trump's not a Republican in terms of the sense of the GOP, right? Like he's not. He's a populist,
Right.
and it's a weird thing, and it's backlash, and the people. Your talking heads out here, they still don't understand it. I don't know about you guys if you're making predictions, but I was like, man, if Trump doesn't win in a landslide after seeing all the caravans and all the rallies and all that kind of stuff, it's just like, I don't know. Like it seems like something's cooked up, a little bit.
I agree with your sentiments 100% actually. Because I don't see that from 5 people at a Biden rally trapped in a white circle of doom. There's no life there. It's just like, talk about unenthusiastic, but yeah, is the notion that not Trump, is that such a great thing that it could take a presidential victory?
Here's the curious thing for me. I'm looking at Texas, and Biden's still in the lead by over 100,000. They got 61% reporting.
Seems odd, doesn't it?
It does. I'm just like,
Till you realize everybody abandoned California.
basically, they went everywhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and I think you're going to see that in a couple states between Arizona for sure. You're going to see it in Texas, and I definitely think you're going to see it in Pennsylvania this year. Everybody is getting the hell out of New York, and I just actually got off the phone with one of my buddies earlier tonight. And he's like, dude, the amount of people, flocking here from New York is just insanity right now.
I'd believe it because they went full dictator, and yet people are still thinking I'll just vote for the other
state
guy.
was that? What state is that? Are they flocking to?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, from
New York.
Oh, that's going to piss my parents-in-law off because they're like, New Yorkers, they own houses. They come up here and screw everything up.
That's how we feel about Massachusetts.
They're about to go down there and screw it up now too. So,
well,
and I guess that would make sense why Pennsylvania is so Biden right now. That's almost still at 70%.
Oh well, Biden. he's from there, but it's also Pennsylvania. Did you see what they did? They locked them down so hard. In fact, the governor got sued and was told that by the Supreme Court that his actions were unconstitutional in the state. The worst roads in the country. And they couldn't even fix them during COVID because
my roads, drink.
Yeah, my roads.
Where's Eric July when you need him?
Fuck them hoe ass roads.
Suzanne, you're muted.
I think Joe is live right now on YouTube.
We had Scott hop back in. Scott, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
Glad to see you again, brother.
I figured I'd stop just hanging back in the peanut gallery and
we've been waiting for you.
I don't know if she is live right now.
I just got the notification.
Oh,
she is. Yeah.
On YouTube or somewhere else?
Facebook.
Okay, that's why I'm not seeing it.
She should just come live with us.
Right? Come join the party.
Martha, we need more celebrities.
Zaxby's. It's been a long time since I've been down south.
Yeah, Zaxby's all right, man. I
wasn't a huge fan, but it could hit a spot,
Right, it does. If you need a little bit more than Chick-fil-A in terms of caloric intake, Zaxby's is the way to go for sure.
Yeah, Zaxby's is one of those. I'll eat it every couple of months just to satisfy the need, and then I can go another couple months before I eat it again.
Turn that blood into gravy.
So are you guys In-N-Out or Whataburger?
Oh, In-N-Out for sure.
In-N-Out.
Okay. I got food poisoning from In-N-Out once, and I swear to God, it was the worst experience of my life, and I'll still eat In-N-Out.
I'm Sweden up here. I'm in
double
Missouri.
animal style is how you want to do it.
We have neither of those options.
Yeah, we got neither of them up here in New Hampshire.
Yeah, so Missouri, it's Five Guys. That's it.
You got BK and McDonald's essentially.
Confession time. I've never been to In-N-Out.
Oh,
that's okay. You're forgiven. You're on the East Coast.
Yeah,
right.
We don't have either in Tennessee either. So
you got
not that I found at least. Yeah, we have Five Guys, McDonald's, and Burger King.
Five Guys is pretty good compared to In-N-Out, but it's still not In-N-Out. Josh, do you want to share the Joe stream? Because I know it's not going to be long. I think it might be a speech. you want to share it on our stream so we can all stay here and watch it? What do you think?
Share your screen. I'm down.
Yeah.
It's on Twitter. It's on Facebook. It's on her YouTube channel.
Do the thing.
Yeah.
Make sure you click the share sound button.
Yeah.
Unlike Susie.
So what are you guys looking forward to most in terms of tonight and the reactions here? What do you guys? I mean, does anybody have any guilty pleasures lined up?
Oh, tears! I'm looking forward to
Tears.
tears. I'm going to drink them.
Yeah.
I got my mug ready for it.
I got a left cup and a right cup. Let's fill them both. Clap for that.
Thank you very much, Libertarian.
Whoa.
Hot mic.
My ears.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Why don't they have pictures? Where's the picture?
I thought it was just me.
No,
But you too.
No, it's still black.
Probably hard to get the videos stream.
I guess it's true. They should have streamed with us.
Without a hitch.
Well, while we're waiting, here's the results looking so far.
There we go.
Oh, thanks. That's
Trump's still in the lead by almost
coverage.
Almost 1 million votes. He's in the lead still, but Biden's still holding up that electoral win so far, which is
I thought they already called
crazy.
Missouri for Trump. No.
No,
Wow.
well,
Doing pretty well over there.
this is through the Associated Press as well. So we've realized different news sites offer
They got
different
through Medicaid
call it at
expansion.
different times. Yeah,
They got different scripts.
Right.
Yeah. So Joe's about to cross 500,000 votes.
Woo!
There we go.
Howie's about to cross 100,000.
I'm still not seeing anything on that Joe screen, so they.
Oh, yep. Video ended. Cool.
There you go.
All right.
Cool live stream, guys.
We'll segue back to
Someone
that.
invite her over
if it
here. We
happens.
need her.
Right. Can we
Yeah.
just pick up Joe's base and put them here?
Yeah, just have Martha just hold her phone up. We can watch it from there.
Martha.
Martha will get them on. Don't worry. You know Martha. I just saw she made Activist of the Month. Did you guys see that?
Nice.
She
I
deserves
did
it.
not.
She totally deserves it.
She makes dreams come true. It's a good lady.
What do you guys think of old Daniel Smolt and his videos for the entire run here?
He is freaking amazing, and
Yeah.
I think People for Liberty swept him up. He's under contract now, so we get to keep him.
Yeah, I've got a contract with him right now, man, and I'm looking forward to doing a lot of stuff with him here in the near future.
Yes, and yeah, don't let the enthusiasm go, and that's a good way to keep it going after this election.
Yeah,
is
he needs
he
employment,
is-
man.
Yeah,
Good. Yeah, absolutely.
we can't let him go.
He tells a great story. I mean, and just I mean, he it makes you feel it. And it's I mean, the fact that this last one where he put a ton of people in it to just pull everybody in, I thought that
Right.
was fantastic.
Yeah.
You guys feel like this year in terms of putting and bringing people together again in terms of liberty was a much better go around than 2016?
Right place, right time. I mean, libertarians like myself, Johnson wasn't my guy. I wouldn't even entertain Weld, so I abstained from politics in 2016 altogether.
Yeah.
My mind was blown when I woke up and Trump was president.
Right.
And I was cautiously optimistic, but more of the same. It always is. But now I think that's the right mixture between Spike and Joe, that it's brought enough full spectrum people that were in Liberty retirement out of the woodwork that now I feel like we have this and we're going to get historic votes tonight, and we're finally going to keep our momentum. We're not going to tear down the structure. We're not sitting here waiting, well, Johnson's campaign put everything together, so we don't have that information that we could use this cycle. Joe, for all the faults that you may see with the campaign, it's much more integral to the LP, and things aren't being hidden. So I think we finally have a real shot of staying cohesive for 4 years and really starting to upset people left and right. So
it's a big statement for the LP.
It is. It's a long time coming though. So many of us have had to sit through. I mean, I was brought in 08 like you.
Yeah.
And I watched Ron Paul get shafted, and I was like, nah, he ran again, and I was so excited. Happened again.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is, if they'll do it at the presidential level, that what's that one the Jon Stewart clip? Like, who's in third? Like, if you'll do it to Ron Paul after that much time, it's just like they'll do it to anybody.
Right? They don't care. But I think it speaks volumes that Joe and Spike are getting this level of support, even though the suppression techniques have been several more times severe than it was with Johnson. So I think that's all the proof is in the pudding, so to speak.
So what have you guys seen in terms of suppression this time around? Like what are the top ones that you guys have seen?
Debates.
Debates.
You can't just do debates because Johnson wasn't even in the debates. So I'd say
he
not even
at least. Oh, he at least had the chance through the
Yeah,
polling.
yeah.
So
Yeah, he at least
so
had
I
the
guess
polls.
polling is the more of the suppression, and
Yeah.
less the debates. If you're talking about the biggest or the problem, not the symptom. Debates were the symptom. The polling was the problem.
He also wasn't put on any like real news stations until like a week or two before the election after the debates, and it's like, well, yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
nobody's listening right now.
Do you think that they allowed Johnson on because they were going to try to get a soundbite, like, and that icing
Aleppo was a setup.
Yeah. Do you
The
think
way
that
that went
icing
down.
Joe out was basically them figuring that they couldn't soundbite to rip her up on, so they're not even going to let her speak? Like,
Senior lecturer. Yeah.
The biggest thing was probably the Black Lives Matter thing, but
and that was only
that
most
fizzled out.
95% within
Yeah.
libertarianism, just going full screech on something that really.
Hey,
You know-
I said it's growing pains. It needed to happen. We needed to get to a point where we could push out the notion of leaning on the GOP to ever be relevant.
Yeah.
So, are we winning the election? No, but if we break 5%, that's the start, right?
Yeah, I think 5% is a really good metric, and the fact that you can get, I mean, it's that self-fulfilling prophecy. If you're not in the polls, you can't get into the debates, and if you can't get into the debates, well, you're probably not going to do well in the polls, and the media is not going to cover you no matter what. So it's just, that's what I saw this time around. Because at this national level, to see people just excluding you from the polls, like, or where they'll go as far to say some other candidate, right? And there's 3 people in the whole thing. You're just like, is this really what we're at? And then, obviously the TV stations won't have you into the debates and things like that. And you're just like, wow, like this right here in your own state, like they won't even cover the entire U.S. Senate election. And it's amazing to me that's the way it is. It's,
Yeah, we had media
Shane,
ignore us for our Joe rally, 100%. They
Well,
refused.
Shane, are you aware that Joe was mentioned twice in CNN? If you go to CNN.com and search her name, she had 2 articles about her.
2.
MSNBC, the same thing.
I'm
2.
How many did Fox have?
Oh,
She's been on
when
Fox
I
Business
looked-
with Kennedy.
Now,
so,
since the last time I looked, which was in probably October, she's been on Fox a lot more. So
Yeah.
I'm imagine I think she had more. But yeah, those two.
So we have a question in chat. Where'd it go? From Bobby. I'm wondering if you think the LP would consider running a campaign for Joe and Spike for the next election. What do you guys think?
Whatever happens, there's definitely some mistakes we can't let happen again.
It might be good for consistency in a sense. I mean, I think either of them would still be, there might be stronger options and, keep things open. You can't have an anointed one, but I could see the value of just having the same name on the ticket again and having some of the and building off of whatever recognition there still is,
Yeah.
but
Not to cut in, but they just started the live stream up again, and Spike is speaking right now. If we wanna
Do it up.
pop in
Okay.
and,
Yeah, let's switch back to
We'll
it.
continue
Share
this
that.
later.
Yeah.
Nothing short than a revolution.
Very hot mic.
Folks, that's what Joe and I have been running for the past several months, for the past 15 years of this last several months that we have been running. Actually, it went by quickly. A lot of people thought that it would go by slowly for me, but it's actually gone by incredibly quickly. And the reason it has is because it has been such a pleasure working with folks like you across this country. Many of you that are here and many more that are watching at home that took part in all of the grassroots momentum that we are working on in this election. Joe and I are two, I'd like to think, very good candidates, but the reality is, we do not think that you can't applaud whenever I say something about myself.
He never turns down a clap. Never.
If I say something and you feel the need to clap or hoot or holler or say you're fantastic, Spike. Do not for a second think that you cannot applaud me. Thank you. Working with folks like you every single day in sometimes a different state every day, and seeing that I would get off the plane or get off the bus and there were dozens or hundreds of people who had been working for days or weeks to put that event together that day, or to put together grassroots activism for this campaign. Time and time again, I saw it from a different group of new faces every single time. And I just want you to know, I am absolutely honored to be standing among so many people who recognize that we're never going to get what we want trying to work within the two parties. We're never going to get what we want by endlessly compromising and coming up with nothing, coming up empty-handed. We know that the way that we're going to get what we want is to kick these bums out of office, take the power and the freedom and the money that they've stolen from us for decades and put it back in the American people's hands where it damn well belonged the whole time. Folks, this is very early on, and it's far too early to know what the results are going to be. And I was originally hoping when I was going to get up here that I'd be able to give an update, but the numbers are so all over the place right now, I can't even do that. But here's what I can tell you. In many ways that matter far more than just in this election, we've already won. And I can tell you two very powerful ways that we've already won. This year alone, the number of members of the Libertarian Party has gone up just this year by 29%. There are more members of you're welcome. There are more members of the Libertarian Party now than there have ever been in our party's history. Let me tell you another very powerful metric, and that is this. At a time when there aren't even in most states libertarian primaries, we still have a rapidly growing number of people that are registering as libertarians in their state. Since, again, always clap, always err on the side of applauding me. Just since March, the number of people that are registered as libertarians in this country has gone up 7%, which again is the most number of registered libertarians in our party's history. We have already won. We have already won. Anyone who is here knows that this is definitely not a sprint. This is definitely, yes, the people who laughed know that it really definitely is not a sprint. This is a marathon. This is nothing less than a race to set this world free in our lifetimes. This is nothing less than a grassroots fight to end the cult of the omnipotent state. And that doesn't happen in one day. That happens in battle, after race, after race, after registration change, after registration change, after membership change, after membership change. It happens with us. It happens with you. And that is what we are doing. And I want to tell you one more thing, because I know during this election cycle, especially if you live in a swing state, you've heard all the same nonsense that many of us often said before we realized that we needed to take the gold pill, right? We get told things that we tell people, what are we told? We're told that we're wasting our vote, we're throwing our vote away, what are you doing with your time, all that stuff. Now, it's interesting. Also, always feel like you can boo when I say stuff like that. But it's interesting. You'll notice that Republicans never tell Democrats that they're throwing their vote away. You'll notice that Democrats never tell Republicans that a vote for Trump is a vote for Trump. They say that to you. Do you know why they say that to you? Because they're not scared of each other. They're scared of you. They're scared of what happens when we get into office. When Joe gets into office, when libertarians get into office up and down the ballot and every level of power of government in this country across this great land, and we kick the cronies out, and we end the system of control and corruption and theft and murder that they have built, when that happens, it's all over for them. When we set America free in our time, it will be because of the hard work of everyday activists like you. So, and also, if you ever feel like you want to chant, don't feel like. So I want to. Thank you. I want to end on this because there are many other people here that I'm sure you'd love to hear from, and I can't wait to get to talk with you individually and do selfies and autographs and all that fun stuff. But I want to end on this. We are often told that what we are doing is hopeless, that there's simply no reason that we should be doing this. And of course, we know that the reason that we're in this room is because we know this is our only hope. This is the only way that we're going to beat this. But here's what I want to tell you. If you look at any movement, any major movement that has happened, not just in this country, but any other, any major movement that has resulted in a great net positive for humanity, every single one of those successful movements, sometimes worldwide movements, started with small handfuls of people who were just fed up. They were done with it. They didn't care how hopeless it was. They didn't care how high the odds were. They didn't care if people that cared about them were telling them that it was hopeless. They didn't care how difficult it looked, because they knew that the only other thing they could do but fight was just shrug their shoulders and say, well, I guess this is the way that's going to be, and that was unacceptable to them. These are the people that we call the trailblazers and the pioneers, the people that we look up to, the people that we tell stories about to our children. This is who you will be. Let's be very clear about something. When we win, and we will win, when we end the system, when we end the wars and the troops are back home, when we end the war on drugs that have decimated entire communities, when we end the war on the border and set people out of cages, when we end this terrible system that Republicans and Democrats have imposed upon us, when we have ended the Fed, when we have ended the ATF, when we have ended the DEA, when we have ended the IRS, when we have ended the wars overseas, the war on drugs, the war on guns, the war on your income, the war on your lifestyle, the war on your family, when we end these wars and set the people free, it will be because of you, and you will be the pioneers that they talk about. You will be the trailblazers who said, I am finished with this, I am not going to live this way, and I'm not going to simply give up. And I am honored to work with you. Now let's go win this thing.
Okay, we're going to take a break here for about a half an hour or so, because you don't want to have speeches, people talking.
Love
forever.
that man.
Right?
Love him. Absolutely. Gets me fired up.
Hi, guys.
Hello there.
Hi, dog. Did you catch Spike?
I did.
Yay.
Yay.
That made me cry almost.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm a ball of emotion right now.
Did you have your tear cup ready?
Just one for Spike's speech, but
Texas.
the rest are for left and right tears.
A little bit right there.
One single drop.
So just curious, what are y'all drinking? You got Paps.
Perber.
Yeah.
Regular Coke. I work tomorrow.
You guys don't want to know. You just be disappointed.
As long as it's not Budweiser, we'll be fine.
As
don't
long as
support
it's not
the-
Anheuser-Busch.
It's better than my Coke.
I have my third party soda. I have Dr. Pepper.
There you go. We don't support foreign companies meddling in our elections.
Right. I don't drink voter interference.
I apologize to all our YouTube viewers for how your ears must feel after the very hot mic. But that was super awesome. I always love hearing Spike speak, especially on something he's just so passionate about. I loved him talking about the fact that the biggest strength of the campaign and of the LP is the grassroots supporters like us. Just taking it on ourselves, seeing the only reward we need is that our freedoms are coming. That we don't need. Although it would be nice to be paid, that's not the reason we do this. The reason we do this is to be able to fight for the freedoms that our founding fathers fought for, and we fought wars over, so that we can be able to live the free life that we were supposed to be given through the Constitution that has been solely taken away from us. So I just thought that was super awesome speech, and I'm excited to hear whoever comes next.
Yeah, anyone who says I just can't take the LP seriously because of Spike, or I can't do this because of his name. These people who say these things, they don't know
They've
what
never
they're
heard him
talking
speak.
about.
You just
They-
listen to him speak, and
You can't.
You don't have
You
to
can't.
worry about anything because you feel like you're in the right place.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But Reason Magazine put a picture of him shirtless on the cover the next day. I mean,
oh no,
obviously
oh
he's
no,
not a useful candidate.
What about free the nipple?
That you know, I Reason has its uses, but you know, when there were like in the lead up to our convention, having them like there hasn't been like maybe one article, one interview with Joe Jorgensen that they've printed, and everything, but in the past calendar year, there are something like 24 pieces, like heartthrob pieces about Justin Amash,
That's just like Glenn Beck. He's like, okay, I'll interview you, but I'm voting Trump.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, thanks for nothing, guy.
Yeah. I just had to get that out there. The thing when Spike got and they ran like that picture, it's so obvious when they run that picture on the cover, like they're just not happy that.
Or when
that
Joe Jorgensen
Spike
got
nomination.
bit by the bat.
Yeah.
And the article literally says libertarian candidate gets bit by a bat. Like they couldn't even put her name. And then the picture was of a bat, not of Joe Jorgensen.
Yeah.
It's like,
She wasn't even bit. She was scratched. Like,
well, it's a
Yeah.
sensational
Details.
headline, so they had to run
Of
it,
course.
but they, in doing so, still suppressed her.
Yeah.
Like libertarian bat picture, not of human.
When we can't even get them to be like, I understand being, fair and neutral and covering things that are newsworthy, but that just, I lost a lot of respect for them there. What little I had.
Oh yeah, unfortunately, the state of media in our country has been.
Shane's
against us
laughing at something.
for a
What is
long
Shane
time.
laughing at?
I'm just the conversation in terms of I lost what little respect I had for the media.
No, I'm talking.
Right. You have
I was
respect to
talking
begin with?
specifically about a libertarian magazine.
Reason has
Yeah.
typically been better for us, but
Yeah, but even then, just like I don't know, there was some handful of things that just rubbed me wrong. And one of them was putting, like, why would you start with that up in front and center? Like there's the DNC convention. We have our LNC convention. They pick Spike, and then the next day there's a picture with Spike with no shirt, and it's like, I don't have a problem with the picture, but it just gives a reason. Like so many people are just looking for a reason not to vote libertarian. It feels like sometimes, You know what I
Oh,
mean?
here's this one mild inconvenience. I'm gonna go vote Republican, or I'm gonna go back to the Democrats.
For all
Oh,
the
on
inconveniences
Twitter
they
all
bring.
the time.
Cohen sales, kind of. But
On Twitter,
like,
it was like, you lost me with this tweet. It's like, really? I mean, it wasn't even a serious tweet. It wasn't even a big deal.
Have you even seen any of Trump's tweets ever? Like,
Biden's speech.
You'll excuse a million horrible tweets from Trump that he's probably being serious when he posts.
Yeah, these single issue voters, it's like, well, you know, most of them were people with like 23 followers, 35 followers. They were all sock accounts, you know, who were trying to harass her. And I have a feeling I know what caucus they were coming from. But just, you know, people that didn't have the courage to speak out in front of her, but wanted to harass her anyhow.
Well, and it doesn't matter. I mean, people are going to be disenfranchised, but those people aren't the majority right now. And we have legit gains from Jorgensen and Cohen that can't be dismissed.
No.
well, while the speech was happening and us talking, Colorado was officially called for Biden, which basically puts Biden exactly halfway to the 270 mark, with Trump still leading by over 1 million now in the popular vote, which is crazy. Having that split still.
The thing is, California hasn't come into play yet.
Yeah,
for the
California
popular,
hasn't
so.
come in yet. Texas, Trump has officially pulled ahead of Biden by about 150,000 votes. Pennsylvania is a little narrower now, 53 to 46 for Biden. Florida, Trump's up almost 400,000 votes. Trump pulled ahead in Ohio, just like 50,000 votes, but still ahead there. So we got some close races to look at. Keep looking at. But Biden halfway right now. With places like California, Washington, Oregon, all those all normally blue states still to come. So
did you guys mention Ohio is flipped now?
It's red now. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ohio,
That's
Trump
what's
just pulled ahead by about 50,000 votes with 71% so far.
Biden's losing ground in Pennsylvania from the looks of it.
Mm-hmm.
Looked like he was losing.
Oh, there was nowhere to go but down. I mean, they had it at 80 or 90.
Yeah, he was at 80%.
Right.
When the tally comes in, it's going to go down.
Joe also has crossed 600,000 votes so far.
And it looks like Trump's going to get Florida.
Yeah.
At 91%, he's at 51.3.
Looks like he's going to get Georgia as well.
Yeah, that's pulling pretty far away. Although only 50% in so far. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, living down here, I think he's probably got it.
Yeah. It was a long shot for Democrats to get Georgia, but
yeah.
Hey, you never know.
We've got Kerry McKinnon in the YouTube chat, and I do believe that he is running. He says he's at 130,000 votes, or is he just looking at something else?
Where's he running?
Kerry, are you
He's
a
in
candidate?
Texas.
If you're a candidate, come on and talk to us.
Yeah, hop on.
I'll send the link. Hold on, I have him.
Okay. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, he's running in Texas.
Oh, look at that.
We missed
He's
it.
I talked with him earlier.
1.7% with 140,000 votes. Yep. Heck yeah.
Very nice.
Shannon, I don't know what Shannon's looking at. I'm fascinated by his screen. Oh, somebody asked also.
He looks enthralled.
Well, what they're having at the watch party in North Carolina.
I don't know, dear.
Are you watching Shannon's feed?
Victoria's asking about, speaking of media and news source. Victoria's asking about news
That's
source
a lovely
recommendations.
question because I want to know one too.
Well, I still love Reason up to a point. They're still the most objective out there. However, there is a new media outlet. Oh my God, I can't think of the name. It's somethingspeak.com. Come on, guys, help me out. It's a forum, and of course
Free
I closed
Talk
that
Live.
tab.
Kidding.
No. But anyhow, that's where a lot of guys are going who have been shut down by the media because they were not allowed to tell the truth. Why the let me see if it's in my history.
So, what do you think is going to happen if Joe Biden wins, but he does not get the popular vote?
I mean, he'll become president. Like
He will. No,
I
I
mean,
get that.
Yeah,
but are Democrats going to be upset? Like
They're
they
gonna
were
still
in
call for the
2016?
Well,
Electoral
the
College
Republicans
abolition.
be upset.
Well, the Republicans are probably going to be rightly
Dan,
upset.
is it Speak Social?
No.
All the
No. It's like grub speak, but it's not.
In a heartbeat, the electoral college would be the most essential part of our democracy that cannot ever be changed or altered if that happened.
Right. Yeah, they'll just change it.
Flip on a
We don't
dime,
need
we can
popular
go.
vote anymore. Electoral college works.
Yeah, and then the Republicans will pick up that exact same
Your
that
head would
that
spin
arguments.
how
Yeah.
fast
Oh, that would
they
be
both
terrible.
switch positions.
Carrie has
Well, you guys, years ago, it was either Slate or Salon, was all about how important it was to maintain the integrity of the electoral college, blah, 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 blah. And then literally 2 or 4 years later, the electoral college was a privileged, racist institution and needed to go away. Same magazine, 2 different covers.
Okay,
And it's-
Carrie,
it's just-
welcome to the party.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome aboard. Thanks for engaging in the chat. Good job.
Yeah, we apologize that we hadn't had you on earlier. This literally was organized within 2 hours this morning.
So a basic libertarian thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So we're like, hey, let's just stream for 9 hours and plan it in 2. So
Why not? I mean, look, I think we are doing excellent in Texas. I running the Senate as an openly gay man means, it's kind of rough in a red state that's kind of rural, and I live in a town of only 1,202 people. So I will just let you know, my husband.
You lose him?
Oh, I think we lost your audio there for a moment, Carrie.
Carrie, you there?
There he
Carrie.
is.
Oh,
There he is. You're
Can
back.
you hear me now?
Yes.
I absolutely did, other than 3 campaign stops, I did absolutely no person-to-person campaigning. Everything was done over social media and phone calls. And we probably will surpass the 188,000 that we did for Lieutenant Governor in 2018.
I mean, you still got 36%. You got about 30,000, 39,000 left. So you're getting there. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a slow race in Texas, and we have to run statewide races because that's where we get our ballot access.
Yep.
But we really got to push those local candidates and support those down ballot guys way more than we have in the past, and build them up and start them young, much like the Democrats and Republicans do, and run them through county commissioners and justice of peace and mayors, and move them on up through the system where, they're 80 or 90 by the time they get, in the U.S. Senate or House.
Adam Kokesh just texted me. He will be on at 11 Eastern time.
Okay.
All right.
I guess we're going to be
No,
on an hour later then.
I agree with what you're saying 100%, Carrie. Part of what we're doing here, we started out as just focusing on getting Joe into the polls, but as we're looking forward to keeping the momentum going, getting people in the education system is something that was discussed. It's just an idea now, but as we learn as libertarians, if you want something done, find a way to get it done and just go out and do it. So that's definitely something that we're going to be focusing on going forward.
Yeah,
Well,
so-
and I don't know about you guys, but if we worked our ass off the whole 2 to 4 years between elections, like we do in the 4 or 6 months going up to elections, we would win elections. We just don't do that administrative organization stuff 24/7. From the moment November 4th is there, we get in such a low and such a depressive state because we didn't win or we didn't meet expectations that some of us don't even start campaigning or doing anything until well into the following year. And we've lost 6 or 7 months that we could be really gaining ground with people and with voters and with volunteers and with fundraising. I mean, I ran my whole race, we didn't even raise $25,000 because I didn't ask people because I knew they were hurting because of COVID.
Yeah, that's been hard on everyone for sure. But yeah, no, exactly what you're saying. I think this is finally going to be that election that has brought enough people around that we're already talking about. We don't want to tear down our infrastructure and start back over, in 4 years. Why throw that momentum away when we could be building it? So yeah, you touched on some very important points there, and I agree with you again wholeheartedly that it's too good what we have now to let it go away. So if we want our freedoms, not letting this fade away is how we get there.
Yeah, and I think we've definitely built an awesome team so far with the Debate Mayhem team, and We Are the Power, and having an awesome group of active volunteers that we all just love to be able to keep fighting for our liberties as we continue on past today and into the next 2 years, the next 4 years, however long it takes for us to be able to start making real impacts in races and upsets in on incumbents in states. And just super excited to see where we'll be going next in talking about that. We did get a question in here. Where is it? Asking if Trump
Howdy, y'all.
loses.
Is everybody in a silent mode? I didn't hear anything.
No,
I
we can
just
talk.
checked
You must have
in
been on mute. We're talking.
results and dead silence. Did my We Are the Power group get tired? What's going on?
No, you hit the mute button. You
I
must
have
have
a
bumped
very
it.
talkative dog, so
Maybe I just couldn't
I heard
hear.
that,
Oh,
right?
you know what? I'm muted. Sorry.
There you go.
That's what we figured.
Have another beer, Shannon.
Woo!
It's election
Sorry.
night.
I was like looking. I was trying to look at everyone's faces. I was like, no one looks like they're talking. They've been doing good all day. Did they just get tired? Sorry.
It's been 8 hours.
just getting
We're
started.
all tired.
I love that you've been here in the background.
Well,
Just living your best life and then coming
Well, you
back.
know what? I saw the lineup. I saw that Sarah was going to be here. I saw that Shane was going to be here. I wanted to see them. Hey, by the way, how you doing, Shane? Look, that dude
What's
is
up, brother?
absolutely amazing. Like, I get on Twitter, and his following is either awesome or they hate him.
Very polarizing.
Very polarizing.
Sounds like libertarianism.
Handles himself
This sounds
so
familiar.
That's how you know you're doing it right.
Right?
If nothing else, if nothing else comes out of this election, I'm proud to know Shane, and I want to stir some shit up with that dude. Like, we're gonna go around and just do it. And you know what? When we do it, I got Sarah. That's just the
I got your
best
back.
champion ever. So yeah, sorry for popping in on because I was listening. I was like, well, they're not saying nothing, so let me help them out.
Hey
But,
man, you're like
you're
like me in 5 shots. I feel you, brother.
Give you
Absolutely
a big
feel
hug,
you.
man.
100%. Virtual hugs. Right here, bro. That's me. I'm the guy that's like, who invited him?
Right. This is where Suzanne's going. Oh, fuck, there, right?
No cringe here, man.
No way, man. No way. I love it.
It's just
Being
a
broadcast worldwide to 48 people.
Well,
Thank you
know
for
what?
watching, folks.
It
Having way
all
more
comes-
fun.
the only thing to my credit is a couple tweets that I do at 420. So that's just the way life rolls.
That's the way it
There you
goes.
go.
Thank
yeah.
you so much.
So back to the question. Dylan Alexander asked, if Trump loses, do we think he'll make a peaceful transition, or do we think there'll be some street fights for the Democrats?
There's going to be some street fights. Yes, to street fights.
To be fair, he has acknowledged the loss to a couple reporters, talking about how he doesn't necessarily expect to win. I don't know how true that is because I've never actually seen him be that humble. But
Humble?
I think it's actually there. Hold on, I can tell some people bye. I'll check in with y'all guys in a minute.
Yeah, I think I will be surprised if he doesn't challenge it in the court, no matter what the result, or no matter how far Joe is ahead if Joe wins. But I don't think there is much possibility of like an unpeaceful transition, at least from the federal level, because the entire military is a lot more strict to the Constitution than Trump is. So on whatever day that Biden would take office, they would no longer listen to Trump, and they wouldn't listen to him if he said to keep Biden from entering the White House. So
I'm gonna weigh in on this one a little bit.
Yeah.
There is a giant gap between the senior officers.
I was about to say the same thing.
And the enlisted, for the most part. It is such a political game with those guys, and I think as this country's federal government implodes, you're gonna see at some point where the enlisted and the junior officers are like, we're still idealists. We haven't been, paid for yet by, whatever, corporation that we're looking at, later on in terms of, filling our coffers with programs and all that kind of stuff. Like, I think at some point those guys go, yeah, no, we're done with, taking orders from any of these, maggots up here on Capitol Hill. Right. Like, and that's really, about what it'll have to be. But I don't think we're anywhere near that type of exchange of power just yet. Yeah. But I'm hoping we're getting towards
I mean, we're late stage Roman Empire here, and the Praetorian Guards will make sure that the emperor they want is in the seat they want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But as far as the rank and file enlisted guys, like when that split happens or when there's a rift within the officer class, that's when things could get real froggy.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I'm waiting for the Marines to be the first guys to set that trend.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all idealists. I mean,
we have the military support. I'm just gonna say that.
A lot of it, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, they all want to come home, so that's
they want to
to
come home. And we're their only tickets. So
my son's in South Korea, and he's all about how everybody is very libertarian that he talks to and stuff.
Tired.
One note. Oh, go ahead, Shane.
Oh, I was just gonna say, they're tired, and that's the thing is, like, I've got guys that are my buddies that I went in with that are 15 16 deployments in now, and there's no mission, and they noticed that a long time ago. They just been kind of riding them like thoroughbreds, and they're like, dude, these deployments have crushed my family. A lot of families have split up. I mean, some of their kids are in the military in the same damn units even. You're just like, dude, this is bullshit. And
well, that's the thing. You've got kids that weren't even born when 9/11 happened who are serving in a war that happened because of 9/11.
Yep.
So it's like we've got to end it at some point.
My son is like, we were talking the other night, and he's like, Mom, I remember watching 9/11. I mean, he's old enough for that. He remembers that whole day, everything going on that day. And, hoorah, yeah, we're going to go over there and we're going to kick some ass. I mean, he was like 9 years old. And, and he went into the Marine Military Academy. He loved that. He lived there in South Texas for 4 years. And that's all he wanted to do. And then he got in and he was in Iraq, and he realized that we weren't doing anything good over there. And, you know, and plus he's getting shot at while he's filling a tank or something, but he can't have a gun because only certain people can have guns. So
Rules
he
of
could protect
engagement.
himself. Yeah, he had to hide behind a truck. My son, okay, now we all know me, so my son had to hide behind something and he was not happy. That would be like me having to hide behind something like that. So, hey, while I've got the floor, somebody wanted to know about, we were talking about the alternative media thing. So there was this thing that happened with Glenn Greenwald. He was one of the founders of The Intercept magazine, and he wanted to his founder, and he was doing an article, and they wouldn't let him print it. His own people told him no, and so he said, you know, "F you, I'm out of here." And he's gone the way of a lot of other people. So if you're looking for media, go to Substack. It had nothing to do with speech. Substack.com. And then you can find Hannah Cox is on there. Ooh,
Carrie, I think you got something happening in your background.
Yeah, we got some background noise going on. Carrie.
That's where it is.
Might be. Okay.
Yeah, it's so Greenwald is at greenwald.substack.com. So you can find people there, and you're going to be able to find new voices who aren't being allowed to speak out in the media. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be libertarian, but they're at least going to get to tell their stories. So try that. And
he's it's Substack Inc. on Twitter. They've already got 27,000 followers.
Yeah, that's the way to go. I think that you.
I'll tell you another really good place that I like to go to is Mises.org. Those guys are fantastic in terms of printing a whole bunch of, you know, wide-ranging literature out there that's not only indicative of current events, but, you know, a lot of times puts a great understanding of economics into it for people that, you know, maybe aren't well versed in economics. That's a great site. That's Jeff Dice down there.
Yep, I used Cato to teach the economics class, a high school economics class. I used their curriculum and a lot of their stuff. It was great. Cato is also good. Cato.org. Cato has the is that Travis? Is that Travis Grew over there on Shannon Bray's? Shannon? I don't know if he can hear us or not. He probably can. I think that's Travis. But Cato has the 6.8, the 6.8 thing that Joe talks about for Social Security.
Social Security, yeah.
Yeah,
6.8,
Cato has that.
it is.
So Cato.org is really good too. Travis is
We
just
do
eating on
have
camera.
a comment in the YouTube chat. Yes, the debate's preventing Joe Jorgensen from participating is greatest disservice, disgusting, and very telling. How is this legal? My daughter didn't even know there were other parties.
Yeah,
well,
it's pretty sickening.
We have tried to fight it.
Yeah, the fact that they say, I mean, they're a non-profit and they say they're
partisan.
Yeah, they say they're
Nonpartisan.
nonpartisan. So one would have to make the compelling case that they are partisan. One would have to, you know, prove with signed contracts between the two candidates that are signed well before they're even elected as or nominated from their parties. One would have to prove with the unredacted contract that I have from the University of Utah, because it's heavily redacted, and there's the part where it talks about the stage and it's all blacked out because they don't want you to see that they have told the University of Utah that they're contracted to have 2 podiums up there.
Yeah, because it's illegal.
And that's where we need to get a hold of a contract that's not redacted. And then somebody has to be willing to fight them. And they're very proud of their lawyers. They're extremely proud of their legal team that has fought their legal battles for them and won.
Yeah, and every election cycle for the presidency, they always get a lawsuit specifically from the Libertarian and the Green Party about refusing to allow them to be onto the stage. And every year the court decides that because the CPD is technically nonpartisan and that they have set their lawyers have proven that the 15% is, even though it's hard, it's not unattainable. So they get to keep doing what they want to do. I think if we, using those contracts that we can get a hold of, if we can get a lawyer to fill out like a FISA request to get those unredacted documents, which is extremely difficult to refuse, no matter who does it, who sends in the reports. I think that could be a new way to take that lawsuit if the LP and the Green Party would be willing to start fighting it again after.
We could also get their financials and their tax documents. We also
that's
need
the other thing.
Yeah, but boycott.
Yeah, their financials are definitely, they're on ProPublica. Their financials are on there, but their financials, their Schedule B has no information in it. And that's the entire page. That's all of the, not endorsements, donors. Yeah, it's all blank. It's like, wait a minute, then a miracle occurs? No. The other thing is we do have the contract from the University of Utah, and I can continue to pursue it with the, ombudsman for Utah to see if I can get an unredacted one. The only way we're going to get a contract with a university is if it's a public university. So Belmont's not going to give us one. And Northwestern isn't going to give us one.
Case Western.
Case Western. We can't get one because they don't fall. They don't fall under FISA or FOIA or anything like that. So, but Utah, we got one.
Sidebar, Susie, you just got name dropped in one of the random side speeches.
Random side speeches where?
On the live stream. They have little like side speeches of random people. They were talking about the social media people who've been helping out with the social media for Joe, and you and Ryan got name dropped among others.
Oh, cool! Thank you.
Oops. Thank you, Susie.
Sorry, continue. I'm watching to figure out when Joe speaks so we can hop back onto it.
Nice.
I didn't know they were still broadcasting. You said that about 3 different states now.
I gotta step away for a moment. I'll be back.
Go for it.
I don't know if you guys saw in the things, but Pennsylvania has flipped to red.
Has it?
30%.
Look at that.
Gary left. He said, thank you for having him, and he stands with everybody.
Woo.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it looks like Florida's going to go to Trump as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't think
that's huge.
Yeah, Pennsylvania still only got 27%, so that can still go either way, I think. Arizona's coming in now, 10% up for Biden at 70% reported. So that's also pretty big for him. That was
could
one
go.
of the big battlegrounds.
Michigan, Trump's leading 28%, and he's got 55% of the vote up there.
Wow, Wisconsin he's leading about 4% up with 38% reported.
Joe's at 800,000.
Ohio, it looks like Trump is at 51% with 72%, and that's pretty big.
Yeah, well, it'll be definitely interesting to see how the rest of those come in eventually.
Yeah,
Because some of those were like states that were like, oh yeah, like Michigan and Wisconsin, everyone was like, oh yeah, those are definitely Biden states. So if Trump gets both of those, it's definitely going to be a lot closer race.
Blue wall breaking down again.
Yeah, I think, I put together a map, and I was talking about it in my last show. I was like, I think he gets Ohio. I think he gets Michigan, Indiana, Wisconsin. I don't think he gets Minnesota. And I'll tell you right now, you take that and you take Florida, and it's almost a wrap. I mean, the regular states at that point, worst case scenario, he's still looking at about 280 electoral votes at that point. And he took him in the last election, so who knows?
Texas is also still pretty close. Only about a 2%, 3% difference. 300,000 votes.
Can you imagine if they flip Texas?
I But Texas hasn't been flipped since was it Clinton? Was
70s?
it Clinton? I thought it was Clinton.
Well, I know,
It's
Clinton
probably
or-
best.
well, I know Reagan flipped Cali to no, it was California was red with Reagan, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carter was when last time Texas got flipped. Jimmy Carter.
That guy was awesome.
Oh, Joe's hopping on if we want to go live over there.
Do it up.
Yes. Oh, look at her.
She's a
so
doll.
much, Steve. And I'd also like to thank Dan, who spoke earlier, right? I just wanted to say one of my campaign promises was to work closely with headquarters, and Dan, you made that easy on me, so thank you. I'm so happy to be here in Dallas tonight. This is where I first heard about the Libertarian Party. I had just moved here in 1979. I never listened to talk radio, but my TV hadn't been set up yet. So I had the radio on while I was unpacking my boxes. And there was a woman on the radio, Honey Lanham, who was talking about the Libertarian Party. And my reaction was, oh my gosh, somebody else agrees with me. I could not believe it. So I am so glad to be here in Dallas. Now, as you know, I've been involved in the libertarian movement since then, which for a woman born in a town called Libertyville, that makes perfect sense. The road to election night 2020 has been filled with long nights, countless 5 a.m. pickups to the airport by Steve. Where did he go? By an unexpected encounter with a bat. And for the record, no, I wasn't bitten, but it turns out you only have to be touched by a bat to get rabies. And as many of you know, the deep sorrow over the loss of my mother in September. So it's been an eventful several months, but it's also been filled with a deep sense of hope. I am a teacher, but everywhere I went, the American people have taught me a lesson. They've taught me that there's a real thirst for libertarian messaging. They want less government and more freedom for the individual. 75% of our volunteers came to us from other parties. People are hungry for better answers and real solutions. And they're listening to what we have to say. The libertarian movement will continue to grow from here. It's time to give this country back to the people. This common ground we have has opened up the door to further conversation. I've learned that Americans are angry and they're scared. Americans want answers to the COVID-19 pandemic. And around the country, I told them we need to get the FDA out of the way so that COVID tests are available to every American who wants one. We have to stop allowing big government to boss us around. They want the broken healthcare system to be fixed once and for all. And I explained to them that unfortunately our health insurance isn't really insurance at all. And my car insurance analogy resonated with voters from New Hampshire to California. Everywhere I went, crowds cheered the loudest when I told them that my first official act as president would be to bring the troops home. They want to see America become one giant Switzerland, armed and neutral.
Hell yeah.
We must stop meddling and make peace with our world neighbors. And when it comes to the First and Second Amendment, Americans are clear. Owning a gun is an individual right. Don't step on my freedom, is what they've been telling me. Recently, in fact, just a week or two ago, a female veteran told me that just within the last year, she's had 4 friends commit suicide. This is proof that the care we give our men and women who have served us so bravely isn't care at all. And as the daughter, or rather as a granddaughter of 3 immigrants, I want an America that welcomes people to this country, not an America that builds walls to shut people out. Another thing that I've learned is that the Americans know that our current financial system isn't working for them. They want to get rid of the Federal Reserve. In fact, this was the biggest discovery for me. It turns out Americans are more libertarian leaning than I ever dreamt possible on this issue. At a rally here in Dallas, a man told me that he was a moderator for a group called Escort Joe to the debate stage. Let her speak, spread like wildfire across the country. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Democrats and Republicans locked us out. And the biased media didn't help us at all. But as a teacher, I would have stood my ground. By the way, when I ran for U.S. House, the local NBC affiliate was open enough to allow me on the debate stage with the Democrat and Republican. And luck of the draw, I was the candidate in the middle between the Democrat and Republican, and it looked just like Trump and Biden sparring with each other. And the next day, the Greenville News referred to me as a rose between 2 thorns. So I think I could have done that on the debate stage with those 2. Now, you may not know this, but I've been teaching psychology at Clemson University throughout this. In between speeches and rallies and interviews, I've been recording classes and sending emails to hundreds of students. The other day, one of my students sent me an email, and he said he had just put 2 and 2 together and realized that his psychology professor was running for president. And his email began with, Professor, hopefully future Mrs. President, Jorgensen. My girlfriend is driving 4 hours to vote for you, and you have my vote too. Another student over the summer imaged me during an online class. And she said, you know, I thought it was a really big coincidence that lady who's running for president looks a lot like you. And then I figured out it was you. And my reply was, yes, hair and makeup go a long way. So yes, thank you, Kate. These stories keep me humble for sure. I'm so thankful to have been your nominee. I'm grateful to have had this incredible, challenging experience. And I promise you, I will never forget. There are so many people who deserve thanks. Let me just name a few of them, or we would be here all night. First, of course, to my campaign manager, Steve Dasbach, who trained me early in the primary to pack light so I don't have to check any bags because it would cost $35. And of course, he acted as my chauffeur at 5 in the morning, which also saved parking at the airport. And of course, my running mate, Spike, who put in endless hours touring the country. My deputy campaign manager, Jess Mears. I don't know where she is. Oh, there she is over there. She kept me running on time, even though I'm always late, or as we call it, Libertarian Standard Time. also, for those of you who don't know, the wrapped bus and bus tour was her idea, an overwhelming success. So thank you for that, Jess. And I'd like to thank Kate Prather and Kenna Porter, who helped us so much on the bus tour. I don't see. Seth Levy, great job managing our logistics. He was kind enough to block out time on my calendar, which he labeled "Let Her Sleep." So thank you, Seth. Tara DeSisto from LP headquarters, who provided me with valuable resources whenever I needed them and put me in touch with whoever I needed. Elaine Joan, who I completely knew I could trust to be my voice on social media. Thank you, Elaine. Our scheduler, Elizabeth Brierly. Where's Elizabeth? She turned chaos into a daily plan of attack. I have no idea how she did it because I could not have done that. I would literally be fired from the job she had. And Carla Howell, our communications director. And thank you for your kind words earlier. And also thank you for your wisdom and guidance, both in the primary and the general election. So she was on board with me early. So thank you for your loyalty. And last but not least, for the Libertarians, then a few personals, our events expert, Liz Solomon, who had to plan two parties after moving this event at a moment's notice from Chicago to Dallas. Finally, to my family, my love and thanks to my husband, Marlon, who by the way, is not the comedian on YouTube, who's had to put up with having a wife who's been MIA for the past 4 months. To my daughter, Eva, who's not here because she'll be giving birth to another grandchild of mine soon. She was my really cheap travel agent during the primary. My daughter, Emily, for all of her support. And last, to my sister and brother-in-law, Ken, who came here from Wisconsin to support me. Again, too many to name. So I will miss my campaign colleagues, but I'll miss the American people the most. I'll miss the shouts of "Hey, Mama Joe" from the crowd. Once more. I'll miss their stories, and I'll miss their honesty. And I'll miss how they made me feel that this campaign really mattered. And this campaign was a heck of a lot more hard work than I ever dreamt possible, but a heck of a lot more fun than I could have ever imagined. So thank you again for the privilege. As a woman in Austin, Texas told me, love of liberty is love of humanity. I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much. Thanks. I feel like I need to take Q&A because that's usually the next stop, but go back to dancing and have fun, and wherever the DJ is, we'll get the party started. Thanks.
Awesome.
Wow.
Thank you, Mama Joe.
Go, Mama Joe.
All right.
So, my husband was listening to CNN, and they're saying the third-party candidates don't seem to be making a difference this election.
They're the only candidates that make a difference.
Well, I'm just, is this... I'm going to be stunned if Joe gets fewer votes than Gary Johnson. I'm going to be depressed.
Well, I mean, she's at almost 900,000 right now. California, the entire West Coast hasn't hit yet, so maybe she'll pull a crap ton from there. But I'm starting to get concerned.
Yeah, Gary had how many? 4 million?
I think like 4.4.
Right. Okay.
And he had all of New Mexico, didn't he? Didn't they turn New Mexico gold?
No, he didn't
No.
get electoral votes.
No. And yeah, Joe Biden just took New Mexico. But
Joe
if,
Biden's had New Mexico for a while, but according to
and you know,
people, at least.
so what's going to piss me off is all those naysayers in the Libertarian Party who said she was the wrong candidate to run, but blah blah blah. No, she wasn't. We got no media. We got no media. No matter what we did, the only thing that got her media was that freaking bat. And then the next thing that got her media was that freaking debate. And those were a month and a half apart.
Yeah.
And by the time we actually started getting some press, specifically from Fox News, it's already too late. Most people had already cast ballots.
There's no point to it. So, but
I still feel like it might have been worth that. Well, Kokash is coming on. I feel like maybe crashing the debate and getting her arrested might have been the power move there.
Pull a Jill Stein.
Hey, what if
She wouldn't do it.
noticed?
Yeah, she wouldn't do it. though.
Kokash has a way of getting out of jail. I don't think Mama Joe could have.
Although even if we get less votes than Gary Johnson or whatever, I think this election has still been monumental for the Libertarian Party in general, and realizing that we, especially for like us grassroots volunteers, that we are able to make a difference if we all come together and if we continue to stay together all the way through the next election cycles. That we can make a huge difference. This is the tipping point of where we are able to really start building on something.
Shannon's laughing at something.
Oh, it's Trump is leading in North Carolina now. That is that's not what I expected.
Since we've been talking, Trump is now leading Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida, and Texas. He's pulled ahead in all of those.
This is where you turn into the Maddows and the MSNBCs, and you just start to watch it unravel. Man, it is going to be spectacular.
Granted, a lot of those races are pretty close.
Yeah,
but North Carolina is less than like 50,000 votes right now between them.
Do you guys want to see the liberals
91%.
meltdown, or do you guys want to see the conservatives meltdown?
Well, we've already seen the liberals meltdown, so why don't we see the conservatives?
I think they need a second punch, honestly, as much as they tried to pull it.
I'm going to turn back to this real quick. We can see Spike dancing with his lovely wife.
Now that is worth watching.
There you go.
Thank you, Spike.
You can go on ballroom dancing, man. That's pretty good.
I should have got an invite down there.
Get the salsa going.
I just wanted to show that quick clip while I realized it was happening.
So I had a question for you guys.
Yep.
Why is the left freaking out about Amy Barnett, whatever her name is, for SCOTUS?
ACB.
Yeah, and that she is going to turn back women's rights back to 1950, and LGBTQ rights are going to be thrown out the window.
Trump put her up.
Yeah,
and I pretty much figured that was the only reason.
It's literally There's
I think that's most of the reason, and also the fact that her voting record in the past, it does lean conservative. As well as anytime they hear constitutionalist, it means that they don't want any part of it. I remember there was a question in the chat talking about asking us to talk about ACB and talking about what we thought about the fast tracked confirmation. And my thought to that is the fact of that is the executive and legislative's constitutional duty to put someone up when there's an empty seat. When the Senate Republicans back in 2016 didn't do anything with Merrick Garland's nomination, that was stupid. That was a complete breach of their constitutional duties to not do anything with it. Same here, that they just because they're both the same party doesn't change the fact that they they need to do it now, and they should have done it then. So, although I do like the fact that she is very to the Constitution about a lot of things, and she refused to be pulled into a lot of the tactics the left was using in trying to make her answer for specific policies and specific positions, saying if this was to happen, what would you vote, when you don't have any of the details about the specifics about cases.
So far much that they had to redefine the dictionary.
Dictionary.
Right after her.
Well, Fico Fico in the chat saying Roe v. Wade is one of the big reasons, which I don't know. I haven't looked into.
Yeah,
enough,
but I mean, I don't know. It still kind of comes down state by state even now. Like you still have Mississippi with extremely
Shannon, we can't hear you.
Oh, Scott's talking. I can hear Scott just fine.
Oh,
Shannon's
sorry.
on
Is it talking over somebody?
Yeah, I can hear Scott.
I was just talking to my wife.
Oh. No, just I was saying, like, even if that were, and it's not going to be overturned, but it's not as though New York, California, 90% of where people live is going to would even be affected. You know what I mean? It would be Mississippi that maybe outlawed it, maybe. You know, but they have to be imperial. They have to control everything. There's no
stop to the power grab.
Yeah, it's got to. You know, with both parties, but primarily the left, they want everyone to follow their rule. 100%, the entire country. You can't part in peace. We can't be like, hey, can we just have this little piece right here where we do our own thing? No, not happening.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, and I think it's weird how infatuated Democrats are with the thought that just because she was added on that they're suddenly going to overturn Roe v. Wade or overturn the same-sex marriage, whatever that's I forget what that case exactly the name was, but like acting like cases just get overturned all the time when a new person gets added to the court. And very rarely do cases ever get revisited, let alone get overturned.
Just because of a new justice.
And I don't know if this is ever going to happen, but you'd think at some point they might start to learn that maybe it's better not to be to have everything go through the courts, to have everything be a national policy, because then when you don't get your way, you lose really hard and it hurts.
But see, that would make less media attention, so they're going to lose money out of it. So they don't want that.
Yeah.
So they want to cause as much drama and chaos as possible. So the easiest way to do that, throw it in front of everybody's face.
Oh, it's by design, man.
Oh yeah.
The people at the top, they know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's been constructed as such.
Yeah, I loved her answer. I forget whether it was during one of the hearings or her nomination speech. But her saying that there's a lot of people that want to try to legislate through the courts, even though that's not their job. They don't want to go through the legislative process, which is hard, and which it takes a lot of persuasion from people from the other side, likely, which is harder than just putting a case through the courts and try to legislate a lot quicker, which was not how our union, our democracy was designed. And I liked hearing her put that input out there, and discuss why she's against that as now justice.
So apparently she defended the MEK terrorist group. I don't know what the MEK terrorist group is. So.
They were so it's weird. The camp. Shane, did you ever pop by Camp Fallujah at all?
Yeah, I was over at the MEK. Yep.
Yeah, we called it the MEK, which was MEK. So Mujahideen Khalq was this group of like Iranian. It's like an Iranian cult of all things that Saddam sort of welcomed in, and we welcomed in to train them as terrorists to fight in Iran against the Iranian regime. And now they've like rebased themselves somewhere in like this in Southern Europe. But like that's like the Iran hawks. That's like the best they can gin up as a government in waiting for Iran. If we were going to topple Iran, is this group of really freakish cultists that they're called. I don't even understand the cult, but it's called the MEK, Mujahideen Khalq. Am I right, Shane?
Yeah, no, it's spot on. Yep.
Yeah. But the camp we made our base on was the terrorist training camp that Saddam created to train terrorists to fight Iran. That's kind of prophetic in its own way. You know?
Yeah, and maybe you guys, I don't know how much you guys get into like the ODA, Operational Detachment Alpha out of like USASOC and all that fun stuff, but it's USASOC is Special Operations Army. They go in and basically do force multiplication of indigenous people. So they'll find people who are, fractional to begin with, and then they'll kind of just say, hey, here's some skills, here's some weapons. We're going to make, our 5-man team now a 30-man or a 300-man outfit. And that's exactly where they did it.
What was her defense? Does it elaborate? Because, I mean, anytime someone uses the word terrorist in 2020, I'm very skeptical
Well, if anything,
of what that means.
the
Are they
defense would
freedom
be-
fighters or are they terrorists? You know?
Well, I think basically, I would interpret probably her defense, if she's a kind of standard run-of-the-mill conservative, her defending them would be in some way defending that they're like basically an indicator of her being an Iran hawk, which as a court justice hopefully doesn't weigh in very frequently, but
Yeah.
if she was kind of sticking up for them because they're kind of lunatic cultists that we shouldn't have anything to do with, but your Pompeo's out there and anyone that hates Iran so much they don't care who they get in bed with, like will support them. So the fact that she has nice
Moderate
things to say about
rebel. Yeah, moderate rebels there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, there's not anything through the law in this country that she's going to do that's going to provoke interactions in Iran. I mean, that would be my take of it. It's like, okay, well, that's
unless they were, let's say, Trump you know how he did his Soleimani killing, right? If there was some challenge to the legality of him using the AUMF, the authorization of use of military force, and saying this wasn't authorized, and I can't even imagine how they would be able to get that before the court. But if they were to try to say that the law doesn't authorize this and they challenge it in court, she could end up hearing something like, I could imagine. Same with trying to get the Defend the Guard Act thing through. It's like, I have no idea how the Supreme Court would weigh in on that if a state tried to say you can't use the National Guard. You know what I mean? I think I have an idea because they always side with the federal government.
Yeah.
I was looking once, just by chance, I was listening to some podcast that had like weird information. And they had this, it was a case about like, when is a tomato a fruit and when is it, whether a tomato is a fruit or a vegetable. And they brought up a Supreme Court case. And the Supreme Court case over it decided that a tomato was whichever one was taxed the most. So like there was some import tax, some tariff, and maybe it was a 10% tax on vegetables and a 5% tax on fruits. And the Supreme Court was like, well, must be a vegetable then.
Yeah.
And then there was another one about like nails or something like that. Like when is something a nail and when is it a screw? Because if you buy, and it was the same thing. If you import, there was these handful of cases deciding these weird, like, what is this object? Every single time they chose it was whatever object get taxed most.
Yeah, whatever favored them lining their coffers the most.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, we didn't use those arguments during the delegates. Remember when we were voting on whether a hot dog or taco was a hot dog? Remember that?
Is it a
well, which one gets taxed the most? Not that one.
Oh my God,
From a libertarian standpoint. Which one has the most taxes on it?
That was such a cluster.
The hot dog tax. That must be the answer.
There's a subsidy and a tax on it. Like every other food product produced in America.
A hot dog will tax you 7 times. A taco only 5. Or something.
So right now, NBC is projecting that officially that the Democrats are going to take the House by like 20 seats.
That's a lot.
And right now, it's basically a tie for the Senate, like 41 for Democrats, 40 for Republicans that are officially called. It looks like. Also, Lindsey Graham won his re-election. They called that. Lindsey Graham won. Tom Cotton won. Mitch McConnell won. It's a sad day indeed.
Yeah,
Gross.
some awful defeats there.
Yeah. Well, hey guys, I got to jump off. I got to go out there and do a live for the supporters out there. It's 10:45, and I think we're getting pretty close here in Georgia. But
thank you so much. For
thank you guys
thanks for hopping on with us and talking to us and chatting.
I didn't realize it was going to be this much, fun and this many people for this long. So hey, guys, I know, right? How better to spend the evening than hanging out with libertarians?
It's cathartic. We need each other on nights like these. So
yeah,
thank you.
Thanks, Shane.
Hey, thanks for everything you guys do, and keep fighting. Appreciate it.
Good luck, man.
Bye.
All right, peace.
Still waiting on Martha to get us with Joe and Spike.
I texted her and said, "Hey, we're waiting on you." And Adam Kokesh is coming in at the top of the hour, so
now we're gonna have the whole
be a
famous party
by the
coming.
time they get on the air. So Martha, her like role was Hispanic outreach, right?
Yeah, to the
officially
Latino community. Yeah, she's been.
That's been one of her bigger spots. Yeah.
One of her many hats, but yes.
What do you guys? I mean, I'm of the opinion that that's like the place where we could really grow.
Martha is too, and she's tried. Bless her heart.
Yeah, I mean, did she? Well, I mean, we might not. This might not be the forum, but I'm curious.
Right? Yeah.
What her insights are.
Yeah, there's stuff that. Well, I'd rather. I'm not going to divulge anything about what Martha's told me, but
no, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
But no, you're right. Yeah, as far just speaking on that point, as far as an outreach, that is a very big demographic.
Yeah, it's a growing demographic.
Not only that, in terms of our media exposure with Martha at the helm of that, we can actually get into that media market.
Yeah.
Because it is actually not. There are avenues to go where we don't run into the suppression that we run into when we go against America. Media conglomerates.
My Spanish is I can get most of what I'm hearing, and I can get a message across sometimes. But I listened to the things she did on I think it was the Mexican Libertarian Party had a chat with her. And I listened to that, and it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I'm not as well versed. I picked up some stuff getting into the job force. It's nothing appropriate, I assure you. But I will still hop on Twitter, and it's like, well, Martha posted this, so I'll share it.
Yeah. Sometimes there are times where I retweet something, or I'm 90% sure of the translation, but I'm not sure. I'm like, wow, this could be the one that gets me fired. I hope not.
Hey, there's been a lot of those moments in this campaign, this election season, just everything in general. It's like, is this the one that's gonna get me kicked out? Because sometimes you gotta take risks, even in your party. To try to make an impact.
So how many presidential candidates have you heard after seeing their picture on Twitter that she looks? They're like, we apologize, but you look like a MILF. You're fabulous. You're our queen. They are going crazy for her gown picture I posted.
Oh.
Well, she was looking dolled up, so very, very gorgeous. Our queen of the cause.
So we got someone in the chat had just said that there is apparently a county in Kansas that officially went gold. And I went to check, and yes, we got
my boy
one county so far that has won for Joe. She's at 2.2% in the state so far.
Comanche County, right?
That is.
I have no clue what county that is.
Is it Comanche or is it Crawford?
Hang on. Let me
Oh my gosh! If it's Crawford, I'm gonna lose my shit. That's
It's on the very
southeast
bottom border. Like
southeast.
It's more center.
Then is it- Oh, okay. Then it's not.
It's on the west side of center.
Oh. 'Cause,
Okay,
yeah,
here it is. Congrats on Peoria County, Illinois, and almost Barber County, Kansas, and as of right now, a tie in Comanche County, Kansas.
Wow. Okay.
That's what somebody said. So I don't know if that's the same thing you're seeing, Josh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and Ricky Dale's still leading in two of the two counties, including Little Rock. He's at 33% overall.
Yeah, that just blows my mind. Tom Cotton couldn't be bothered to show up to a debate with Ricky Dale. And Ricky Dale had that whole forum, an hour and a half, hour, something like that. I wish Ricky Dale's energy was different, but you listen to his background and his beginnings, and you understand why he has such a calm demeanor. But yeah, that was a big opportunity. Rainwater, I was like, yeah, maybe he doesn't get it. I think Ricky Dale was a shoe-in though.
Looks like we're also leading in one of the New Mexico counties, north of Albuquerque, west of Santa Fe, whatever county that is. I'm just going through all of them and looking to see what we got.
Hey, the fact that we're leading counties, that's...
Oh, and Joe is almost at the 1 million vote mark.
Yeah.
17,000 away.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the dust to settle on this. Because, yeah, again,
Well, California still isn't closed, so who knows?
Yeah, California, Oregon, Washington State, Idaho close in 8 minutes.
Yeah, no, I just think with all the effery afoot that shouldn't barely get 1 million. Nah, I don't think so. I won't accept it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but Trump's still leading in all of those main battlegrounds except for Arizona right now.
Yeah, he's got almost 3 million on Biden right now. Who knows? Okay, how can they report Virginia for Joe Biden when Trump still has more? They've got over half the reporting done for Virginia. It's 150,000 to Trump instead of Biden, but they're giving.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
It just seems weird why it's blue.
The county in Kansas just turned red.
We got our hopes up too quickly. New Mexico's still gold. But that one in Illinois. Illinois is still gold. Oh, come on, Joe. 5,000 more. So when are we getting more people? I don't know what the rest of the evening is looking like.
Martha and I are talking now, and she's like, "Oh, you want me back? Yay!" And she's going to try to get Spike or Joe. And then
Both.
Adam Kokesh is going to come on here in a
Both.
few minutes
Both.
too. You might have all of them.
I'm gonna step away before
All at the
Kokesh
same
comes in
time.
and turns this stream upside down. I will be right back. Okay. All right.
You got 5 minutes.
I know.
You only get
I'll be
three.
right back too.
You only get 3.
Damn. If it pleases the crown, might I have 4?
Joe's at 1 million.
Hey.
Yay!
I still need 3.9%, but
Yeah, I'm going through one of those. Oh, what's it called? Like where you can make the electoral map however you want.
Yep.
Seeing
All
if
gold.
I'm seeing if Trump wins all of the states like he looks like he's going to, what that ends up looking like electoral wise.
Imagine if Joe would have actually got the media she deserved. That's a lot of votes for being so silenced, in my opinion. I agree.
So if even without a lot of the states that haven't come through yet, if he wins the like Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Texas that he's leading in right now, he wins the presidency, even without Arizona or Utah coming in or any of the other ones.
See, I don't expect him losing Texas because we got 73% and he's over 400,000 higher than that. He's got Texas. Plus, I'd be very shocked if it went blue.
He's pulled away a bit in there. The other ones aren't looking much better. Other than North Carolina is still within 60,000 votes. Everywhere else though is he's pulled away a bit, quite a bit, at least 3 to 4%.
Yep. So who's ready to be blamed for Biden not winning?
Oh, I love it. Liberal Tears 2020. I love it so much. I'll take what I can get. But yeah, the main thing is just momentum.
Right.
Keeping it up regardless. No crushing defeat.
Yeah, even if Trump loses North Carolina, he hits exactly 270 with those states he's leading in.
Yeah, that's not including everything on the West Coast.
Yeah, which it looks like Utah's probably going to go for him. He's gonna get something in Maine at least.
I'd be shocked if he didn't get Utah. They generally are conservative.
Yeah, Utah, he's up 15% there so far. Idaho normally goes for him as well, right?
Yeah, Idaho's typically conservative. Nevada, I believe they go typically conservative, but I don't really know.
So that's another 10 with Idaho and Utah. He's gonna get at least 1 or 2 in Maine. So that's a pretty easy looking win for him, even without North Carolina.
Have y'all heard anything about riots going on yet?
Not quite yet.
It's probably still too early to hear anything.
Although it's going to be really interesting if Trump wins the presidency, as well as, and then Democrats get both houses in the legislature. How that's going to work out for him?
Crap.
Nothing's going to happen.
Hey, look, we've got Adam and Martha coming in.
We got the whole party coming.
Oh God, we could get Adam and Martha talking about Austin Peterson together.
Yes, that is what we need.
Let's invite him on as well, and I can just force mute him. And he just force him to listen.
You will listen, AP. God damn it.
So Joe Jorgensen has a higher percentage than Gary Johnson had in 2012, apparently.
Where are you seeing that?
This is the YouTube chat, is what somebody's saying. DJ MacMundo said it.
So, yeah, I'm not going to pay attention to the numbers. I mean, if they're saying there are shit coming out tomorrow, we know either way it's going to go is going to be contested.
Brad, we can't see you.
Adam, where's your camera?
I know. Sorry, I'm coming back right now.
There he is.
Hey guys.
Hey man.
Hello there.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, all right. I'm just I gotta adjust my lighting a little bit. The weather's awkward. There we go.
Hey,
Adam.
Welcome to the party.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi,
Thank
sorry,
you.
I'm here too.
I know it's only 9:00 here on Arizona time, and I will take this opportunity to brag on behalf of my home state in the sense that we are too cool for daylight saving. So we
Yes,
went,
you are.
I wish, man.
Right?
Oh, I wish.
If only.
just went from Arizona time went from aligning with Pacific time to aligning with Mountain time. I'm like, yeah, you know, so I'm adjusting to how much cooler I am as an Arizona resident than as a California resident, even though I'm not allowed to vote here because I'm a felon. So I voted at my legal residence in California in order to cast my vote for Mama Joe.
Was that your? Was that from New York? Your picture? Remember way back when? Your New York picture, they came after you. You had the shotgun.
That was me with the shotgun. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that your record stemmed from that.
Wait a minute. Somebody just posted that Joe Rogan just announced he voted for Jorgensen.
What?
Yeah, I'm looking on his social media. And I haven't seen anything yet.
Pixar didn't happen.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
I want him taking a picture of his ballot with her bubble filled in.
Never appropriately using his platform to have her on, saying, "Oh, I supported her."
No, not worse than that. The last time Jorgensen was mentioned on Joe Rogan's podcast, it was him making a dismissive, sarcastic comment.
Right.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on
There's
his
no
Facebook or Twitter. So
there's no way he did that. Martha, how's it going? We can't see you.
Yeah, where you at, Martha?
Hi guys, I'm so sorry.
Hey.
Hello there.
The back groups over here. Joe is looking for them, so I'm going to direct her. So I apologize. I'm not really here just yet. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right.
See you in a second.
Here.
If you guys
Thanks
don't
for the
take a
update.
look at Joe, let me see if I can.
Yes.
Oh my God, she was amazing.
yeah,
You should see when Twitter's going crazy.
Cinderella, man.
we streamed the live stream.
Oh.
Well,
So did you guys, I don't know if you've seen the disparity. I apologize to be jumping in late in the conversation here. Oh, hey, Martha.
Hey.
No, Adam, stay
Yeah,
here. Adam, don't go anywhere.
No, I'm not. I want to say for interrupting about this, like I've been watching the numbers, periodically through the afternoon, evening here, and Zero Hedge presents a radically different story than everybody else trying to present numbers right now. And what they just said most recently was that bookies flipped just today or just now. And I think I can, let's see, I can show this on my screen here if I can.
Election results across the hall. Oh boy.
So yeah, here this is the one thing that I thought was really interesting.
Hey, Adam, hang on just a second because Martha's YouTube feed is over yours for now.
Yeah.
Just give us a sec.
No
Sorry.
problem.
Sorry, Adam.
It's just hers is noisy and she can't really mute it.
I just want
there's
to
Joe. We're getting a close up of Joe.
Joe's arm. I see Joe's
Close and
drink.
personal.
Joe's elbow.
Joe Cam.
What is that, Adam? Oh, we can't hear you, Martha.
No audio, Martha.
No audio, Martha. How pretty she looks.
So I guess Joe Rogan's been talking about her quite a few times tonight. I don't know. I've been paying attention.
Really?
Apparently.
I knew he was streaming something, but we've been on this for over 8 hours now. So not much time for other streams.
I think we're at 9 right now.
No, it just turned over 9.
Yeah, it did.
9 hours.
Adam, let's see what Adam's trying to show us now. He's been trying to show us some graphs.
Sorry about that, Adam.
Yeah, no, this is. I mean, I don't know if you guys have covered this, so feel free to cut me off.
Wow.
But this is Zero Hedge. I'm watching the election through Zero Hedge and Drudge Report and CBS and the New York Times, because they have the coolest graphics for keeping track state by state. But basically, it seems like everybody is trying to still call this as strong as possible for Biden in the mainstream media. And
I don't know.
Yeah,
difference
it's not.
And then Zero Hedge has this, and this is bookies. This is from Betfair Exchange.
Yeah.
And last second flip here to Trump, and the thing hinges on Florida now, and Florida is Zero Hedge is the only place, the biggest thing I've seen calling Florida already for Trump. And if Trump wins Florida, North Carolina, and Georgia, I think he, it's either really close or it's his. But yeah, I'm trying not to pay attention as much as possible tonight. It's always nice to join folks like you to geek out about this. But I'm playing, I said on Twitter, I'm playing a drinking game. Technically, it's a cannabis smoking game.
There you go.
And it's, every time, or drink until you forget that there's something important going on for America somewhere tonight. I don't know. I'm very good at this game.
Our
so
Bud boycott is not a boycott on Buds.
Yeah.
It's Anheuser-Busch. So you're
Martha, who do you have?
Martha's
with
got a
you?
guest.
Yeah, who's Martha's guest?
Martha,
you're frozen, I think.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't even see a picture. While she gets that figured out, they just called officially California, Oregon, Washington for Biden. Not,
what a shock. Really?
Not a big surprise, but that puts
None of those are upsets, right?
that puts Biden at 209 right now.
Well, even with that, I don't see Biden getting many more unless things completely change.
Yeah, that's all the safe states for Biden. Trump is leading in most of the other states.
Yeah, it's looking like a shoo-in for Trump at this point, but I don't know. It could change completely last minute.
Yeah, I mean they're close in Maine. All 4 electoral votes there.
Right.
Yeah, it's looking like now like Trump can lose North Carolina, which is the only real close battleground left, and still win. So that's what it's looking like right now.
I mean, Nevada hasn't come in yet, but I don't think they've got 60-something electoral votes.
Joe's over 1 million now. God damn.
Yeah, she's at 1.2% right now.
I cannot believe she's getting fewer votes. Well, again, we haven't got the other states yet.
Yeah,
Well, do you trust that number anyway?
No, I don't actually. Adam's onto a point. I don't believe.
Yeah. If I can point out 3 things about watching tonight as a fan of Joe Jorgensen. One is they're not going to give us any kind of reliable total number. You're not going to get it tonight for Joe Jorgensen. So don't stay up late hoping that we're going to have the official, this is how we scored in 2020 for the LP. No. And 2, the number's going to be wrong, whatever it is. It is not going to be accurately representative of the number of Americans who cast a vote for Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen. And 3, you shouldn't invest in this at all emotionally and get sucked into even the left-right, red flavored, blue flavored fascism drama, because it is engineered to be neck and neck. Because if they don't keep it that way, they lose your attention, they lose the drama, and they lose the throwing your vote away argument. But we all know that if you vote for either of the duopoly candidates, you're throwing your vote away. The only way that your vote
they've already called those states for sure.
anything worthwhile is a vote.
No, not yet.
Hey, let's talk to Martha and her guest, so we don't take them away from the party. But you're right on, Adam.
Good take,
We'll
Adam.
get back to this.
Yeah,
Good take.
Martha, who you got with you?
Hello.
Huh?
Who's
This
that
is
with you?
Zach Foster. I think you guys all know him, right?
Oh,
yes, absolutely. Hi,
Zach
Zach.
Foster, my political husband and co-host of Libertarios Hispanos. He is amazing. He does all sorts of work with Cubans and Venezuelans and all sorts of stuff. So I'm really lucky to have him here in the party with me.
We do the work, all the work. We have the best work.
All
They're
of
doing
it.
terrific.
By the way, it's the best.
We're all going to learn to speak Trump since apparently we're going to have another 4 years of him.
That's what it's looking like.
The numbers I'm seeing that are giving Biden more electoral votes.
Well, it's because California.
Well, they just gave him the entire West Coast.
Yeah, without any votes coming in, but that's not going to be.
Well, the thing about the West Coast states is remember, folks, with 38 out of 50 states, they're not battleground states. They're so gerrymandered with party registration.
Oh, yeah.
They can call California. For example, California has 20 million voters. 50% of them are Democrats right off the bat, 24% Republican, and then more than half the independents in California vote to the left. Those 55 electoral votes are going to Joe Biden. That's just no question. It's like Pennsylvania and Florida and Texas. Those are the places we really need to be paying attention.
Absolutely, and we are.
And Trump's leading in all of those spots right now too.
Oh yeah, Pennsylvania just went the other way.
Oh well.
Although someone in the chat said that Pennsylvania still hasn't counted their early ballots. So
yeah, exactly. So a lot of these states we're actually not going to have accurate vote counts. So like minimum Thursday or Friday.
Mm-hmm.
What I think is funny is we already know a lot of the Democrats are going to like riot in the streets if Biden loses. But one thing we hear from the Republican camp is they're going to try to declare victory like tonight if the numbers are looking good for them. But if the numbers are not looking good for them, I can see them all of a sudden arguing about how the people need lots more time to vote because it's our democratic right and blah, 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 blah. It's actually very similar to the game we saw Hugo Chavez's party play in Venezuela, where they're just constantly stacking the electoral deck so that it comes out in their favor no matter what anybody does.
Yeah, this is awfully familiar, I feel like.
Well, frankly, we think the same about both parties. They're both equally bad. And one of the things that we try to teach our audiences on the Hispanic Libertarians show is that unlike this popular delusion/illusion of the Republicans being like the bastions of conservative and capitalism, and then the Democrats being all a bunch of communism. Our argument is no. The Democrats and the Republicans are one great big giant party.
We're preaching
with
to
Team
the
A
choir
and Team
here.
B. They're both communists and Nazis at the same time.
We're preaching to the choir here. These are all libertarians.
I love those echo chambers.
Yeah, I get the feeling though. I get the
But-
feeling every once in a while, some guys in our ranks need to hear it again.
Well, I did do that thing that girls do where we corner other women in the bathroom. So I got Matt Kibbe's wife in the bathroom and I would like
I tried
fangirl
doing the
her.
same thing, but I got pepper sprayed.
That's how it goes.
Yeah. So I cornered her and I got her card and I'm excited to give her a call tomorrow, the next day, because we really need to keep this going. And I'm really excited that Matt Kibbe is all in with the Libertarian movement and the Libertarian Party. I think that's huge for us. The more people that we can get in our little group and corral and help, everybody's saying the same thing. We got to keep this going. We have to keep going from now until 2024. So, I mean, everybody's on the same page. Question is, what are we going to do about it?
What are we going to do? Yeah.
Right. What are we going to do about it?
Well, for starters, we and Hispanic libertarians can make all of you guys honorary Latinos. That's totally off the table.
Y'all get Latino cards, okay?
No, I need to be a Latinx though. I want to be a Latinx.
No, we will not be Latinx.
The Royal Spanish Party said no to Latinx.
I'm sorry, you cannot be Latinx. No.
No, you're Martha X.
Martha X strikes again.
Okay.
So Zach, are you having a good time?
We've got Dan Means Ryan in the room, and I asked him to come. I gotta go grab him. I just can't walk.
Yeah, Ryan.
I'm tired.
Ryan. We can text him. Go find Martha.
Tell him to come to one of the rooms, one of the media rooms. We're in here.
One of the media rooms. All right, I will.
We're in the
tell him
green
that.
room that's not actually green.
Yes, it's actually really pretty. It's very swanky up here. I am like thrilled. that we got
I
that.
love the what we were able to see, like that skyline. That's
Oh, glass.
This is like the
Whatever's there.
perfect skyline if you're Lex Luthor and planning world domination and whatnot. This really is a great place to be having.
Hey, I mean, that's what we're doing. We're planning how to take
We
over
are.
American democracy.
How do we take over
so-
the world and leave everybody alone?
Look, Adam, I have the other half of your, bus tour.
Bus tour / club.
This is
/
kind of like a
adventure.
full circle here. So I met Zach because of Adam when he came to Miami for his bus tour.
That's
So this
right.
is kind of all full circle. Thank you, Adam.
That's right. We were in Miami for that particular one. We had the Shindig Adams event at the Versailles restaurant.
No, it wasn't Versailles.
We had it at the Versailles. It was definitely at the Versailles.
But I didn't meet you in Versailles.
Yeah, you did. You came to
No,
Versailles.
it wasn't
Oh,
Versailles.
no, you were at the bar.
It was like a pub. Yeah.
All right, you know what? Maria Alexandria and Marcos, the former president of LP Florida, actually
Chair.
cared enough to come
We
out to
call
the
him the
event.
chair, not the president.
Oh, sorry, I'm thinking Spanish. In Spanish, chairman is still the president. It's
Yeah.
just that they don't have a word for that.
Yes.
But
Oh, it's-
yeah, I was there introducing the Cuban Libertarian Party before Adam came out and introduced himself. And then that's how I met this senorita and then other
Yep.
fantastic senors and senoritas from Florida. They made me an honorary Cuban, which is great because I'm Mexican American. And I said, well, you know what? All of you guys are honorary libertarians.
There you go.
Even though they're already capital
Do I
libertarians,
get to
they're
be
honorary
do I get
libertarians.
to be an honorary Mexican? Are you making me one too? Like
Not yet, not after your last diatribe against tacos and burritos, hater.
I didn't let him have the tacos. What was it, breakfast tacos this morning?
Breakfast
I
tacos.
no, who needs breakfast
There is
tacos?
no
Fuck that
dimension,
shit.
there is no historical timeline, but that doesn't sound fantastic.
Hold on, I
Breakfast
got
tacos are
to interrupt for a little story. I mean, I'm
Joe Biden.
Wait, I can't hear-
Joe
I can't
Biden's
hear
got
Adam. What, Adam?
What's breakfast tacos?
all right. Hold on. Let me just say thank you very much. I'm truly honored as someone who takes the highest compliment I've ever received as being called an activist. But my favorite story with Zach on tour was in Florida when we were on the bus and we came to stopped traffic on the freeway, and we assumed there was a protest or something up ahead. But Zach, we haven't told this story nearly as much as it deserves to be told, but I'm gonna connect it to election night.
All right.
And what it means to be a libertarian here. Because we decided we were gonna go up and just walk through the stopped traffic to see what was the cause. And it turned out there had been a 4-car accident. And there was actually a dude with a head injury who was bleeding, who needed assistance, and even everybody else who was involved in the accident was standing around. Nobody was looking to secure the scene, make sure that everybody was okay, or just like make sure that nobody was bleeding to death in their own car. Like no one had even gone to that extent. And when Zach and I walked up there, not only did we pass, there's a row of cars that had stopped right in front of this accident, but we actually walked about a quarter of a mile. I think we estimated that we passed 500 people.
Yeah.
And yet him and I were the first responders to that accident. And as a libertarian activist, I often say, and by the way, we did get to help this dude out in a meaningful way, secure his dog, get it to his father, make sure the paramedics knew about his pre-existing conditions when they got there, took care of some other little logistical things. And we genuinely were the first responders on scene. And as someone who's always trying to recruit people, I hope you guys are plugging running for office tonight. Everybody think ahead to 2022. Either pick a race, and I can respect that you're a behind the scenes kind of person, that's cool, but then pick a race and recruit a candidate or find one who you want to support, who's worth working for, or run for office yourself. And even if it's a minimalist or a paper campaign, be on the ballot as a libertarian in 2022. I'm probably going to be running for U.S. Congress here in Arizona. Zach, I hope to see him on the ballot. And when I talk about recruiting people, it's like being a doctor driving past an accident on the side of the freeway, and you stop your life to get involved, and you want people to help because you know that less people will die. And that really represents who we are as libertarians. We're the ones who, like, when we see that injustice, the tragedy of government, we're going to stop, we're going to get hands-on, we're going to get as many people as we can, and we're going to be the first responders on the scene. And make no mistake that that's what we're doing as libertarians. This isn't politics. This is ethics and activism applied to politics. And we are standing up against the current authority structure and the greatest injustice in the world today, in institutional terms at least. And I get that sort of subjective. But what I think unites us and why I consider Zach such a brother is that we are in that, I'd like to think, elite group of activists who have dedicated our lives to a purpose founded in a deep-seated love for humanity that motivates us to take on the greatest injustices in the world that we can. And it was always great to have Zach on tour.
That's actually really beautiful, Adam.
Thank you for sharing that, Adam.
Yeah.
I just would like to interject one thing. It's not actually out of love for humanity as much as just saltiness for government. I just want to make that abundantly clear for everyone.
Yeah, when we switch the antidote.
Zach is the kind of libertarian who just has to be right about everything.
Everything.
I don't
Hey,
have to be
Adam,
right about everything. I just have to add a little bit of salt.
Adam, how do you feel about Cheetos?
Cheetos.
Yeah, do you like Cheetos? Just making sure you're not going to go, leave the party. And I'm a little salty about other activists too. Or
I get it now.
Other former.
I was like, I love Cheetos.
Like that tonight. I was just hoping you were setting me up for a joke about Cheeto Jesus, who might just pull off an upset tonight.
Yeah, I think you will.
No, Cheeto Jesus's wingman, Austin for Liberty.
Sorry, guys. I just had to throw that in there. I'm a little, I don't know.
Before we get on that train, because it needs to happen, Martha, Ryan could not find you. He doesn't know which room, so.
Oh, is he outside? Because I'll go get him.
He just
Where
said,
is he?
I don't know which room. That
Oh, let me go get him. All right, so I'll be back. I leave you all with Zach over here.
Hey, go get Spike while you're at it.
Okay, now that I ran that interference.
Find Spike, okay? I don't know where Spike is.
Okay. Yeah, but
I'll tell you what, though, Kosh has been looking like $1 million tonight in that blue ball dress, and Joe looked like $1 million as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Twitter is going crazy over her dress. I posted a picture of her. They're just like, wow.
I actually got tweets from the Venezuelan libertarians who immediately had comments about Joe's dress, so that's cool. Somebody's paying attention.
Nice.
I'm kind of floored.
Hey, don't be flustered. We've been streaming for 9 hours, Susie.
Yeah.
I think that might have something to do with it.
This is already later than we were saying we were going to go originally, so.
Oh, and yeah, just to let
I knew
Adam
we'd
in
go till
on the
midnight.
joke. This whole everything that's happened today here, this was like slapped together in 2 hours, and
this morning.
Yeah, this morning, and then it became our life for today. So
yeah, we just blame Susie. It was her idea.
Yeah,
Real
true,
quick, I'd
true
like to-
libertarian fashion.
Real quick, I think we should give a shout out to our man Ricky Harrington, who's our Senate candidate over in Arkansas.
Ricky
Every once in a
Dale.
while, we get one of those unicorn races where either the Democrat or the Republican just didn't make it to the general for some reason. So everybody who likes to play that you have to choose between one of the two game, then they find themselves in that position where they're forced to like choose between the main party guy or the libertarian. So Ricky, he's holding his own. He's got 33.6% in that Senate race. Most of the math is
Excuse
looking
me, are
red.
you taking my spot? Guys, guess who
Yeah.
I found?
Is it Ryan?
But anyway, Little Rock is gold. Yay, yellow. It's yellow around Little Rock. Yay, Ricky.
Look who I found
Yeah.
over here.
Oh snap!
Hey,
We got memes in the house.
Hey, everybody.
memes in the house.
Hey, Dank
Memes in the
Memester.
house.
It's been a minute. Good to see you,
Yeah.
brother.
I need to
Yeah, it's
sit.
good to see you guys too.
Let me grab water too.
How are things there? Is it as much fun as you'd hope?
Absolutely. I fangirled because I
Oh wait, let me hold on.
I totally
must show
got
you all
to
my
take-
fangirling.
I got to take a picture with both Joe and Spike, and I didn't have to pay for it. So I felt pretty
That was
pretty important. for
Crossing
that.
back because I must show you guys my new prized possession.
Oh, signed bird.
Signed by Joe right now.
How the hell do I get one of those?
Yeah.
Sorry, honey, this one's mine. It says Martha on it, so no. No, actually, they're selling the labels with Joe's signature printed on them. Apparently, I don't know where it is.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think they're looking to make this a thing that anybody can buy. But I will check in on that.
Yeah, it says on the side, Joe Jorgensen, Libertarian presidential nominee 2020, 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. All right, on the side.
That's cool.
Literally called Jorgensen Cohen right here.
So this bottle right here will never be enjoyed by anyone. Sorry. Maybe in like 15
She's gonna
years.
pass it on to her like great grandchild.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Are you kidding me? I have the video of Joe signing it. Fuck
What's
that.
wrong with Grandma? I'm gonna sell this on eBay.
Yeah, when I'm
$20
finished, you can have it for, I'm sorry, I have to sit. I cannot.
Yeah, tell them they can open it when the first libertarian candidate gets elected president. That's when you can open that bottle.
Don't let it move. Yeah, that bottle's gonna be really cool. Or it is already, so
Yes.
just stay like that.
Absolutely. So,
And I can confirm that Joe and Spike are exactly as down to earth as they seem. It was such a pleasure talking to them, especially Spike. He was really great. I mean, Joe was great to talk to as well, but so I got to talk to Spike a lot longer. And he's very excited to get involved with the Dink Liberty Alliance, which will be coming up over the next couple months, and partnering with all you guys and just everybody we can.
yeah, we're all in agreement that it needs to happen. Whatever momentum we've got going on here, no matter what the actual tally is at the end of the day, is that we can't tear it down and expect to start over.
We just got an update that there's gold in Michigan.
Gold in Michigan. That's awesome.
Okay, can you please elaborate? For those of us not hello?
South of Grand Rapids. I don't know what the county is, but south of Grand Rapids, west of Lansing.
Like the whole
Yeah,
county
there's
is gold?
it's leading gold right now. It's not confirmed.
No, but
yes.
it's showing gold right now.
Not closed to gold.
Yeah.
But, okay.
Even a gold spot.
Yeah,
Listen, I'm so down right now. I need these little moments. So please, when you give news like that, elaborate, please.
All right.
We have no access to the outside world. pretty much.
Barry
Right?
County.
Any updates?
Other than from my team, no. The
No.
last I heard, we had over 1 million votes. But that's about it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
well, yeah.
1.2 right now.
Yeah,
1.2
Barry
million.
County, Michigan is what that is.
Woo, go Barry.
I love how the news though is not even showing the other candidates. They're just showing Trump and Biden,
Of course not.
as if the other votes just don't count at all.
Now, what about Arkansas? Does it show Ricky Harrington?
Well, they count towards the 5%.
Well, how's he doing?
Tom Cotton versus undecided 2020.
Harrington officially won one county. He's also still leading in Little Rock, whatever county that is.
That's
still
a pretty
leading
big
there.
one. I'm
That's
pretty
the
sure.
Clintons. That's the Clintons.
Yeah, that's
They're-
a Clinton. That's a pretty big county. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
he has exactly almost 1/3 of the vote so far from
Yeah,
Arkansas.
they've called the state for Tom Cotton. but-
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, right? She's the mother to all of us.
Suzanne, yeah.
Yes.
Who, me?
Yes.
I was like, oh, I know that voice.
Yes, when we were in Ohio, she was mothered us all. My flight got in really late, and she had food for me. It's just
Libertarians. taking care of
libertarians,
each
yeah,
other.
libertarians.
I'm the road mom.
Yeah. She also had candies, weed candy.
You pulling out the Werthers? I ain't getting none of those. What up,
We had
We're
Sam?
special. Sorry. Also, I have to say that I ordered some weed for this event to have a lot, and turns out not a whole lot of people smoke around here, so I don't know what to do with it. I can fly back tomorrow.
I'm sure you'll figure it out.
I think I'm gonna get really blasted in a few minutes.
I think
is
Adam,
gesturing to
Adam
himself.
will take it. We have a buy. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Sold to Adam Kokesh.
Adam, why aren't you here, man? What the hell?
He's smoking.
No, why are
I know, why
Good,
are you
leave
here?
him
What the hell,
alone.
guys?
Cocos
Guys,
is
this is
chill.
not far for a lot of you.
He's like, I forgot it was today.
No, it's a
Well,
tomorrow.
so in my country, we don't have elections.
In my
Which country is that?
Oh, I declared my 10-acre homestead sovereign as the Garden of Freedom.
I like it.
Don't go the way of Chaz, though.
I am His Highness. There's a more elaborate title here. I'll spare you, but you can call me King Adam Charles Coquets the First of this proprietarian constitutional monarchy, and I am.
Oh, he's like, no, I'm done.
Are we gonna
so much more free than
Are we gonna do some updates?
than everybody else who hasn't
I can't
done this.
Spanish well enough.
What I've heard is I just smoked a lot. Is what I that's what I heard.
Yeah, I need somebody to run to the room and get like more and the stuff to smoke it with. Like I didn't come prepared because I was busy getting dressed. So I just brought like party favors and stuff. But I don't have anything to fucking smoke it out of. This is brilliant.
Get a pop can. This is high school all over again, man.
Yeah.
Listen, my room is just,
Adapt, overcome,
Martha. Yeah,
Martha,
I know,
all
I
you
know.
need is a soda, drink it or dump it down the sink, something to poke holes in the thing with. And
Maybe our live stream chat can help us. Guys, start the poll.
Here, Martha, it's like this. Okay.
That'll work.
Okay. And then we're going to take a pen or a fork.
Hey, Zach, why don't you go get stuff?
See, this is why we're on YouTube and not Facebook. Can't get zucked here.
And before anyone sends the popo, I have my medical marijuana card, okay? I'm legal.
Okay, this is how you do it, Martha. Then you put your
Looks like
cigarette.
Arizona is going to go from medical to recreational, and it's barely recreationally legal, but it is a legit shift. And Oregon, as a state, might decrim all drugs across the board for small individual possession.
Nice.
You got any other exciting referenda you guys are tracking?
No, but in Florida, I think the $15 minimum wage is looking to pass. So, yeah.
Well,
it's a real. I need to smoke a
Hey.
shit ton more. This is a real tough night for me. I'm just saying.
If I gotta just say this since it's long overdue.
I know, and they voted the wrong way. Hello, can we stop telling people to fucking vote, please? And thank you. They're not voting the way I wanted them to. That's not how it works, okay? I
You
want
weren't
them
supposed to do that.
Redacted.
All right, y'all. It is 11:30 for me, and I have been on here for 10 hours, and I'm probably going to
Stop
go to
with
bed.
the table. Stop
forget
with this table
Need to
to
make-
have all the adults on it.
You need to make somebody else a co-host.
Yeah.
Joe had one on it when I was trying to sit down.
Susie, do you want me to make you the host?
Sure. Yeah, but watch
Okay.
this. Hey, Martha, watch. And Todd.
Moment.
Or
Somebody's just got their metal
Zachy,
working
can you
there,
please
guys.
just go get the stuff, please?
Okay,
I
fine.
need
I'll go
weed.
get the stuff.
Also,
You have feet that work, and I. Yeah,
How many years?
We're fucking libertarians. Go get the shit.
Do you know how many years it's been since I have done this?
Right
Hold on. It's probably been about 40 years since I built one of these.
Oh my gosh.
Does it make it
And
Dr.
she's
Pepper?
doing it on the Zoom call.
Of course.
Live streamed.
As long as it's not Anheuser-Busch can, then we don't have any problem.
All right,
was
you
a Dr.
guys.
Pepper.
It's been awesome being with
Thank
you
you
guys
so much.
for the last 10 hours.
Thank you for 9 hours of our life.
Oh,
Cheers.
yes.
Thank you, Josh.
I am
Extreme
excited
bliss.
about working with you
Wait,
guys.
wait.
And
We have
What?
somebody that just understood for a moment
I
that
did not realize y'all have been in live for 10 hours.
We got on here at 2 p.m.
Yeah. Just remember, when you spend time paying attention to politics, that is time you will never get back.
That's okay.
Thank you, Adam. You know, you're just making this whole night so much better. I just want you to say.
I'm in all black for a reason. Who's going to win tonight? The people who gave money to Trump and Biden. You know, who gives money to both of them?
I'm really into this.
Listen, I'm having a bad night, okay? I'm sorry. My candidate is not making it.
All right, y'all. Have fun for the rest of the night, however long you're on.
Am I the host now?
Yes,
Yeah,
you are. Stay tuned.
With the mostest.
Stay tuned in We Are the Power to see where we're going next with our group and infrastructure and how we're going to keep things going for 2022-24. So,
thank you, Josh.
Have a good night. Thanks, YouTube. Keep watching without me. Peace.
Thank you, Josh.
I'm bouncing too, guys.
Time.
I gotta work in the morning. Thank you. Y'all
I
have a
got
good
a
night.
vacation in the morning. Good night.
Why the hell are you sleeping?
Yeah, I think
She's rubbing it in.
I think
She's rubbing it in.
Oh, good night.
I still haven't packed. I haven't folded my clothes. I've been here all day. That's okay.
We've stopped people from showering today. All sorts of things. Just this last minute disruption that we decided to have all day.
Worth it.
Yes, absolutely. And definitely with folks like Adam hopping in. Thank you so much.
Yeah. First time being in a Zoom room with you, a fellow CAG guy.
Right? You fit right in.
Yeah, I was I was there the next tour after you. They were singing your praises.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam, you need to follow him on
Stay away
Twitter.
from that Adam guy. I think I literally got that talking to. Because I said something vaguely libertarian. I wasn't really there yet. And they were like, oh God, we got another one. No bullshit.
And I'm getting a hug.
Please, hey,
And then I
Suzanne,
found out who you were later.
Text introduce us so he has my number.
You want me to give Scott your number?
Where it is.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Looks like Shannon's back.
Hey!
No. Are you at home?
Y'all.
I am. I'm home now.
Is it
Today, this
Suzanne, I'll hit you later. Take care.
I feel obligated to point one thing out because there were a few comments earlier that
But you know
seemed
what's
to
funny?
forget
That I have
that any libertarian who gets on the ballot with an L next to it.
one of like
Can you?
Can we
Yeah,
mute Martha for a second? Sorry, it's just
sorry.
I can't hear over. Sorry.
Sorry, we got people asking if we could switch to gallery view. They prefer the Brady Bunch.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do
we
it.
have to like look down and
Well, yeah, we'll do that. Sorry for interrupting. I saw it in the chat, so I don't know. You're muted, Susie.
While it's a little bit quiet, Adam, do you follow Scott on Twitter? Did he leave?
I'm not
Scott
sure.
left.
I can check.
Okay, so he's MD Maryland Vet for Peace, and he is fantastic with on any of like Joe's posts where people are saying, well, how are you going to do this? And Trump's ended the wars and all of that other stuff. He is the one who sets them straight. He is a really good account to follow. So I'm going to send that to you in Twitter, okay?
Yeah, it's this is a testament to the relevance of appeal to authority among statists, and denying reality does not help us address it. And it sucks, but when you got to play identity politics and play the veteran card to make a point, you do whatever it takes. If you got to make that appeal to authority that works to a statist and take that route. And I would love to see, I think that in the base of our movement, veterans are generally overrepresented. We're about 13% something of the population. And at a lot of libertarian events, I ask the crowd, like, how many of y'all are veterans? Raise your hands. Don't worry. I'm not going to ask you to stand up and blow smoke up your butts or salute you or any other silly statist ceremonial thing like that. But let's recognize that people who have done violence on behalf of the state are particularly inclined to reject it.
Yeah, and I appreciate that message, Adam, by the way. And I appreciate your service.
Well, I hope you're referring to my activism in media production.
Hey, that works too. No, but anybody who speaks out for the veteran community, I appreciate, because a lot of us signed up thinking that we were doing one thing. And then over the course of time, we realized we were, just political pawns. And, my brothers and sisters in arms, it's huge. And that's one of the reasons why I'm a libertarian. So no, I appreciate that message.
When a statist says thank you for your service, and the most frequent place I get that is when I'm asking for my children with special needs discount at the hardware store. I flash my VA ID and they say thank you for your service. My response is almost always some version of, what do you mean? We were serving bankers, politicians, and war profiteers. You're not a fan of those people, are you? You get why war happens, don't you? It's a tough issue, and I'd love to see, again, a huge thing that was a gateway for a lot of people through Ron Paul is that he was so principled and committed with a consistent anti-war message. And Jorgensen has been great on that. And I think there's still a role that hasn't been fulfilled, both in former cops and former military members, in helping the libertarian movement make our point to the statists.
Yeah, I watched a documentary the other night with you, Adam. It was about the CFR, but kind of touch over that. When you get to it, the reasons that we're actually going overseas and going into these wars, sometimes designed not to be winnable.
I don't think they've been winnable since World War II.
By design.
Maybe Korea. Yeah.
And
well, we gapped Desert Storm 1, but we left a power vacuum in there as well, and it was not the appropriate war, but we did officially win that one.
That's true. That was actually pretty cool for those of us that were old enough.
Well, yeah, I was proud to serve in that, but later, when we mature and we understand it, I mean, this is a lot more complicated subject, but we fight with honor, but then when we see our Desert Storm 1 was one thing. We didn't really come back with a lot of carnage, but when we see the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and I had my feet on the ground in both places. I seen the people, but then my brothers and sisters that I served with, seeing them come back, that's a whole nother story of how we misuse our power of government and how we just go insert ourselves into those, and then how we're hurting the children of our country. It's just it's eye-opening when you actually get to see the world in a different light, right? When I see Afghan children, I always thought of mine and thinking how lucky they are to be American. But at the same time, we're putting our children, our soldiers, and, to me, I consider them, my children now being at the age that I am, in harm's way for a political war. And, more and more veterans, I mean, I agree with Adam so much. More and more veterans are realizing that what they sacrificed, I mean, they put their life on the line. They wrote a blank check to the US government and said, please use me. And then we were used as political pawns, and none of us signed up for that, right? We go in, we're hard charging because we believe the rhetoric. We believe that we're we're stomping out chaos. We believe we're making the world a better place. And then as we mature, we find out that we were used, and it is so disheartening, especially when we lose our friends. And when you bury a friend to war, that tears you up. I mean, some of us are left with survivor's guilt, right? Some of us left with PTSD. Some of us left with anxiety and depression and suicide and VA parking lots. And downer. Here we come. Shannon comes on and he's a little happy drunk. But
well, it needs to be
no, I just wanted to resonate
about.
that Adam. I mean, I feel your statement and I agree with you, and I appreciate you making it.
If I may, there's one thing I gotta say to highlight your point about the design of the war. They're not. We can. I mean, you can say hey, all war is a racket. You know, Smedley Butler, the book Wars are, and it's funny. You know, as in Marine Corps boot camp, they teach you about Major General Smedley Butler, most decorated Marine in military history, or second most, or whatever. You know, 2 medals of honor, silver stars, bronze stars, purple hearts, blah 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 blah. And they leave out the fact that he wrote a book called War is a Racket when he got out of the Marines. Like, hello. Right. You know, it's for us in particular, at least my generation of Marines, and I think Marines today, you still get this in your boot camp green Bible, you know, your monster, whatever. And
I have the grinder to grind that.
Oh, you know, grinder.
Hi again, Adam. I have somebody for you guys.
Hey, Adam.
You gotta come over this way. You gotta be standing here.
Okay, Adam.
Hey, Mimi.
Adam. Oh,
well, it's so good to see you here.
Wow, welcome to the stream.
I have no idea what I'm doing right now. Except for that I just walked into a
looking
room
fabulous.
and I said, say hi to Adam. It's like, I love Adam.
Well, we
So
miss
what are we
you
talking
here in
about?
Gardenia.
War. But this sounds a lot more uplifting. We can go with this.
Okay, so peace, love y'all. I'm out because I have no idea what you're talking about. But Adam, I love you. We'll talk soon.
I love you too.
Love
Thanks
you.
for saying hi.
A blank check of love. How do you get
say
that?
Hi to you, baby.
So before I got 2 points before I forget to finish up the first one here.
I have no idea what the hell.
There's one legitimate appeal to authorities that I use to back up this point, and I can say from my experience that the policy was designed for us to make enemies faster than we could kill them. And to hear a veteran acknowledge that is pretty important. But there's one other thing when you said that we serve with honor. I actually really want to take issue with that fundamentally. I think it's one of the most important things to challenge at the heart of militarism, because you can say that you serve with with good intentions, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
But it is irresponsibly naive to think that you are serving humanity or America or security
Onto the street, 49 floors below.
or your community by enlisting in the U.S. military. I would not call it honorable. While there may be honorable intentions behind it, you cannot avoid just how irresponsibly naive that is.
No, and you know what? I acknowledge that statement and I agree with it. You know, I was talking more about in transit while we're there, you know, standing with pride. But, you know, when you do look at it and you examine the actions of the world and realize that we're invading in spaces that we have no business in. No, I totally agree with you there.
And you have to challenge the perversion of masculinity at the core of this. Then what is it? It's a kind of denial of the reality of what military service is. You are volunteering to kill for politicians, and you go, "Oh yeah, no shit." But that's what a perversion of that divine masculine desire to protect and to serve and to put your life on the line to defend people you love, and this, this is why I'm a fan of Muhammad Ali, not as a boxer, but as a war resistor, as a draft resistor, and Aaron Watada and Chelsea Manning and GI Rights Hotline.org. If anybody is in the military and needs to get out right now for whatever reason, GI Rights Hotline.org is the resource to share with anybody. And I'd like to think that I've more than done my penance for my military service.
Can we get that URL again, Adam? What was that?
Excuse me?
What was the website you just said?
GIRightsHotline.org.
Okay.
It's a hell of a lot better than Mission 22, right? When we're losing our brothers and sisters to suicide, for all the atrocities that they either endured or witnessed or whatever. We're constantly losing our veterans, and this is something that we just have to stop. It's stupid to send our youth to war, bringing back damage. If anything, it's proven that a 20-year war is not helping anyone, and all we're doing is, most of the people I even meet nowadays are war veterans, and that's bullshit. There's no reason to put our youth and now our mainstream adults into that kind of reality to where it's just chaos and it's bloody. And I mean, most Americans have no idea of what they don't know. And our veterans have to carry that weight. And it's a weight that they shouldn't even be carrying.
That's totally true. You guys, it's awesome having you.
Hey,
on here
Susie,
talking
did
about
you
this.
mean to share your screen? Sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
I did. I did mean
Okay.
to share my screen.
Okay,
Look.
all right. We thought you just...
No, I'm not that high. We've got the first, it's your fault. Blame the libertarians.
Blame me for nothing.
What took him so long?
God, I want to be blamed for somebody is all I got to say. As long as I'm being blamed, then I'm a winner.
That's coming. That'll happen.
I have to check my numbers now that I've gotten back to my house.
Yeah, this is great. I really want to reply with blame libertarians, but I can't from the scene.
You and your followers.
Yeah, not
I
my
love
followers.
That's okay.
I still want to put a shout out to my girl Sarah. Look, I'm glad that you're still here. I raved about you before I even knew you were coming on. When I found out that I was talking about you, Frankie, Marla. No, I appreciate everything that you guys do in the Twitter echo chamber. It's amazing, and you've been so supportive of me. You've backed us up on, when we get trolls in there. It is you that is the power of this movement. And I just want to encourage you, please don't disappear, because we need you as we go into 2022.
I don't plan on it.
You look, girl, you need to run for an office locally. You are a powerhouse. And look, I've called you out way before I was your virtual fake boyfriend. Right? So you
just
take it to Twitter, Shannon. Take it to Twitter, Shannon.
Oh.
You're amazing.
Cats, herding cats.
What you're doing.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back in, Shannon. I know you've been celebrating the spirits. Let's bring it back in.
She's look, she's amazing, and it's not only her, right? There's like 20, 30 people I deal with on a daily basis that all they're doing is spinning the positive message. And even when trolls come in, right? it's never it never really gets ugly. It's always fought with positivism, and it's just amazing. So again, thank you. I wish Frankie was on, to be honest with you. I think she's amazing. Marla, I mean, but there's like 30 people I should be listing that may actually be listening to this, but everyone that's a part of that echo chamber is, all you're doing is growing the party, and I appreciate everything that you guys do.
Well,
Now I'm gonna shut up.
Namaste. Thank you. Susie, you're on mute. There, gal. Susie.
I'll try it again.
Okay.
I'm just making sure I'm following everybody from my personal account.
By the way, just 22 minutes ago, Fox News called Florida for Trump.
Wow. That election site, that Google election site isn't doing, it's not refreshing.
Oh, really?
Or maybe it's just me.
Yeah, I'm having data connection and loading issues, but I'm trying to keep track of this on like 5 different websites.
If they would have called it for Biden, I could at least went to sleep tonight, right? Because then I would have assumed that it slid. But with Trump getting Florida, now I'm gonna have to stay up till like 6 a.m., drag my sleepy ass to like sick call tomorrow instead of working.
Yeah, I think we have gotten into a kind of institutional self-destruct cycle where they constantly have to outdo themselves, and now the media is responding to partisan motivations where anybody who's favoring Biden wants to be able to manipulate the results as they go across the states and in battlegrounds to motivate people. But I want to make one prediction here, that if Trump pulls this off, the most hated person in America tomorrow, and dare I say the world, is going to be Kanye.
You think Yeezy's gonna take the heat off the LP?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
And they're going to blame Kanye and Republican manipulations. They're going to, there's like, I said I wasn't going to call this. Like, it's too close. No matter how much I see people trying to make it look like a clear victory for Biden, I know that there's a lot of manipulation in that, and that Trump has the power of the incumbency behind him in so many different ways that if he pulls an ace out of the hole at the last second, it would not surprise me at all. His battleground state game is just that much better. And what that might mean is, and it might not even have anything to do with Trump himself. It might be certain operatives around him. But even, me, I can come up with a strategy. And it's worth noting, Joe Rogan, biggest podcast in the country, said he was going to suspend production for Corona and then went ahead with just the Kanye West interview. And you go, that right in and of itself. And now, but you combine that with some push polling. You combine that with some bullshit manipulative emails that tell Black voters and Kanye fans, Biden's got it in the bag in your state, but he's a jerk. Go out and cast your vote for Kanye as a protest vote. And if that strategy, if it's something as simple as that, that's going to come out. They're going to be, and it could be very last second, and that would be enough, hypothetically, to move the needle, to change the margins in swing states. I hate that I know this much about the process. I don't.
Well, the second I saw really, Kanye, I was like,
I need to smoke.
siphoning votes for Trump. That's what I thought of Kanye right away. So yeah, that really would be something if everybody goes after Kanye and not the LP. That would really.
Hey, I don't know if you guys saw this article on Rutherford.org, the Rutherford Institute. John Whitehead's commentary, and he says, no matter who wins the presidential, you can rest assured that the new boss will be the same as the old boss. Indeed, it doesn't really matter what you call them, the deep state, the 1%, the elite, the controllers, the masterminds, the shadow government, the police state, the surveillance state, the military industrial complex, so long as you understand that no matter which party occupies the White House in 2021, the unelected bureaucracy that actually calls the shots will continue to do so. I'm going to take this call. This is one of our candidates.
Oh, okay. Well, that
Hello?
started interesting.
Well, I didn't know we could just call you and get answered right away. So I want to know, has anybody checked up Shane's race? He was on when I had to bail from the other place, but I'm really interested to see what his numbers are. I guess I could look it up myself, but I didn't know if anybody was tracking it.
I haven't been looking at individual results. That was more Josh and Andrew and.
Yeah, well, he's like in at least in my Twitter feed, he's like the powerhouse. So, and the guy in Texas, but I forget his name. But he's only
Elliot
as a two-party.
Do you mean Elliot Sherman?
Yeah. But Shane with his own podcast, he's got a pretty heavy following in North Carolina that I learned, and they're not easy voters to cross over. You got to be like libertarian to pull that crowd. So it's a beautiful sight. Georgia NC Senate race.
So what are the thoughts now? Do we think Trump has it in the bag?
Well, I want to say one more thing. I'm getting from the coverage. Zero Hedge is saying that Trump is taking Florida with its 29 electoral votes, giving him 167, and Biden is still at 227. And I think what they're projecting is that Trump will lose despite winning Florida. But
really? Wow, that's huge. Was North Carolina announced yet that y'all know of?
No, not yet that I can see.
I don't see. I just got Google pulled up though, so I'm.
Well, they're in the neck and neck for the Senate race, so I figured they're neck and neck for the presidential race.
For North Carolina, the latest numbers on NewYorkTimes.com, it's Trump plus 1.4% with 95% of estimated votes reported. So,
wow, that's pretty high.
That's that 1.4% with 95% reporting is a significant margin. So that not a certain margin, and they may be setting us up intentionally for challenges and a drawn out fight over this because it focuses more attention on the personality contest of statism rather than challenging the premises of the problem, which is. Thoreau would have said, for every 1,000 striking at the branches, there is one striking the root of evil. And that's kind of what sets us apart here. But yeah, North Carolina, likely Trump at this point.
Yeah, and it looks like even with the dark money ads that the Democrats sent out, that we're currently looking at Tillis as the incumbent, barely winning, but at least I covered covering the margin of error for the Republican victory doesn't really mean a lot, but I was actually hoping that the Democrat would win so that I covered the spread and then try to force the GOP to look at, personal liberty on the platform. But if it goes Tillis's way, then I'm just stripping off winning victories. So that's disappointing. So we'll see how it ends up. But at least third party total is 4.5%, but I would have liked to see that at 6.
Yeah, but yeah, I think the margin of error for third parties that's not where their investment's at in the slightest.
No, but I mean, it helps define us, as a third party, whether we're able to define.
I agree. We deserve the time of day. I'm just saying
the winning elections or whatever, but I'm actually shocked. I expected the Democrats to pull it out by at least 5 or 6 points, and they still can. Maybe I don't know what the report is for North Carolina, but it's still too close to call. And with the Democrat losing, which he should lose, by the way, with his infidelity issues and stuff with the military, he can kick sand, so he can go screw himself. But maybe we can convince our Republican that it's time to roll back any red flag laws and screw that. But no matter who wins, we always lose, because then we have our personal rights versus social rights. You never really know what's going to go on.
We all lose tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Adam, what are you reading? Adam's looking at something.
Well, I know I'm just trying to get the latest numbers, and Fox News also called Arizona for Biden, which was an upset in the other direction. And I hate to say I feel like I'm getting sucked into this, but tomorrow we all win, because we get to turn the conversation back to things that matter. And that's why we participate in politics in the first place. And the conversation changes away from the animosity. I think we get to stop wearing masks tomorrow officially.
Right. Right.
Who knows how this is gonna,
every school opens. It's all gravy.
I've been right about predicting a lot of short-term and midterm things lately around Corona, but the big thing that I'm not comfortable predicting in the midterm is, do we come out of it with positive or negative momentum? And how does the election affect that? If Trump wins, is he able to change his posture? If Biden wins, does the motivation shift? Do they have a new template for tyranny that they can apply to any regularly recurring event in the great global petri dish of the human family? And just to be clear, the hoax of Corona is that it is a special threat deserving a special response. I'm not pretending to be any expert or taking any specific position here, but one, we can all agree that it's no biological threat is ever an excuse to violate individual rights. Hands down, period. Ethics do not change because there's a new threat. That is a universal ethical principle, I think, as libertarians, we should all agree on. Now, as to the interpretation of facts, when there's so much misinformation, we can all agree that the misinformation is an obvious problem. And that's because of government, because Trump ordered the CDC to conduct deliberations in private. We haven't been hearing about flatten the curve for a while lately. So, it could be somewhere on the scale of, 3 times as bad as the seasonal flu. It could be a unique threat, but well within the norm of things that happen in human biological history. And I know we can innovate our way out of this if we have to all wear bubble suits everywhere we go from now on. Like, all right, screw you, government. You can't stop me now. I got a bubble mask on. I am hermetically sealed from every other human being when I'm outside of my, hermetically sealed house. Okay,
Bubble
cool.
boy, woo!
Yeah, like we go to Bubble Boy World or something like that. But they've already, the first people to do this, it was ravers that designed who wanted to go to dance parties. Who designed a full head mask respirator device that looked cool that you could wear.
Hey, none of them look cool, by the way. I've looked at all of them. None of them are cool. My dive mask looks way better than that.
Anyway, we could come out of this with a dangerous new threat from government. This could be a scaling down of the war racket. Or we could come out of this with positive awareness. And in a way, it kind of comes down to who gets, victors, traditionally speaking, we would say victors write the history. And if you look at the concentration of wealth and power and government doing its job of helping the super rich get richer and the rest of us get relatively poorer, well, then coronavirus is the coronaphobia hoax has got to be one of its greatest achievements. You see how much billionaires' wealth has gone up over the last 8 months. You take stock, it's unfathomable numbers in individual hands now. And you go, no, there's no way. No, this is you all like, if you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. Like if you're not motivated to get involved yet, what's going to do it for, like, what else is going to do it for you? Like, can it get like, what do we need to have drones like following you around, spying on you 24/7 before you realize that you're a frog boiling in water? Like at what point? And so anyway, we could come out of this with a positive new awareness that prevents government from ever being able to get away with something like this again. And honestly, I don't know, but if we the people get to write the history as opposed to the authorities, and just a little personal side here, I've been blocked on YouTube recently, and for the first time they've been transparent about this and told us the reason. And I don't know how quickly I can pull it up, but I have it. The actual email from Twitter, and originally they said the video was for deceptive practices. The one I got banned for before this was for impersonation. I know my Donald Trump impersonation sucks. There's no way.
We had some of those earlier.
We're gonna get Donald Trump, but I can do a great impersonation of Trevor Noah doing a bad impersonation of Donald Trump. But no, YouTube sent me this email. How your content, you guys can read this and show it to you in black and white. How your content violated the policy. YouTube doesn't allow content that explicitly disputes the efficacy of the World Health Organization or local health authorities. That's inclusive, or local health authorities recommended guidance on social distancing and self-isolation that may lead people to act against that guidance. I mean, this is
horrible speech.
I've rarely used the term Orwellian.
Yep.
Right. If you were ever going to, though, it's like
we are in a different phase of censorship right now that is it is really disturbing, and it could go either way.
We were talking about that earlier before you got here, and that Glenn Greenwald and a bunch of other people.
The Intercept.
Yeah, I know, right?
How did they get to those guys? You can't judge or blame anybody because COINTELPRO, FBI, government infiltrators, bribes, threats, that's all a real thing. You don't know if something and I would say, hey, if anybody threatens your family and start talking shit about Adam Cohen on the internet every day, please go ahead and do it. Like, don't feel bad for me if someone's coming to you and threatening you, because people like now, and the way it happens now is not so out there. It's something you're very familiar with. It's being threatened with charges. And there's a book called 3 Felonies a Day, because that's the American average, according to one Columbia University professor who wrote that book. 3 felonies a day. They can go after a prosecutor chooses to go after any American at any time.
Was decided by Hillary Clinton by a margin roughly of
not our government. They shouldn't have that kind of authority.
About statewide.
But
and I think that you're giving. I think that you're giving Trump too much credit, but you're also a gentler soul than I am.
By the way,
so I think what?
Well, my background in psychology has given me an appreciation for the fundamental goodness of humanity, I think, and that all of our that humanity dances forward from generation to generation. We overcome trauma and break cycles of violence, and we progress in that sense.
Right, but do you really think that Donald Trump, if he wins, that his ego his narcissism isn't going to just explode into self-righteousness.
Oh no, he's gonna blow the fuck up. Period. That's just all it would get.
Now, to dictator levels that the left is saying.
Yep.
I'm not particularly concerned if he does, and I don't spend too much time pondering these things. But if that's how it goes, I think it would lean in a slightly libertarian direction, and the collapsitarian in me would be celebrating the generally disruptive effect of that. But before anything else, updated numbers from zerohedge.com at least have Trump pulling closer to Biden right now at 204 and Biden at 227.
Are they updating just their one page? Is that what they're doing? You're just refreshing it and they're updating it?
Yeah, this is the live coverage from zerohedge.com, and I'm just sort of like I don't have my own, crew here giving me a teleprompter of what to say,
right.
A fancy graphic behind it. But I'm looking at 5 different websites at least simultaneously, and generally I would kind of, it looks like Zero Hedge is calling it state by state and actually listing them, and they were the first to incorporate Arizona and Florida into their tally. But so I'm sort of going, well, it's good enough for Zero Hedge to call to this extent. This is what we have, but I feel sorry for y'all on the East Coast because it's going to be a toss. It's designed this way. Don't fall for it. Don't stay up listening to us. Go to bed if you're supposed to go. If it's past your bedtime, go to sleep.
I'm actually gonna head out.
I'm gonna head out too.
And nothing's gonna be
7
solved
hours.
here. But
I'm
we
on the
appreciate
East
your
Coast,
time.
but
absolutely,
I'm drunk enough to stay up for a while.
I wanted to thank you
Sarah
guys for having me on. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
for
Thank you
coming
guys.
on.
You guys are troopers. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for staying.
Crazy rants and whatnot from the LP party family. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for your
Thank
time.
you guys. Have fun for the rest of the
Thank
night.
you.
Night.
Yeah,
Bye.
I think I followed you both on Twitter.
you did. I followed you back.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Night.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Okay, I'm looking at Zero Hedge.
So yeah, Politico is way different. Politico has Biden at 2. Politico is being more conservative. They haven't called nearly as many states. So they have Biden at 223 and Trump at only 136, and they have still solid projection for Biden.
So if you had a preference in this, Adam, which way would you want it to go? Would
Coming
it be
down
Trump?
the wire, I would prefer, I think, and this is very subjective.
Sure. Yeah, it's just an opinion.
It's
We're stream.
based on impressions and even feelings and suspicions of my own, not any data necessarily, but my greater fear actually is that if Biden wins, more than I'm afraid of Trump's ego, I suppose, is that if Biden wins, faith in the system will be restored and people will feel comfortable wrapping themselves in the warm security blanket of statism once again and going back to sleep.
Wow.
But if Trump wins, there's going to be, by comparison, a significantly disruptive effect. And that would generally play in the favor of the what I believe is the inevitable disintegration of centralized governments through localization. And just last night, I was on a live stream.
Really?
Secession movement, Cal Exit, gaining momentum there, becoming, like we might see it on a California secession on a referendum in the next election cycle. That's a pretty exciting possibility. And there are a number of states where secession.
See that finally go. That's something that a lot of people don't talk about in the forefront of conversation very much, but
hey guys,
it's been a thing.
When you're king here, like I am in Gardenia, it's kind of hard to avoid.
Right, you have your own nation.
I'm queen in Pikeville, okay, on my 26 acres. So I think I like your idea of declaring it sovereign. I think I might do that. But anyhow, CNN is saying that Biden is about to make a statement.
Oh,
Biden to make statement shortly.
Shortly,
At
yeah,
this
that's what
hour?
it says.
They let him stay up? Come on, man.
No, he took an afternoon nap and woke
I
the fuck
guess.
up just now.
Yeah, I think he slept all day, and now he's like, wake me up.
I would imagine there are a number of reasons you would want to call it in the most credible terms possible as early as possible. One,
Are they calling Trump as the winner?
No, that he was.
This will be Biden's stand ready, stand by. This is that's my prediction. Stand ready, stand by.
It looks pretty solid, Trump.
Yeah, if you got that on a stream, Susie, and you want to screen share that,
Let me
I don't
see
know
if I
you
can.
find
Oh,
it.
I can. I have YouTube TV.
That hasn't called for Trump.
So at least, so here's the positive spin in my brain. At least if Trump wins with a conservative Supreme Court, maybe California, New Jersey, New York, and by the way, I work out of New Jersey and New York often, would relax their gun control laws, right? So that's the one positive I see there, but I don't see.
You can't, hold on a second.
Coming.
You can't even say from their records that Trump is more or less significantly pro-gun or anti-gun.
No, you're right, because he's been more anti, but
Trump passed bump stock bans and as vote voice support for
Hey,
red
the
flag
guys want me to
laws,
share this on the live stream.
Yeah, the
So it's
ATS
gonna-
crap.
If you
that
want to
just
mute
happened.
yours, you'll be able to hear it.
I mean,
That
you're
be
right.
okay?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Susie.
What?
Biden
No,
is an
what I'm
advocate
sure.
for get a shotgun.
Yeah, get a
Biden's an
shotgun.
advocate
Get
for
two.
what?
I got one. If you
Let me get a
want to,
shotgun.
see it, I'll
Have
bring
you
it
guys
down.
seen this?
No, it's okay. I got it.
If you do a YouTube search for Biden shotgun, there's some fun remixes of an interview he did where he made a legitimate but kind of poorly worded endorsement of shotguns for home defense.
Watching him stumble.
20,000 more than Hillary Clinton in the end. So as the votes the votes here are starting to come in, we're still not full at all. That's 2016. You come back and look at it here, 53%. So if you're looking at it, you think, okay, that looks insurmountable, but it's starting to come back. The votes around Atlanta coming back. It's going to make it closer.
Biden so badly.
got some information.
It's starting to come back.
Yeah,
No.
and Fulton County, we're home to Atlanta, they have stopped counting there for the night. They're going to pick back up at 8 in the morning Eastern time, and they still have 48,000 mail-in ballots to go to count. Of course, Georgia had 2 weeks to process these, but they couldn't start counting these mail-in ballots until the polls close. So we know we're going to be waiting for a bit on the edge of our seats as we find out what's going on in Fulton. And then when you look at other places like DeKalb, only 31% reported in DeKalb there in Georgia. What do you make of that, John King?
I make it that they're having a slow count. And so you mentioned,
He's like,
so you're waiting on
Yeah.
both sides. The question is, can Joe Biden get close enough to make those votes count? It's a slow count. And so again, we just
It's a
waited for a
slow
long
count.
time and then
Slow
Virginia gave
count.
us a big jump.
Slow drippage.
Trying to get through it. It gets frustrating at this point, especially you're trying to figure out a winner. But that is the election here. So you say 30% there. Again, this is a place where you look at the big number. If you come out here and you look at the big number, you say, wow, that's insurmountable, 297,000. But then you remember how many people live around here. So you come back in and you're at 30%. Joe Biden has 102,000. So we got a long way to go. Back in 2016, Hillary Clinton got 251,000 votes just in this county,
Yeah, she still
And so
lost.
You're still counting votes, which means
Yeah,
there's something
right.
to be banked.
We saw
Joe
that
Biden get
went
them all.
out, but
We do know that he's
So
doing
is
better. in
Biden
the suburbs.
speaking
He tends
or
to be
no?
doing a little bit better than Hillary Clinton in the suburbs. Let's see if we can see this and see if it plays out. Again, the vote count is incomplete, so sometimes this can get you a little bit off. But if you look at places, there it is. Where is Joe Biden
We don't have
outperforming
the
Hillary
screen,
Clinton
by the way,
by
Suze.
5% or more? It's right here around Metro Atlanta. So he's doing better than Clinton did 4 years ago, and we know there's still a lot of votes to be counted here. Is it enough? You don't know until you count them. But that's why you don't give up, and you hang in and you wait. Because especially, remember the governor's race.
Stand by.
associated with
Stand ready.
Governor Brian Kemp. There was a lot of bad blood among
Team
Democrats
Sniffy.
who thought votes were suppressed. who did not think votes were counted fairly, who did not think the process played out correctly. So the last thing any Democrat is going to do tonight is to concede Georgia. In fact, they're going to demand that everybody be patient and wait and count the votes. There's a raw history in Georgia on this issue, in many states on this issue, but especially right here. And again, you don't know, right? When you see that Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton in the area where Pam just detailed. There's a lot of votes still to be counted. Again, you come back out and you look at that and you think, wait a minute, the president's now 300,000 votes ahead. Okay, the president's 300,000 votes ahead. That's a good place to be. But we're not done counting. So let's just keep counting.
We saw what happened in Virginia. Right. Trump was way ahead. All of a sudden, Biden won Virginia. We got a key race alert right now. The 2 congressional districts, Nebraska and Maine, 1 electoral vote in each. Right now in Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, Joe Biden is ahead by about 28,000 votes, 54.3% to 43.9%. 83% of the estimated vote in that congressional district is now in. In Maine right now, the 2nd congressional district, 40% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a narrow lead, 12,596 votes, 51.1% to 45.3%, 60% of the vote still outstanding in Maine, the 2nd congressional district. It's a crazy time. You never know if those congressional districts, 1 each, are going to be significant.
Well, I'll come over and do some math on that in a minute, but it gets fascinating when you start to figure it out. One of them's here in Nebraska. It's in this part of the state. You see the blue in the eastern part of the state. That's where Democrats, again, Omaha, the suburbs, Lincoln, the suburbs. The Democrats just doing better in those areas in recent years. The president carried the 2nd district last time.
Step away for
You think he's, looks like he's going to win Nebraska. He'll still win the state, the popular vote, but we'll see what happens. Maine gets a little more complicated. Again, townships in Maine, so the map looks a little different than many other states. We're waiting to fill in the votes here. The 2nd congressional district is the more conservative district. Biden at 51% right now. I'll tell you Democrats, but again, 47% right now. Democrats thought Biden's lead in Maine would be more than 5 or 6 points. If it's
so blah, blah, blah. I have better news. Oregon becomes the first U.S. state to decriminalize possession of all drugs, including cocaine, heroin, and meth for personal use.
Yes. Yes.
Wow. And the first response is, that's it. That seals the deal. I am no longer a U.S. citizen. An absolutely disgraceful performance.
Quicksand, bitch. I mean,
I'm gonna move to a third world country where they have drug restrictions.
Or vote. Screw them.
Yeah, go. I'll keep this on, but yeah, he can go do whatever. He can go to North Korea.
If that's what cuts it out.
I can't see you guys in there.
He can go buy some private property in Secede.
Be right back with you in a minute.
Our country's done a lot worse than that, and that's what they get hung up on. Jeez.
Yeah. Wow. Move to Oregon. Oh fuck, I couldn't. I'd be dead.
Oregon's weird though. I've been through there. When I was working for Microsoft, I drove down through Oregon for some stupid reason, and you can't even pump your own gas there.
I know, isn't that wild?
Yeah, it's like you gotta let the attendant do it. And I was like, dude, I like to do things myself. But
yeah, no, you can't. It's against the law.
Yeah, it's Oregon for you. Stupid laws.
Yeah, it's against the law to pump your own gas, but if you're on heroin, that's okay.
As long as you're not on heroin, pumping your own gas.
That I got to tell you, that's a hard one for me to swallow as being legal. I know that sounds crazy. I mean, I've been a libertarian forever.
No, I'm with you, but it all tracks back to the
personal responsibility.
Well, that and just the regular painkillers are classified the same way, right? So you can't decriminalize one category and say, oh, except heroin. So it's an inclusive fight. But I agree.
Marijuana was in the same, the same category as.
No. But when you talk about heroin and everything else that it's skipping my brain right now, but they're all actually classified as the same category, not just marijuana and its scheduling.
Yeah. That's crazy. I did not know that was on the ballot in Oregon. but they must have voted for it. So that's good. The citizens decided what they wanted for their state.
Yep.
You know,
North
wasn't the
Carolina
government.
will do it. It's a Bible belt, but
Yeah.
you know, it would be great because at least marijuana would be a great cash farm here since they're able to do, you know, hemp and whatnot. But we'll see how that goes. It would be nice to at least decriminalize marijuana. Cocaine and heroin, I can see where people get hung up on, but I'd like to see it in, you know, a little bit at a time.
It's still going to be illegal to do anything that you don't like that people do on them. That's an actual violation of your.
Well, it's not a difference in change; it's a difference in acceptance, right? So you
don't
want to overstretch the rubber band. You got to walk them through it. Sorry,
it's do we respond with the violent, no matter what your opinion or interpretation of any particular drug is, or whether it's good or bad for society, that's not the question. The question is, do you respond to problems with the violence and coercion of the state, or do you respond compassionately and humanely with voluntary options? And what this represents is the state of Oregon, hopefully radically reducing the application of violence.
No, I totally agree with that. I think that was well stated.
So yeah, I don't think we're going to get a good answer tonight. I think I want to predict. I'm going to call it early. Trump is at least going to be close enough to drag it out and fight shit. And who knows what my friend Roger Stone, who was behind the Brooks Brothers riot in Florida in 2000 to help Bush W win against Gore in the infamous hanging Chad election, that was decided by the Supreme Court because they said by their decision when the recount stopped, and it stopped while the needle was pointing to W. So there could be some similar intervention this year, and it could be, I think the assholes and manipulative swamp monsters behind Trump are more effective and aggressive than those behind Biden. And so to me, you're not gonna get a good answer by the end of tonight.
No, we won't.
Is it fair to say that, looking at Drudge Report, it has the popular vote number at Biden 49. Here, I'll just so you can see these big numbers on screen here. Biden,
are you showing your screen?
49.78, Trump 48.58, and Biden only at 223 electoral. And we'll see. Maybe, there's an outside chance I'm wrong that this is going to be called tonight. If we have, a few more decisive calls for Biden, but I think they're going to be enough close ones. If I had to bet on it, Trump's going to be able to challenge this and drag this out, and then who knows where this goes? Could be Justice Barrett being the tie-breaking vote on the Supreme Court deciding.
Oh my God!
Well, she's already admitted that she's going to stay out of it until after the election.
Well, but he's talking about them needing a deciding post vote and her being it. Oh wow! That's crazy.
I do a daily show now. I'm doing Adam vs. the Man Monday through Friday, 9 to 11 a.m. Pacific. And my opening monologue this morning was just about the actual opportunity cost that the insane inefficiency of this process represents. Again, no matter, this is one of these things that libertarians can take the lead on that should be of universal appeal. I think it was a Thomas Sowell quote. It was something to the effect of, the worst way for society to make the decisions by putting them in the hands of people who face no consequence for being wrong. And that's just one angle on this. But think about first of all, the actual money spent, the billions of dollars. You think of if we took all the money that was spent on negative campaign ads in America, could we, I don't know, cure world hunger? Could we, end some diseases? Could we, get internet?
We could build tiny houses for our veterans.
$250 million here just on the Senate race.
If you took the time and mental energy that even we as libertarians have spent paying attention to Trump and Biden over the last few months, how much further along would we be as a movement? But if the world actually was able to profit in some meaningful way from what is perhaps the most disgusting element of the whole government racket, which is that they divert your attention from living in love and serving humanity and talking about things that matter and addressing the very real crimes and injustices, the greatest injustices in the world today, all centered around, related to, or empowered by government. It's heartbreaking. And if anything, I'm looking forward to the off season. So again, I would say, I got to say before I sign off, if anybody is considering running for office as a libertarian in 2022, do it. Reach out to me if you need help figuring out a race or designing a plan or just anything else I can do to help. Adam@thefreedomline.com. And Suzanne, thanks for inviting me. It's been a fun way to spend election night. Happy off-season eve, everybody.
Right. Oh my gosh.
Adam,
Thank you so much for your time. Yeah. You're not on Facebook anymore, right, Adam?
You got a page or something.
I am so shadow banned on Facebook. It's a waste of time. And it's a toxic environment and a perverted conversation. So I maintain a presence there. I use it occasionally. I hate to admit that it's unavoidable to a certain degree. At least it's a backup live broadcast channel for us. So when we get banned on YouTube again, for whatever actual reason. But yeah, you're not catching flag if you're not over the target, right? It's
right.
Censorship is being censored. I mean, as a libertarian, but particularly when your livelihood is tied to it, it's a weird experience. I don't know. Every libertarian who's active, trying to spread a message that challenges the powers that be, the current. Right. I call it the current power structure. Anybody who's striking the root of evil, as Thoreau would refer to it. It is a unique challenge, and being censored when you are being motivated, having your love censored is a challenging, trying experience. And we all pull through together, right? If we don't hang together,
do. I'm so glad you came on today. This was fun. You answered my text. We'll talk about Austin Peterson some other day.
Right. Well, there's always time for AP.
Peace, man.
Good night.
Good night,
Adam.
I'm not long for this world either, you guys. It's 12:37 and I haven't packed yet. We're supposed to leave in the morning.
Yeah, me and Susie are past 10 hours here. So
sounds good. Well, you guys have a beautiful night, and I will see you next time.
Shannon, it was so nice to meet you, and I'll see you online.
Get some rest, my dude. Have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.